present... Welcome. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes. There are those who have, or claim to have, special mental ability that goes beyond mere intelligence. I refer to psychics, those who possess ESP, or extrasensory perception. With a brain power as yet undefined, they bend spoons, move inanimate objects, make defunct watches tick again, read minds, predict futures. Some claim to solve otherwise unsolvable murders, and even find where the most elusive bodies are buried.
Sheriff, do you have something that belonged to one of the murder victims? An article of clothing, perhaps?
Yeah. Well, how about this, Dr. Kalinsky? One of Laura's house slippers.
Oh, splendid. Oh, give it to me, please. Now, I go back to the night of the murders. I see the blood. No face. Yes, I see long, curly black hair. A sad, drooping mouth, pale blue eyes, almost light. It is the face of the murderer.
Our mystery drama, The Man with the X-Ray Eyes, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bryce Walton and stars Fred Gwynne. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Question that life would be easier, certainly more hopeful, if all of our public officials were primarily concerned with justice. Unfortunately, too many of us are less concerned with justice than with feathering our own precarious nests. Perhaps this is because nothing is so easy as to deceive ourselves, for we are always ready to believe in what we most desire.
Hey, Sheriff, look what I found. Just off the landing there in 6 feet of water.
A woman's high-heel shoe. So what?
So I think maybe we got a clue.
Don't think, Benny, please. Until we finish dragging the lake. We're looking for the bodies of Jack and Laura Henley, remember? They were murdered 2 weeks ago. Now, how long do you figure this shoe's been rotting away in the lake mud?
Quite a while, I guess.
Yeah, at least a year, right? Well, I don't want to see any more of this junk, okay? Bodies. You understand? Bodies or nothing.
Any bodies, Sheriff?
What?
Well, I mean, we might bring up some other bodies besides the Henleys. There's no telling how many been murdered and dropped into this old lake. It ain't true, you know, that a dead body always comes to the top.
It isn't, huh?
No. Would some just settle down in there or drift around looking for a place to rest?
Benny, please. Just drift back out there and make with the grappling hooks, okay? And start working your search pattern over toward the west shore.
Yes, sir, Sheriff.
Drifting around down there, looking for a place to rest. Oh, boy.
Good morning, Sheriff Bromley.
I've seen better.
Yeah, nothing like a double murder to dampen a nice summer day. Especially when you can't find the killer or the bodies.
I'll find them.
Yes, you will. Yes, indeed. Oh, I'm Alan Decker, County District Attorney.
Yeah. Seen your picture a lot since you decided to run for State Attorney General.
Yeah. It's a future that doesn't look as good as it did before the Henley killings. The road ahead doesn't look too smooth for you either, does it?
What do you know about it?
Well, that Stu Buffy, head of the Lakeville City Council, has handed you a rather grim ultimatum. Get a handle on these murders or you're fired.
You left out the worst part.
What's that?
I've got 1 week, no more, to do it in. I'm only one man. And you need luck, breaks, time. They can't set a limit of 1 week on a baffling murder.
They don't have a choice, Sheriff, and you know it. In 1 week, summer vacation time officially opens. The city folk, the summer people, descend upon us.
I know all that, but...
Only how many summer people are going to show if you've got a psychopathic killer loose and on the prowl?
Okay, none. Visitors will be scarce as hen's teeth.
Without summer visitors to feed on, it'll starve. It won't live through the winter. By next spring, it'll be a corpse, a ghost town.
Well, I can't rustle up a murder on demand.
You have to do it, Sheriff. Or maybe you're not a survivor. Don't care about going down the drain. But I do. And I'm going to find us a murderer.
Maybe you figuring on working a miracle.
You could call it that.
Yeah, well, I don't believe in miracles.
I believe in anything that works. Now, you don't have time to work this case by ordinary means, so we must use extraordinary outside means.
Okay, Decker. What are you getting to?
Dr. Jason Golinska.
Golinska?
Right. You know, the psychic.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that fraud on television. Looking into the future, reading people's minds, doing his mental card tricks.
You know he's a fraud?
Yeah. Golinska's a con artist, making big bucks off of fools who... Hey, don't tell me you believe in this ESP malarkey.
A lot of people do, Sheriff.
Decker, you're not serious about this character.
His specialty is solving crimes, and he gets results.
Decker, I was close to Jack and Laura Henley. Grew up with them. They're dead, butchered. And I'm here dragging this lake trying to find whatever may be left of them. I don't want to hear now about some science fiction joker coming in and turning this thing into a magician's act. Some kind of a freak sideshow.
Golinska worked for the Austrian Institute of Criminal Telepathy.
Yeah.
He worked with the Vienna Police Department. He solved 36 criminal cases out of 40.
On the TV, they call him the man with the X-ray eyes. That isn't funny?
Now, listen, I've got affidavits here from the Vienna Police.
You bring in a TV magician, poking around. It gets a big play in the media, right? And the clown strikes out, draws a blank. Then we're funny, Decker. We're the laughing stock.
It won't happen.
And while we're being funny, our killer's still running around loose. And he gets restless. He decides to work out again with his butcher knife.
Oh, Golinska's smart. He's too smart to promote himself a shot of bad publicity. He comes in on this, he won't bob.
Forget it. I won't buy it. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'll just get back to doing my work by ordinary means.
Well, I've already bought it.
What?
Dr. Golinska's agreed to take the case. He'll be here before noon.
You would do this? Bull in on my case? Take over? Not even give me a call or anything?
No, I'm telling you now.
I don't like it.
You don't have much of a choice. Anyway, what have you got to lose? You've been on this for weeks now. No evidence, no clues, no witnesses, nothing. Not even the bodies. If Golinska digs up something, you're the winner. And if he doesn't, well, you're back to square one, where we're standing right now.
Yeah, except it's a week later, and I'm fired.
Exactly.
So I guess I'll have to go with Golinska.
Or take the week off. But you'd better cooperate, Sheriff. And I hope you do. We've got to find a murderer.
Yeah.
So, I'll pick up Golinska at the airport, and we'll meet you at your office in an hour.
Please, Sheriff, you will excuse not shaking the hand. Nothing personal.
No, of course not, Dr. Golinska.
A psychic allergy, you might say. Just the bad vibes.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, no offense. I simply mean that as a psychic, I am very acutely sensitive to the human aura. The electric energy given off by every human body. Direct physical contact can short-circuit my telepathic channels of communication.
Well, whatever we can do to keep the channels clear. Right, Sheriff?
Yeah, sure. Anything, Dr. Golinska. At your service.
First, I would sit down. Yes, flying tires me.
Oh, here, have this chair behind my desk. It's most comfortable.
Thank you, Sheriff. Such a nice little town here. Lovely, gentle, relaxing. So quiet.
Yeah. Well, Doctor, whatever you need to work with, anything you want to know about this case?
Oh, but you have been involved, Sheriff. In contact. You are saturated with the aura, the force field, so to speak, of murder. You can sharpen focus. Why don't you just tell me briefly pertinent facts?
Sure. Well, the Henleys, Jack and Laura, were murdered 3 weeks ago, April 3rd, at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's when screams were heard coming from the Henley house. I went there. That's on the lake's north shore. Signs of a struggle in the kitchen and the bedroom. Jack had a bad flare-up of arthritis and had been unable to get out of bed for weeks. He was murdered there. His wife in the kitchen. No bodies, though. No trace of them.
But he's positive it was murder because of the blood, right, Sheriff?
That's right. And the wrecked furniture. But there was so much blood. I mean, no two people could lose that much blood and still be alive.
Yes, the blood. I am getting a mind flash of red, a red mist.
I found the murder weapons. 2 blood-stained butcher knives. Blade of one was broken square off. But the fingerprints were all smeared out. No good. And that's it. No clues, no bodies, no witnesses. One of Pat Shriver's bloodhounds sniffed a trail down the lake. That's why I've been dragging it, but I haven't found anything.
Do you have something that belonged to one of the Henleys? Perhaps an article of clothing?
Yeah, I got a few items here. Here's one of Laura's house slippers. I used it for comparison with plaster casts of footprints from the murder scene.
Splendid. Give it to me, please.
It's all bloodstained.
Much the better. Now, I go back to that night of April 3rd. Yes, I see it.
What?
I see the blood. Now, a face. Yes, I see. Long, black, curly hair, a very pale face, a sad, droopy mouth, pale blue eyes, almost white. It is the face of the murderer.
Hey, wait a minute. That sounds like Stevie Harrison.
He is your murderer.
No way. Not Stevie. He couldn't kill anyone. What? Well, I've known Stevie since the day he was born.
Yes, my dear Sheriff. But have you read the fellow's mind?
A man with telepathic talents might easily determine your or my guilt by simply probing our mind, or by probing the past, actually seeing a murder done. Seems so simple, so convenient, yes? But testimony from a psychic is not acceptable evidence in our courts of law. Justice demands the same old tried and true facts and proofs of guilt. Perhaps in Act 2 we'll learn if Sheriff Barnley can, or will, find normal, down-to-earth proof to support the good doctor's paranormal vision. I have, and I'm sure Sheriff Barnley has, been given very serious thought to this matter of solving crimes by extrasensory means. What a wondrous power Dr. Golinska seems to possess. To simply close one's eyes, go into a trance, flash back into time to the night of a murder, see the murderer's face, describe him. However, as with so many other new discoveries, telepathy might create more problems than it solved. It might even create more criminals, and of a far more formidable and extraordinary kind.
I am tired, so very tired.
Doctor, you actually saw Steve Harrison there, his face?
I saw a face. I see the murderer and I describe him. I do not name him. The sheriff names him.
Right, Sheriff. You recognize him right off from the doctor's description. It adds up, doesn't it now? Harrison was...
I didn't say it was Stevie Harrison.
Well, you said...
I said his description sounded like Stevie.
Oh, come on, Sheriff.
I said it wasn't Stevie. That it couldn't be Stevie. That's what I said, Decker.
But it was an exact description. Who else do you figure it is if it isn't Steve Harrison?
Could be a lot of faces. Or nobodies.
Hey, Harrison lives next door to the Henley place. He called in, reported the scream.
That's right. And I checked him out. There's no evidence tying him in. No motive. No reason to suspect.
No reason. Out of the Korean War on a psycho survey, in the slammer for drunken assault, 6 months in the Mortonville Asylum, one of the town's weirdos. Now Dr. Galinska sees his face looking out of the murder scene. That's all coincidence. If there ever was a prime suspect...
I am very tired, my friends. I need so much to go to my motel room and sleep. A long sleep.
But Steve Harrison, if you saw...
If the face I flashed is Steve Harrison's, then he is your murderer. Now, Mr. Decker, would you take me to my motel?
Yeah, I think you should pick up Harrison.
On what charge? On suspicion I can't back up? Because Dr. Galinski here traveled back through time and saw his face in a red mist?
Please. I am more exhausted than I should be. Why? Because of bad vibes, negative feedback from the sheriff.
Yeah, all right, Doctor. Let's go. If Harrison is our man, he may be out there killing someone else, or planning to. Are you ready for that?
Stevie isn't a killer.
Well, anybody can be a killer.
There are exceptions. And Stevie's one of them.
No exceptions. Everyone is capable of murder.
What makes you so sure Harrison's an exception, Sheriff?
That's why he cracked up in Korea. He couldn't kill Chinese soldiers. Even when he could have saved a buddy's life, he couldn't shoot at the enemy. Even when he could have been a hero, got a medal for killing, he couldn't perform.
So? He was a coward under fire. Does it take any guts to kill a woman and a man laid up with arthritis?
I don't know what it takes to kill. But whatever it is, Stevie Harrison doesn't have it.
No, this negative feedback, it gives me so much pain.
Yeah, we're leaving, Doctor. I'm sorry about the bad vibes.
Yes, well, I must tell you that I must have complete cooperation. The sheriff must stop his cynical, disbelieving resistance, or I go back to New York.
Oh, it'll work out fine, Doctor. Now, don't worry.
I don't worry. You worry.
Sheriff Bonley speaking.
Decker.
Oh, hi, prosecutor.
Let's cool it, Sheriff. You said you'd go along. You've got to give Galinska a chance.
If you give Steve Harrison a chance.
I still don't see why you can't just pick him up. Hold him a while on some charge or other until we can maybe uncover more evidence.
Or until Dr. Galinska dreams up something, huh? Hey, say, listen, Decker. That guy's brainstorms aren't evidence of anything. Oh, and incidentally, he ran off with Laura's house slipper.
He just borrowed it. Says he wants to sleep on it.
He, what?
Well, he's taking a 3-hour nap this afternoon with a house slipper under his pillow. He says the Henleys may reveal their hiding place in a dream.
Oh, boy. Well, if he uncovers those bodies, I'll eat crow, Decker. Hey, Stevie.
Huh?
Sit tight now. We have to do some talking.
Oh, you want to talk? Is Bill Bonley my old friend, or Sheriff Bonley?
Both, Stevie. Bill Bonley first.
Well, then sit a while, Bill, and share a brew.
Yeah. Haven't been down here on the old pier since we played hooky. Spent a free day fishing for mudcats.
You caught a string of fish.
Yeah.
I caught poison ivy, remember?
Yeah. I'm glad I remembered you saying this would be a good hiding place if we were ever in trouble. Boy, it'd take anybody who didn't know a month of Sundays to find you.
Well, who else is looking?
Nobody. Yet.
What's that mean?
It means first, you gotta get back home, Stevie. Anna's worried sick. Come on, we'll talk on the way.
Oh, Anna's not worried. She gave up worrying about me. gave me up on. I don't blame her a little bit.
Anna called my office. She seems real worried to me, Stevie.
Pride. Pride. Anna puts up a front, but she doesn't care anymore. No, I'm getting out. I'm going to California someplace. I'm running out. Running's my style. I found that out in the mud of Yalu. I told you what happened at Yalu, didn't I, Bill?
Yeah, Stevie, yeah, you did. And you shouldn't have run away from Korea a long time ago, but you're not running away now. Not until the Henley murders are cleaned up.
Why not?
Because you're under suspicion, Stevie. Running, would look like an admission of guilt.
I see. You're the sheriff again now, huh?
No, Stevie. It's Al Decker, the county DA. He's in here bird-dogging this case. Got a psychic investigator with him, name of Dr. Galinska. See, Al Decker's here to nail down a killer, and he's already looking hard at you.
Galinska? A telepath? Lord, Anna's into that. Goes to seances every week, says she talks to her dead brother.
You believe in that stuff, Stevie?
I don't know what to believe in anymore, but about anything. Especially me and the murders.
What about you and the murders? Something you haven't told me?
Just that ever since that night, I've had these awful dreams.
About what?
About blood, dead people, and I'm running away from it. Cops in black cars are chasing me, gonna kill me for doing something bad, something real bad. They're gaining, and I run hard, but I keep going slower. Finally, they're all around me, gonna execute me,
and what then?
Well, the thing is, I'm not afraid anymore. I feel good. Relieved. Yeah, what a relief. I don't have to run anymore. Don't have to feel afraid and guilty. I just feel good. And I lie down and go to sleep and wait for the executioners to do their work. Putting me out of my misery.
And you tie that dream in with the Henleys? Why? You told me you heard screams that night. You looked in, saw the blood, and called me. Now, is there something else?
Well, that's just it. I don't remember. You know, I get these blackouts, hours, whole evenings. I don't remember. Now it's getting mixed up. Just when I heard the screams, I've been walking, but I don't remember where or for how long and what I was doing when I heard the screams. I think, but I'm not sure. I was around the Henley house before that. Maybe looking in the window, and then these dreams.
Come on, Stevie, on your feet, huh? Let's go.
Okay, but I don't remember.
Listen, Stevie. Listen real good. Decker and this television magician will have to come down here to look around. They're going to ask you and Anna a lot of questions.
I don't care, Bill. I'm tired of running.
Listen to me. You don't have to answer any of their questions. And I don't want you to. I don't want you to say anything.
Well, I'm tired out, Bill. Those dreams,
your dreams are bad. The killing in Korea was bad. But right now, we've got Decker and the man with X-ray eyes to deal with. And they're going to pound you with questions. And it's your constitutional right to remain silent. And you're going to remain silent. Now, is that clear?
Okay, sure, but how am I going to...
Tell them you blacked out. You can't remember anything. Now stick to that, no matter what.
Okay, Bill, I'll try.
No. Don't try. Do it. Or, I'm telling you, Decker's going to nail you to the front wall.
Hey, Sheriff, just in time.
Yeah? For what, Decker?
The great unveiling. Come on over here. Dr. Galinska's wrapping up your murder case, Sheriff.
Is that right?
Right as rain. He's found the bodies.
The Henleys?
Murder Exhibit A, Sheriff. The corpus delicti. Right here under your nose all the time, Sheriff. buried near the Henleys' backyard.
Remarkable, yes? But frankly, if I possessed supernormal power, I'd prefer to uncover buried treasure than bodies. And I must confess that even if a telepath could catch a murderer and find bodies by extraordinary means, I would not consider it at all the sporting way. It's really a matter of personal taste. Such tactics would put an end to all the crime stories we have come to know and enjoy, including this one. I'll return shortly with Act 3. An actor in films, on the television or on the stage, in opera and ballet, and even in home movies, is, we hope, entertaining. Interpreting Shakespeare and Greek tragedy, he may even enlighten and inspire us. Masking and role-playing on Halloween and at Mardi Gras and at costume parties is an innocent and often romantic diversion. But when practiced in the real world for sinister purposes, it loses its innocence.
Decided to keep an eye on Stevie Harrison, huh, Sheriff?
Yeah. Anna was worried, Decker. I brought Stevie home.
Well, we'll soon have something for him to look at.
Just where does Dr. Phoney say the bodies are buried?
Well, he hasn't said exactly, not yet. That's why he's walking back and forth across the old garden patch.
Hey, why are his arms stretched out of the way like a sleepwalker?
He put himself in a trance and walking that crisscross pattern all over the place. Went clear down to the lake and back. Says he's getting close now.
How did he figure it?
Who knows? But he got plenty of positive vibes from Mrs. Harrison.
Yeah? What did he get out of Anna?
I don't know. She turned out to be a psychic, too. Kalinska insisted on having a private seance with her in her house. Quite a session.
Yeah, I'll bet.
In psychic communion or whatever. For half an hour. Kalinska comes out of the house and runs over here all hyped up and sniffing like a bloodhound.
Yeah. No, he's still sniffing.
He's narrowing the focus. Says he's honing in.
Well, he's flushed up another rabbit. That's par for a magic act.
He keeps going back there along that old wooden fence and... Look, he's onto something.
Huh?
Come on.
Here! Stay out here!
Hey, Sheriff, you ready to eat that crow?
I am back here on the night of April the 3rd. I see a man. A murderer. He comes out from the back of the Henley house into the moonlight. Over his left shoulder, he carries the body of a woman. He drops the body on the ground. Here, he pulls up weeds, throws rocks aside. He uncovers rotting boards. He rips the boards away, revealing an opening. Yes, he has uncovered a very old, abandoned dry well. He drops the body into the well. Oh, he goes back to the house, returns carrying a man's body, and drops that into the well. Now he replaces boards, rocks, earth, weeds over the opening. Here, right here is the old well. Dig here.
Well, he's right. Look, here's a layer of rotten boards. See this, Sheriff?
Yeah, I guess I do.
And how about this, Sheriff? Doesn't this look like an opening, an old well?
Yeah, it sure does.
Wouldn't be any mistake about what's piled up down at the bottom of the well either, would there, Sheriff?
There wouldn't be, no.
And what do we find here, under these boards, gentlemen?
Let me see that. Pendant. On a broken chain. It looks like an old coin of some kind.
It is an old coin.
Chinese. Looks like Chinese writing on it.
It is Chinese writing.
Wait a minute. Except on the back here, his initials. An S and a H. Sheriff, you think maybe the initials S and H might stand for Steve Harrison?
More than likely.
Harrison wore this pendant?
Yeah. It was given to him by a buddy of his who got shot in Korea, in Yalu.
Maybe you noticed he wasn't wearing it these past 3 weeks, eh?
I didn't notice that he was or wasn't.
Carrying the bodies out, their weight broke the chain.
That's an explanation.
I suggest that Mr. Harrison be brought out here. We need to confront this evidence. Such a shock. Reacting with guilt often inspires full and prompt confessions.
Yeah, listen. Tend your own yard, Doctor. Harrison's treatment is my business.
And mine, Sheriff. I think Dr. Golinska's idea might work. Now we've got the bodies and some clinching evidence. A confession will really wrap it up. It's okay, Steve. You can look. We want you to look. Go ahead, Steve. Your observation may be very helpful to all of us.
Why, that looks like Laura's face down there.
And there's another face. You recognize that one, Steve?
I think that's Jack. Yeah, Jack. What are they doing down there?
Don't you remember how they got there, Steve?
Why, no, I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. Remember this, Steve?
Sure I do. My old buddy Ollie used to wear that.
We found it right here under these boards, Steve. Remember losing it here, Steve?
I don't think so. I remember the chain breaking. Couldn't wear it anymore till I got it fixed, but
You lost it here, Steve. You lost it that night when you brought Jack and Laura out here and dropped them down there.
You say you found it here under the boards?
That's right, Steve.
Stevie, you don't have to answer him. You don't have to say anything.
Well, why not? They found Ollie's present here. I'd like to remember.
Did you have a blackout that night when Jack and Laura were murdered and brought out here and hidden down there in the well?
Part of the time, yeah. It was foggy in my head.
You remember walking around that night, walking in the dark, around the Henley house, eh? You said something about looking in the window, seeing Laura?
Yes, looking for Mrs. Henley. Laura?
I think so.
Why were you looking for Laura Henley?
Gosh, I was lonely. She was good to talk to.
Here, Steve, look. Look at this coin. Keep looking at it and you will remember. Watch it. Spin. And spin in the light. Watch it. And relax. And think of that night. Carrying a heavy burden in the night. You want to get rid of it and rest and be able to sleep. Is that not so?
Yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired, all right.
Now you're looking in the window, Steve. You see Laura in there, in the kitchen. You're excited seeing her. You want her, don't you? You wanted Laura for a long time, haven't you?
Sometimes, yeah, I guess so. Mostly I wanted her to be my friend.
She was pretty, wasn't she? She excited you and you wanted more than friendship, didn't you, Steve? You went in, but something went wrong and Laura began to scream. You tried to shut her up, but she kept screaming, and she fought back at you. You had to do something to stop her screaming. You were afraid, and you saw the butcher knife.
I remember a knife.
You will feel so good, so relieved when you tell us the truth. How you killed them. Tell us, then you can rest, sleep in peace. No more nightmares, no more fear and loneliness. You will be free.
Steve Harrison, I sentence you to life imprisonment in the Canesville State Penitentiary.
Well, good to see you again, Sheriff. What brings you to the city?
Steve Harrison.
You still carrying him around your neck?
And in my conscience. You know what conscience is, Mr. State Prosecutor.
You saw the evidence, Sheriff. You heard him confess.
I said Stevie wasn't guilty. He wasn't. And he isn't.
He had a fair trial. He was sentenced by an honorable judge.
Sentenced by a psychic quack, a greedy DA, a greedy wife, and a sheriff with wet spaghetti for a spine.
Whatever else you've got on your mind, please be brief. I'm already late for an appointment.
All right. Here's what really happened that day when you and the great Galinska paid Lakeville a visit.
Really happened?
Yeah. First off, after Galinska took our case, he boned up on it before coming to Lakeville. He checked newspapers. My quotes. He read about Stevie living next door and his reporting the murders and Stevie's history of mental illness. And he'd already decided to work Stevie as the most likely suspect. When he flashed a mental picture of the killer's face, he was only describing a picture he'd seen in the local papers.
But he didn't know Stevie was the killer. Why would he commit himself that way?
He didn't. Remember, he described the face. You began pumping Stevie up as the killer.
But he found the bodies. You can't...
Yeah, well, Galinska spent half an hour with Anna Harrison in her house. He left knowing where the bodies were buried. How did he find out?
Well, don't ask me. I'm no psychic.
Neither am I. Neither is Galinska. The way he knew about the bodies, Decker, Anna told him.
Anna told him?
Anna told him.
Well, she was psychic, too, when she and Galinska...
Anna isn't psychic either. She knew where the bodies were because she put them there.
Oh, come on. Are you trying to tell me?
How it really was, Decker.
But how do you know?
Anna told me. Dropped by my house the other night. Drunk and in tears. Said she had a confession to make. Well, turns out she has one of those things called a conscience. Decker, she couldn't live with herself.
What are you talking about?
Murder. The real murder. Anna hated Stevie. He had ruined her. Wasted her life away. And she'd always been in love with Jack Henley. She hated Laura Henley, too, for taking Jack away from her. Well, on the killing night, Laura was away at a bridge party. But she came home early. She caught her husband with Anna. They had a fight. Years of frustration and hate went off in Anna like a time bomb. The next thing she knew, Laura was dead. And she had to kill Jack, too, as a witness. And then she put the bodies in the old well and decided to kill 3 birds with one throw. Blame the killings on Stevie, and she'd be rid of him, too.
But if she told Galinska where the bodies were, he knew she must have done the killing.
She was a self-styled psychic, too, remember? She told Galinska she'd had a dream. Saw the bodies in her dream. Well, whether Galinska believed that or not, he knew Stevie was still a better mark than Anna.
So what about Stevie's pendant?
Chain broke a week before. Stevie left the pendant in the house. Galinska saw it when he was in there having his talk with Anna. Palming off that pendant was no problem for a magician. Here's Anna's confession, Decker. All typed up neat. There, on the bottom, her signature. Now, you're going to phone the governor and tell him to send Stevie Harrison home. Or what's left of home.
Yes. Looks as if that would be in order.
Decker. Something else. See there? Paragraph 3. Anna said she'd called you a month ago. Told you the whole story, and you told her to forget it, not to mention it again. Do you recall that conversation, Decker?
Well, it's coming back to me, yes.
Yeah. I'll be seeing you, Decker. Say, listen, come on up to Lakeville sometime.
Why?
The town needs a dog catcher. And we aren't too finicky about who does that kind of work.
To all of our characters needed a murderer, and any means seemed to justify the end. Decker's career needed a fast conviction, so it was easy for him to accept Golinska's power as fact. Anna Harrison had a personal vindictive motive. Dr. Golinska was eager for extended notoriety and prestige. Sheriff Bonley didn't want to lose his job. Even Steve had the need to be purged of guilt. I shall return shortly. Creations. We love, but we hate. We build, but we destroy. We want truth, but often prefer to live by lies and illusions. We cherish freedom, but barter it for a handful of security. In short, we are ambivalent, even tragic, creatures, lonely, frightened, guilty. Yet despite all this, we can hear the call of conscience. We can still be heroes. Is not this eternal conflict the core of being human? And isn't it the stuff of high drama? Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Court Benson, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Grimes. Today we have a tale for you of blackmail and evil, of a decent man living under the shadow of the crimes of a mass murderer. The Bible admonishes us to revere and love our fathers, but in our story it is impossible for the son to do so. The bloody connotation of the name he bears makes a heavy weight on his back that he feels can never be removed. The Holy Testament warns us that the sins of the father are visited upon the son. Richard Walters discovers the truth of these ancient words.
Hello, Walter.
Who is that?
You know me, Walter, for a long time.
No, I don't know you. I'm too busy.
No, don't hang up. It is better you make conversation with me. Better for you.
I'll give you 10 seconds.
I do it quicker than 10 seconds. Walter, Mad Dog is living.
Oh, good Lord.
Our mystery drama, Funeral Without a Corpse, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Sidney Sloan and stars Norman Rose. I'll be back in a moment with Act One. Richard Walters was in an excellent mood when he entered his apartment that chilly winter afternoon. There was a pleasant wood fire burning, and Pauline was waiting for him with a cool drink. Seeing his attractive wife standing there, smiling at him, he thought that fortune had been very good to him. He was a successful lawyer and was now serving his city as district attorney. His political party had spoken to him about running for governor. His future looked bright.
Darling, right on time. Your secretary called and said you'd be home early.
Yes, she told me you called and said that it was important. What's the secret?
No secret, Richard. You know we've had this dinner date for weeks. It's for you. You are going to be tapped on the shoulder and told that they want you to run for governor.
Oh, that. So you know about tonight.
Hmm?
I wanted to surprise you. That's why you're all done up, huh?
Oh, Richard, you're impossible. You know how important this is to your career, and you seem to treat it with such indifference.
Not indifference. I'm very excited and trying not to show it. But I was wondering whether I should accept.
Accept? Richard, it's an important step up for you, your career.
Well, I wanted to see how you felt about it. If you would rather I went back into private practice.
And give up the chance of being governor? Oh, darling, after all these years, you must know me better than that.
You want to be the governor's lady, huh?
Mm-hmm, and then on to higher things, the highest.
No, dear, not that. I'd have to be a native-born American to get that high office.
I don't see why.
Well, in the Constitution, and I don't think that Congress is about to change it just to make you First Lady, well, you'll just have to be satisfied with First Lady of the state.
Oh, if you're first man, that will be good enough for me. Oh, Richard Walters for governor. Well, you better get into your dinner jacket and black tie.
Hey, don't rush me.
Oh, Richard, a call came for you earlier.
Well, our number is unlisted. Very few people know it. I'd be driven out of my mind with crank calls and people wanting favors.
Well, it was someone who said that he is an old friend.
He? Did he give his name?
No, but he called you Walter. Mr. Walter, he said. With a V. Isn't that the German way of saying W?
Oh, yes. Well, he didn't leave his name?
No, said he would call back. Oh, maybe that's him calling back. Want to get it?
Yes. No, I better not. Pauline, you answer it and say that I'm unavailable.
But, darling...
I do not want to talk to him.
Richard...
I said I don't want to speak to him, Pauline, and I meant it. And may I say, in conclusion, that I am most gratified by your confidence in me. You can be certain that I will not let you down. Even as governor, my city is still my city. Thank you. Yes?
A man on the line, Mr. Walters, says he's an old friend. Didn't give his name. Said he wanted to surprise you.
Look, I am busy with the Lombardi case, and I don't like surprises.
Shall I tell him to call back?
I don't care what you tell him. Tell him that I'm too busy to play games.
Yes, sir.
No, Mary. Mary, put him on now.
Hello, Walter.
What? Who is that?
You know me, Walter, for a long time.
No, I don't know you, and I...
No. Do not hang up. It is better if you make conversation with me. Better for you.
Is this some kind of practical joke? Look, I'm a busy man, and I have no time for this sort of nonsense.
This is not nonsense, Walter. You would not see me, so I called from public phone. Better listen.
I'll give you 10 seconds.
I do it quicker than 10 seconds. Walter, Mad Dog is living.
Oh, good Lord.
Richard, that you?
Yes, dear.
Well, your unlisted phone's been ringing all afternoon.
Did you answer it?
You told me not to. You look worried.
Worried? Why should I be worried?
I don't know, but you're fidgety. You didn't sleep very well last night. And take a look in the mirror. Your brow is all furrowed.
You sure worry about me, don't you?
Yes, I do. You're very important to me.
Pauline, after all these years...
I love you, Richard, and I'm unhappy when you're unhappy. Now, come on, tell me what it is.
Well, it's nothing.
It's those telephone calls that you don't want to answer. Afraid to answer?
Afraid? Yes, you're right. Afraid describes it very well.
Well, tell me.
I can't.
But maybe I can help.
No one can help it. It has to be my secret.
Forever? It's something in your past?
That I can tell you. It is something long past.
Oh, I see.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't think I like the sound of that.
It's another woman, isn't it?
What? Oh, Pauline.
Someone you loved a long time ago?
It's ridiculous.
I'm not jealous, Richard.
You are jealous. And I love you for it. It's very flattering. But you have nothing to worry about on that score.
Then why can't you tell me?
Because it's something that may change my entire life. Perhaps destroy it.
Nothing can change my love for you.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Pauline.
Aren't you going to answer it?
I may as well.
You have a nice big car, Walter. Expensive.
It is not expensive, and it is not my car. It belongs to the city. I have the use of it.
For your position, you are important. The attorney, how you say?
District attorney.
Yes. Important man. District attorney.
Look, I don't believe that you wanted to see me so urgently merely to discuss my job.
Why not? You are important. You inherit your ability from
Now, stop it. Now say what you came to say and then get out.
You talk to me that way? I who have known you since you were a child.
You never knew me, Terhunk. You knew of me.
And you knew of me.
I have spent 40 years trying to forget you and what you stood for.
And that was not important to you? Our ideals?
Our goals? I loathed it. All of it.
And your father?
Don't speak of him.
It is shameful for a son not to love his own father.
From the time I was 9, I hated him. My hate was just a tiny speck compared to the mountain of hate he generated.
This is sinful, father, son.
Look, let's not go on with this. Why did you come?
He is alive. And he sent me to you.
You're lying. I went back and checked all the records. He and many other murderers escaped to Argentina when they saw that the war was lost. They should have caught him. Destroyed him as he did so many others.
Do not say that. He is your father.
No, not mine. I would do anything to erase the relationship. I cannot call him mine.
He is alive and sick. And he needs you.
The records show that he died in Buenos Aires 5 years ago.
No, he did not die.
He was in all the papers, pictures of his funeral.
False! All false. The funeral without a corpse. Empty casket.
For what reason?
Reason? To save his life. They were getting closer every day. 30 or more assassins to kill him. It was the only way. A brilliant idea. He thought of it. Oh, no. Mad Dog lives.
I see.
And now comes the big question. He is old. He is sick. You will help him. Will you not?
No. I will not help him.
That is bad. I must go back to him and say, your son hates you. He will not hold out his hand.
Hold out my hand to that vicious murderer?
Oh, I regret to think what he will say and do.
What?
You are an important man. You have changed your name. Nobody knows you are the son. His only son. He asks out of need. But you have no pity. People will say how bad it is for a son to deny his father. Everyone will know you are his son.
Well, you took a long time getting around to it, Terhunk. Made it very clear. This is blackmail. How much do you want?
No. I never asked for anything. It is for your father.
No. I never asked for anything. Your father. Look, this is blackmail, and I've got you cold. I could send you up for 10 years.
You mean to jail, to prison?
You understand English very well. Everything you've said to me is recorded. I have a tape recorder in this car.
Yes. I understand. So, you have trapped me. Very good. You are a good policeman. But you don't want everyone to know how related you are to Walter Gunther. Do you, Walter? That's why you have changed your name. You're not speaking. You're starting to think. You're going to be the next governor of the state. That is a very big, important position. And will people in this country vote for the son of Walter Gunther? You do not answer. Please to stop the car. I will get off. Thank you, son of Walter Gunther. It was a pleasant ride. You will hear from me.
Richard, that you?
Yes, Pauline.
Darling, you're so late. I called your office and they said
that I went out and I didn't come back to the office.
Where were you?
Well, I was just driving around.
Have you had dinner? Irma put your plate in the fridge. I can warm it up.
No, thank you, dear. I'm not hungry.
Glass of milk? Nice piece of chocolate cake? Irma made it for you, your favorite.
Well, thank Irma for me. Oh, I'm exhausted. What time is it?
Nearly midnight.
Ooh, I had no idea that I'd been out that late. Well, I think I'll have a shower and hit the hay.
Richard, something's bothering you.
You know, Pauline, you're wonderful. You're always the first to notice.
Can't you tell me? Can't you?
I'm going to tell you. I must.
Now?
No. Not now. You see, I've got to get my courage up first.
All his life, Richard Walters had lived with the fear that his real name would be revealed. Now that he is faced with the imminent exposure of the fact that he is the son of a hated war criminal, he can't make up his mind what course to pursue. If he speaks out and tells the world that he is Walter Gunther's son, his career will end. If he keeps this hidden, there is only one thing he can do: yield to the blackmailer. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Despite the fact that Richard Walters trusts Pauline, his wife, he cannot bring himself to tell even her his secret. He has held it to himself so long that it is an effort to let go. To tell someone else the shame and unhappiness that secret has cost him. As for the rest, he is certain that he will be forced to give up all the constructive things he has done with his life and sink into oblivion. He sits in his office, still undecided.
Richard Walters' office, may I help you? Oh, yes, Captain Gallagher, I'll connect you.
Yes. Oh, Neil. What? Oh, yes, my unlisted phone, thanks. What's the new number? Uh-huh. Well, you know the people who get that information. Please take care of it. Let me have that number again. 555-8763. I got it, Neil, thanks. Yes, Mary?
A man to see you, Mr. Walters and Mr. Terhunk.
Oh, yes, Mary, I've been expecting him.
Is it the witness on the Lombardi case?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, the Lombardi case. Mm-hmm.
Well, then you want me to take down his statement?
No, not right now. I want to go over it with him first.
Yes, sir. I'll send him right in.
Oh, come in. Come in, Mr. Terhunk. You've got your nerve barging in here. You know this would be very bad for me.
Please, Walter. This is the only way I can reach you. I call up on your private number. It has been changed. I call your number of your house. Also changed. So how else can I discuss with you our important business?
What do you want? Whatever it is, I'll try to give it to you. Tell me.
Now you are being more cooperative. Is that not the right word?
Yes. Yes, that's the right word.
The right word is dollars. I will need them right away.
How much?
Very small. Not much. Now you are a man with dollars. I am not.
Look, I am not rich. I work for my money. How much?
5,000. That is all. I do not ask unreasonable money.
For your information, 5,000 is a lot of money to me.
I am so sorry. I would not ask if I did not need.
Well, it'll take me a little time to get it for you.
Yes. It will take a little time. That is no matter.
Well, I'm glad to see you're not expecting me to pull it out of my hat like a stage magician.
Very amusing. You will have the money for me at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, yes? I will be waiting.
9 o'clock?
Tomorrow. In front of your bank. I will be waiting. First National Republic Bank. It opens at 9. You will be there when the door opens. And you will have the money for me in bills, small bills, $10, $20. Not larger. Is that clear, Walter?
It's not going to be easy.
Is that clear, Walter? Yes.
Cold and clear. Like a weather report.
Good. I will meet you at 9 tomorrow.
You're not very talkative tonight, Richard.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said.
I said you seemed to be lost in your thoughts. I spoke to you twice. You didn't answer.
I'm sorry, Pauline.
That thing is bothering you. Won't you tell me? Maybe I can help.
I'll tell you, Pauline, when I can. I'm considering dropping this whole political nomination.
You mean for the governorship? You can't. You're the right man for the job. You're the best man.
Well, I may not get it.
Of course you'll get it, by a landslide. Governor Messler admits he's facing a tough race with you as his opponent.
Well, I may not run. I've just about made up my mind to tell Kimball to find another man.
I really don't understand this at all.
I'm afraid, Pauline. Oh, God, I've never been so unhappy, so depressed in my life. It feels as if I were finished.
Your car phone is ringing.
I'll let it ring.
It might be important. They'd never call you unless it was.
Well, get it for me. It may be somebody that I don't want to speak to.
Hello?
This is Matt Kimball.
Oh, Mr. Kimball. I'll put Richard on. He's right beside me. Matt Kimball, Richard.
Hi, Mac. Just talking about you a moment ago.
Sorry to call you on your car phone. I know you reserve that for business calls.
Oh, it's okay. I'm guessing it's important.
It is, Dick. It is.
Well, can you tell me?
Well, I'd not out of the phone. Can you meet me someplace? My office?
Oh, sure. Pauline and I were... Well, it's nothing important. What time?
As soon as you can make it. There's someone here I want you to meet.
Who?
Again, I've got to say, not over the phone.
Oh, okay. I'll see you in 15 minutes. Harrison.
Yes, sir.
You're dropping me at Mr. Kimball's office. Mrs. Walters is going on to the Garveys.
Yes, sir.
What did Kimball want?
Well, something serious to discuss. Someone at his office he wants me to see. I haven't the faintest idea what it's all about.
Haven't you, Richard? Haven't you?
Yes, you're right. Lately, everything seems to be focused on one thought.
You come in.
Well, Dick, you made it 12 minutes on the dot.
Put me down as a prompt guy.
Shut the door, will you?
Why all the cloak and dagger stuff, Kimball?
Well, it's kind of confidential. I guess you noticed that there was no one in the outer office.
Oh, yeah, your secretary was missing.
I didn't want even her to hear what I'm going to tell you. Sent her home early. I want your opinion, and it must be strictly confidential.
You're certainly making this into a mystery.
I'll let you have it straight. As head of the committee to elect Richard Walters for governor of this sovereign state...
Well, no speeches, please.
Okay. We need money. Lots of it. Electing a candidate for an important office costs real dough.
I realize 3, maybe as much as 4 million. What do we have in the till at the moment?
Nearly 2. And we've worked hard to get promises for that much.
Bottom of the barrel.
Well, not quite. We have an unsolicited offer that'll make up what we need.
From whom?
See for yourself. He's here in the other room. You want to talk to him?
I don't know. I've been around long enough to know that no one makes an offer like that out of the goodness of his heart. He wants something. What?
He hasn't said. He wants to speak to you.
No, Mac, no deal. I've never played politics, and I don't intend to start now with future promises for favors.
Not even to be governor.
Not even for that.
Well, aren't you curious to know who it is?
Yes. And I'd like to warn him before he starts to talk that one hint of a deal and I'll go to work on him. Now let him come in.
Yeah, sure. Just as you say. Come in. Come in, Max.
Max Kiro?
Yes, Mr. Walters, Max Kiro.
Tell him what I said, Kimball.
He says it's no deal if you want something in return. I ain't asking for nothing. Didn't I tell you that, Kimball?
Nothing? No favor?
Nothing means nothing, Mr. Walters.
I don't get it. You're willing to give $1 million for no reason at all?
I'm clean now. You sent me up. I did my time. I got paroled in 3 years. And I thought it over when I was in stir. What was the point of it, huh? My 2 brothers I lost, my father dead, body never found. And what for?
For money. Dirty money, Max. We know all this.
Yeah. Dirty money. I didn't have nothing when I came out of the pen. I started fresh with a few bucks I got from the insurance of my father.
Come on, you didn't come here to give me the sad story of your life, Max.
Mr. Walters, I got the money to help you. I got a big sanitation business, a big laundry business, real estate. It's all clean money. Legitimate.
You sure? Clean?
Clean. I made it honest. Go ahead, get your CPAs to go over my books. I'm clean. Sure you didn't launder some of the dirty bucks in your laundry? That ain't funny. Now, look, I come here and make an offer of $1 million for Mr. Walters' run for governor. I mean it.
Why? That is the big question.
Because you did something for me. And I want to pay you back.
Did something for you? I sent you up for 7 years. I wanted to send you up for life, but I couldn't get enough evidence. And you want to help me?
Mr. Walters, when I was in stir, I got to thinking. I knew I didn't want no more of the kind of life I had. You know, I started to read in a prison library. I never read a book before. It was an education. Okay, cut it short, Max. It changed your life. It sure did. And it turned out good for me. You know, if I'd have kept up the old life, I'd have been dead, like my brothers and my father. Mr. Walters, you did it for me.
You know, this is the most amazing story that I have ever heard.
Yeah? What do you say, Richard?
Well, I'm flattered. I don't know what to say. Look, give me a day or so to think it over. There are several reasons why we should not accept.
And one very good reason why we should. Thanks, Max, for your generous offer. We'll let you know.
Richard?
Yes, Pauline.
I heard you get up about 30 minutes ago, and then I heard you pacing up and down.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep. I went into the library, tried to read something to make me sleepy.
You mean to take your mind off of what's bothering you?
Yeah. I had one burden, and now I have two. I can't think of any way to rid myself of either of them.
And now you've decided to tell me what they are?
Well, I'm taking a big chance, Pauline. It may change everything between us.
If you think that, you don't really know me. Well?
Do you know the name Walter Gunter?
Yes, he was a wanted war criminal. He had thousands put to death.
Walter Gunter is my father. Yeah. I hated him. I hated my name. I ran away when I was 12.
And you never told me that.
I never told anyone. I was ashamed of it. I should be the son of a mad dog. I ran away. Away from my father and everything he believes in.
How did you get here?
I became one of the lost children in the hordes of children dislocated because of the war. I was picked up by a children's relief society. I ran away from the orphanage and got to the American sector. The war was over, and the American military government had taken over. I hung around, running errands, doing menial jobs, making myself useful whenever I could. And it was there that I met my new father, Sergeant Richard Walters. Later, I took his name. Pauline, he took a shine to me, and he asked me if I would like to go back to the States with him. He told me that he and his wife had never had any children, and that I would be his son.
And he adopted you. And you never told me.
Well, it was too painful for me to go into. Pauline, I meant to tell you one day. You know, they sent me to college and to law school. It's a big sacrifice for them. They didn't have much money. Whew. They were wonderful people, and I miss them.
I remember just a few weeks after we were married when word came that they were dead. Killed in a car crash outside of Dayton. We flew out to Ohio for the funeral.
Just a week before, they had written that they would like to come here and meet you. And I love them both very much. If the truth gets out that I'm the son of Walter Gunter, the mad dog murderer...
Tell everyone the truth. Tell them what happened.
No, it won't help. My career will be over.
Richard, you can't go on this way.
I'm being blackmailed, Pauline. Right now, I am being bled dry just so I can hold the secret.
You mean that man, Terhunk?
Yeah. Yes, I've given him quite a bit of money. He'll be making regular collections.
And if you stop paying?
Well, he'll spill the whole filthy story to the news media. And that'll be the end of Richard Walters. The election will be lost, and I'll be finished with everything.
Well, then we'll go on paying him.
We?
Look, I am partner to this now. I've got a good deal of money that my father left me. I'll use it. Pay him.
It may seem like a lot to you, Pauline, but it'll never be enough.
Then what can we do?
Well, there are only two things that can be done about a blackmailer. One, to go on paying and paying.
And the other?
I don't want to think about that.
Richard has told Pauline that he doesn't want to think about the alternative to paying and paying his blackmail. But she knows what he means. He can see no light at the end of the long and gloomy tunnel. He knows he will continue to give Terhunk what he wants until there is no more to give. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. It is now 2 weeks later, and Richard hasn't given his campaign manager, Kimball, his answer regarding Max Kiro's wish to make a big contribution to the campaign fund. In Richard's opinion, it was dangerous and could lead to the sort of scandal that would kill his chances of being governor. Despite what Max says about not wanting anything in return, the danger of rumor that Richard Gunther had sold out to the underworld was too risky. Moreover, he still has to deal with Terhunk, and that is becoming more difficult.
Yes, Mary?
Call for you, Mr. Walters and Mr. Terhunk.
Oh, put him on hold, Mary.
Yes, sir.
And have Captain Gallagher put a find on him.
You want to know where he's calling from?
That's what I mean. Call me back as soon as Captain Gallagher... No, wait a minute. On second thought, Mary. Cancel that.
Cancel?
Yeah, I changed my mind. Is Terhunk still on hold? I'll take it. Yes?
You are being, how to say, jealous. Are you trying to make me annoyed? I do not like treatment of this nature.
Oh, I'm sorry, Terhunk, but I was busy and I couldn't speak with you immediately.
You will understand this, Walter, that I am most important. I will come first. Your other affairs will wait till I am complete.
You want money again?
Oh, you are surprised. Have you not expected that I would need it? Your father would need it?
Yes. 5,000 small bills.
9 o'clock. In front of the bank. I will be waiting. Oh, you are quick to learn. A good student. Only one thing is different this next time. You will have 10,000, not 5.
10? Look, I don't know how much longer I can keep this up.
You will keep it up because you love your father.
Yeah. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
He speaks always of how much he loves you in his letters.
It will be a total of 15,000. Only 7 days since I gave you 5. What are you doing with that money? Does my father need that much to live on?
No. Frankly, he does not need all that for himself. It goes to finance the organization.
What is that?
Don't you know? We are growing stronger. We will be coming back. We will take our country back and we will rule the world as he wanted it. And all our enemies will be dead. Goodbye now, Walter. And your father thanks you. Your money is very important to our cause.
Oh, good Lord. What am I doing?
Yes, Mr. Walters?
Mary, call for my car and tell them to bring it around right away. I'm going home early. I'll wait downstairs in front of the tobacco shop in the lobby.
Yes, sir.
And if I get any calls, just say that I'm out and cannot be reached.
Hello, Mr. Walters.
What? Oh, it's you, Kiro.
Yeah. Just going to see you up in your office. I got it on a grapevine that you was having a kind of a problem.
Oh, I don't understand what you're talking about. And, I don't want to discuss it.
Oh, come on, Mr. Walters.
Now, stop it, Max. I see my car out front.
Look, I can help you.
Call me at 555-8763. Well, thank you, Mr. K, for your good wishes. Hello?
Mr. Walters, it's Max. Can you talk?
Yeah. Yes, I'm alone. Go ahead.
I said I could help you.
How?
You got a leech on your back.
What?
A bloodsucker. A leech.
Yeah, what you're saying is that I am being blackmailed. How do you know?
I know. I still got connections. I know. I want to do something about it.
What?
Get him off your back.
And, how would you accomplish that?
What difference does it make? What do you have to know for? He wouldn't be bothering you no more.
Max, you told me that you were clean, that you were straight.
I am. And that's the truth.
I know what you mean when you say you'll stop him, Max. Is that your idea of straight?
It wouldn't be me. I wouldn't even know about it. You wouldn't know. The trouble would just stop.
No, Max. It's not the way I think.
Yeah. I offer? The money?
Well, I'm seeing Kimball tonight. We're going to settle a lot of things. Thanks for your concern.
I didn't give you anything yet.
Your confidence, Max. I really appreciate it. Goodbye.
Richard, I hate to bother you, but Mr. Kimball is here.
Have him come in, Pauline.
Oh, hi there, Governor.
Yeah.
What's all the mystery?
No mystery, maybe a revelation. Can I get you a drink?
Sure, but what's the occasion?
Kimball, I'm going to tell you something that may change everything we planned.
Change?
Explode, blow up, demolish would be better words. Mac, I am not the man you think I am. My name is Walter Gunter. And that, Kimball, is the end of a long and sordid story. And the end of my political career.
Well, now, just cool it, Dick. Okay, your old man was a war criminal, but you weren't. You hated him and everything he stood for. You ran away. You changed your name.
But don't you see? I'm going to be running for governor. What do you think the opposition's going to do with that piece of information? Nah, better write me off, Mac. Better get a new man before it's too late.
You let the committee decide that, Dick.
But...
no buts. You're the best man. You're our man. We're not letting you go too quickly. Now, what about your father in Argentina?
He's dead. Been dead for 5 years.
Then Terhunk, or whatever his name is, was lying.
I got a radiogram this afternoon. The authorities assure me that he died from a massive cerebral hemorrhage. They're sending me a copy of his death certificate.
Lying or not, the fact that your father is dead doesn't change matters. As far as blackmail is concerned, this Terhunk character is just as dangerous to your reputation as he was. You think we can buy him off? Maybe a big piece of change would do it.
No. He'll take anything we give him. Make promises which he'll never keep, and then come back for more.
Guess you're right.
That's only half the problem. Max Kiro's donation seems the only way the committee can come up with enough money to finance the cost of electing me. How would it look if a former public enemy came up with a big chunk of it?
But Max is clean now.
It wouldn't matter if he had angel wings and a halo. I can hear the opposition. I can see the headlines.
Well, forget Max. I'm working on it. Hey, what was that? It sounded like a gunshot. Came from the other room. It won't open. It's locked.
Pauline is in there. Pauline! Pauline, are you all right? Pauline! Oh, Pauline, what is it? We heard a shot.
Oh, Richard, what have I done? What have I done?
The pistol out of her hand, Richard.
Give it to me, Pauline.
Here. I didn't want to use it. I just wanted to frighten him.
Him?
That terrible man.
Ooh, terrible. Look, there on the floor.
Good Lord. Call the doctor, Richard.
Yes, a doctor.
I asked him to come here. I said I would give him $50,000 if he would promise not to bother us anymore.
Hello, Dr. Parkins.
He agreed?
Yes.
Richard Walters has been an accident.
But as soon as I handed him the money, he said, thank you.
No, we've not even examined
I'll be back next
Please
week
come
for another
and
installment.
can you summon an ambulance?
He laughed.
Well, good. Hurry. Doctor's coming, and an ambulance, too. Now, look, Pauline, what happened? Please try to control yourself, darling.
Richard, I shot him. It was an accident. I just wanted to scare him.
She gave him money, and he laughed at her, and he said he'd be back for more.
Money? To shut him up?
I thought I could help you. I took it out of the money Father left me.
You knew that man wasn't to be trusted to keep his word.
I was desperate. I just wanted to help you.
And you took my gun.
Just to scare him, Richard. And for protection. I pointed it at him, and it went off.
Well, Pauline, if you shot at him, you missed him.
Missed him? What, isn't he dead?
Yes, he's dead, all right. Probably the shot scared him. It looks like he died from heart failure.
Hey, Richard.
Kimball.
It looks pretty good, Richard. Autopsy report is death from heart failure. Terhunk suffered from congenital heart disease. According to the medical experts, he could have popped off at any time for almost any cause, or no cause at all. So there are no charges against Pauline.
Oh, that's great news. No charges, Pauline.
Oh, Richard.
Kimball, I think now's the time for me to ask you to find another man. I certainly cannot run after all this.
Will you please butt out of the committee's business? After all, you're just a candidate, and we're going to get you elected. The voters will love you. And we're going to tell them that Max Kiro loves you too and is putting $1 million into the campaign. And you know why?
You overwhelm me. Why?
It's because you're a decent guy. And decent, honest men are hard to find these days. Goodbye, Governor. And give my best to Annie Oakley.
Kimball says that they still want me to run for governor. And he says to give his regards to Annie Oakley.
Annie Oakley?
Mm-hmm. A famous woman sharpshooter from the Old West.
Oh, sharpshooter? Me?
That's right. You couldn't hit the side of a barn with the door closed. But I love you.
And 75 days later, when Richard Walters stood on the steps of the State House to take his oath of office, his smiling First Lady standing nearby with tears in the corner of her admiring eyes, he knew that it was worth all the problems and anguish. I'll be back shortly.
If you'd like to take advantage of the current high interest rates in today's money market, but want your money available when you need it, take a moment now to call this toll-free number, 800-228-5000. Ask the operator to send you information on Dreyfus Liquid Assets. Find out just how much income growth you can get from one of the world's largest money market mutual funds. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, you have the advantage of making withdrawals by phone or paying larger bills with free redemption checks and continue earning high yields, compounded daily till your check clears. You can put money in or take it out anytime with never a sales charge or a penalty. But call now, 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. 800-228-5000. Study the prospectus carefully before you invest and learn how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. 800-228-5000. Toll free, 800-228-5000.
There was something very important that Richard Walters learned in his few long weeks of pressure and blackmail. It was the fact that nothing is so cleansing as exposure to sunlight. Once the truth is told, all the chains that bind a victim to the blackmailer dissolve, disappear. And Richard Walters can now look ahead with renewed strength to the job that faces him. Our cast included Norman Rose, Terry Keane, Bernard Grant, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Oh, look here. The drawer of my table. Why is it open?
Excuse me.
What are you picking up? My money box. It's been forced open. I had 10 kopecks of my own money in it and stamps.
Are they all there?
Oh, yes. Oh, but look at the lock, all scratched. And look, everywhere. Everything thrown about. My linen basket. This isn't the way I folded my clothes. The bed is pulled apart. Oh,
Mashenka, are you all right? I mean,
Welcome. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes. Fyodor Dostoevsky's book, Crime and Punishment, is one of the greatest novels of all time. If Crime and Punishment were merely the story of a murder, it would long ago have been forgotten. What makes it unforgettable is the struggle of a young man to find his way out of the dilemma of life. That is why today's 3 acts are extraordinary, and why Mystery Theater is proud to present a few scenes from this fascinating Russian novel.
You used to go out and teach children, Raskolnikov. Now you just lie about.
I can't go out and give lessons without boots. Look at my clothes. They're so worn out, they're rags. I can't stand teaching anyway. They pay so little for lessons.
Oh, you want a fortune all at once?
Yes. And I shall have it.
You talk as though you would do anything to get it.
I might.
Our drama, Scenes from a Murder, derived from Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, was adapted for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Russell Horton. I shall return shortly. Exceptionally dark eyes and dark brown hair. His name is Raskolnikov. He has embarked upon a visit, the purpose of which is known only to himself. Aside from the furtive way he goes to a lodging house and the ragged clothes he wears, he has a disconcerting habit of talking to himself. He begins to walk up the 4 flights of steps.
If I am this frightened now, when all I'm doing is going to her room and looking around to make sure of everything I have to remember, if I decide to go ahead and do it, how will I feel on that day? Shall I ring the bell or knock? I'll ring the bell first. Or perhaps she's out. No, she never goes out. Why doesn't she answer? Alyona Ivanovna?
What is it?
Raskolnikov, the student. I came here a month ago.
What do you want?
I have something to pawn.
Just one moment. I don't know you. Were you recommended?
Raskolnikov. Don't you remember me?
Raskolnikov. Yes, I do now. Quite well.
And here I am again on the same errand.
Good enough. Step in, my good sir. Now, what is it you want?
I brought something to pawn. It's a silver watch. A little old-fashioned, I'm afraid. It was my father's. Here.
Uh-huh. The chain is not silver.
It's not?
Certainly not. It's steel. I can't give you anything for it.
Nothing? Not a ruble?
No, besides, the time is up on your last pledge, the ring. The month was up the day before yesterday.
I know, but if you could just wait a little, I'll bring you the interest for another month.
Sir, your month is up. I don't have to wait. I can do as I please. I could sell that ring to the next customer who walks in the door.
You wouldn't do that, would you?
I might.
How much will you give me for this watch?
My good sir, you come with such trifles. I would sooner give you a loan of 5,000 rubles than one.
If I had 5,000, I wouldn't be here.
No. This watch is hardly worth anything. I gave you 2 rubles last time for the ring, and one could buy it quite new at the jeweler's for 1.5 rubles.
The watch is worth 4 rubles. I'm going to redeem it anyway in less than a month. I shall be getting some money soon.
The best I can do is 1.5 rubles for the watch and interest in advance.
1.5 rubles?
It's up to you, sir.
All right. 1.5 rubles.
Wait here.
She takes a ring of keys from her pocket, and now she's gone behind the curtain into the other room. I can hear her unlocking a chest of drawers, or I must remember that. She carries her keys in the right-hand pocket, a whole bunch on a steel ring. There's one key 3 times larger than the others. It must fit a strong box, probably under her bed. It's all so degrading what I am thinking.
Here, sir. As we say, the interest is 10 kopecks a month for each ruble, so I must take 15 kopecks from 1.5 rubles for a month in advance. And for the 2 rubles I lent you before, you owe me now 20 kopecks. That's 35 altogether. So the balance is 1 ruble and 15 kopecks for the watch. Here it is.
1 ruble and 15 kopecks for a silver watch. This is highway robbery.
Do you wish to change your mind? I'll give you back the watch.
No, I'm satisfied. I may be bringing you something else in a day or two, Ilyona Ivanovna. Valuable things, silver, a cigarette box, as soon as I can get it back from a friend.
We'll talk about it then, sir.
Are you always at home this late? Alone? I heard you had a sister who lives with you.
What business is that of yours?
Nothing in particular. I simply asked. How loathsome it all is. Trafficking with this horrible old miser who takes advantage of other people's poverty. Spiteful she is, too. One day late, your pledge could be sold. Still, how can I go through with this? What made me think I could do such a loathsome thing?
Get up, Raskolnikov. It's past 9 o'clock. I brought you some tea. Wake up.
I'm awake.
You must be starving to death. I brought you some cabbage soup as well.
Soup? A present from Madame Praskovna, my dear landlady?
Not from her. From me. Oh, what a mess in here. This room needs a good cleaning, but Praskovna has told me I am not to do anything here until you pay what you owe. She is going to complain to the police.
To the police? For my rent? Well, I'm getting money from home any day now.
You're supposed to be so clever. Why do you lie here like a sack and have nothing to show for it? When you first took rooms here, you used to go out and teach children. Now you lie around and do nothing.
One can't go out and give lessons without boots. Look at my clothes. Worn to rags. I can't stand teaching anyway.
Don't quarrel with your bread and butter.
They pay so little for lessons. What's the use of a few kopecks?
Oh, you want a fortune all at once?
Yes, I want a fortune all at once. And I shall have it.
You're very frightening with that tone of voice. Oh, I forgot. A letter came for you yesterday.
A letter? Where is it?
Right here in my pocket.
Give it to me and leave, please. My dear Rosia, it is 2 months since I had a talk with you by letter which has distressed me and kept me awake at night thinking. You know how I love you. You are all we have to look to, your sister Dwana and I. You are our only hope. We know you will become a great writer or teacher. It was grief to me when I heard you had given up the university some months ago for want of means to keep yourself,
and that you had lost your lessons. How can I help you out of my 120 rubles a year pension? Think, my boy. The 15 rubles I sent you 4 months ago, I borrowed on security of my pension from Vasily Ivanovich, a kind-hearted man who was a friend of your father. Stop!
I can't read anymore. Mother, I can't borrow from you anymore. Not one copper, not one kopeck. I shall get it. Lots of it. By other means. 4th floor. The old Harpy Alyona is on the 4th floor. The act. I have it. If she cries out, will anyone below hear something? No, probably not. This is her door.
Yes.
Good evening, Alyona Ivanovna. May I come in? I have something for you.
I don't remember you.
I'm back with a cigarette case, as I said I would be.
I don't usually receive clients so late, unless I have made the arrangement myself. It's after 7.
All right. I'll take this valuable cigarette case somewhere else then.
No. No, now that you're here, you might as well stay.
As I said, I've brought it. Perhaps we'd better get further into the room, closer to the light.
I don't think I know you. Do I?
Of course you know me. Do you want to look at the cigarette case, or don't you? If you don't, I'll go somewhere else. I'm in a hurry.
Yes, I'll look at it. Give it here.
My friend who borrowed it wrapped it up with so much paper and string. I came here directly. I didn't bother to untie it.
Oh, such a lot of string around it. It doesn't seem to have the weight of silver. Oh. Your friend, why did he tie it up like this? Where are you going? But why do you keep moving behind me?
Nothing at all. It's so warm in here. I'm just loosening my coat.
I cannot get this untied. Where are you? Would you please stop going behind me?
The blood. There's so much. I mustn't look. Quickly. The keys. The right-hand pocket. I can't keep my hands from trembling. I must quiet myself. The keys. The keys are not there. Try the other pocket. They must be in the other pocket. Now, go into the other room. Her bedroom. The chest of drawers. There it is. The top drawer first. Try the keys, one at a time. What's that? That noise. Hi. She's not dead. I have to go back and finish her off. The axe. Where did I put it? Where is it? I don't know. She looks quite dead. I'd better do what doctors do. Bend over her and listen if I can hear a heartbeat. She's alive! No! Oh, stupid of me. What am I saying? It's not her heart that's beating. It's mine. It's my heart. My heart. No time to waste. Go back to the bedroom. Oh, no, she wouldn't be keeping money or valuables in a chest of drawers. There's a big key, a strong box catch key, probably under her bed. Just as I thought. I was right. A big box, covered in red leather and nailheads. Now, take the big, notched key. What's this on top? A red brocade coat? My hands are all covered with... If I wipe them on this red coat, nothing will show. I'm going out of my senses. Good. A gold watch. Gold chains. Good. What's this? Bracelets. 1, 2, 3, dozens. These packages are full of things pawned into my coat pocket they go. One after the other.
Oh, my Lord in heaven, sister, who killed you?
Someone has come in to take the axe to them also.
Interrupted in one grisly death, Raskolnikov is about to kill again. As Dostoevsky portrays this unfortunate student, he has a split personality, morose, gloomy and proud on the one hand, yet kind and noble on the other. At this point, we see Raskolnikov, axe in hand, convincing himself there is nothing he cannot accomplish, even another murder. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Pawnbroker. In seconds, she lies dead on the floor. The student closes the door and hooks the chain over it so it cannot be opened from outside, and then stands behind the door, terrified. And none too soon, for a large man arrives on the 4th floor and sounds the bell.
Hey! Alyona Ivanovna, open the door!
Oh, what's the trouble? Hey, hello, Coach. Hello yourself.
Lizaveta Ivanovna! Hey, my beauty, open the door!
No one answers? Oh, don't tell me there's nobody at home.
Who the devil knows?
Well, try the doorknob again, will you, Coach?
I've almost broken it off. Who are you? How is it you know me?
Fyodor Pestrakov. I'm a student. I beat you 3 times running at billiards at Gambrinus'.
Oh, yes. I remember.
Oh, they're not at home, huh? Oh, that's queer and stupid. Where could that old woman have gone? I was hoping to pawn something to get some money.
What I don't understand is why did Alonia tell me to be here at 8 sharp? The old witch fixed the time herself. Now, what the devil could she have gotten to?
Well, I can't understand it either. I thought she never went out.
She doesn't. Her sister runs all the errands. Aliona sits here from year's end to year's end. The old hag can hardly walk from room to room.
Yeah, well, try the door again, huh?
Oh, I give up. There's nothing to be done. We might as well go.
No. Wait just a minute. Did you see how the door shakes when you pull it, huh?
So?
Well, that shows it's not locked, but fastens with a hook in the chain from the inside.
What does that mean?
Don't you see? That means that one of them must be inside at home. If they were both out, they would have locked the door from the outside with a key, not with a hook and a chain from the inside. That means they're in there, but they don't want to open the door.
Oh, by heavens. You're right. What are they doing in there? She told me 8 o'clock sharp, definitely.
There must be something wrong. You've been calling out, huh? Listen, I'll tell you what. Let's go fetch the porter. Let him wake the two of them up. I'm a student of law. There is a matter of evidence.
You are absolutely right. We should. If there's something wrong, let the porter find out.
They've gone. I must get away. Chain. 3rd floor. How long is it going to take them to find the porter? Out the door, through the courtyard, into the street. No one saw me. Right this minute, those 2 men and the porter are surprised to find the 4th floor door open. Now, they're looking at the bodies. No, I'd better not walk too fast. I'll attract attention. The axe! I have to throw it away. Get rid of it somehow. Over there, in the canal bank. Too many people. I'll have to take the axe back to my room. Wash off the blood. Clean it thoroughly. Perhaps hide it somewhere. Tomorrow. Oh, if I can only get through today. What is it? Where am I? Who is it? Who's there?
Raskolnikov, are you dead or alive?
Nastasia?
What do you think it is? The Empress herself?
Just a moment, Nastasia. I'll open. Oh, I didn't realize there was someone with you.
Look at you. What's the matter with you lying in bed fully dressed? This gentleman has a paper for you.
A summons to the police office. You know where it is?
I'm to go to the police? What for?
How do I know? You're sent for, so you go. Open it and read it, then you'll find out.
Yes, I will, yes.
You are downright ill. You look more like a ghost than you ever did. I'm going to bring you some tea.
I've done my duty. Goodbye. I know the way out.
It says here I'm to report at 9:30 in the morning. What time is it?
11.
I'd better hurry.
If I didn't know you had a fever, I'd say you were dead drunk. You had better stay in bed. I have some tea made. I'll bring it to you.
I am going to the police station now.
You will never be able even to get downstairs in your condition.
I'm going anywhere. I want to get it over with.
What over with? You don't even know why they sent for you.
I know. Oh, I know. It's as if I'm being pulled by string, like a puppet. I'm now walking to the police. How did they find out so quickly? Are there blood stains on my clothes? I didn't even look to see. I'm going to confess anyway. It doesn't matter. Do I have the stolen things still in my pocket? No, I remember now hiding everything in a hole in the wall behind my bed. Suppose Nastasia goes to make my bed and finds them. Oh, but of course, they know already. It's cat and mouse. They want me out of my room so they can search. I don't care. I'll confess. Anything to get this all over with.
What is it?
I received this notice to appear at the police.
It says 9:30. It is now noon.
I only just received it.
You're a student?
Yes. Formerly a student.
Next desk, the captain.
Excuse me. Are you the captain? Am I at the right desk?
What do you want?
My name is Raskolnikov. I was summoned here by a notice.
For the recovery of money due. Read that.
Well, what is this again?
Read it.
I can see the words, but I don't understand.
You are the student or the ex-student Raskolnikov. This writ is for the recovery of money, an IOU for 115 rubles, legally attested.
The utter relief. I was here because of that old shrew Madame Praskovna, the landlady, for the rent money I owed her. Nastasia had warned me. I feel like singing. But I also feel as if I'm going to faint.
Are you listening, Raskolnikov? Do you hear me?
Yes, Captain.
You must either pay this IOU with all expenses, costs, and so on, or give a written declaration when you can pay it.
Excuse me, Captain. I am at present a poor student. Sick and shattered by poverty. I have no money, but I have a mother and a sister who will send it to me, and they will pay what I owe. I have been living in this woman's house for 3 years. Now, in the beginning, I foolishly promised to marry her daughter. Indeed, I liked her, though I was not in love with her. So, in those days, Madame Praskovna gave me credit freely.
All those affecting details are no business of ours. Your love affairs and tragic events, we have nothing to do with that. Here is a form declaration. It says you cannot pay, that you undertake to do so at a future date, and that you won't leave Moscow nor sell your property, and so forth and so forth. Sign here.
Yes. What? Sign what? Yes.
What is the matter with you? How are you going to sign your name when you can hardly hold a pen? Are you ill?
Yes, I feel giddy. Give me a minute to collect myself. Will you do that? I feel as if a nail is being driven into my skull. Why don't I tell the captain everything that happened yesterday, and then go with her to my lodgings and show her what I stole? My sight is clear again. The captain has turned away and is talking to the clerk. What is she saying?
I tell you they'll both be released. Coach the businessman and Bestrokov the student. To begin with, the whole story contradicts itself.
But how do you explain, Captain? They knocked on the door. The door was locked. 3 minutes later, when they went with the porter, the door was unlocked.
The murderer was in there the whole time. When they went downstairs, he escaped. When I saw Koch, he kept crossing himself and saying, if I had stayed there, the murderer would have jumped out and killed me with his axe.
And no one saw the murderer?
They didn't have to. It's only a matter of time. They generally give themselves away. Young man, Raskolnikov, are you all right now?
What happened?
You fainted. You fell off the chair. Are you ill?
Excuse me, Captain. There, I've signed the form. May I go now?
Do you think you can manage to walk out?
Yes, I do. I will pay as soon as I can. My landlady, I mean.
Very well, then. We will not detain you.
They suspect me. Oh, yes. That's quite certain. I saw the way the captain looked at the clerk. Why didn't I confess then and there? There will be a search. I must get rid of everything. What did I do with the axe? Oh, yeah. I wiped it clean and hid it under a pile of wood in the kitchen. I am walking too quickly again. It tires me. It's still daylight, and I'm as tired as if it were the middle of the night. I'm overtaken with... I can hardly drag myself up the stairs to my own room. I shall lie down and go to sleep, and everything will be forgotten. Yes, sleep. No, don't do it, Captain! Stop! You're killing her! Stop it!
Kolnikov! What's the matter? I could hear you screaming right through the house.
Oh, Nastasia, are you all right? I'm glad you escaped. Why were the police beating Madame, the landlady?
Madame Praskovnia? Who did such a thing?
But just now, half an hour ago, I could hear them. The police, I recognized the captain's voice. She was beating the madame. Why was you doing that?
You were having a nightmare. You've eaten nothing since yesterday. You were walking about all day shaking with fever.
You didn't hear the madame groaning and weeping? Nastasia, you didn't hear that? Nastasia, why don't you answer me?
It's the blood.
Blood? What blood?
It is the blood crying in your ears. When there's no outlet for it, it gets clouded and you begin imagining things. Now, will you take some soup? It's still hot.
Nastasia, if I believe things that didn't happen, am I getting weak in the head?
Believe me, it was a bad dream you had. That's all. A very bad dream.
What Dostoevsky set out to do in his account of the crime and the punishment of the student Raskolnikov, he described to his publisher as a psychological account of a young man submitting to strange and incomplete ideas. That the young man would die 1,000 self-inflicted deaths. That the legal punishment inflicted for a crime intimidates a criminal far less than lawmakers think, because he himself morally demands it. I shall return shortly with Act 3. As though driven by the furies, the student Raskolnikov is haunted day and night by his crime. He stuffs his pockets with all the pawned gold and jewelry to hide somewhere. Not for the future, but to be completely rid of, as if to wash the blood from his hands. But wherever he goes, the canal, the river Neva, he believes people are watching him. At last, at the end of a deserted alley, he pries up a heavy stone, and under it buries unforgiving memories.
It's done. It's done. No one will even think to look there. That stone's been lying there since the houses were built 100 years ago. It's all over. But I don't understand myself. To have done this filthy, degrading act and to throw away what I might have sold to you. I shall get well now. No more worry. But what if I never get well again? Oh, Lord, how sick I am of everything. Footsteps behind me. Am I being followed? I'll walk into this doorway as if I'm looking for a name on a mailbox. That person in the uniform who walked by. A woman. Who is it? Of course. The captain of the police. She's following me. Am I suspected? Or is it a coincidence? I can't trust myself anymore.
You are Serge Nikolai.
Yes, Captain.
You are a house painter by profession?
Yes, Captain, for 30 years.
I show you these earrings. Your deposition claims you found them in the street shortly after 8 o'clock on the night of the 12th.
That is true, Captain.
You had finished painting for the day in the house where Alyona Ivanovna and her sister were murdered.
So I have been told, Captain.
Were you or were you not painting a room on a floor below that occupied by the murdered ladies?
2 floors below, yes, Captain, but I didn't know anything about it. I left before everything started happening. I was told...
So, on your way down the street, you picked up from the street these gold earrings which have been identified as property pawned with Alyona Ivanovna, and you sold the earrings at the tavern for vodka.
Yes, Captain.
You knew the earrings did not belong to you.
Yes.
Nevertheless, you sold them.
Well, I assumed that somebody had dropped them, and if I found them, they became mine.
When we searched your house, we found also a gold watch. Do you own a gold watch?
No, Captain. I found that watch also a little further down that same street.
Shortly after 8 o'clock on the night the pawnbroker and her sister were killed.
I suppose so.
What's that?
I said I suppose so.
Nikolai, do you know this constitutes circumstantial evidence against you?
Well, I didn't know it was against the law to keep things one found in the street.
It is against the law to kill 2 women using an axe, which we have not yet found, but we will. The evidence is overwhelmingly in your disfavor, Serge Nikolai. You'll be returned to your cell and held on suspicion of murder.
A day and a night pass, and I cannot go back to my lodging. I cannot rest. I cannot sleep. I walk. I am so tired. But how can I lie down in the street? What is most shameful to me is being stupid. I was a person of learning, of culture, a teacher. I taught others. What has happened to me? It's all wrong, and I don't even care about it. What idiotic ideas come into one's head? Where am I? Where have I walked? Oh, to her house. The pawnbroker's. I'm walking up these same steps to her apartment. I can't seem to stop myself. The door. It's open. It's wide open. Someone's working in there.
What do you want?
I'm only looking at what you're doing.
I'm putting up wallpaper. Can't you see? What do you want? Who are you?
I want to take a flat. I'm looking around.
Night? Isn't it time to look at rooms?
Oh, but I noticed that the floors have been washed. Are they going to be painted?
What are you talking about? Why paint floors?
To cover the bloodstains.
What bloodstains?
The old woman and her sister were murdered here, right where you're standing. There's a perfect pool of blood.
What is this? Are you from the police?
You want to know who I am?
Yes.
I am Rodion Romanich Raskolnikov, formerly a student, formerly a teacher. I live at Madame Praskovna's, not far from here, flat number 14.
Sir, if I were you, I'd go straight to the police station. That's what I would do.
Oh, Mother, what are you doing here in my room?
Rodya. Oh, Rodya. We were so worried, hearing nothing from you. I sat up all night on the train. Where have you been? Nobody in the house here seems to know where you are, what you do, where you go.
I was on my way to the police station, Mother, but I got so tired I couldn't take another step, so I came back to my room to lie down.
You don't look well, Rodya, not at all. Oh, why didn't I come sooner? I wanted to, but I didn't have the money. Sit down, dear boy. You must be tired. I've been waiting right here since 6 this morning. And sitting up all night, I would do it again.
You're the one who should lie down.
Oh, Rodya, you look so tired.
And your poor clothes so torn and dirty. Mother, please, listen to me. Whatever happens, whatever you hear about me, whatever you are told about me, will you always love me as you do now?
Oh, dear, my little boy, what is the matter? How can you ask me such a question? Who will tell me anything about you?
I want you to know that I have always loved you, Mother. You must believe that your son loves you now more than himself, and that all you thought about me, that I was unfeeling and cruel, that I didn't care about you, was all a mistake.
What are you saying, child?
I wanted to do big things, and suddenly it came down to mere existence. There was no food except what good Natasha brought me. My clothes, and who would hire a tutor looking like this? Shirt, jacket torn. My life became torn also. Just as disreputable as the way I look.
I don't know what is wrong with you, Rodia. Not hearing one word from you in months. Oh, I can see there is a great sorrow in store for you, and that is why you are so miserable.
I've given up, Mother. I've been running away, but it's from myself. And I can't run from myself any longer. I must go. Goodbye, Mother.
Where are you going? Can't you tell me?
Someone will come here to tell you. I promise you. I will have them send someone.
Who?
I can't say. I must go now.
And I can't come with you?
No, you cannot. But kneel down and pray to God for me. Your prayers perhaps will reach him. I kneel before you, Mother.
Rodia, my darling, my firstborn. Now you are just as you were when you were little. You would run like this to me and hug me and kiss me. When your father was living and we were poor, did you know how you comforted us? Oh, yes, you did, little Roger, by simply being with us. And when I buried your father, how often you and I wept together at his grave and embraced as we do now.
Forgive me.
If I've been crying lately, I cried because I had a foreboding of trouble. Don't be angry, Roger. I don't dare question you. I know I mustn't. Only say 2 words to me. Is it far where you are going?
Very far.
What awaits you there? Is it a post or career?
Only what God sends. Pray for me.
Oh, so it is punishment that awaits you.
Yes.
I don't believe for one instant you could have done anything wrong. It's surely all a mistake, but you feel you must pay for it. Is that it?
Who can say? Perhaps I committed a crime.
That I would never believe. You are not capable of anything evil. How could you ever commit a crime?
Crime? What crime? That I killed a vile, noxious insect? An old pawnbroker of use to no one? Killing her was an atonement for 40 sins. She was sucking the life out of the poor. Did I do it simply to obtain money so I could be of use? To live, to write, to teach, to be an example to others? I've forgotten. I wanted to do good, to make up for that one piece of stupidity. Everything is stupid when it fails. It was to be the first step, but I couldn't carry it through. One has to have the heart of a murderer. I haven't.
Yes, young man. It's very late. Have I seen you before in this police station?
Raskolnikov.
Of course. The IOU. You're the one who was ill and fainted. Yes, I remember. Did you forget something when you were here last? Are you feeling ill? Oh, please don't faint again.
Captain, it was I who killed the old pawnbroker woman and her sister.
The book, Crime and Punishment, ends with Raskolnikov exiled to Siberia, starting a new life for himself with a girl called Sonia. But that is the beginning of a new story, Dostoevsky writes. The story of the gradual renewal of a man, of his passing from one world to another, of his initiation to a new and unknown life. That might be the subject of another story, Dostoevsky concludes, but our present story is ended. I shall return shortly. These have been scenes from the murder, the heart of Dostoevsky's tremendous novel, Crime and Punishment. What we have omitted is more than we have presented. But I feel the tragedy of conscience at war with ambition has never been more clearly told. What is missing from this version is the kaleidoscope of characters and the influences upon Raskolnikov's existence. In fact, the very reality of life that faces us all every day. Our cast included Russell Horton, Carol Teitel, Joan Shea, and Earl Hammond. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome, I'm Tammy Grimes. I wish I had known the woman of today's story. She was Polish, married to a Frenchman. They were both great scientists. Recognition and fame rewarded her years of struggle. But at one time she thought her life was worthless and wrote in her diary, "My Pierre, I no longer love the sun or the flowers. The sight of them makes me suffer. I feel better on dark days, like the day of your death."
What have I done? Father, please tell me everything. You must.
They caught Joseph in Krakow.
Oh.
Someone there, some traitor, denounced him.
Is he in prison?
This morning, they hanged him.
No. Oh, no. How can you go on living here in Poland? I can't stand this anymore.
Our mystery drama, Pursuit of a Dream, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Carol Teitel. It is sponsored in part by Cat's Paw, Heels and Souls. I'll be back shortly with Act One. This is one of the greatest stories of detection of all time. Yet there was no crime. Two detectives, man and wife, made a discovery that changed the face of science and medicine and paid for that discovery with their own lives. The next voice you will hear is that of an actress playing the part of Marie Curie. They say when you are dying, your entire life passes before you. They say I was always a rebel. To be born a Pole, living under the whip of Russia, makes rebellion part of one's nature. I was born Mania Sklodowska. It would be some years before I became Marie Curie.
Mania.
Yourself. You made me jump. I'm walking along this street. I didn't see anyone, and suddenly you. Where did you come from?
Follow me down these steps to the cellar door.
What, jumping up at me in the street like that? You almost scared me to death.
I was waiting for you, Mania. This is important. Important to Poland. Shh. I'm going to give a signal on the door. You see, I give 3 knocks. Then inside, they signal back to me to make sure I'm not a government agent. Now I answer with 1 knock.
Jan, this is Manya Skłodowska. We were in school together.
How do you do?
I will take Manya inside so we can discuss our problem. Keep guarding the door, Jan.
Yusuf, how long am I going to be here? If it's past curfew, how am I going to get home?
It won't take long. Just a few minutes. You'll be home safe. There. How do you like this? See? We've made a meeting place behind the boiler of this building. Oh, watch your step.
Oh.
Careful. That's ammunition. But here's an empty box. You sit. I'll sit over here.
Is this one of the secret underground meeting places?
Yes. Welcome.
But how can you keep it a secret, Yusuf? Isn't there a superintendent who comes to put coal into the boilers?
He's my father. Now, this is my problem. They are making me a messenger between those of us who feel as we do.
Oh, to be free from the Russians.
But I have no passport, and you have. My father was always suspect, so they held up all the control cards for all my family. We never got them.
Well, you can't use my passport, Yosef. It has my name.
You have it with you?
Well, I always carry it.
May I see it?
Yes.
Let me see what's written in it.
Well, I tell you, it has my name.
No, it does not have your name. It doesn't say the bearer is Manya Skłodowska. It says only M. Skłodowska. Understand?
The M, that's not you.
Well, no, it could be. It could be Mikhail, Marion. Manya, I need it. I have to make a trip from Warsaw to Krakow. The Russians will stop me at the gates of Krakow, and with no identification, I'll be put to forced labor.
What are you going for?
Well, it's best you don't.
No, I want to know. I want to be part of the revolutionary movement.
The less you know, the better it is for you. Manya, I will only need this passport for 1 month. In that time, I will have done all that I have been told to do.
You won't tell me any more?
Well, I am carrying things that are dangerous.
Well, even with a passport, don't they search you?
No. I'll put on an innocent face. I'm a student at the university, and I'm going home to see my mother who is ill.
You want my passport, but you can't trust me enough to tell me everything.
It's not only you who would be in danger, but your father and your mother and your 2 sisters.
Yosef, I'm going home now. I'm sorry, but my passport belongs to me, and I don't lend it to anyone without knowing the reason. If you change your mind and decide I can be trusted, you come to my house tomorrow, Saturday. Don't come before the afternoon. In the morning, I take walks with my father. Father, I've always wanted to ask you, why is it you speak certain things at home, and then when we walk in the park, as we are now, you talk of other things?
In the park, Manya, only the birds can hear.
But at home, why must we be careful at home?
Your mother, bless her, used to say, beware, the walls have Russian ears. Bless her memory.
You still miss her, don't you, Father?
Always, at this time of the year. Remember how we all walked in the park together?
I was so small. What did she die of?
A terrible disease of the skin for which there is no cure. When it happens, it is the end, the terminal point.
Father, do you think it's the duty of every Pole to fight against the Russians who enslave us?
Each one in his own way, yes. I try in my classes when I teach to instill our national feeling. My gun is a piece of chalk on the blackboard. My ammunition is the truth. Perhaps when you are a little older, you will also fight for Poland by teaching. How you fight, you must decide for yourself.
That's true. I have to decide for myself.
Who else knows what your conscience is telling you? No one better than you. It is getting late. We must start back. Oh, by the way, how is your friend, Yosef?
Well, what made you think of him all of a sudden?
Well, he used to come around to the house. I have not seen him lately.
I guess he's busy.
You need not hide what he is doing from me. He is a good boy.
Do you know what he's doing?
In his way, he is being a patriot also.
We must walk a little faster. Your sisters will be worried. Come in quickly.
I expected you at my house this afternoon.
Did you? I didn't expect to go there.
I told you if you changed your mind and decided to take me into your confidence, I'd be home and I'd give you my passport. Lend it to you. Joseph, I've thought about it. You can have my passport.
That's very good. Thank you, Manya. What made you change your mind?
You are doing something for Poland, and I have no right not to help. When you want to tell me what you do, you will.
Manya, it's death, and I can't share that knowledge with anyone.
Death?
I am to carry small bombs in my clothes, and when I get to Krakow, I will be told at whom to throw them.
But you could be killed.
So can they. It's the only language they understand. Death.
Here, take it. My passport. May the good Lord watch over you.
Manya, thank you. I shall guard this with my life. Come to think of it, it is my life.
I want to do more than lend my passport. I want to be in the front line like you. My father says I should become a teacher, but how can I? Where in Warsaw can I obtain any higher education? The university is closed to women. It's hopeless. But my hands are tied.
Manya, don't accept it. Don't accept life as they want you to. Don't give up. They want us always to be their property.
How long has this been going on?
Oh, since the 1600s. There is strength here now. We will win in the end. Oh, you will see.
Jan, is that you? Jan, where are you going? Come back.
Manya, come in off the street. Come inside.
Father, that young man, I thought he came out of our house.
Yes, he did.
I know him.
So do I, my child. Let me close the door.
Why did he run away when I called to him?
Manya, in these times, you do not call out someone's name in the street. Who knows who may be watching the house?
Well, of course. How stupid of me.
Manya, you remember a week ago we talked about people doing what they can for Poland?
You found out. Oh, Father, I'm so sorry. I hope I haven't gotten us into any trouble.
Are we in trouble?
Well, you see, I loaned Joseph my passport so he could get to Krakow.
So. No, they have not traced it to us yet.
Has something happened to Joseph?
I had no idea you were part of it. It was Jan who was just here and told me.
Told you what? What have I done? Please, don't tell me in little pieces, Father. Tell me everything.
That caught Joseph in Krakow.
Oh, no.
Someone there, some traitor, denounced him.
Is he in prison?
This morning they hanged him.
Oh, Father.
Little one, he did what he had to do. That is all any of us can do.
Father, how can you go on living here?
It's my homeland. It is my country.
I can't. I can't stand it anymore.
Oh, my dear Manya, even if I had a choice, I am too old now to begin all over again.
I've decided. I am going to find work and save enough and go to Paris and study. The Sorbonne, if they'll take me, I can be a governess, a teacher. I must do something, Father. I just can't sit here and wait while my friends are being killed. There's more. There's got to be more I can do with my life.
Yes, Paris is a good idea. You could get a good education at the Sorbonne.
You really mean that, don't you? But what will you do, Father?
Do not worry. Set your eyes on the stars. I will do all I can to help you pay for what you need.
Oh, no, I'm being selfish. There's no one here to take care of you.
Let me worry about myself. First, we shall get you a good paying work as a governess. After all, someday you will marry and have children of your own. You might as well start practicing taking care of other people. If you go to live in France, you might even marry a Frenchman.
Me? Marry a Frenchman? Never. Remain in Paris, leave you, abandon Poland? Never. Father, I promise you. Those kinds of promises are made to be broken. One has no idea what time and fate can do to one's little schemes. Besides, that summer, I still had no idea what I wished to do with my life. All I knew was I had to learn somewhere. There was so much to know, and I knew so very little.
It is quite true. Marie Curie started out as many youngsters, wanting to know everything and yet not knowing how to start or where. What a different Marie Curie it is. The one scientists and scholars speak about. The woman of discoveries, honored by medals, decorations, and prizes. Yet underneath, Marie was always that little Polish girl with a gift for the pursuit of the unknown. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Ours is an unusual story of a remarkable woman who started life like so many of us, wondering which path we would follow. Marie Curie, however, found within herself a force that drove her to one of the greatest medical and scientific discoveries of all time. In Act 1, we knew her as Mania. Now, in Act 2, she lives in Paris and studies at the Sorbonne. Mania has become Marie, and she is remembering those early days.
Yes, I do remember. It is all so bright in memory, because I am now on the edge of the everlasting. Is that why precious moments of my life flash before me as clear as yesterday? Do you hear me, Pierre? I hear you. Your words, every one, from the day I was first invited to meet you. You, a distinguished scientist, and me, a mere student.
I have invited you to meet this young lady from Warsaw. Remember, Pierre, I mentioned her to you?
Ah, so you are not French, mademoiselle.
Marie is Polish, from Warsaw, and is doing brilliantly at the Sorbonne.
Well, I'm very happy to meet you, Professor Curie. I've read a great deal about your most distinguished career as a physicist.
Oh, mademoiselle, I am not most distinguished. In fact, I am not so sure I am even distinguished.
Pierre, please allow Marie to tell you why she is here.
Oh, but of course, please. Why are you here?
Well, to meet you, Professor.
Why me?
Because she has a problem. Marie, speak up.
A problem?
Yes. You see, Pierre, Marie has been ordered to make a study of the various magnetic properties of steel, and she needs workplace for her experiments. I needn't tell you how cramped they are for space.
Oh, I see. Space?
Yes. Since this is your field, I'm sure you understand, Pierre. Analyzing minerals and group samples requires heavy equipment, which the laboratory where Marie works cannot accommodate.
And which one is that?
The Lippmann.
Ah, no, it could not.
So it occurred to me perhaps you had a workroom that was available.
Well, let me think about it.
Robert, you're putting Professor Curie in an awkward position. I understand you're concentrating on crystallography research now, Professor.
Ah, crystallography. You know about that, mademoiselle?
Well, not enough, not nearly enough.
The science of the future. A young science. About 200 years ago, a dame discovered that although quartz crystals may appear different from one another, the angles between the corresponding faces are always the same.
Although we two were different, Pierre and I, the angles between our faces also became the same. Dear Pierre, how your face brightened when you started telling me of your research and teaching. It took me a year to decide that your light was bright enough for both our lives. Our marriage, our honeymoon bicycling through France, And then...
A baby. A child. You are going to have a child.
I won't let it interfere with our work. I promise you.
Oh, my darling, how can you talk like that? There are miracles in science, yes, but none like the miracle of birth. I want that to interfere with everything.
What a foolish promise. Not to let the coming baby interfere with my investigation into the magnetic properties of steel. All through my pregnancy, I kept telling myself, I'm not the only mother-to-be who has suffered from dizziness, but just the same.
Marie, are you all right? Marie, my darling. Oh, my Lord, she has fainted. Marie, open your eyes.
Oh, Pierre. Are you home from school early?
The heat went out. They had to close. It is all right. Everything is all right. Here, hold on to me. I'm going to carry you to the couch.
Oh, Pierre, we don't have a couch in the laboratory, only that chair.
Oh, that is right. There is no couch. You fainted, you know. I found you on the floor.
Oh, Pierre, just put me into the chair and I'll be all right.
Marie, what happened?
Oh, nothing, darling. Really nothing.
How can you say nothing? I come in. There is a retort broken on the floor. You are lying on the floor. Here, drink this. I want to understand what made you faint.
No, motherhood, that's all. Nature asserting itself over scientific investigation. I'm really very ashamed.
You want another glass?
No. Every single morning from the time I arrive here in the laboratory, I just don't seem to be able to stand up at the table to do my work. I get weaker and weaker, this continual dizziness.
But you never said anything to me.
Oh, Pierre, you have your work, I have mine.
Not another word. No research is that important. I am going to call Dr. O'Zare, and as soon as you feel up to it, I will get a carriage and take you home. It is not right for you to feel dizzy from morning till night.
I think it is. It's normal. It's our baby.
Our baby? It is?
Oh, I'm sure. That's what depresses me so. I want to have the baby and still go on with my work.
The baby? All these months you felt miserable and you came to the laboratory, took care of me, cooked, sewed, did the housework.
Hundreds of thousands of mothers do it.
Yes, but they are not scientists.
Oh, why should we few be excluded? I know it will be such a joy when the baby is born. I shall forget all about how miserable I used to feel. But only one more month. And then maybe a boy. If he is, I shall call him Pierre.
And if she is a girl?
Irene. That was my mother's favorite name.
Antoine, forgive me for bursting in on you in your laboratory, but a best friend is entitled to the best news first.
Oh, you have won the Nobel Prize.
Better news than that. The young lady arrived in the world early this morning. My daughter.
Oh, congratulations, mon vieux. What name did you give to the little scientist?
Irene.
Ah, the Greek goddess of peace.
Yes, she is a little goddess.
And how is Marie?
Thankful and relieved and happy and wondering how she can nurse the baby while conducting her experiment.
Now that the earth-shaking news is out, let me give you a small tremor. You know my experiments with uranium salts. I've discovered that at ordinary temperatures, uranium produces an invisible radiation.
You mean like Röntgen's X-rays?
Somewhat, but by itself. No electricity.
What proof do you have?
I want to have photographic proof. But first I must be sure this radiation isn't due to stored sunlight. After all, left in the elements, exposed, the sun, you know.
Keep the compound for a time in a darkened room.
That's what I'm doing.
Total darkness for 3 months ought to be a good measure. 90 days should do it.
90 days, a good thought. Then I'll test it.
Now, if you will forgive me, Antoine, I must get back to Marie. Congratulations. I am sure you are on the brink of something. 90 days.
Whatever science can prove in that time is a small accomplishment compared to Marie's in 9 months.
Marie, look at this package from Antoine. It came this morning. A photographic plate.
Oh? Well, what's it a picture of?
It is a picture of a compound of uranium. He placed it on this plate, and of its own accord, it photographed itself, as it were.
I wonder how it did that.
That's what Antoine would love to know.
I thought Antoine was hoping to detect fluorescent rays by subjecting metals to light.
Well, that is his main research. This happened as a byproduct. He placed uranium salts on this plate in complete darkness.
It says clear an outline of the mass as you could hope to see. I would say that in that uranium is a source of energy that releases rays that affect the plate. Or is it the uranium itself? Oh, Pierre, wouldn't you like to find out?
You are not only a scientist, but a mind reader.
Is anyone else making a study of these rays?
Not here in France or in Europe.
No one?
The only two who have done work on rays are Röntgen on X-rays and Antoine on fluorescence.
Shall we?
We must.
I can't believe in such luck, Pierre, to work on a problem no one even knows exists.
My dear scientific partner, we are not only going to work on the problem.
We are not?
No, we are going to solve it.
Oh, we'll need a great deal of space, much more than we have now.
I'll see what I can find, Marie. Do not worry.
I didn't worry, but I should have. The best the School of Physics could find for us was a ground floor closet used to store wood and old machinery. It was wintertime, no heat, no electricity. But I started my hunt for the new energy in that storeroom. Pierre taught and studied for his doctorate. I measured and measured and measured all December and January. And then, in February...
Marie, are you a rat?
No, I couldn't be in better health, Pierre. Or warmer. Here, darling. Read today's entry in my notebook. That should tell you.
February 6, 1898. Temperature 6 degrees. What temperature is that?
Here. Right here. In this closet. Oh, you don't feel the cold, do you?
Marie, I am worried about your health. We should wait for warmer weather.
No, I'm much more worried about our electrometer. It's much more sensitive to cold and humidity than I am. Oh, how did your classes go today?
Well, I lectured, they listened, but whether they learned...
Pierre, I want you to meet someone.
Yes? Who?
I would like to introduce you to the first feminine scientific detective, Madame Marie Curie.
Enchanté, madame. I know your husband. Lucky man that he is. Now, what is this detective?
The walls have ears.
They have?
Yes, my dear mother always said so. Pierre, listen. I am certain that uranium has a property of radiation unlike anything observed before. It's an atomic condition.
Atomic?
And not only do I find it in uranium, but in thorium as well. And so...
It may exist in other...
Yes. Who is to say those two are the only elements capable of such radiation?
Ergo, Detective Curie would like to examine all known chemical elements.
Can you arrange that for me, Pierre? Please?
Samples of all minerals and salts, eh? I will do my best. It is the least the School of Physics can do for me.
For their most brilliant professor.
I will tell them that when next I ask for a raise in salary.
Oh,
bless you, my dear. And who knows? Your research may point the way to a ray that will cure the common sneezing cold.
A radioactive cure for the common cold escaped me. Oh, not that I was looking for it. But what I did find was a much more powerful radioactive substance than that in uranium and thorium, hiding in so many of the known elements. What was it? I had to know. I would do nothing else but track and trace and detect. Then suddenly, everything changed. A telegram from my father.
When did you receive it, Marie?
Well, it was here at home this evening when I came back from the laboratory. Hand me those heavy stockings, Pierre.
So we will take the first train to Warsaw.
Pierre, look at the date it was sent. 3 days ago. 3 whole days. Why was it only just delivered? That's terrible.
Hey, let me read it. Please come visit your old father. Stop. Do not wait.
Don't wait, he says. I pray to heaven he doesn't have what Mother has.
Now, that is enough talking. Where is my bag?
Oh, you can't go, Pierre. You're taking your oral examination for your doctorate this evening. Have you forgotten? I'll be finished packing in 5 minutes. Oh, I shall miss you, darling.
Perhaps the worst is over. And whatever made your father send the telegram is all settled.
I don't know. I just want to be sure I get back to Warsaw in time.
Curie, newly married, a mother now, answers a daughter's call. Her father needs her. These family ties take precedence over any problem and duty. After all, were it not for her father, it is entirely possible that Marie Curie's scientist would still be Mania Sladowska, living in Warsaw. I shall return shortly with Act 3. In April 1898, Marie Curie's miracle discovery was announced to the Academy of Science. The presence of a new element containing powerful radioactivity. Her father regained his health, learning with the world that the substance was called radium. But radium was yet to be isolated, yet to be seen. And far off in the future, it was yet to be used as a cure for certain types of cancer. Marie Curie reminisces. It was really Pierre who put his finger on the problems of how to find, measure, and catalog radium. I think he realized far more than I did the enormous task before us. He and Antoine Becquerel and I puzzled over the future.
To begin with, Marie, you are going against every fundamental theory scientists have held for centuries.
Of course, Pierre, that may be a good thing.
Antoine, what are the roadblocks?
Oh, science itself. The Academy will have to see this radium and touch it. You two must test it with acid, bottle it, weigh it.
It's atomic weight. We will have to tackle that first.
Oh, I can hear them at the Academy. No atomic weight, no radium. When we see it, we'll believe it.
I wonder what it'll be like, what it will look like.
I don't know, my dear. I should like it to have a beautiful color.
A new element of a beautiful color.
The first thing, then, is to find a large amount of pitch blend.
Well, there must be tons of it lying about. Where do they dump it after the uranium has been extracted?
We shall climb on our bicycles, Marie and I, and hunt for it.
Well, we have some idea where the mines are. So we show up in person and we say, do you have any pitch blend to dispose of? It's worthless to you. We'll get rid of it for you.
Oh, traveling by bicycle?
We always do. The same bicycles that take us home every day took us on our honeymoon.
Antoine, would you like to come with us?
Oh, at my age, I haven't ridden a bicycle in 50 years.
Oh, I'm sure it'll all come back to you in no time. It's never too late.
Marie, for me it is too late. I am better off in my laboratory. But I wish you two a happy and successful hunting trip.
Antoine, come out. We are back.
Pierre, Marie.
We thought we would stop first at your house before going on home.
Oh, we made 50 kilometers today, but we promised ourselves Paris by nightfall or else.
Oh, but you've only been gone a fortnight.
We did not have to go that far.
Success?
Tons of it.
Oh, don't you want to come in and tell me about it? Have a glass of wine?
No. We must go home. We both need a bath and a bed. But, Antoine, we will give you all the news tomorrow.
We'd been to Austria, to a mine near St. Joachimsthal. Just at the time, an official from the Austrian Academy of Science was there. He knew of our work. He agreed to have a ton of it sent to us. But where to work? They gave us a large shed that used to be used to dissect corpses. It was there, under Rue Le Monde, our dissection of the unknown began.
Marie, aren't you dressed yet? It may be here any moment.
I'm almost ready, Pierre. Oh, what about your classes, dear? Aren't you going this morning?
I told them either postpone today's physics class or cancel altogether. I said I had a whole ton of pitch blend arriving from Austria, and I would not miss that moment even if they took my doctorate from me.
You told them that.
The fool faculty had said, pitch blend, a ton of it. You must be joking, Pierre. I said to him, Monsieur Dubois, you just wait. Someday, the joke may be on you. Oh, that's it. That's the truck. It is here. Come. And don't trip, Marie, as you run downstairs.
Oh, don't push me. Ladies first. Oh, I'm so excited I don't know what to say.
Oh, you will manage. And how are we going to carry a ton of it into the shed? I should have hired one of my students to help.
It's Oh, how beautiful.
Is this the place to deliver the pitch blunt? 1 ton of pitch blend, right?
Yes. This is the place. We will have to carry it around to the back to the shed. Yeah, I will give you a hand unloading it.
Oh, please, will you pull back the cover? I want to see it for myself.
Certainly, madame.
Yeah, I will help you with it.
I can't bear the suspense. Imagine a ton of it. Oh, look, it's not loose at all.
Well, thank heavens. Can you picture us shoveling a ton of pitch blend into the shed?
It's all in sacks.
I'll lift one down for you.
Marie, we are going to be working with this for years.
Oh, I have a knife right here. Here, let me cut the strings.
Oh, surely you can wait till all the sacks have been brought inside.
No, I want to touch it now. Feel it. Oh, look at it. Oh, just look at it. Oh, you beautiful element. You are the most beautiful element I have ever seen in my life. To treat kilo by kilo, ton after ton, to be a wife, a mother, a chemist, a physicist, engineer, and laborer all at the same time. I must have been out of my head to attempt it, for it's a slow process. Standing in the icy courtyard, watching it cook, then inside the freezing shed, purifying. Those days, weeks, years, in such very primitive conditions.
Marie, what have you done?
Oh, look at it. Months of preparation. It was too hot here. I picked it up. I didn't realize it. Oh, look at it. All my work lying there on the floor. All that time wasted. Don't mop it, Pierre. It's hopeless. I can't.
All right, my darling. Just stand quietly for a moment and let me hold you in my arms.
Oh, Pierre, I'm sorry. I didn't mean... Of course I must go on. It's just the pain. My hands, my arms.
Let me see.
Oh.
They are scalded, Marie. Where is the ointment? Marie, we are putting a stop to this right now. I will lower the furnace so nothing will catch fire, and you are stopping your work this instant. How do you feel now, my darling?
Well, my arms are better. And my hands. Look, see, I can move my fingers through the bandages. I'd like to start up the furnaces again.
No, Marie. You are overworked and overtired. And that is why these accidents happen. You are too tired to concentrate. It is the month after month of fractionalizing for pure radium that is so exhausting.
I stupidly picked up a hot pan with my bare hands.
You simply do not know what you are doing some of the time.
I am tired, that's true. I'm tired and frustrated. And always I am conscious that I am fighting time.
Marie, what difference does it make if you extract pure radium in 1900, in 1904, in 1906?
I am fighting the time that makes impurities. The longer it takes, the dust, the dirt, I have to do the same work over and over and over again.
Marie, we are doing the impossible. Now, you cannot afford to be tired. You cannot afford tears. And most of all, neither of us can afford the luxury of failure.
You're right. I won't give up. I know I'm being childish.
You are the only one who can make radium live. Antoine cannot. I cannot. And who knows what its isolation, its complete use could mean.
I'm better now. I always am after you've given me a good talking to. What radium could mean in the future, that's not important to me now, Pierre. All I really want to do is to finish what I started. I did finish it. It was 1902. Remember, Pierre, 45 months after we told the Academy that radium existed, I managed to isolate 1 decigram, 1/10 of a gram of pure radium with the atomic weight of 226. Remember the night you came late to the laboratory, Pierre?
Marie, what are you standing in the street for outside the laboratory?
I was waiting for you.
Why did you not wait inside? You know how easily you catch cold.
I didn't want to go back inside without you.
All right, I'm here. Let us go in.
Don't turn on the lamps. Do you remember that day when you said to me, I should like to think that radium has a beautiful color?
What is that light over there by the table, above it? It is floating.
Give me your hand, Pierre. We'll walk over there together. On the shelf, Pierre. See?
It glows.
Yes.
What an extraordinary light.
1/10 of a gram of pure radium in that jar.
Unearthly. How it glows.
It's what we said all along, darling. In science, there is magic, and we have found it. The scientific world sprang forth to help. 2 German scientists, Volkoff and Giza, saw its physiological effects, and Pierre exposed his own arm to the radium as a test. Even Antoine carried a glass tube of it, and he suffered burns.
Oh, I love this radium, but I have got a grudge against it. My new suit.
And Pierre worked with Bouchard and Balthazar on animals, then people. What a day that was when he told the Academy.
Radium has the power to destroy cells. It can also obliterate growth, tumors, and certain forms of cancer. Marie, you know quite an industry has grown up manufacturing radium.
Every time I lend a tube of it to a doctor for his patient, I catch my breath. It's so hard to believe.
Why are you changing the subject?
Because you are about to tell me the more radium is manufactured, the more malignant tumors can be cured, and then you are going to say something to me which I don't want to hear.
What was my question?
Should we profit from our discovery, patent the technique, and collect what they call royalties?
With the money, we could build a fine laboratory.
No, Pierre. Science belongs to everyone, and we must give it back. We merely discovered the path to radium. We didn't invent it.
I knew you would say that. And so I have already told the Academy to distribute all our findings and methods of purification to whoever wants it.
I was thinking this morning, if the world had known of the powers of radium years ago, perhaps my mother would have lived longer. It was April 19th, 1906. My precious husband was crossing the street, and a wagon ran over him. He was only 47. I was 39, and I would live on alone. That is, until today. I am now 67. They tell me the end is near. Anemia, due to years of radiation. I am happy. Before sunset, I shall be with my Pierre. When you were taken from me, I remember covering your coffin with flowers and sitting beside it. I put the picture of me, the one that you loved, into your grave. Remember, you told me marrying me was the first right thing you had ever done. We were made to live together. How I went on all those years alone, I don't know. I thought, everything is over. Pierre is sleeping his last sleep beneath the earth. To me, that day was the end of everything. Everything.
Respectfully, we know Marie Curie was wrong. For her and for the rest of us, it was not the end of everything. In 1914, she drove an ambulance converted into a radiation center through the war zone. Her arm, wearing the Red Cross band, helped heal thousands. But the final count of those saved by her discovery is not in yet, or will it ever be. I shall return shortly. when Marie Curie was awarded her second Nobel Prize, that was the first for any scientist, as were the countless medals and honors bestowed upon her. But perhaps these words from Louis Pasteur meant the most to her. To him who devotes his life to science, nothing can give more happiness than increasing the number of discoveries, but his cup of joy is full when the results of his studies immediately find practical applications. Our cast included Carol Teitel, Mando Kramer, and Lloyd Battista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
All you've ever done is think about yourself and your awful chairs and all your other possessions. Huh? Yes, like Terry, like me, like Father. Huh? Father was one of your possessions, too. Huh? You owned him. He belonged to you till he couldn't stand it anymore, and he died. Well, I didn't kill him. Nobody can say I killed my own father. No. Nobody can say that.
Boy,
no.
cut it out.
Because you did that. You cruel, you stupid woman. You sitting there so smug, so pleased with yourself.
Boy, stop it. Stop it.
She's dead.
Are you all right, Mother?
What? Yeah, she's all right, isn't she?
I don't know.
Why is she just sitting there?
Troy, I don't know. Mother?
Oh, do something, Carrie. Do something.
Shut up, you little idiot. Don't you see I don't know what to do?
This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes. Consider, if you will, the human leg. Until rather recently, it was a limb to be admired on the female of our species. And while a shapely leg on a lady is still appreciated, far more important has become the sturdy and muscular leg of a man. Especially if it is attached to a football player, and it can propel the oblate spheroid high above the gridiron, and deftly over the crossbar of goalposts. Yes, there are owners of football teams who will pay any amount for such a leg. Indeed, even sell their souls for it.
And why have you come to this country?
To study the ancient Slavonic language roots.
So, you have not come here to find a football player, perhaps, and induce him to defect?
Colonel, such a thought had never crossed my mind.
How fortunate. For I can assure you that such an ill-conceived, harebrained scheme could only have the most serious, tragic, and even fatal consequences.
Our mystery drama, The $1 Million Leg, written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Well, despise it or adore it, you cannot ignore it. And it enters our lives with the first red leaf of autumn and departs with the last white snowflake of winter. To paraphrase Mr. Ira Gershwin, the Rockies may tumble, Gibraltar may crumble, they're only made of clay. But football is here to stay. And
what does this tell us about our society?
What's it supposed to tell us? I'm always uneasy when the heavy thinkers find social significance in what is basically a very simple activity. Namely, 22 beefeaters breaking heads for the possession of an inflated chunk of pigskin.
Tom, are you mumbling into your beard about heavy thinkers again?
I don't have a beard.
Well, you should. After all, you're a heavy thinker now yourself.
Well, I used to play football 10 years ago.
Don't I know it? That's why Bobby married me. Was he thrilled to be the brother-in-law of an all-American quarterback? You have no idea what you did for his ego. Suddenly, he became an insider and privy to the arcane secrets of one of our greatest weekly religious rituals.
Football is not a religious ritual.
I'll turn on the sound.
Oh, please don't bring up the sound.
Right, Doc.
And don't call me Doc.
Why? I think it's a charming name.
You know I hate it.
Why?
Well, the reporters used to say I was the only one on the squad who could read and write.
Well, brother dear, you did go to Mideastern State, which is nothing more or less than a football factory.
That's a lie, and you know it. Many of us, some of us anyhow, at least I went on to higher things.
Oh, yes, you did, and with a vengeance.
Mom and Pop, if they could see me now, they'd be proud of me, wouldn't they?
Well, almost.
Almost? What are you saying, Jan? Wasn't it Papa's greatest dream to have a son who wouldn't have to go down into the mines? I mean, a son who would wear a suit and a white shirt and a tie, and people would call him Professor? Listen, if they were here now, they'd be bursting with pride.
Not quite. To make it all sweet and complete, you'd have to be married, with sons to carry on the name. Incidentally, Tom, why don't you get married?
I will when I find the right girl.
How can you ever find her if you don't look?
Oh, will you look at that? Poor Larry Verby. You see him pacing the sidelines?
Larry Verby? Oh, my... That is Larry Verby?
Forget it, Larry. The referee never changes the decision.
You know, I could have married him. He asked me for dates, you know.
Well, wide receivers will do anything to get on the good side of the quarterback.
Oh, I'm glad I turned him down. Look how fat he is. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it was unbelievable. In less than 10 years, lean, lithe Larry Verby had somehow been transformed into this obese and jowly tub of fat. Leapin' Larry, he was called, back in those days when I would throw the long, deep passes into the end zone. And he would down for the certain six. Svedic to Verby, Svedic to Verby. The writers said our fame would endure forever.
Poor Larry. He looks just awful.
Well, he has to try for a field goal, and he doesn't have a decent kicker. Watch this fellow Marlowe.
Oh, he missed.
Too wide and too short.
You make it sound just too tragic.
Well, it is tragic for Larry. I mean, how can he win without a kicker? And how long can he coach the New York Knights if he isn't a winner?
Well, the problem?
Here, we play students and no one gets paid. Not even me, the coach. Yes, here we build character. Unless, of course, we should have a winning season.
Will that ever happen?
I don't see how. All right, everybody over here. All right, who has exams tomorrow? Miller? Yeah, I know about you, calculus. And Rogowski, you got physics. Dornbush, you have electricity. So let's all quit now so that everybody can study.
Well, hello there, Doc.
Larry Verby.
In the flesh.
And quite a bit of it, too.
That's what comes of 10 years living high off the hog. Let me look at you, old buddy. You could still get out on the field and run my New York Knights offense.
Yeah, you don't need a quarterback, Larry.
You just ain't whistling Dixie. I need a field goal kicker.
Well, draft one.
From where?
Trade for one.
Everybody wants my strong right arm and 2 quarts of my rich red blood. And I look at you out here in the boonies at this jerkwater college nobody's ever heard of, and where it's always Grantland Rice time.
What? What's this now?
He's the one who said, and when that one great scorer comes to write against your name, he marks not that you won and lost, but how you played the game.
Well, isn't that the way it should be?
Sure. But you better win more than you lose, otherwise the knives come out. And you don't know how I am bleeding to death.
Larry, to what do I owe the honor of this visit? What are you after?
You.
Me? What for?
I got a job for you.
I have a job now.
A temporary job. As one of my coaches.
No, I'm not interested in that kind of coaching.
You wouldn't have to do any. That's, just to put you on the payroll.
Now, what would I have to do?
It's hard to explain.
Well, then, forget it.
It's worth $25,000. Okay, $30,000. For just a couple of weeks' work.
What kind of work?
First, you have to meet somebody.
Who?
She's at the motel.
Ah, she's at the motel. Oh, Larry.
No, Doc. It's not what you think.
No?
Would I try to pull something like that on a straight arrow like you? A milk drinker? No. I wanted to state the proposition.
The proposition? Hey, it doesn't get any better, Larry.
I need a field goal kicker. He'd put me back in business. I could start to win ball games. I'd save my job, my career.
But what is there that I can do for you?
You can get me a field goal kicker.
Me? Where? How?
She's going to explain.
She? The one in the motel?
Doc, listen. All I'm asking you to do is save my life.
It sounded like a typical Larry Verby intrigue, and I'd had my fill of those back in college. But there was a tone of genuine concern in his voice, and a look of desperation in his eyes. What could I do? Besides, I was curious. She was seated with him at a table in the motel dining room. She appeared to be somewhere in her middle 20s. She had long black hair and flashing black eyes. Right there, I said to myself, this is the girl I've been waiting for all my life. And if she won't have me, I just may go out and kill myself.
Doc, glad you could come. Helena, this is Professor Tom Svenik, but we all call him Doc.
How do you do?
And Doc, this is Miss Helena Risco.
How do you do?
Won't you sit down?
No, thank you.
Larry has said so much about you.
Oh? Has he?
Of your exploits on the field of football.
That's all long ago and far away.
But you are also now the professor.
Yes, yes.
And you shall be going to my country. That is, it is my country no longer, but where I was born, Bulgaria, to attend the convention of world scholars of Slavonic languages.
Yes.
Of course, while there, you shall be in the capital city, Sofia.
I believe so, yes.
Perhaps you might ask permission to visit the countryside and travel to a small village high in the mountains near Macedonia.
Why would I want to go there?
Because it is my village.
Well, then that's different.
And they will allow you to go there because, after all, you are a professor and a scholar, and you wish to record the dialect of the hills.
Yes, that sounds interesting. I had no idea what I was saying, even less of what she was saying. I kept looking at her. I wanted to tell her that even though I was a college professor, I also believed in love at first sight. And what were her opinions on the subject? But I became aware of a recurring phrase, field goal kicker. I wondered, what did this have to do with anything?
Yes, he can be the field goal kicker, I think.
The field goal kicker? Who?
Who we've been talking about the last half hour? Saba.
Saba?
The guy in our old village. He plays football. I mean, not our football. Their football. It's like soccer. But he has been known to kick the ball 70, 80 yards in the air.
Oh, yes, this is true.
Yeah, and the idea is for you to go in there and get him.
Me?
Doc, old buddy, he's worth 30 grand to you on the hoof.
But why do I have to?
Well, naturally, the police. They will not let him leave.
Oh, then you don't need me. You need a special team.
Oh, no. He could get out. There are ways through the mountains. But he does not know why he should leave.
It seems to me you could just write him a letter and tell him.
Oh, no. You see, the police read all the mail, and then they would watch him, perhaps even arrest him.
You see, Doc, someone has got to convince him that fame and fortune are awaiting him here, in the good old USA. Doc, sell him on that idea. Then sign him to a contract.
Now, wait a minute. You want me to undertake this cloak and dagger operation?
Well, you're going there anyhow for the convention, aren't you?
Oh, it would be very important for Sava to come to America.
I can see why it might be important from Larry's standpoint.
Oh, it is even more important for me.
For you, Miss Risco.
Please, Helena. Sava and I, we were brought up together in the village, which is called Rodopre.
Oh, you were brought up together.
Yes, from birth. We were born on the same day.
That means he's your brother. Oh, I can see why you want him to come here to freedom.
Everybody wants a sky, Sava.
Well, then I'll certainly try to do what I can.
Oh, Doc, what man ever had a greater pal than you? You mean you'll do it? I'll do it.
I think it only right to tell you, it will be dangerous.
Dangerous?
If they suspect why you have come, it will mean prison.
Once again, I wasn't listening. I was looking at her. Especially at those bright black eyes. Yes, they were filled with such promise, such delight. Did it matter what she was saying? I was looking into those eyes. I was lost in those eyes.
Which is a most wonderful and dangerous place to be lost? Wasn't it Mr. Thomas More who said, "The light that lies in woman's eyes has been my heart's undoing"? If, at this point, Doc appears to be a man who is ready to become undone, the second act should present him with ample opportunity shortly. Love is the oldest story in the world and the newest. Everyone who falls in love for the first time thinks he or she is telling the story for the first time. And in a way, one would suppose this is true. However, this began as a story about, of all things, football. Then, suddenly it became a love story with a hint of foreign intrigue. Where do we go from here?
Still a month away, but I saw Helena every night. We'd sit and talk. She'd tell me about her village, but I was never happier. Of course, my sister Jan noticed it. Before I knew, she'd gotten the whole story out of me.
You are crazy.
I'm in love.
Because of this thing you're being set up for.
Being set up? What does that mean?
Larry Verby somehow finds out about this character deep inside the Iron Curtain who can kick a ball a country mile. Now he needs some fall guy to stick his neck out.
Now, Jan.
So he gets this stunning Mata Hari.
That isn't fair.
He gets her to ask you.
This guy is her brother.
Is that what she told you?
Well, yes.
What do you mean, well, yes?
Well, she said it was important for her that Sava, that's his name, gets out of there and comes to this country. They were raised together. They were born on the same day.
And that would make them twins. Is that what she said?
Well, yes.
Once again, what does, well, yes mean?
It means yes, obviously.
So she did say definitely, Sava is my twin brother. Well, did she?
What is this, the Inquisition?
Now, let's get some perspective, shall we? Is there a risk here?
Well...
Of course there is.
Has it ever occurred to you that sometimes a man would like to have an adventure?
Sure. But ask yourself why you're doing this. You are putting your freedom, maybe your life on the line. For what? An atomic scientist? An artistic genius? Somebody who will save the human race? No, just a guy who can kick a football. Now, Tom, I ask you, why?
I'm doing it for her.
I have no further questions.
Well, you don't like her, that's all.
I never said that.
Oh, of course not. All you keep saying is that she's playing me for a sucker. For more than 10 years now you've been sniping at me. Why don't you get married? Why don't you look for a girl? Well, I found one. Now, what's your problem?
I don't have a problem. The question is, do you?
I happen to be in love with Helena.
Is Helena in love with you?
I don't know.
Well, why don't you ask her?
Ask her.
How else can you find out? You haven't even asked her.
Now, look here.
Okay. You're absolutely right. It's none of my business.
No, that's not what I meant to say.
Well, what did you mean to say?
What did I mean to say? In response to the question, why don't you ask her? Why hadn't I asked her? I suppose I was afraid I wouldn't get the answer I wanted. In all the time we'd spent together, we never spoke about love. We talked about almost everything else, but never about love. Tonight I was determined it would be different.
You have studied the literature in that country?
Yes. There's a novel by Ivan Vasov. It's called Pod Igoto, Under the Yoke.
Oh, yes. I read it years ago in school.
I find the title most illuminating. Actually, it describes me.
How?
I'm also under a yoke.
Oh, I don't believe that.
Yes. I am no longer free.
Why not?
Because I'm in love.
Oh?
Do you know with whom I'm in love?
Yes.
Do you care to say anything?
Doc, I cannot say anything.
Why not?
Because I am not free to speak.
I don't understand. It's really very simple.
I belong to someone else.
You're in love with someone else?
No, I did not say that. I said I belong to someone else.
To whom?
I belong to Sava.
Sava? And he's your brother. Isn't he?
No.
You said...
No, I did not.
You said you were born on the same day, raised together. That means he's your brother, and you said...
No, I said nothing.
But that's a technicality. Your silence led me to believe he was your brother.
Yes, I know.
And by letting me believe that, you were actually telling me a lie.
Yes.
But why?
Because I wanted for you to bring him to this country, and I felt it was not the right moment to tell you that he is my fiancé.
Your fiancé?
Yes. I could see in your eyes that you had fallen in love with me. For that reason, you would risk your life for me. So...
Yes?
I lied to you.
Do you love him?
It does not matter.
But it does.
We were born on the same day. Our fathers were friends. They arranged for the marriage on the day of our birth.
Oh, but that's old country nonsense.
Sava has the right to hold me to the bargain our fathers had made.
Helena.
And now, knowing this, of course, you will not go.
I didn't say that.
I am sorry. But now, I can sleep again at night. I no longer have the lie on my conscience.
Suppose he never comes to this country, and there was no chance for you to marry him.
Then I could follow the wishes of my own heart.
Would you marry me?
We must not talk about it, please.
Look, I don't have to go. I don't have to get him out. He would have to remain there.
I know, but...
But that wouldn't be right.
No, that would not be right.
You are going to put your life on the line so you can bring back another guy for the girl you love to marry?
Yes. I guess that's what it amounts to.
Have you taken leave of your senses?
I suppose that's what happens to you when you fall in love.
Yes, dear brother, but within limits.
I don't know very much about love.
Oh, I'll say.
I didn't fall in love until fairly late in the game, but it seems to me that love means you want to make someone happy. Wouldn't you say?
Well, yes.
It's more important to make the other person happy than it is to make yourself happy.
Well, it's an extreme way to look at it.
Yes, but that is what love is all about. And so, I'm going to get him out of there. It sounded so noble, so self-sacrificing. But was there something behind it? Something deep in my subconscious that I wasn't aware of? Or that I was afraid to be aware of? I had asked Elena, what if there was no chance for you to marry him? And she had answered, then I could follow the wishes of my heart. So why was I going? To make sure somehow that there would be no chance? What had happened to me? I never used to be so devious. Is this what love has done to me? And then it was time to leave for the convention. Larry called.
Listen, old buddy. The dough is already deposited in your name.
Did you know that she was engaged to marry this guy, Sava? Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't think, that it was relevant.
Uh-huh. And therefore, by the time I found out, he'd already be here in the USA.
Doc, you gotta do this for me. You gotta bring me my $1 million leg.
I went to Sofia, an ancient and historic city in the mountains of Bulgaria. That need not concern us here. And at the convention, I read an original paper on the Thracian-Illyrian roots of the ancient Slavic languages, which was well received, but that need not concern us either. And then, instead of going home, I went to see the police official in charge of giving foreigners the right to travel through the country. Her name was Colonel Rakhova. She was tall and thin, and she might have been good-looking except for her eyes. They were blue. The blue of Arctic ice. She spoke perfect English in a chill voice that matched her eyes and could freeze you to the marrow of your bones.
You wish to remain several additional weeks in this country?
Yes, Colonel Rakhova.
For what purpose?
I'm tracing the original Wendish roots of antiquity. I believe they may be found in around the Rodopre district.
Yes.
Well, that's it.
Nothing more?
No, it's really that simple.
Nothing, Professor Svetic, is ever simple. How do I know that you are speaking the truth?
What other reason would I have to go to the mountains of Rodopre?
I ask a question, you reply with another question. That is not an answer.
I have the credentials. I'm a professor of literature and languages.
That is all? No.
With me.
I did not say that I do not believe you.
Oh. Well, then you do believe me.
I did not say that either. I neither believe nor disbelieve. We shall see what happens. Now, you must fill out this form and this one and, these three. And the blue and the
red. It was 6 full days before I saw the last of them, or so I thought.
In form number 3472/90, section K, line 6. Hobbies as a child of 8. You did not answer.
I don't recall.
There must be a reply to each question. There can be no blank spaces. This is the law.
Yes, of course. I played chess.
Then why did you not say so at once?
For a while, it looked as if she'd throw me out of the country or throw me into prison. But finally, it seemed that everything, somehow, was in place.
You are free to go.
Free?
Yes, free. Why do you look so surprised? Is this not a free country?
Oh, yes, of course.
You will take the train that leaves at 0800 hours tomorrow morning. You will remain on it until you arrive at the railway station in Rodopre. Each morning you will report to the chief of police.
The chief of police?
For your own safety, naturally.
Naturally.
And we hope you find many Thracian Illyrian roots.
Thank you, Colonel. It was a long trip on a train that had seen much better days. But everything finally comes to an end.
Rodolphe!
Finally, we arrived. I went to an inn, the only one in town. The chubby girl behind the desk gave me a gap-toothed smile.
You come from America?
Yes.
I have cousin in Pittsburgh. His name Grigor Benko. You know him?
No, I don't think so.
He has big mustache. Everybody know Grigor.
Where is everybody? The place is deserted.
Oh, it's big football game.
Football?
Yes, I stay here because, how you say in America, to mind the store.
Yes.
What means to mind the store? To place bomb? No? But why?
Where's the football game?
In field, on end of street. And today, you know who is playing? Sava.
Sava. Finally. I was to see Sava. Meet him in person. Sava, my rival for the love of Helena. Sava, my nemesis. Or would he be? What were my options?
What kind of talk is this? Options. Didn't he come here to get Sava to come to the United States? Sava of the $1 Million Lake? Love, as they say, plays many tricks, and we shall soon discover that the hand is quicker than the eye. Or should we say the foot? Ere I fell in love, said the philosopher, I was my own master. But now I have my own mistress. Well, that's the true story of love and life, isn't it? A constant series of what are known as trade-offs. You give to get. And the ideal state of affairs is to have the ratio stand at 50-50. But unfortunately, the ideal situation can only be found in heaven. We are in a tiny village in the Balkans watching a game of football. Or more properly, soccer.
You couldn't miss him. He dominated the field. First, his size. He was well over 6 feet tall and built like an ancient Greek god. And second, his talent. He was absolutely magnificent. He played football in the full sense of the word. His foot was like a magic wand. It would tap the ball lightly, or it would suddenly strike it with the force of a howitzer, and the ball would fly almost the length of the field, and the crowd ate him up. I went back to my room at the hotel. I looked in the mirror. Next to him, I was Mr. Nondescript. Nobody. I went downstairs for dinner.
Ah, the American gentleman. I am Sava.
Yes, I saw you on the field. You were very good.
I was magnificent.
That's true.
Welcome to my house.
Your house?
Yes. Sava has always been innkeeper here since the first King Boris.
That's a long time.
Oh, you know our history?
Yes.
I know a lady who lives in America. It might be that you know her. Her name is Helena Risco.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I do.
You know Helena. Ilonka, come here. He, the American gentleman, he knows Helena.
Oh?
Bring wine, Ilonka. Bring wine. So, how is Helena?
Very well.
She's my fiancée, you know.
Yes, I know.
We were born on the same day, the same hour. Her father, my father, they said, these children will grow up, marry. But she's gone to America.
Why did she go to America?
You know, Helena, one day she said something, a joke. But the police, they do not like, and so it was thought perhaps it would be better for Helena should go to America. Now why are you here?
To investigate the language.
The language?
I teach languages in school in America.
Ah,
Good.
I want to travel through the mountains, talk to the people in the remote areas. I'll need a guide. There's someone who knows the country.
You have found a guide. Me, who knows mountains better than Sava. Come, we drink wine, we be good friends.
And we were good friends. You couldn't help liking him. He was brash and opinionated, but he had a pleasant quality about him. I didn't really tell him about the real purpose of my visit. Why was I stalling? I told myself I had to build up to it gradually. And I was doing that, really. How much money do you make playing football, Sava?
Money? No, there is no money. It's fun.
Well, in America, you'd make... Some stars make $1 million.
$1 million?
Oh, you could make $1 million.
Me? How?
Playing football in America.
Oh, but that is American football.
Well, all you would have to do is just kick it.
Yes, that is correct.
You've seen American football on the television?
Yes.
Well, there is a man on each team who does nothing but kick.
I have seen.
You could do that.
Oh, yes.
Better than some of them who do it now.
Oh, better than them all.
I would certainly agree.
And just for that, there is $1 million?
Some of them make it every year.
$1 million.
There was no mistaking the look in his eyes and the tone in his voice. He was interested. Extremely interested. One day we were coming home from a remote village.
Doc, is it true about $1 million? Is it possible? You think maybe I could play football in America?
Sava, that is why I am here.
Doc?
Yes. I have a contract from the New York Knights.
The New York Knights?
The New York Knights. They want you to play for them.
Me? But how do they know of me?
Helena told them.
Helena?
How can we get out of the country? It's dangerous.
Yes, but Sava loves the danger. I know a trail through the mountains that shall take us into Greece.
Good. All that you have to do now is sign the contract.
The contract?
Yes, the contract makes you the property of the New York Knights.
Sava is his own man. Sava is nobody's property.
Not even for $1 million?
For $1 million? Why not?
Dr. Sveti, how has the research been coming?
Oh, splendidly.
Is that a fact? I have also done some research. I have discovered that you, Professor, were a famous football player.
That was in my youth.
Can it be that you have not come here to study the roots of our language?
What other purpose would I have?
Is it possible here to seek football players?
Oh, a different game.
You require people who can kick. And many Europeans go to America for that very purpose.
Yes, I dare say.
It was a thought that had occurred to me that perhaps you were here to persuade some of our players to defect to the United States.
Colonel, I assure you that such a thought had never crossed my mind.
How fortunate for you. Such an ill-conceived, harebrained scheme could only have the most serious, tragic, even fatal consequences.
Fatal. Just then, a spark seemed to ignite in my mind. I could get rid of Sava. I had the papers in my pocket that could send him to prison for the rest of his life, if not the best part of his life. I could say to her, Colonel, this man solicited my assistance in getting to America, but I cannot take part in such a deception. And so we could make a deal, and I could be rid of him. But was it right? Was it fair? Fair. Isn't all fair in love and war? Colonel.
Yes, Professor.
Perhaps.
What is it you wish to tell me?
I wish to tell you that I'm so grateful for your permission to conduct this research.
Oh, then you have discovered many things about our language.
Yes, and also many things about myself.
Doc. No. What? Are you awake, Doc? It's only 2 a.m. We must leave now. Now? The police, they suspect. How do you know? That colonel, she's here. But I thought I threw her off the scent. No. These dogs, they hunt too well. Soon they find the scent again. We must go now, while she sleeps. And she will sleep.
What do you say?
The wine. You drugged the wine? Just a pleasant powder to make sure. She dreams for a time. Come, we must go. Walk quietly. I'm trying. It is not much further. Only 50 miles.
Only 50 miles?
And we shall be safe. What's that? The police. I thought they'd fill these woods. But we shall be too clever for them. Come, it will soon be light. We must hide. I know a cave. See how these bushes hide the entrance. Get in quickly. And now we shall light a candle. Eat, rest, and you must tell me about America.
Well,
wait.
What is it?
Be still. Somebody approaches. What happens if we're caught? We must not think of that. Should we put up a fight? Yes. We may as well die here. Be ready. If they are only 1 or 2, we shall have a chance. Use that heavy stick. No. Oh, no. Quiet. Ilonka. Why have you come here?
Oh, Sava, you're leaving me.
No, my darling Ilonka. I would have gone, and then I would have found a way to bring you to me.
No, that is not true.
I swear it.
If you go to America, you will be forced to marry her. Helena.
I did not think. In my foolish desire to go to America, I did not think. No, Ilonka, I cannot leave you. I love you.
What are you saying?
I will go back. You go back? Home. But that contract, you must tear it up. Burn it up. There will be no evidence.
But you're turning down $1 million.
What is money without Ilonka? I know, I sound like a fool. But Helena will insist that I live up to the agreement made by our fathers.
Oh? Is that what you think?
Yes. She was always madly in love with me. How could she help it? How can any of them help it? But I only love Ilonka.
You don't love Helena?
Helena. She never stops talking. How can any man love her?
I don't know. I think she could find one.
I wish she would. And then I could be released from the father's agreement. I could marry Ilonka and play American football and make $1 million. Oh, how I pray that she finds a man.
Sava, old buddy, your prayers have been answered. She's already found one.
You mean she will break the agreement?
Consider it broken. Now, let's get out of here as fast as we can.
And they did, finally. They made it into Macedonia and then to Athens, and then a jet to New York. I am happy to report that Sava married Ilonka, and Doc married Helena, and everybody is happy, including the millions of New York night fans who watch Sava boot those booming field goals every Sunday. I shall return shortly. There are those who bewail the fact that the hitters of home runs and the swatters of tennis balls and the kickers of field goals are, for the most part, better known and higher paid than, say, the splitters of atoms. Unfortunately, this has always been true, and perhaps it does bespeak an imbalance somewhere in our sense of values. However, while it's true that the ball players don't do as much good for society as the scientists, it's also undeniably true that they don't do as much harm to it either. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Carol Teitel, Bernard Grant, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a
our next tale.
Lieutenant Richmond?
Yes, sir.
I am Dr. Andrew Soros. I happen to be Mrs. Marlowe's psychiatrist.
Oh, yes?
Do I understand correctly that you people are investigating the disappearance of Woodrow Marlowe? Isn't it a waste of time, money, and manpower to try to find a man who is already dead?
Yes, sir, it is.
Then why are you doing it?
Doctor, why should Mrs. Marlowe suddenly believe he's alive?
That is a very complex psychological problem.
Well, it won't do any harm to go over the ground again.
It simply seems like an exercise in futility.
Doctor, do you have any reason for not wanting to have this murder case reopened?
I know. What reason could I possibly have?
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. It is said that perfection is the pursuit of sweetness and light. The pursuit. Is that because the capture itself is impossible? Since the dim and misty dawn of history, man has tried to create a perfect world. So far, it has eluded him. And perhaps it's just as well. After all, if everyone were to be perfect, how could we tolerate each other?
Why should I want to kill you?
Because I'm the enemy.
Enemy? Until 10 seconds ago, we never knew each other existed.
But each of us is fighting for our planet.
True, but I am sick of fighting for my planet. I'd like to fight for me. Wouldn't you like to fight for you?
I don't understand.
Your ship, my ship. Between us, we have enough firepower to destroy the universe. Why don't we take over?
Our mystery drama, Resident Killer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mason Adams. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. I know a dramatist who has been appointed playwright in residence at a large university. Painters in residence, composers in residence, sculptors, novelists, philosophers. The list keeps increasing. And as our civilization becomes more and more complex, who knows what other specialists may be in demand for residence. Not just for the colleges, but for society itself. The time is 2498, 500 years into the future. Have there been many changes? Of course. Think of what has taken place over the past 5 centuries. George Barrows is having breakfast with his wife. At least that hasn't changed.
I'm told Bill Douglas has been named commander of the fleet. You have the seniority.
The council thinks he's more qualified.
But everyone knows you're better.
You're beginning to sound competitive.
But this is a matter of simple justice.
Justice, my darling, is never simple. Oh, well, now I have to go.
Where? I mean, isn't this your 4-day leave?
Yeah, I have to go to the port.
Yes?
Yeah, there are things I have to tend to on the ship.
Such as?
Very technical.
Well, you could put it on the simplifier for me.
It's quite boring.
I know where you're going. Teddy's gym. Why did you lie to me?
Because the idea of Teddy's distresses you.
You see how dangerous this has become.
Now, Ella, it was just an innocent little...
No, you claim it's all innocent. Well, perhaps it begins that way. But the fact is, you've told me a lie. And from a lie, where? Teddy's gym is wrong. You know that.
Darling, I only go there for exercise.
No, you don't. You go there to fight.
Ella, that isn't why...
You stand opposite another human being, and each of you tries to hit the other, to hurt the other.
No. It's just a trial of skill.
Do you strike hard blows?
Well...
Is it possible for someone to be injured?
That isn't the purpose.
All right, does it or does it not arouse aggressive feelings?
All right. Yes, it does.
You admit it. This boxing, this wrestling... Isn't it antisocial?
Maybe.
Oh, George, we got away from all that 500 years ago. Well, would you like for us to drift back into those savage times when it was everyone for himself and every hand raised against one's neighbor?
No, but Ella, this is such a harmless thing.
It is not. It is fighting. It cannot be permitted to exist in any form. It has no place in our society, which is dedicated to brotherly love.
There's such a thing as too much brotherly love.
George, what am I going to do with you?
You could suggest me for psych reek.
Psychic reconstruction? I really should.
Well, why don't you?
Because I couldn't be happy with anyone else.
Even though I'm aggressive?
No, stop this nonsense and give me a kiss.
Of course she's right. I'm the one that's out of step. We have to have this brotherly love, this absolutely uncompromising belief in the sanctity of the individual. Because the other thing just doesn't work. I mean, it hasn't since the world began. You can't compromise and make exceptions either. There cannot be even the slightest manifestation of aggression. But what can I do? I'm an aggressive person, and the life we must lead now bores me stiff.
Please pass this place by.
Do not attend the
Please
gymnasium.
pass this place
Help
by.
us eliminate aggression. Every day, they all show up in front of Teddy's gym, this anti-aggression society. They're always out in force. Not that they'd use any. The leader was this tall, dark-haired dame, and she really was built, too. She'd make a great lady wrestler. Anyhow, she would stop me.
I love you.
I love you, too.
I love everything that lives.
I also love everything that lives.
I refuse to raise my hand against anything that lives. I refuse to entertain even the slightest thoughts of aggressive behavior. Aggression is an evil seed. Once planted, its growth...
I'm sorry, I could stand here and agree with you forever. You are so beautiful and intelligent. However, you must excuse me.
Will you accept this literature and discover how you can coarsen and brutalize yourself by attending...
So kind of you to offer it.
May you be enlightened.
Thank you.
I love you.
I love you. Hey, Teddy. Teddy, are you okay?
Hey, you knocked out a tooth.
Oh, let me see. No, nothing's gone.
Yeah, maybe. It's numb. I can't feel anything. Ooh, your nose is bleeding. A little bit.
Oh, boy, that was a workout.
Sit down. Hey, who's this guy, Douglas, who's just been named Fleet Commander?
Oh, he's all right.
Well, aren't you the senior pilot of the Space Fleet?
These days, if you're not a member of the Anti-Aggression Society, forget it. That's the way the wind blows.
Yeah, it's starting to howl, if you ask me.
Who cares? I'd rather be on my own as a pilot where I don't have to set an example. After all, I could never come here if I were Fleet CO, now could I?
It looks like you won't be coming here much longer anyhow. I'm going out of business.
You're what?
Yeah, the handwriting's on the wall.
But you can't shut down.
I'm being forced out.
Teddy, nobody is allowed to use force for any reason.
Conditions, George. Look around you. At this time of day, we'd have 5-10 boxing bouts going, maybe a couple of wrestlers. This afternoon, it's just you and me doing a couple of rounds. That's the old story. If you can't lick 'em, join 'em.
Join who?
That gang outside with the signs.
The kooks?
No, Georgie. You and me, we're the kooks now. Those folks, They're the wave of the future. If you refuse to ride it, you'll drown. So I decided to close up.
And do what?
Get a job.
How can you get a job if you're not a member of the Anti-Aggression Society?
I guess I'll have to join up.
Come on, it can't be that bad.
It's worse. Georgie, I got a kid in school. She's ashamed of me.
But how can you join? You don't believe in that stuff.
I will soon. I signed up for psychic reconstruction.
You're gonna be psych-re?
It's the only way you can get along in this world, George.
Yeah, well, who says this is the only world there is? I'm afraid it is the only world. The other planets in our solar system, and I pass them by all the time on routine weather reconnaissance, but I couldn't live on any of them. I mean, they're too hot, too cold, too wet, too dry. I mean, there's life. There's so many different kinds of life, but none of it's like ours. So what was I to do? Soon I'd be the only aggressive person left on Earth. I'd be considered peculiar, alien. Teddy was right. If you can't lick them, join them. I came home and I told Ella. She burst into tears.
George. Oh, George, I'm so happy. You're doing it for me.
Sure.
Well, you'll develop an entirely new and exciting perspective on life.
Exciting?
A change in your entire psychological outlook. As you undergo psychic reconstruction, every last vestige of aggression will leave you. You'll know a new calm, an inner peace, a deep love for every living creature.
Okay. Lead me to it.
Oh, you won't be sorry.
Look, you say you love me.
I do love you.
But once I get brainwashed...
What isn't brainwashing?
I'll be the same as everyone else.
I'll always love you.
I hope so. And so I shaped up at Psych Reek. Although here you had to say psychic reconstruction. The president himself was in charge.
We are gathered here to talk about love. Love for our fellow man. Love that can only exist when there is no envy, no competition, no aggression. Now, to many of you, this may sound dull and boring. Yet, what is the alternative? Hasn't history demonstrated that aggression in any form, no matter how slight or small or seemingly innocent, must eventually inflame passions that will ultimately rage out of control?
And so forth and so on, even in our sleep. They ran wires into us, and you'd keep hearing the message. You would begin to feel it in your blood, your nerves, the marrow of your bones. You could feel it seep through you, become a part of you. There was no escape from it. And then things became rough.
You are all making remarkable progress. I especially wish to commend Pilot George Barrows and Mr. Teddy Thorstadt. They will be the first to undergo laboratory indoctrination. And class is dismissed for the day. You may all go home.
You're back early.
He gave us the rest of the day off.
What would you like to do?
Nothing. Just rest, relax without having all that stuff piped into me.
But it makes sense. Wonderful sense.
Sure.
Soon you'll believe it.
I even believe it now. It's just that I don't like it.
Why not?
Because it's against human nature. I don't care what anyone tells me. Man is a competitive animal.
But he doesn't have to be.
That's the way he is.
And that's why he has to change. Because if he doesn't, the world will end.
Okay, I hear enough of that all day.
But most of us, the overwhelming majority of us, have changed, George. And you must change, too.
Yeah, I'll change, but I still won't like it.
What's that?
The walls.
What? They're shaking.
It's an earthquake.
No, it can't be an earthquake. 300 years ago, we neutralized the molten core.
Come on, let's get out of here.
The house!
Hey.
It's coming apart, George.
Come on. I Are you all right?
Yeah. Yes, I think so. I can't see.
The whole house came apart.
Oh, all this dust. I can hardly breathe.
It'll settle.
How did... What was not supposed to happen?
Whatever we did. Here, hold on to my hand. Come on. We'll try to move back.
Yes.
Get some fresh air.
Yes. This is better. This is much better.
I wonder how everyone else did.
George!
What?
Look at you. Look.
What about me?
George.
Ella.
George, you have a beard. Your hair, it's down to your shoulders. George, you're wearing... What is that?
It's skin of an animal. Ella, so are you.
Trees. What are those trees?
But this isn't where we live.
Where are we, George? What happened to us?
Where are we? What happened to us? Here you have a married couple happily living in a luxurious home of the far distant future. Suddenly, without warning, they find themselves Stone Age savages in the midst of a jungle. What happened, and perhaps even why it happened, are the problems we shall address in Act 2 shortly. Man, said Mr. Dostoevsky, is a pliable animal, a being who can become accustomed to everything, and we might add, to anything. While this may be one of man's greatest strengths, it can also prove to be his fatal weakness. It's one thing to adapt to the rigors of the physical environment, but it is something else to compromise with the demands of morality or immorality.
George, what happened to us? Where are we?
I don't know, Ella.
Someone's coming.
What? Hey, he's dressed just as we are.
Who?
Oh, it's Teddy Forster. Hey, Teddy, what is this? How did we get here? Do you know?
Come here, Ella.
What?
I want you, Ella.
What are you saying?
I've always wanted you, and I am going to have you.
What? Teddy, what has come over you?
I'm taking Ella.
Wait
a minute. I have something to say about this.
You have nothing to say now. You shut your mouth. What do you think you're doing?
You want to fight me for her?
Yeah. Come on! Suddenly, we were flailing away at each other with our fists, with rocks, with whatever came to hand. And the blows, they hurt. I mean, they weren't the sharp and stinging jabs we threw at each other in the gym. These were meant to disable, even to kill. Suddenly, something flashed in Teddy's hand. I saw the knife blade too late. There was an agonizing pain as it bit into me, a paralyzing pain. All I could hear was Ella's voice in the distance filled with terror.
George, help me. George, help me.
And then there was nothing. There was nothing. I'm dead, I said to myself. I'm dead. But I wasn't. There was Teddy coming at me, sword in hand. I knew it was Teddy, even though the visor of his helmet covered his face. And there was the fight raging all around me, the fight for the castle. And I could hear Teddy shouting, "Yield! Yield! Never! Burn it! Down to the ground! No quarter! No prisoners! Put them all to the sword!"
They're afire, my lord! The castle's afire!
And suddenly, we were in the midst of a holocaust. And there was the terrible noise of the walls collapsing as the burning castle fell in on us all. Once again, there was nothing. Now I'm dead, I said. Now. But I wasn't. Once again, a field of battle and men fighting and falling. And suddenly, I was high in the sky aboard some primitive aircraft. I was releasing ancient bombs, and they were falling on a city which was in flames beneath me. Whether I was the killer or the one being killed, the agony was always the same. I drifted in and out of one massacre, one slaughter after another. I'd known of these things. I had read books. I had seen pictures and tapes. But they existed merely as abstract ideas. And now they were happening to me. My suffering was real. It was unbearable. I couldn't stand it anymore. Stop it! Stop it! Stop! Only you can stop it, George Sparrow. Only you. How? 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 Tell me how.
Stamp out the corrupt seed of aggression before it flowers into a fatal and poisonous plant. Destroy it. Can you do it?
Yes. Yes. Finally. Oh, finally. It was burned out of me. All thoughts of striving, competing, fighting, aggression. Something had come over me. I was a different human being in so many ways. I'd even become rather quiet. Shy.
You want to stay home? Again?
Yes.
Well, this is something new.
We might listen to some music. That is, if it pleases you.
I didn't know you liked to sit and listen to music. You're not at all the way you were.
How was I?
You mean you don't remember?
It's better this way. Won't you agree?
Yes, but it's not as exciting.
You mean as dangerous?
George, you're so different.
Of course. I've been psychologically reconstructed. And I want to be perfect.
No.
What is it, Ella?
Well, the thought of perfection, it frightens me.
Are you saying we shouldn't strive for it?
Well, yes, strive, but I hope we never achieve it, George. How dull that would be.
How do you know?
I look at you. You're perfect. You don't have a single angry or envious or destructive thought in your head.
Did you like me better the other way?
You were more fun.
You haven't answered the question.
Well, one time I had feelings of aggression, and I went through the same psych week.
And you changed.
But I didn't become a fanatic.
Is that what I am now?
No, George, it's just...
But it must be complete, Ella, all the way. A single tiny misstep and we can revert to barbarism. You know why you married me.
I fell in love with you.
Why? Because I was different. You believed in perfection in theory. But in practice, perfection is so hard to live with. Secretly, you longed to be aggressive, but you were afraid to express it.
That isn't true.
And while you made a strong outward show of disapproval toward my aggression, you would get a vicarious thrill out of it.
I didn't.
You would lecture me on how savage and socially destructive it was for me to go to Teddy's gym. Only because there were times when you longed to go there yourself.
But that isn't true.
I admit it, my darling.
Well, is it so terrible to want to be just a little aggressive once in a while? Oh, yes, I suppose it is.
We must be perfect or we fall back into the pit. You must try, Ella. Constantly.
Oh, I'll try. I'll try, George.
You wish to resign from the space fleet?
Mr. President, I have found my life's work. I wish to teach.
A most commendable desire, Pilot Barrows.
Is my resignation accepted, sir?
Commander Douglas is dead.
Dead?
In space.
How?
Excuse me. The Douglas tapes, if you please.
Yes, Mr. President.
Watch the screen, Pilot Barrows.
Where is this?
Space.
I don't see any familiar signs.
This is not in our galaxy, or even our universe. It's far beyond any area you've ever been requested to patrol.
But why? What was he supposed to be doing?
His mission was to intercept any alien invaders.
Intercept? What does that mean?
Kill.
Kill? How could Commander Douglas, a dedicated member of the Anti-Aggression Society, kill? And how can you, our president, calmly sit here and tell me?
Listen. The voice tape of Commander Douglas.
Douglas to base. Alien ship. Range 900 million.
Alien course.
Toward our system.
Destroy. Repeat.
Destroy.
Isn't he going to talk to the alien first?
Pilot Barrows, there is nothing to talk about.
We are all living creatures. There's everything to talk about.
We cannot afford to take the chance that the stranger is harmless and holds no thought of conquest.
We could ask. We could try to learn.
And thus reveal the fact of our existence. We cannot afford to risk war.
I am now closed at 600 million.
Fire. A, B, C, and D.
I have fired A, B, C, and D.
Score.
3 direct hits. Enemy ship gone.
Why did he call it an enemy? How do we know?
I've been hit.
He and the alien opened fire at the same time. And now, Douglas must be replaced. By you.
Me? No, sir, I cannot kill. It goes against every moral and ethical...
You cannot kill because killing has been programmed out of you. You can be reprogrammed.
Why me?
You are the most skilled of all our pilots.
All this time I thought Douglas was a true lover of all living things, but he was only playing a role. And you, our great humanitarian president, you're hypocrites, the pack of you.
It's an unfortunate but necessary hypocrisy.
Don't try that on me.
What would you have? A return to the past? To a planet armed to the teeth? A planet that accepted killing as the only means of preserving itself? This way, one man, and one man alone, roams the distant reaches of space. One man alone is armed. One man alone protects.
But it isn't one man. You're in on it. The base coordinator, the technicians who service the ship.
It's a small but highly trusted group.
The base coordinator. That voice, I heard it before. She's the leader of the Anti-Aggression Society.
We must have a killer. It's the price we pay.
I don't want to be that killer.
I don't want to be president either. I don't want the responsibility and the heartache. I want to be like everybody else and think happy, heartwarming thoughts. I don't want to be haunted by the knowledge of the dark side, but I am the most qualified.
I will not be the killer.
You will, because you are the most qualified. Every society needs a killer. One who is authorized to commit murder to preserve the rest of us.
There must be an alternative.
Oh, there is. We can submit to invasion, to be conquered, destroyed, enslaved.
At least that way there'll be no blood on our hands. We will be free of guilt.
And you're willing to accept that?
Am I the only pilot?
You're the most trustworthy. We're placing our fate in your hands. We are giving you the power no one else in the world possesses. The ability to destroy us.
How do you know I won't do it one day?
Well, we don't. But it's the chance we must take.
That's quite a chance, isn't it? We are giving you the power no one else in our world possesses, says the president. What was it that Lord Acton said about power? Ah, yes. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. It seems to be the rule, judging from history. But all rules have exceptions. Or do they? The answer lies in Act 3 shortly. We talk of peace as the universally to be desired state. How we long for peace. And yet we must be aware that we have never truly known it. Throughout history, what we have had at best was some relatively quiet intervals between wars. What must we do to achieve true peace? Our ancestors couldn't find the answer. We ourselves are perplexed. And in the world of the future, it appears so far that they haven't had much luck with the problem either.
But I have been programmed against it. I cannot kill.
You will be reprogrammed.
As you might imagine, there was considerable discussion back and forth on ethics and morals, means and ends. But it all boiled down to that one word that usually carries the day: necessity. So finally, I agreed to being reprogrammed. And who do you think my psych-reek was for this deal? None other than the leader of the Anti-Aggression Society herself. Say, the last time I saw you, you were picketing Teddy's gym.
Let us confine ourselves to the subject at hand.
Remember? May I ask you not to patronize this establishment? Not to coarsen and brutalize yourself?
Pay attention. I don't like this any more than you do, but it has to be done for the good of society. Now, say it over and over again. Aggression is a normal, natural, and innate part of man.
But I wasn't going to make it easy for them. I really believed what I had been programmed to believe about the sanctity of life. I didn't want to give it up. Besides, if I could hold on to that belief, they would have to give up on me and choose someone else. I could lead my own life. But they were too smart for me.
Why do you resist?
This is my own basic belief. I can't help it.
You truly believe that life is precious?
Yes.
Then ask yourself, how can life be precious, be of any value, if it isn't worth protecting or defending?
Suddenly, they had found it. The question that could get beneath my skin. The question I couldn't answer to my own satisfaction. I kept hearing that question day and night.
How can life be precious if it isn't worth protecting?
And like a house of cards, my defenses collapsed. Suddenly, I had no more objections. I was ready for my very first seek and kill mission. Perhaps, before I could return, I would have to take a life. Now, could I actually do it?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
I'll give you the order to fire.
Why should you give the order?
So you can have someone to share the guilt. Board your ship.
Before I knew it, I was out there billions of miles away. It was a strange feeling. Here in this world without end, how many planets could there be that might support a life form that could be probing for hours? Maybe none. Maybe a few. Maybe a million. I was all alone except for her voice that tied me to home.
Set course that will appear on your computer readout.
Wait.
Yes?
Bottom left quadrant. Coordinates 8730. Do you see?
Yes. You have movement at coordinates 8630.
I can't tell what it is.
After a while, you'll be able to recognize that configuration instinctively. It's a ship.
A ship?
Prepare to destroy.
Destroy? There must be another way.
There is no other way.
But...
before he destroys you. Range.
Range?
Activate your rangefinder. Now. Range.
1.2 billion.
You are getting a new course bearing on the computer. Read it. Adjust. Range.
900 million.
Prepare missiles A, B, C, D for firing.
Oh, please, can't we...
Prepare missiles. Acknowledge.
Missiles armed.
Range.
700 million.
Fire. Fire.
I don't know if I can.
Don't think. This is just another routine command from the base. Fire. Fire. Good. Watch. Don't sit there. Take evasive action. He may have fired at you.
I can't move. I'm sick. I don't feel well.
That's to be expected after your first kill.
Oh, don't put it that way.
You'll be all right.
I've taken a life.
You'll get over it.
Never.
After a while, you won't even think about it.
Do we really have no choice? Was this the best solution they could find? Maybe this was the only way we could survive. She was right about one thing. She said I'd get over it. After a while, I wouldn't even think about it. Well, after a while, I didn't think about it. Upper right quadrant, coordinates 3419.
Upper right, 3419. Movement verified.
Alien ship.
Range.
900 million.
Activate rangefinder.
Acknowledge.
Arm missiles E, F, and G.
E, F, and G armed.
Range.
700 million.
Fire on 6. Ready.
Ready.
Fire E and F.
E fired. F fired.
Fire G.
G fired.
Good shooting.
He's off the screen.
He's gone for good. You can come home.
She was right when she said I'd be able to do it without thinking. But she was wrong when she said I'd get over it. Once it was done, once the excitement, the fear, the suspense were gone, I was drained, completely spent, and physically ill. What was the matter with me? And then I found out by accident. I had reported to my base coordinator for debriefing after my latest mission.
Good. You got 2 this time. We thought Douglas was an expert, but you cover a wider sweep than he ever attempted.
Huh.
What is it?
Well, I don't know.
Shouldn't you report to medical?
It's all right. I think I know what it is. It was her right cheekbone. There was a bruise, very slight, almost invisible, but it was there. Or was it my imagination? Nope, it couldn't be. It was the kind of bruise you get when someone has struck a blow. Who would strike the leader of the Anti-Aggression Society? Who would even strike a blow at all? There was one person who might be able to tell me.
I don't know what you're talking about, George.
Teddy, I didn't want to ask her. Are you back in business?
Yep. But it's all hush-hush, top secret. They all come to me. The president, the base coordinator, the technicians. They have to.
Why?
Same reason you do. They're all killing.
Oh, no. I'm the only one who's actually...
Oh, sure, but they're part of it. Any one of them could stop it one way or another, and that makes them all equally guilty.
But why do they have to come to you, Teddy?
Oh, look at yourself, George. You're a wreck emotionally. You preach constantly against aggression, but aggression is the most vital function you perform. So you have to nourish it, keep it alive. You have to come to a place like this, box, wrestle, compete strenuously.
Are we insane, Teddy?
What can we do? It's the only way to save the world.
Whether or not it was the only way to save the world, I couldn't say. But I do know that it was the saving of me. The competitive activity started the juices flowing again. And before I knew it, I was a new man. Or maybe I had gone back to being the old one. Even Ella couldn't figure it.
You want to go out again tonight?
Why not?
It's just every night this week.
Well, I only suggested it because of you.
Me?
You said that after my psych reek, I became dull. I wasn't much fun anymore.
There is such a thing as too much fun.
I was doing my job. My job as killer. I had spotted the enemy ship and was waiting for the firing order from the base coordinator.
Fire. C and D.
C fired. D fired.
Good shooting. Come on home.
I looked at the screen. This time the alien ship had not disappeared. There was a dark, motionless blot on the lower right-hand quadrant. I was filled with a great curiosity. What was this alien? I simply had to know. But it was against regulations to approach, yet I had to do it. They didn't have to know. I cut off my transmitter. I approached her quickly. She was a kind of roundish vehicle, not at all too different from my own. Who and what could be aboard her? I locked with her magnetically. I looked over her hull for the entry port. I found it. And even though I was unarmed, I lowered myself inside. There was a twisted look to everything, a feeling of death. Then I saw him. The most striking man I'd ever encountered. Raven black hair and deep green eyes. Wearing a tunic. There was a tiny trickle of blood on his forehead.
You are the one
Yes. I disabled your ship.
You destroyed it. You're lucky you saw me first. I would have destroyed you. I have better weaponry, more firepower. My world is more advanced than yours.
How do you know?
Because you have not learned to read minds yet.
You're reading my mind?
Yes. That is how we can communicate.
You're bleeding. Let me help you.
You cannot. I'm helping myself.
How?
Your missile did a great deal of damage. Inside me, my body is now trying to repair itself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's the nature of the universe. Right now, my body is trying to repair itself if it can.
Why don't we... Oh, but he didn't say... What is? We should get into your ship and go to my planet and take it over. Take it over? Rule it. Own it. We have the weapons. Submit or we shall blow you out of existence. Then we'll go to your planet. We'll give them the same ultimatum. You and I, we will rule together. Oh. We, you and I, we do the work. The dirty work. Why shouldn't we? My body, it isn't repairing. I'm dying. And he was dead. The most unusual man I had ever met. And I had killed him. I went back to my ship and headed for home.
And so, in recognition of your devotion to duty and your splendid performance, not just as a pilot, but as a dedicated member of the Anti-Aggression Society, I'm honored to present you with the Medal of Perfection. Wear it proudly.
Thank you, Mr. President. But while you have given me the Medal of Perfection, I don't really own it yet, for I, like everyone else, must still strive for perfection. I thank you.
A most gracious and modest speech, Commander Barrows.
Mr. President, do you remember when you posted me into my present assignment? I had asked you a question.
Yes, I remember.
Yes, I had asked, since you are giving me the power to destroy the world, how do you know I won't do it one day?
Yes. And do you remember my answer? That's the chance we must take.
None of us really knows the answer. Not yet. This unknown, magnificent man I murdered, he didn't know the answer either. He came to a certain conclusion after how much disillusion and frustration. And am I getting there too? When he had suggested to me that we take over both worlds, I recall now that I didn't automatically and instinctively turn it down. Is it possible that I will actually do it one day? I don't know. I honestly don't know.
But he's thinking about it. And once you begin to flirt with a dangerous idea, it's like flirting with a dangerous woman. One thing leads to another, and before you know it, well, I shall return shortly with another insight into our story. Throughout history, peoples, nations have turned to so-called strong men and said, protect us from our enemies within and our enemies without. Throughout history, all the stories have had the same dismal endings. People discovered after it was too late that they had only invited the fox to guard the hen house. Our cast included Mason Adams, Russell Horton, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Hello, my name is Dick Brescia, and I'm the Senior Vice President for the CBS Radio Networks. For the past 9 years, we've been pleased to have been part of helping bring drama back to radio in the form of the CBS Radio Mystery Theater. The man most responsible is with us. He's producer-director Hyman Brown.
These have been the happiest 9 years of my 50-year career of creating radio drama. The response to all that we've been doing has been most joyous. The theater of the imagination once again became a vital part of all that radio is and can be. Unhappily, this broadcast marks the end of the CBS Radio Mystery Theater as part of the network's schedule. After 3,000 broadcasts, we hope we leave you with many fond memories. I want to say thank you to you, our listeners, to CBS, and the station you're listening to for the support and encouragement. And most of all, to the hundreds of talented writers, actors, and technicians who've helped stretch our imaginations. I hasten to assure you that although this series draws its final curtain, radio drama lives. Until we meet again, and we will, thank you. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. Today's story is about love and hate. But I have to admit that hate plays a bigger part in the life and adventures of George Wallaby. Oh, I know what you're thinking. George Wallaby isn't a very inspiring name for the hero of a crime story. But then George is a somewhat different hero. He's not very tall. He's not very strong. He's, well, let's face it, George is short, bald, and what polite people call unprepossessing. But he's our hero just the same. And all because he meets a man he hates.
Mr. Kipnis, I'm sorry to tell you this, but I hate Harold Buckhalter.
Now, George...
I'm sorry, Mr. Kipnis. I don't usually hate people. I don't think I've ever hated anyone in my life. But I hate Harold.
Our mystery drama, I Hate Harold, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The time, 10:15 on a Monday morning. The place, the offices of Kipnis and Company, dealers of fine jewelry, wholesale only, please. It's a soothing, pleasant scene before us. The gentle clacking of a typewriter, the soothing shuffle of papers, the subdued syllables of murmured conversation. It's a scene George Wallaby knows only too well, since he has viewed it from his desk for the past 6 years. Although these days, that view has improved considerably. Because now, sitting at the desk opposite George, is a lovely young woman named Gretchen. Sweet, soft-spoken Gretchen, with the long, silky blonde hair, who inspired George Wallaby with delicious daydreams. But today, George is about to have another kind of dream. At 10:15 on a Monday morning, George is about to have a nightmare.
Hi, gorgeous. Is Mr. Kipnis around?
Why, he's in his office, I think.
Well, why don't you march right into his office and tell him that Harold Buckhalter is here?
Do you have an appointment, Mr. Buckhalter?
Yes, that reminds me. He said something about checking in with his executive assistant. Is that you, doll?
No, that's Mr. Wallaby.
Oh, too bad. You're Mr. Wallaby, I presume.
I certainly am. What can I do for you, Mr. Buckhalter?
Hey, come on. It's a small office. The acoustics are perfect. Didn't you hear what I told Gorgeous? I want to see the boss.
I also heard Miss Simmons ask if you had an appointment.
Just tell the old man Harold is here, Wallaby. Wallaby. Sounds like a guy gargling. You got a first name, Wallaby?
Would you mind telling me what company you represent?
I represent myself, kiddo. Just myself. Now, will you tell the boss I'm here? Or do I just walk into his office?
I'll tell Mr. Kipnis, George.
George. So that's your name. Good. I'll call you George, and you can call me Harold.
Now, you better call yourself a cad, Buckhalter. I doubt very much that Mr. Kipnis will see you.
Harold, my boy, why didn't somebody tell me you were here?
Hi, Mr. Kipnis. Sorry I'm late.
Come inside, Harold. We'll have a nice talk, and then we'll go out to lunch. No, have you met my assistant, George Wallaby?
Sure did, Mr. Kipnis. Nice fella, George.
Well, I haven't met Mr. Buckhalter, Mr. Kipnis. Not formally, anyway.
Well, let me introduce you. You fellas are going to see a lot of each other.
We are?
Harold is our new sales manager. He's going to replace old Demetrius. You know Demetrius is retiring.
Dead, Mr. Kipnis.
What?
Mr. Demetrius died last month.
Oh, yeah. Yes, of course. We sent flowers, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
Well, this is our little office, Harold. Small but efficient. This will be your desk right here, right behind George.
I'll keep an eye on him, Mr. Kipnis.
You do that, Harold.
And I certainly intend to keep an eye on you, Miss Simmons.
Yeah, well, come into my office, Harold. Do you like cigars?
Well, what did you think of that?
What, George?
Did you see that Harold?
Yes, I did. He had an awfully nice smile, didn't he?
I just don't understand it, Gretchen. I talked to Mr. Kipnis about that sales job 2 months ago when Demetrius first left.
Oh, they have spinach steak on the menu today, George. Your favorite.
You know, I've been there 6 years. 6 years, Gretchen. You'd think that would entitle me a little consideration.
Of course, there's the peanut butter beef patty. You like that, too,
How could Kipnis fall for a loudmouth super salesman like Harold Buckhalter? Our clients will hate him.
Harold says they're all crazy about him.
What did you say?
Harold told me that all our clients just adore him.
When did he tell you that?
At dinner last night.
Gretchen, you had dinner with Harold Buckhalter? Why?
Well, because he asked me.
But you never had dinner with me, Gretchen.
I had lunch with you, George.
You mean I'm more the lunch type and Harold is the dinner type?
You know, I never thought about it, but yes, I guess that's true.
You know something, Gretchen? I don't like Harold Buckhalter.
Come on in, George. Well, sit down. You don't look well enough to be standing up.
The truth is, I'm not feeling too well, Mr. Kipnis.
What's the matter? You got a virus?
Well, you could say that, I suppose. A virus named Buckhalter.
How's that again?
Oh, well, it's worse than a virus, sir. It's a galloping infection. It's a plague.
What are you talking about, George?
Well, I'm talking about your new hotshot sales manager. I'm talking about Harold Buckhalter. That man is plaguing me, Mr. Kipnis. He's driving me crazy.
Now, easy now, George. Take it easy.
He's inventing new tortures for me every day. He's dedicating his life to tormenting me, and it's got to stop.
Now, you can't be serious, George. Why, Harold's too busy to do anything like that. He's out there selling every day.
Well, before he goes out there, Mr. Kipnis, he's in here at my desk finding new ways to make me suffer, like yesterday, for instance.
What did he do to you?
Well, he put a pinhole into my coffee container.
He what?
He put a little pinhole into the bottom of my cardboard coffee container. It was a slow brown leak all over my desk, my correspondence, everything.
Now, George, why would Harold Buckhalter play a silly trick like that? He's a grown man.
Oh, is he? Would a grown man put a thumbtack on another grown man's chair? Would a grown man leave a message on my desk to call a Mr. Fish at a number that turns out to be the aquarium?
I'm sorry. It sounds like harmless pranks to me.
And last week, do you know what he did to me last week?
What did he do, George?
Well, I was having lunch in the House of Health restaurant. I was with someone, and Harold came in and took a table right near us.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Now, wait, just listen. He kept butting in on my private conversation, and I got so irritated, I gagged a little bit on a piece of spinach. And do you know what he did then?
What, George?
He performed a Heimlich maneuver.
A what?
You know the Heimlich maneuver, where they grab you around the waist to keep you from choking?
Oh, yes. That's a great lifesaver.
Yeah, well, only my life didn't need saving, sir. Don't you understand? He just wanted to humiliate me, make a fool out of me in front of people.
Now, George, you're taking this much too seriously. I know you don't like Harold. I know you resent him a little. But he's a salesman, George. You're more of an inside man.
Well, I just can't believe that a vulgar lout like Harold Buckhalter can be any kind of salesman. And I wouldn't be surprised if he turned out to be a complete fraud.
Now, George...
Well, how do you know the kind of deals he's making out there? How do you know he isn't some kind of a crook?
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Well, did you check his references? Did you call his last employer?
Well, no, I didn't.
Mr. Kipnis, you've got millions of dollars in jewelry in this office. Now, how do you know he isn't planning something criminal?
George, that's enough. I know you don't like Harold, but there's no reason to make wild accusations.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Kipnis. I don't usually hate people. I don't think I've ever hated anyone in my life. But I hate Harold. Well, just see about these so-called references.
Directory assistance. What city, please?
Providence, Rhode Island, please. I need the number of the Harriman Jewelry Company. I'm afraid I don't have the exact address.
1 moment. That number is area code 401-555-6737.
Hello, is this Mr. Harriman?
Yes, it is. What can I do for you?
Well, my name is Wallaby. I'm with Kipnis and Company. I'm Mr. Kipnis's executive assistant. Mr. Harriman, do you happen to know a Harold Buckhalter?
Harold? Of course I know Harold.
Oh. Then he actually worked for your company, just as he says in his resume?
Yes, of course he did. Not very long, mind you, but he was here. Yes, Harold was a darn good salesman. All my customers liked him.
Oh, that's very nice.
I wish I could have kept him longer, but, business the way it was.
Yeah, well, how long did he actually work there?
Oh, about 3 months, I guess, give or take a couple of weeks.
Oh. Well, if he was that good, why did you let him go?
Had to do it. Like I said, business was pretty tough. We had a rather large and unexpected loss.
What did you say?
I said we had a loss or a theft. Well, we don't know for sure. The insurance company called in a mysterious disappearance.
Mysterious disappearance?
Yes, unfortunately, our policy didn't quite cover the loss. Well, we had to make up the money some way, so we cut down on staff.
And so you let Harold go?
Well, as a matter of fact, Harold offered to quit. He saw we couldn't afford him anymore. Nice guy, Harold. You're lucky to get him, Mr. Kipnis.
Yeah, my name... never mind. Thank you, Mr. Harriman. Thank you very, very much. Goodbye. Oh, mysterious disappearance. Oh, how I'd like to see that happen to Harold.
Excuse me, is this seat taken?
No, it's not.
You're not expecting anyone? Lady, perhaps?
No. Why do you ask?
Well, to tell you the truth, I've seen you in here with a lady before, a very pretty girl. Long, blonde hair.
Oh, well, I'm alone today.
Her name is Gretchen, isn't it?
Yes. How did you know?
And your name is George. George Wallaby, am I right?
No, well, wait just 1 minute. Have you been eavesdropping, Mr.
Carstairs, the name. Call me Walter.
Well, I don't think I want to call you anything.
Well, now, wait a minute. Let me explain. In fact, maybe this will explain it better than words.
That's a badge.
Shh, keep your voice down. I'd rather people didn't know what I did for a living.
Have you been trailing me?
Oh, now, don't look so worried. You're not under suspicion, and neither is your girlfriend.
Well, she's not my girlfriend. Gretchen is just someone in the office.
And there's someone else in your office, isn't there? Someone who calls himself Harold?
Oh, yes, we definitely have a Harold.
Well, I wish I had a Harold. I wish I had him in jail.
Did you say jail?
That's right, George. You see, I happen to believe that Mr. Harold Buckhalter is nothing less than a crook.
Speak about prophetic visions. Apparently, George Wallaby's instincts about Harold are correct. Harold may be more than loud and vulgar, but as George sits in a health food restaurant, there's a strange expression on his face. He doesn't look alarmed. He doesn't look worried. Why, anyone looking at George Wallaby right now would think that he had just heard very good news. We'll find out how good that news really is when we return with Act 2 shortly. They say that every dog has his day, and perhaps that day has arrived for George Wallaby. Sitting opposite him at the House of Health restaurant, a grim man in shaggy brown tweeds had told him something electrifying. That Harold Buckhalter may well be a clever criminal. The eyes of George Wallaby are glowing as he listens.
It's true, George. Nothing would give me greater pleasure than to put a pair of handcuffs on that man. Do you know how long I've been after him?
No. How long?
It was, let's see, I guess it was 4 years ago next month. I was working as an investigator for an insurance company. There was a brazen robbery at a large jewelry firm in the Midwest.
And Harold worked there?
Their best salesman, they said.
Yes, they all say that.
And the funny thing is, the next case I worked on involving a gem theft was a big firm in the Northeast. And lo and behold, who was their best salesman? Excuse me, George, are you listening to me?
Oh, Mr. Carstairs, if you only knew how I was listening to you.
Call me Walter. Something tells me that you and I have a lot in common.
This is incredible. This is wonderful.
Now, wait now. Don't get me wrong. I don't have any actual evidence that Harold Buckhalter was behind these gem heists.
Gem heists? I love it.
If I did have the evidence, I would have been flashing my badge in his face, not yours.
Yes, but Walter, do you mean he commits robberies?
Not at the point of a gun. It's more like a con game, inside jobs. To me, it's no coincidence that Harold Buckhalter worked in 3 companies that sustained large losses of gems. I worked on 2 of those cases, George, and I smell a rat.
Wow. Why don't you warn my boss, Mr. Kipnis?
Wouldn't do any good. If there's one thing Harold manages to do, it's get himself in good graces with the boss.
Ah.
And if he did believe me and fired Harold, he'd just move somewhere else. Maybe where I can't find him.
And you really think he's going to try something here at Kipnis and Company?
I don't know. But I want to know. I want to catch this guy with the meat in his mouth.
Walter, listen, if there's anything I can do...
Interesting that you should say that.
Oh, you mean there is?
You don't like Harold Buckhalter, do you?
No, I don't.
And how would you like to help me catch this guy, George? Right in the act.
Me?
I can't do it alone. I need somebody on the inside. And since you're Kipnis' executive assistant...
What would I have to do, Mr. Carstairs?
Call me Walter.
Yes, Walter.
Look, George, don't you see? Harold won't be able to pull his scam without involving you.
Well, he could deal directly with Mr. Kipnis.
No. Harold always operates with the same M.O.
M.O.? What's that?
A modus operandi.
Modus operandi, yes.
He always waits until the boss is out of town before he goes to work. That's why you're bound to be involved. And when you are, get me in the picture, and we'll nail him together. Does that appeal to you?
Oh, yes. Yes, it does. As a matter of fact, that appeals to me very, very much.
A week has passed since Walter Carstairs interrupted George Wallaby's bean and carrot soup with an invitation to adventure. It was a bad week for George. On Monday morning, Harold did Walter a favor and shellacked his wooden swivel chair. However, he forgot to advise George that the chair was still sticky wet. On Tuesday, Harold apologized by bringing George a present, a new hairbrush. George's bald head went pink when Gretchen giggled. On Wednesday, Gretchen took pity on George and had lunch with him.
You just don't understand, Harold. He's fun-loving.
He is, huh?
Well, he just has a well-developed sense of humor.
Oh, is that what you call it? Shellacking my chair, ruining my files?
Oh, you don't know if he did that.
Of course he did. Gretchen, that man has been making my life miserable ever since he came to Kipnis and Company.
But why would he do that?
Because he's... Well, that's the kind of person he is. Among other things.
What other things?
Never mind.
George, do you know something I don't know?
Well, maybe I do, maybe I don't.
Well? Oh, what is it?
I can't tell you.
No. Well, I can always find out for myself. I can ask Harold at dinner.
All right. I'll tell you. But you have to promise not to breathe a word.
Oh, I promise.
Gretchen, Harold Buckhalter may be a jewel thief.
George, what an awful thing to say.
Well, it might be true, Gretchen. I have inside information.
What you have is a grudge.
Well, maybe so, but there's more to that guy than meets the eye.
Oh, how exciting.
Is that all you can say?
But it is exciting. I mean, I thought Harold was just a fun person. But a jewel thief.
You know something, Gretchen? I think you like him better now.
Oh, you have to admit, George, these international jewel thieves are so fascinating.
I didn't say he was international. I said he was just a local jewel thief.
Oh, but just the same, there's something so glamorous about it. Don't you think?
Well, we'll see how glamorous he looks when I put him behind bars.
But the days passed slowly and nothing exciting happened at the offices of Kipnis and Company. Except that Gretchen seemed even more impressed by the dashing Harold Buckhalter than ever before. Then it happened. The detective, Walter Carstairs, had told him that Harold rarely made his move until the boss was out of the office, preferably out of town.
George, I'm going to the Far East on my annual buying trip.
Yes, Mr. Kipnis. How long will you be gone this time?
A couple of weeks. First stop Hong Kong, then I'm going to try to get over to Canton and maybe Peking.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
You'll see about plane tickets, hotel reservations, ground transportation.
Yes, sir.
You'll come to my place tomorrow and pack.
Oh, yes, sir, as usual.
And, of course, you'll take Fifi again.
Oh, do I have to, Mr. Kipnis?
Well, you know Mrs. Kipnis doesn't want to put her dog in any kennel.
Yes, sir.
And don't forget about watering the plants. Miss Kipnis will give you the schedule.
Yes, sir.
She'll also give you a list of TV programs to tape.
Oh, naturally, sir.
And don't forget about picking up the kids after school like you always do.
Well, now that they're both in college, Mr. Kipnis, don't you think that maybe they...
Well, what are you waiting for, George? You've got things to do.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kipnis.
But this was one year that George didn't really mind doing all those things for Mr. Kipnis, because it would mean that the boss would be out of the office, and that Harold Buckhalter, local jewel thief, might make his big move. Then, sure enough, only 6 days after his departure, Mr. Kipnis's fair-haired boy, Harold, walked up to George's desk, waving a yellow rectangle of paper.
Hey, George, look at this.
Huh? What is it?
Look, it's a cable from the old man, from Hong Kong. He wants me to show the Contessa collection.
The Contessa? You must be kidding.
Why would I kid you, George? Here's the cable.
Well, that's ridiculous. Mr. Kipnis would never...
Never what? The collection's for sale, isn't it? That's why we have it on consignment. So go on, George. Get it for me.
No, I can't. I just can't.
Look, read it yourself, huh? All right, George, I'll read it for you. Show Contessa collection. Arnold Rutherford, Hotel Woodard, soonest. Sending Wallaby authorization today.
Listen, I didn't receive any authorization.
You haven't even looked at your mail yet, George.
Oh, yes. Let's see.
Well, what's that? Huh? What's that under there? Looks like another cablegram to me.
Yes, it is.
Well, this constitutes authorization. Give Buckhalter Contessa collection for sales call. Kipnis. Well, there you go, George. So, hand over this Contessa collection, whatever that is. Do you mean you don't even know? Why should I? Well, it's the most precious collection in the entire catalog. No kidding. What's in it? Well, there are 13 high-quality blue-white diamonds. They were originally part of a necklace worn by an Italian countess of the last century. Wow. She must have been a pip. Well, Mr. Kipnis has had this collection on consignment for the last 2 years. Couldn't unload them, huh? Well, don't worry, Georgie. Super Salesman is here. No, you don't understand. The diamonds are virtually flawless, perfectly matched. Well, they could have been sold individually 100 times, but the owner refuses to sell the gems separately. Okay, so I'll sell a whole bunch of them to this guy, Rutherford. And just who is Rutherford? One of my contacts. Don't worry about that, Georgie. Just get the stuff out of the vault. I assume this contact is coming here? No. I'm bringing the collection to his hotel. Oh, well, you can't do that, Harold. Why not? Because it's against company policy. No one is allowed to leave with more than a few $1,000s worth of samples. And just one of the diamonds in the collection is worth at least $80,000 to $100,000. George, will you stop giving me a hard time? You saw the old man's cable, so don't yammer at me about company policy. Now, this is quite a responsibility, Harold. Maybe I should call Mr. Kipnis in Hong Kong. Now, look, George, if Kipnis wanted to give you the instructions by phone, he would have called. Besides, he never spends more than a couple of days in these places. He has a lot of territory to cover in 2 weeks. Well, anyone could have a cable sent. Who else do you know named Kipnis in Hong Kong? Come on, George. My client is waiting for me. Get in there and get those diamonds. Very well. But it isn't in the outside vault. Mr. Kipnis keeps them in his private safe in his office. Excuse me. What's that number? What did I do with that number? Oh, yes, here it is. 2, 3.
Hello?
Mr. Carstairs. This is George Wallaby.
Call me Walter, George.
Yes, Walter. Listen, Walter. It's just the way you said it would be. Buckhalter just asked me to give him some diamonds from Mr. Kipnis's private vault.
Oh, and Kipnis is away, right?
Yes, right. He's in the Far East. He's traveling. There were 2 cablegrams.
Phonies, George. Take my word for it. He probably has a Confederate send them.
Yes, I'm sure of that. Mr. Kipnis would never let that collection out of his office. He never lets anyone ever show it but himself.
Sounds like our boy is making his move.
Well, what should I do, Walter? I can't possibly give him the diamonds. I know that it'll be the last we see of him.
Give them to him, George.
What? What did you say?
Give him those rocks. It's the only way we're going to catch this guy red-handed.
Oh, no, I can't do that.
Oh, of course you can do it. Believe me, he won't get very far with them.
Well, if he got away with this before...
He didn't have me on his tail. This time will be different, I promise. Now, here's what you do. Stall him for about half an hour. That's how long it'll take for me to get in front of your building. When he comes out with the goods, I'll be there.
No, I won't.
Don't you want to see justice done, George?
Well, I can't possibly release all those valuable diamonds.
Don't you want to see that phony behind bars where he belongs?
Yes, of course I do, but I
don't like the guy, do you, George?
I hate Harold.
Then what are you waiting for, George?
Yes, you're right. You're right, Walter. It's the best way. I'll give him the diamonds, but I'm going with him to meet this customer. I want to see this arrest for myself.
No, George, that's no good. You'll scare him off.
Well, just the same, Mr. Carstairs, if I'm going to do this thing, I will have to be part of the action.
You really are a good citizen, George.
It has nothing to do with the diamonds. I want to see those handcuffs go on because I hate Harold.
And so, in the next few minutes, George Wallaby is going to get his chance for revenge. Of course, at the same time, Harold Buckhalter is going to get his chance at several $100,000 worth of diamonds. Which one of them is going to be the happy man? We'll find out when we return with Act 3. It's the moment of crisis in
the offices of Kipnis and Company, wholesale jewelers. A moment that George Wallaby will look upon as the turning point of his life. He has made a fateful decision, and now there is no going back. As he steps out of the private office of his employer, Mr. Kipnis, there is a flat steel box in his hand, and Harold Buckhalter looks at the box and smiles.
Well, now, that's being sensible, George. Mr. Kipnis would have been very upset if you hadn't listened to him.
Yes, we wouldn't want to upset Mr. Kipnis, would we?
No, George, we wouldn't. Well, hand it over.
No, it's quite all right. I'll be glad to carry them.
You're really sure you want to do this, huh? Come along with me.
Well, why not? You can tell Mr. Rutherford that I am your assistant. That's the way you treat me around here, isn't it?
All right, George. If that's the only way you'll have it, let's go. Oh, just one moment. I want to tell Gretchen something. Oh, Gretchen, baby.
Yes, Harold?
Hey, I'm expecting a call from London this afternoon, maybe one from Marrakesh. Tell them I'll call back in a couple hours.
Yes, Harold?
And don't forget about tonight. I just got the tickets. 5th row center.
Oh, I won't forget.
I'll we go back to my place later and listen to my new stereo, huh? Well, George, ready to leave?
Oh, yes, I'm ready. You don't know how ready I am.
It was exactly 25 minutes since George's last word with Walter Carstairs when he and Harold emerged into the street. His heart beating twice as fast as normally. George clutched the flat steel box against his chest as Harold deftly waved a taxi to a stop against the curb. George looked about for Walter Carstairs, but there was no sign of the detective, and he began to wonder if he had made it on time.
Hotel Woodard, please.
Nervously, George looked out the rear window to try and catch a glimpse of Carstairs' trailing vehicle. He saw nothing, but he felt sure that the detective was behind them. He just had to be.
You don't trust me, do you, George?
Why do you say that?
Well, that's the reason you came along with me, obviously. You thought I might do something foolish, like walk off with the diamond.
Oh, no. I didn't think any such thing.
Yeah, I could see from the way you looked at those cablegrams. You thought they just might be a fake, didn't you?
Certainly not.
Yeah, I'll bet you were hoping they were a fake, George. And I'll bet you're hoping there ain't a Mr. Rutherford at the hotel, am I right?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about, Harold.
Tell me something. Why do you keep looking out the back window?
Out the back? Oh, well, it's just a habit. That's a habit of mine. I'm always a bit nervous when I'm carrying so much precious merchandise.
Oh. Well, I can help make you less nervous, George. Give the box to me.
No, thank you.
Hey, here we are. There you go, buddy. Well, are you all set, George?
All set.
As they entered the lobby of the Hotel Devonshire, poor George Wallaby's knees are shaking so hard he can hardly navigate across the thick carpet. There is still no sign of Walter Carstairs. And for a depressing moment, George wonders if the detective has been mistaken. If the cablegram was indeed genuine. If there really is a Mr. Rutherford in a hotel room upstairs, waiting to make an offer on the most precious gems in the Kipnis and Company inventory.
One moment, George. I'll have to use the house phone. Tell Rutherford that we're here. Oh, Mr. Rutherford, please. I think the room number is 811.
George's heart is beating faster than ever. Is there really a Rutherford? Is he a genuine customer, or perhaps a confederate of Harold Buckhalter? If he goes upstairs with Harold, will his life be in danger? George's hand in the flat steel box becomes slippery with perspiration, and there is still no sign of Walter Carstairs. But then...
Oh, George.
Huh?
He wants me to come up alone.
What?
Rutherford. He wants me to come upstairs by myself. With the diamonds, of course.
Well, I told you I can't permit it.
Rutherford's a very private person. He doesn't like a lot of people around. Now, come on, George, give me the box.
No, I won't do it.
He's only going to be in town one day. Now, if he doesn't see the Contessa collection right now, we lose the sale.
Well, I can't. I still...
Sorry, George. It just has to be this way.
Hey, give me that box.
See you later, kid.
Harold, stop.
Can't keep him waiting. I can just catch that elevator.
Harold!
It was no use. Harold was gone behind the closing doors of the elevator. He had moved too swiftly for George to stop him, and there was still no sign of the detective. Frantically, George tries to decide what to do. Then he has an idea.
Hello, Mr. Rutherford, please. Rutherford. Are you No. No, I don't know his first name, but he must be registered here. I just heard some... Oh, I see. Yes, thank you very much. Oh, my gosh, he didn't call upstairs at all. He must have had his finger on the hook. There is no Rutherford, and Harold has the diamonds.
George.
What? Oh, Mr. Carstairs, where have you been? He's got the diamonds. Harold has the diamonds.
Of course he has them. He has to have them, George, or else the whole thing is no good.
What?
I told you. The only way I'm going to get a conviction is by catching the guy red-handed. And that's what I'm going to do.
But he's gone. He took the box and went into the elevator. He could be anywhere in the hotel by now.
I know exactly where he is, George. I know exactly how that man operates.
Well, where is he?
I'm sure he did exactly what he did in Chicago and Detroit and Lord knows how many other places. He got off the elevator at the next stop and then took the service elevator to the street. Come on, we don't have a moment to lose.
Do you see him? Do you see him, Mr. Carstairs?
Yes, there he is.
Where?
Coming out of that alley. Oh, quick, he's heading for that cab stand.
Yes.
Buckholder, stop.
Yeah, hurry, Walter, quick. Don't let him get away.
You gotcha.
Hey, what is this? What do you want?
I know what you want, Buckholder, but you're not getting away with it this time.
George, who is this man? Is he a friend of yours?
Oh, yes, he is one of the best friends I ever had.
Now, look, I was just going to bring the diamonds to the airport. I found out that Rutherford couldn't wait for me and was on his way back home. I thought I could.
Yes, I know exactly what you thought, Buckholder. But you're not going to the airport. You're going with me.
Hey, what is
this? This is called a badge, Buckholder. And these are called handcuffs. Harold Buckholder, you're under arrest for the crime of grand larceny. It's my duty to warn you that anything you might say may be used in testimony against you.
Good morning, Gretchen. Is Mr. Kipnis in yet?
Yes, he's waiting to see you. Oh, George, is it all true?
Oh, yes, it's true, all right. I'll tell you all about it at lunch, if you like.
Oh, yes, please.
Yes, I'll see you later, then.
Oh, George. Come in. Sit down, George.
Yes, sir.
Talk to me. But whatever you do, don't tell me what a fool I've been. I know it only too well myself.
Well, now don't you be too hard on yourself, Mr. Kipnis.
No, you warned me, George. You told me I was being a silly old fool, trusting that young man without even checking out his references.
Well, it wouldn't have helped, Mr. Kipnis. Now, Harold's reference would have been verified. Nobody he ever worked for thought that he was a crook. That's why he got away with it for such a long time. You do have insurance, of course.
Insurance?
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about?
Why, to cover the loss.
What loss? What are you talking about?
You mean you don't know?
Well, you told me on the phone it was a trap. That this detective, what was his name?
Well, I call him Walter.
You told me this detective wanted to catch Buckholder in the act.
Yes, that's what he told me. Of course, he was lying.
He what?
He didn't want to trap Harold. He wanted to trap me. And that's what he did. He was a crook, too.
What did you say?
I just came from the police, Mr. Kipnis. And they told me there isn't any cop named Walter Carstairs, private or otherwise. They told me that Walter is Harold's Confederate.
Oh, good Lord.
Yes, they've been working this con game for years, and that's why Walter kept the Contessa collection.
Yeah, but you told me he needed them for evidence.
Yes, that's what he always says, of course.
Then the diamonds are gone?
Oh, yes, sir, yes. I'm sure they're both out of the country by now, Mr. Kipnis, deciding how to spend the money.
You know what I just decided, George?
What's that, Mr. Kipnis?
You're fired.
I don't understand, George. Don't you like the House of Health anymore?
No, Gretchen, I feel healthy enough, thanks.
But this is the most expensive restaurant in town.
Well, I just wanted us to have lunch someplace special for a change.
Oh, but you can't afford that, George. I mean, didn't you just tell me that Mr. Kipnis fired you?
That's right.
Did he give you severance pay or something?
No, not a penny.
And you're not upset about it?
Oh, no. I deserved being fired, and I certainly didn't deserve any severance pay.
But what happened wasn't your fault.
Wasn't it?
But they fooled you, George. They were just too clever for you.
Oh, yes, they were clever, weren't they? I'm sure Harold dreamed up the whole scheme.
You know, I know this is awful to say, but I can't help...
You can't help thinking that Harold was clever.
Well, you have to admit there was something romantic about what they did.
Yes, I knew you felt that way, Gretchen, and how romantic jewel thieves were. That's why I did what I did.
What do you mean?
Well, you see, I didn't give Harold the Contessa collection.
You didn't?
No. You see, when Harold asked me for them, I went into Mr. Kipnis's office safe and took the diamonds out of the box. And then I put some cheap paste imitation in their place. And I locked the box again.
Then the diamonds are still here.
Oh, no. The diamonds are gone, Gretchen.
But you just told me.
Those clever international jewel thieves took them, Gretchen. Remember?
Oh, George.
Yes. By the way, have you ever been to South America, Gretchen?
It looks as if the Contessa collection has just been added to George Wallaby's collection. And so, for that matter, has Gretchen. You might say there's a moral to our story. Even though George started out hating Harold, he ended up by being very grateful to him, which goes to prove that you can always find something to like in everyone you meet. I'll be back with a further report on the Contessa collection shortly. There was only one problem in George Wallaby's life. The day he and Gretchen showed up at the airport to board a plane for Brazil, they were approached by two gentlemen with badges. This time, the badges were the real thing. You see, George decided it would be much better to carry the Contessa collection aboard by hand. What he forgot was that all hand luggage went through X-ray inspection. Ah, well, they do say crime doesn't pay. But crime and mystery can also be entertaining. So we hope you'll be listening for us next time. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Paul Hecht, Robert Dryden, and Diana Kirkwood. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Recently, there was a mugging victim, Zoltan Zorder.
That name doesn't ring a bell.
Zorder is the chemist who came up with the formula. Now, I went through the file. There's no lead at all.
Well, maybe it wasn't a mugging then.
It could have been a hired killing. Or a mugging that went too far.
How do you mean?
Well, somebody wanted that formula. Zorder wouldn't play ball. Some strong arms were sicked on him as a warning. But you know how some of those hoods are. They see blood, they can't stop.
A fraud. Joe Bueller.
Why?
Well, Zorder came up with the invention, but Bueller's the one to get rich. Maybe Zorder complained. Maybe Joe was afraid Zorder would sell it to the competition.
I think I'll pay Mr. Joe Bueller another call.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. The Greek god of love was called Eros. Eros was the first of the Greek gods, born from the cosmic egg, a physical and elemental force, a divinity of fertility. Now, millenniums later, love is still the prime principle of life. We celebrate and exalt it, as though our very lives depended on it, as in truth they do. And not only our lives, but the lives of all our descendants forever. Is it a deal?
It's a deal.
You like the idea?
It's all right.
You want the job?
I've got nothing better to do.
You approve of the plan?
Sounds okay.
Oh, really? I wish you could summon up a little enthusiasm.
Lady, I lost my enthusiasm for anything a long time ago. If I ever had any.
Our mystery drama, The Last Plan, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric, who also stars as the woman. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We spoke at the opening of the Greek god Eros. Now we must tell you something of Thanatos. Thanatos, brother of sleep and the night, dweller in the lower world, and the personification of death. What, you may be asking, have these two, Eros and Thanatos, to do with each other? And what place do they have in a simple radio drama? Listen, and we'll try to tell you.
I seem to have this cat. She wandered in one day and simply stayed. I can't tell if she's happy here or not. I don't know whether she likes me or hates me. I think to her I'm an adequate housekeeper. Not the best, not the worst, just adequate. She may move on any day now. That's what she seems to be thinking. As soon as she's figured it out. Meanwhile, oh, the phone. Well, it breaks the monotony. Yes? Hello?
Hello? Is that you?
Of course.
Well, this is me. Can I come over?
Why?
Listen, it's happened again.
Oh, no, not again.
Yes, and it's worse than ever.
Well, what do you want with me?
I have to talk to somebody. It's getting serious.
Well, what do you think I can do?
Figure out a way to stop it.
And it's been going on for years.
I told you, it's getting worse. It's driving me crazy.
Well, ask me. You're both crazy.
He's crazy. That's who's crazy. Look, can I even talk to you about it?
I don't like to get involved in something like this.
Oh, that's what everybody says. I don't want to get involved. Well, somebody's got to get involved because things can't go on this way.
Why can't they? You've made out all right so far.
I told you, it's getting worse. Something awful is going to happen. Please, I need to talk it over. Please.
All right.
Oh, is it okay to come over now?
Yes. Boring. It's boring. Whatever else you may say about the young, they're boring. And these two have been boring me for years. Everything to them is so important. Whereas to me, almost nothing is. Except perhaps that errant cat. When she fixes that long, unwavering gaze on me, what's behind those yellow eyes with the thin black slits down their centers? I wonder, is it approval or contempt? Is it hatred or is it... Oh, no. No, it couldn't be love. Could it? Oh, no, not even affection, and certainly not love. Oh, she's here, with her interminable doubts, fears, and complaints. Come in.
Oh, thank you. Thanks very much.
Give me your coat and go sit down.
I really do appreciate this.
Well, so far, there's nothing to appreciate.
Well, just seeing
Go
you.
sit down.
Oh, I didn't know you had a cat.
I don't. The cat has me.
What's her name?
I haven't given her one. I'm waiting to see what name she's given me. Heaven knows what that'll be.
Oh, you're weird. You know it?
Am I? Yes, I suppose I am. I think I've been weird for a long time. Sit down.
That's probably why I like you.
Because I'm weird? It's a strange reason to like someone.
Oh, I know. But I feel you know things.
Well, I don't. I hardly know anything. For certain, that is.
But that's what I mean.
If that last remark signifies anything, it escapes me.
Oh, me too.
Well, at least I'm glad to see you've recovered somewhat from your recent hysteria over the telephone.
Oh, yes, that.
Perhaps now you can tell me calmly and quietly the reason for it.
He tried to strangle me.
Oh, really? When was this?
At breakfast.
Any special reason?
He thought I put poison in his coffee.
Oh? And did you?
Oh, certainly not. Would I do a thing like that?
I don't know. Would you?
I love him.
Uh-huh.
I think he's the most wonderful man in the world.
Very difficult living with the most wonderful man in the world. Quite a strain.
Well, don't you think he's wonderful?
I hardly ever think about him at all.
You'd better start thinking about him now. Because one of these days, he's going to kill me. If you don't stop him.
Me stop him? How can I stop him?
Oh, you'll think of something.
Your confidence is touching.
You don't want me to die, do you?
No, I don't want you to die. Not actively, that is.
Well, then.
But do I want you to live? That's the question, isn't it? Do I actively, positively want you to live? I'll have to think about that.
But I'm young, I'm attractive, successful. I have a whole life ahead of me.
All true. But so many innocent victims have been young and attractive and successful, haven't they? Nevertheless, they died.
Well, don't let it happen to me.
Why don't you leave him?
When I love him?
Oh, I forgot.
Well, where would I go?
Any place. You're rich enough.
And let him take over? He would, you know, the day after I left town. No, he's just waiting for me to do something like that.
Looks like a hopeless situation.
It can't be. You have to think of something. You have to.
Well, I'll try.
Oh, good.
I said I'll try. I can't promise anything.
Oh, if you really try, you'll think of something. I know you will. I have to go now. Just keep on thinking. Keep trying. Remember, I'm counting on you to save my life.
Oh, very touching, but boring. Boring in the extreme. Why do young people think there's a solution for everything? Must be, has to be. Don't they know? No, they don't know. They don't know anything. Because they're young. What's that, a visitor again? Why don't people call first? Ask permission. Oh, well.
Hello. All right to come in?
What do you want?
Well, is it okay to come in? You let her come in. Why not me?
She told you she was here?
Yeah. So is it all right to come in? You let her, so why not me?
Did she tell you why she was here?
She didn't have to tell me. It was the same old thing. I know that. Well, wasn't it? Never mind. I know it was.
She said you tried to choke her to death at breakfast.
It's all in her head. I wouldn't have done it. I just got mad and... Well, first thing I knew, but I wouldn't have done it, not actually done it. I love her. I mean, she's the greatest, the best. I mean, she's super. Look, is it all right if I come in for a minute?
Come in for a minute, no more.
Good, thanks very much. Oh, hey, you got a cat. She friendly?
I don't know. I haven't had time to find out. Sit down if you want to.
Hey, she's got funny eyes, hasn't she?
Who has?
The cat. Hey, look, it looks like she's sizing you up.
Sizing me up?
Yeah, you, me, everybody. The whole world, the whole setup.
Are you going to use your minute talking about a cat?
No.
Or the world situation?
No, the situation between her and me. Something's got to be done about it.
That's what she said.
Well, she's right. I mean, something's got to be done. We can't go on this way. It's just impossible. You can see that, can't you?
I'm not sure I can.
Well, you see, she's got this idea that I'm out to get her.
And you're not?
No, of course I'm not.
Go on.
Well, so she's trying to defend herself against me.
And how does she figure on doing that?
By getting me first. Can't you see that?
Maybe I'm stupid. Tell me more.
Well, that's why she started putting this stuff in my coffee.
What sort of stuff?
Who knows? I don't know. Maybe I should try and find out. Then I could find the antidote. Keep it handy.
Sounds reasonable.
Probably one of those things that works slowly, takes a long time. She probably started out with just a little, and then she kept adding more and more until finally I could taste it. Yeah, I waited till I was perfectly sure that was what she was doing, and finally there was no doubt about it. Absolutely no doubt at all. Well, then I saw red. I mean, a man can't just sit there like a lump and let himself be poisoned to death, right?
Yes, right.
Right, so that's when I went for her throat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had to, didn't I?
If you were sure.
I had to let her know I knew.
Knew what?
What she was up to. What's the matter with you? I mean, I just explained the whole thing to you, didn't I? Holy...
No. Calm down. Tell me what you want me to do.
I want you to think of something, some way to stop it, because we can't go on like this.
No, I can see you can't. Has it ever occurred to you that perhaps you're both irrational, even insane?
We're as sane as you are.
Is that saying so much?
Oh, now listen, we've always depended on you. You're so much older.
Gee, thanks.
Well, I mean, you're wiser. You're more educated. You've read a lot. You've been places. You've seen things. You've done things. If anybody can figure this out, you can.
All I can say is I'll try. Now go on home and I'll see what I can come up with.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
I'll be in touch. It's late. Even the cat is asleep, worn out with watching me. Or perhaps simply bored. Who knows about cats? Not I. It's laughable, really. I can't even understand a common cat. How am I to keep two ridiculous children from mutual murder? Why did I ever say I'd make the attempt? It's not too late to back out. No. Wait, hold on a minute. It's a possibility. Just a possibility. If he'd do it, if he could. Oh, but of course he could. He can do anything. And I know he'd do it for me.
Hello?
I didn't wake you, did I?
No.
If I did, I'm sorry.
You didn't.
I'd like to see you.
What about?
I may have a job for you.
Oh?
You free tomorrow?
What time?
Anytime. I'll be here all day.
I'll be over in the morning.
You won't be sorry you made the trip.
See you then.
The cat's awake. Her yellow eyes are fixed on me with that calculating look. Did she listen to my whole conversation? Did she approve or disapprove? What do I care? She's only a cat. But I care. I care a lot. Do you begin to sense the enigma that presents itself? How Eros cohabits with Thanatos and the result is conflict? How life exists side by side in the same house with death? In the act to follow, we shall attempt to explore further this dichotomy in the story called The Last Plan. Yet each man kills the thing he loves. By each let this be heard. Some do it with a bitter look, some with a flattering word. The coward does it with a kiss, the brave man with a sword. These despairing lines were composed in 1898 by Oscar Wilde. But let us remember that he wrote them from Reading Jail, where he had been confined under the most humiliating and degrading circumstances. The cat has been staring at me all morning, and I have been staring back. It's true that humans can eventually make an animal shift its gaze. By an effort of will, I could make this cat look away. But I cannot avoid the feeling that she is simply disgusted by what she sees, or made uncomfortable by what she considers to be atrocious manners on my part. Ah, there he is at last. How like him to make me wait. Well, it's about time.
I said this morning.
It's almost noon.
It's still morning.
Well, if you want to be petty about it.
Merely precise.
Don't sit there. You'll squash the cat.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you got a cat.
She took up residence here one day for no good reason.
Get rid of her if you don't like her.
I can't decide. Sit over there. Can I get you something to drink?
I don't drink. You know that.
No, I forgot.
So, what's the proposition? I haven't got all day.
Oh, I hoped you would have.
Don't try that kittenish stuff on me. I don't go for it. What's the proposition? Lay it out for me.
Well, it concerns two young friends of mine. Acquaintances, really. Friendship connotes some sort of equality, don't you think? Some community of interest. Both of which are impossible between them and me because of their youth.
In your age.
Well, my maturity, I'd prefer to call it that.
So what's the project? What have you got in mind? Where do I fit in?
Well, both of them came to see me yesterday, begging for help. It seems they're trying to kill each other.
So?
Yesterday, so he says, she tried to poison him. Put something in his morning coffee. Actually, according to his version of it, she'd been poisoning his coffee for some time. But after a while, he began to taste it, and yesterday he became positive that was what she was trying to do.
So?
So he went for her throat, tried to choke her to death, she says.
I take it he didn't succeed, or she wouldn't have called you?
No, but he frightened her badly, which, according to him, is what he was trying to do. You see, he's convinced she plans to kill him in self-defense, because she believes he means to kill her. So, to protect himself, he has to let her know that if she tries to kill him, he will kill her. Purely a matter of self-defense, so he says.
Sounds like they weren't getting along.
Yes, it does sound that way, doesn't it? On the other hand, each claims to be devoted to the other.
Mm-hmm.
So they both come to me asking me to devise a way to keep them from this reciprocal assassination. I said I'd think about it and see if I could come up with something.
Well, did you?
I racked my brains and I couldn't think of a thing. It's not as though I was really interested in them and their foolish problem. They're young, self-absorbed, self-righteous, self-important.
Who are they?
Well, I don't think I should tell you that until you hear the plan I finally devised. After you've heard it, if you consent to it, then I'll give you their names and all pertinent information. You can ask anything you like.
One thing I would like to ask up front. Have they got money?
Money? Heavens, yes. They may not have brains or sensitivity or common sense, but money they have. Untold quantities of money.
Enough to afford me?
They could afford 20 of you.
Are they fighting about money?
Well, I'm not sure. That may be it. How to manage it, perhaps. But why that should be a bone of contention, I'm sure I don't know. They have so much of it.
So what's the big plan you've come up with? And how do I fit into it?
All right, I'll tell you. It'll necessitate your watching them every minute of the day and night.
I can do that.
As soon as either one of them makes an aggressive move, you'll kill them both.
Uh-huh. What am I supposed to take as an aggressive move?
Well, that'll have to be agreed upon in advance.
But who makes the decision? What I'm getting at, who gives me my orders? They've got to come from somewhere, don't they?
Well, I think they should come from me.
I suppose. It's your plan. I'm just the executioner.
Are you trying to be funny?
Me? I was never funny. You know that.
I do know.
So go on about your plan. So far, all you've told me is, if you think one of them means business, you tell me, and I waste the both of them. Is that it?
That's the idea. But that's not what I believe will happen. Actually, that would be most unfortunate. It wasn't my fault that they should actually die.
No? What then?
Well, the heart of the plan is, if both think that a hostile move on either's part would mean the end of both of them, well, that should restrain them, shouldn't it? If he kills her, you kill him. If she kills him, you kill her. Both know this in advance, so where's the problem?
I gotta hand it to you. You got brains.
Oh, I thought you'd never know.
The only thing is, there's two of them, you said. How do I stay on the tail of two people? I take it they're not always side by side.
Well, that doesn't matter. As long as they know you're watching one of them, they don't have to know which one, do they? As long as they know that one false step on the part of either means curtains for both of them.
I guess you're right. Yeah, you must be right.
Probably you won't have to kill anybody at all.
Oh, I don't mind.
No, I never thought you would.
How do I get in touch with you if I think one of them is getting out of line?
Well, come here and tell me, if there's time. Or phone, if there isn't.
Okay. Now about the money. I come high, you know. Very high.
Don't worry, my darling. The price will be higher than any you've ever dreamed of. Oh, you'll excuse me, the phone?
Go ahead.
Think over everything I've said.
Oh, I will.
Hello?
Hello, it's me. Are you alone?
Well, not exactly, no.
Oh, sorry. Maybe I should call back later.
Is it important?
Well, to me it is.
Not another disagreement.
No, not so far, but I'm expecting one. I feel it coming on. Look, I'll call you back.
No, hold on. We can talk for a minute or so. You sound nervous.
Yeah, I am.
You care to tell me why, if you know?
Oh, I know, all right. This time I know for sure. I saw it.
You saw what?
The knife.
The knife? What knife?
Her knife. She went out and bought a knife. She carries it around with her. I saw it. It's got a blade, 6 inches long, and it's sharp, skinny and sharp.
She hasn't tried to use it, has she?
No, but she's getting ready to. She's just waiting for the right moment, and then she'll go for me.
Look, there's someone here right now.
Who is it?
Well, no one you know, and if we're lucky, you won't ever have to know. But we're discussing an idea I had, a way to keep you two from killing each other.
An idea? You said you have an idea?
We're just in the process of working it out.
Well, what is it? What's the idea?
Call me back later, and I'll tell you once it's finalized.
Okay. Now, you'll be sure and be there, won't you?
Oh, I'll be here.
Because I'm getting plenty scared.
Well, try to control yourself and leave everything up to me.
You'll come through for us. I know you will.
I'm trying.
I don't want to die.
Call me back in a few minutes.
Right. Will do.
Well, I suppose you could figure out who that was.
One half of the charming couple.
The boy. It seems the girl has purchased a knife, a skinny one. Very sharp with a blade 6 inches long.
Women go for knives. I've noticed that.
Yes, I wonder why.
Search me.
Well, what do you think of my scheme?
It's okay.
Foolproof, wouldn't you say?
As much as anything ever is.
And you'll take care of the physical end of it?
If the money's right.
It will be. So, is it a deal?
It's a deal.
You really like the idea?
It's all right.
You'll take the job?
I got nothing better to do.
You approve of the plan?
Sounds okay.
Oh, really? I wish you could summon up a little enthusiasm.
Lady, I lost my enthusiasm for anything a long time ago. If I ever had any.
Oh? He must be calling back. Well, I'll have good news for him. Hello?
Hi, it's me.
Oh, it's you.
You sound surprised.
Well, I am a little. I was expecting someone else to call.
Who?
Oh, never mind.
Him?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact.
I might have known.
Is it true you went out and bought a knife?
What if I did?
A sharp one? With a 6-inch blade?
So what? It's not as though I'm going to use it.
Then what did you buy it for?
To have it, in case.
In case what?
In case he gets any funny ideas.
I see.
Did he tell you I bought a knife?
Well, as a matter of fact, he did on the phone a few minutes ago.
Oh, I might have known he would.
Why shouldn't he?
No reason. Boy, he couldn't wait, could he? Dirty little coward.
Wait for what?
To defend himself against me.
What's he done?
That's what I called up to tell you. He's got a gun.
Oh? Has he?
Carries it around with him all the time, stuck in his belt. One of these days, you mark my words, one of these days.
Look, I've got someone here right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll hang up.
No, that's all right. It's just that my friend and I were working out a little plan that might just solve the whole problem.
Really? You mean it?
Well, with my brains and his muscle. Call me back.
Oh, I will. How soon?
5 minutes to do it.
Okay, bye.
The other half?
Yes. Just as hysterical as he was. She wanted to tell me he's bought a gun. Carries it around with him stuck in his belt.
Sounds like they both mean business.
Oh, but they don't. No, they don't. They don't really. They're just squared off against each other, hostile and suspicious, each waiting for the other to make a move.
You could be right.
If they both know... Don't you see? If they both know that a wrong move will mean the end for both of them...
You already told me I got to be on my way.
You really have to go.
I really do.
I thought maybe you and I...
Nope. Not you and I. Not maybe. Not possibly.
Why not? Tell me why not.
Because, lady, you scare me. And I don't scare easy, as you very well know.
I don't mean to.
Must be a talent you have. Something you were born with. So long. See you tomorrow.
Am I always to be left alone like this? Even by a common, ordinary killer like him? He could have stayed for an hour. We could have talked. I'm left with nothing but a cat. A cat who looks at me with contempt. Could it be that behind that icy stare lies a small trace of pity? I'd settle for that. Just a little bit of compassion. I've sunk so low, I'd settle for that. I need it. Even from a cat.
Once in our history, there was a compact organization called Murder Incorporated. At least, so they were named by the media. I'm not sure what its members called themselves, but their sole cold function was to kill, when told and paid to do so. Can it be that the gentleman who has just left the lady so precipitously is a resurrection of that specialized group? A one-man murder incorporated? We'll return shortly with the final act. The lady who had devised the last plan in a desperate effort to deliver two young people from the threat and the fear of sudden death is a lonely lady, one given to morbid musings on the ways of power and its uses. Out of her isolation and her melancholy, she has evolved a bizarre solution we have elected to call the last plan.
It was 6 weeks ago that I brought the young people together with the man, and the plan was laid. Was I right? Will it work? The cat is sleeping, her long body stretched out to its full length, one paw flung across her eyes. And the blue hour is coming on, that last gasp of light before the dark, the lingering of the day that whispers of the night. Alone with the indifferent cat, I think back upon what has happened since the meeting between the man and the young couple and the hatching of the plan.
Aren't they supposed to be here by now?
Any minute now.
Why do I have to meet them anyway?
Just this once, I think you should see them face to face. I don't want you to back out and spoil everything.
I'm not going to back out. Not at these places.
There they are now.
I just hope they're good for the money.
Don't worry, they are. Come in.
Oh, you've got us all excited, this idea you have.
Yeah, it better be good.
Anybody want coffee, tea, something stronger?
Oh, I don't.
No, neither do I.
All right, then let's get down to cases. This gentleman, he's here because he's going to get to know you very well. All your moods, all your movements, even your thoughts, insofar as that's possible. I'm not going to tell you his name because you won't need it. You're better off without it. But he knows yours, and he knows where you live, where you work, where you play, in short, everything.
Why? What for?
Yeah, what's the point?
He'll be your bodyguard in a rather unique way. That is, he won't protect you day to day, minute to minute from attack. No, his function is to watch for any seriously threatening gesture from either one of you toward the other. Before the threatening one can go into action, he will kill you both.
Both?
Kill us both?
Yes, that's right.
Well, what do you say? How about it?
I don't know what to say. It's such a crazy idea.
It's not so crazy.
Well, I think it is. Both of us wind up dead? That wasn't what I had in mind.
It's not what I have in mind either. I'm not wild about killing off people who haven't done anything. The point of this setup is to keep you both from doing something.
That's what you wanted, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but...
Oh, that's exactly what we wanted.
Yeah, but I wouldn't kill her.
Then why did you buy a gun?
So you wouldn't kill me.
I'd never kill you.
Then why'd you buy a knife?
Hold it one cotton picking minute. You know, I don't know as I want to bother with either of you.
Why not?
Why don't you?
I don't know if you're worth it. If it wasn't for the money.
But how much?
Ask her.
How much?
Half of everything you've got.
Half?
Half of everything?
I don't work cheap.
I don't know. Half of
It's
everything.
your lives we're talking about, not mine.
Our lives?
Both of them. But if you want to take chances, go ahead. Be my guest.
Well, do you?
I don't.
Neither do I.
Okay, then. We start today.
So it was settled. That was 6 weeks ago. And here I sit wondering if I was as clever as I thought. If anyone is so clever. What was it Nietzsche said? If you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you. Well, that's the way I feel now. I stare into the unknown, and the unknown stares back. Still, when he reported to me 2 weeks later, he was almost flippant.
It's a piece of cake.
You mean that?
They're on their best behavior. I got them scared silly.
You have?
We have. Between you and me and the plan, they don't dare step an inch out of line. Either one of them. It's a shame to take the money.
You've already taken it.
And I mean to keep it. Now listen, I work hard for it. Every so often I remind them I'm around. I stroll across their lawn. I look in the window. Run into one or both of them out shopping. I tip my hat. I give them a look. Don't worry. They know I'm around. And that if they take one false step, it's the end. I have to hand it to you. I really do. It's a great plan. I couldn't have dreamed it up in a million years.
No, you couldn't have.
It's not that I'm stupid.
Yes, it is. That's just what it is. You're stupid.
Just a minute there.
But efficient. Big and beautiful and superbly efficient. That's what I love about you. With my brains and your efficiency, we could go far. Don't you think?
I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Offhand, I don't think it would work.
Well, think about it.
What good would it do for me to think about it if I'm stupid?
Not that stupid.
Look, I better be going.
No, stay, please.
Gotta get back on the job. They're quiet now, but who knows when one of them might flare up.
All seemed to be going so well. Everything progressing according to plan. Both of them were so frightened for their own safety, their own lives. They were keeping a tight hold on their own passions. I had been right. The only solution was to keep them afraid to destroy lest they be destroyed. That fear, that dread, that horror was keeping him in line. And then a few weeks after his visit, the phone rang. Yes? Hello?
Everything's changed.
What? What do you mean?
Things are heating up.
What are you telling me?
The whole plant is deteriorating. It's bad.
Will you stop talking like that and tell me what's making you nervous all of a sudden?
I'm not nervous. I'm never nervous.
Well, you sound nervous.
I've got a nerve in my body. That's why you hired me, isn't it?
Why are you talking like this? What's going on?
He went to an electrical supply house today. I saw him go in. I watched him through the window.
Yes, go on.
He bought some stuff.
What kind of stuff?
Fuse caps, detonators, electrical wire.
You're sure?
I made sure. I went inside.
Did he see you?
No, not at first, but I was right about the stuff he bought. All he needs now is the explosive.
To do what?
Blow her up. A car, probably.
But he hasn't made a move in that direction, has he? So far, this whole thing could be your imagination.
It could be. I thought of that. To be on the safe side, if there is a safe side. I stood near the door where he couldn't help but bump into me on his way out.
And did he?
He sure did. We were face to face, eye to eye. And he didn't flinch. Didn't back away. It was as though I didn't scare him one little bit. He was going to go ahead with what he had in mind.
Whatever it was.
Whatever. Oh, another thing. Remember she said he has a gun?
I remember.
Well, now she has one too. I saw it.
That was 2 weeks ago, and I haven't heard from him since. I've been sitting here with my unresponsive cat, letting time sift through my fingers. She's staring at me now. Her yellow eyes never seem to blink. Is she trying to read her future in my face, or am I trying to read mine in hers? Perhaps I should call her Cassandra. After Cassandra, daughter of King Priam of Troy, to whom the god Apollo gave the gift of prophecy. And then when he grew angry with her, decreed that though she could foretell the future, she should never be believed. What is the future, Cassandra? Will it be good, or will it be evil? Tell me. What will it be?
Let me in. Let me in. Open the door.
All right. I'm coming. Just a minute.
Hurry up. Let me in.
All right, for heaven's sake.
I thought you'd never open the door.
Come in. Whatever's the matter with you?
Look here.
What have you got there?
Take a look.
It's a gun.
It's hers.
You told me on the phone she'd bought a gun. I wasn't too surprised. She had a knife. He had a gun. She wanted to even things up. That doesn't surprise me.
No. Who does this? There's 8 guns there. All of them loaded. Some of them are his, some of them hers. They're all over the house. In the bedroom, the living room, even the kitchen. And, of course, a neat little revolver in the glove compartment of both their cars.
You went through their house?
What else was there to do? They were driving me crazy. They were starting to act as though I didn't exist. They ignored me. They treated me as though I was in their way. A nuisance. Something tiresome they ought to get rid of.
Certainly they know they can't get rid of you. You're there for good.
How could I be sure?
Sure of what?
That they couldn't get rid of me if they got together.
But they wouldn't. They couldn't. You're what keeps them from killing each other.
But they were getting to a point where they didn't care. Don't you understand that? They simply didn't care. They didn't care about anything except killing each other.
In self-defense.
That's what they said. That's what they said. They started to get crazy. I couldn't make any sense out of it. Were they buying guns and knives and fuses and dynamite to defend themselves with, or were they buying them to kill? I got where I couldn't tell one from the other. They were mixed up together, and I couldn't sort it out. That's why I killed them.
You what?
I killed them. They were driving me mad. And I killed them.
I never told you to do that.
I don't have to take orders from you.
But this means it's all been for nothing.
It would have turned out this way anyhow, sooner or later.
You don't know that. If you just kept on doing what you were hired to do,
I couldn't.
not taking it on yourself to make a judgment you're not equipped to make, you've ruined it all. You've spoiled my perfect plan.
What? That's gone down. You don't know how to use.
Oh, yes, I do. I had to do it. There was nothing else I could do. You understand, I had no control over him, so I killed him. I had to. Didn't I, Cassandra? I did the right thing, didn't I? If you know the future, tell me I did the right thing. Tell me you agree. Tell me you approve. Tell me all will be well. Tell me you're not angry. Tell me you like me. Tell me you love me. Tell me. No! Go! Oh, no! Go!
Are you suggesting that the inscrutable cat actually killed the lady? That the future contains nothing but death and destruction? You could be right. Of course, you know that what we have just presented is in the nature of a fable, a parable, an allegory, perhaps even a morality tale. It was meant to reflect a part of the ultimate peril under which we all live, all of us, down to the last, the very last, man, woman, and child. I'll be back shortly. So we have returned to the concepts of Eros and Thanatos, which will triumph. We are faced with the stern injunction, love or perish, and the unbelievable possibility that man, in his infirmity and his helplessness, may embrace Thanatos rather than Eros, may choose to perish rather than love. Our cast included Elspeth Eric, Paul Hecht, Bernard Grant, and Maya Dillon. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
What's this on top? A red brocade coat? My hands are all covered. If I wipe them on this red coat, nothing will show. I'm going out of my senses. Good. A gold watch. Gold chain. Good. What's this? Bracelets. 1, 2, 3. Dozens. These packages must be full of things pawned. Into my coat pocket they go. One after the other.
Oh, my Lord in heaven, sister, who killed you?
Someone has come in. To take the back to them also.
This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes. Death is a dream, said a Greek philosopher. Life is a dream, said a Spanish playwright. Death, life. Wherever you go, you get conflicting opinions. Which one of those gentlemen is right? The answer could be either, neither, or both. And before another hour passes, we shall make a convincing case for each of these possibilities.
Hello. I wonder if you could help me.
Sure.
I'm looking for a Mr. John Crosswell.
Well, I'm John Croswell.
Oh, you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
I wouldn't want to make a mistake.
I ought to know who I am. I'm John Croswell.
That isn't true.
What?
You were John Crosswell.
Mystery drama, how do you like those apples? You cannot, says the scientist, ascertain the cube root of an emotion, nor hope to analyze the component structure of an aspiration. But emotions and aspirations, aren't these the very stuff of human life? What and who are we without them? Let us consider John and Louisa Crosswell, a middle-aged married couple. They are quite rich. He is rather handsome. She is passably attractive. They have a comfortable home, an easy life. What could be lacking? What? Indeed.
Do you mind not going out this evening, John?
No, dear, not at all.
It's just that you've been home so seldom lately.
Well, things are hectic at the office.
Shall I play for you?
Yes, that would be nice.
Would you rather hear some Chopin?
No, this is fine.
Are you sure?
Yes, dear.
Perhaps, some Liszt.
You just play what you like.
No, I want to play what you like.
To me, they all sound the same.
Oh, dear, I hope you're not bored.
No, I'm not.
Are you sure?
Why don't you just keep playing?
Right. I keep forgetting. You really don't care for music.
Oh, that isn't true. I love music. I like to watch you play the piano, to see how your hands dance up and down the keyboard, how your body sways with the rhythm.
Do you expect me to believe that?
Louisa, have I ever lied to you? Now, who do you suppose that might be? Now, please don't stop. Hello?
John Croswell?
Yes?
I'm Jean Daly, a friend of Tom McDonald's.
Oh.
A very good friend.
Well, then you should be a very good friend of mine.
Well, I just got in.
Uh-huh.
Tom said, call John. He'd love to show you the town.
Tonight?
Well, if it's past your bedtime, I'm sorry I disturbed you.
Oh, where are you staying?
The Maxwell Regency.
Oh, that's less than 20 minutes away.
The champagne will be waiting.
That's good enough for starters. Bye.
What is it, dear?
A friend of Tom McDonald's just flew into town. Now, naturally, Tom said, look up John Croswell.
Well, why didn't you invite him over here?
Well, I thought of that, but it isn't really a social thing.
Oh, no?
They're pitching an ad campaign at a major client first thing in the morning.
Oh.
Naturally, Tom said, hey, if you really want to know how it flies, run it past old John Croswell.
Oh.
So, I'll just run down there for a bit and see what they've got.
Oh, that's very sweet of you.
Well, call it self-interest. Tom McDonald's very important to me. So this is really a command performance.
Yes, I suppose it is.
I'm sorry I have to leave you alone again tonight, but you understand.
Yes, dear. I, understand.
You know, the last time I was in a place as authentic as this, it was the real thing.
That's all?
A little village called Andelsheim.
Where is whatever it is?
Oh, in Styria.
Where is Styria?
It's in Austria, and it's got lots of cafes and things, just like this one. Oh, I think I'll go back there. How would you like to take me?
Sure. One day.
How about tomorrow?
Tomorrow I'm busy.
Oh, that's the story of my life.
What time is it?
The witching hour.
Oh, midnight already?
Is your coach about to turn into a pumpkin?
Oh, the evening is young.
It's scarcely begun.
Why don't I call my wife?
Darling,
Yes?
we have a real problem.
We do?
These good people have missed the boat completely.
Oh?
The
the entire premise on which their presentation is based.
Yes?
It won't fly.
That's too bad.
They walk in with it tomorrow, it'll be a massacre.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Look, these are Tom's friends. Now, I can't allow them to be led to the slaughter.
Well, what is there you can do?
Just start them over again from square one. That means staying up all night, but I think we can make it sing.
John, what's that music I hear?
They had this weird idea of a gypsy tie-in. So I was just listening to the tape, to see what I could salvage. And don't wait up, dear.
I won't.
I'll be home for dinner tomorrow night. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Well, that's taken care of. I told her I had to work.
And she believed you?
Sure.
Does she believe everything you tell her?
Absolutely.
I wonder why.
Well, I suppose because basically she's not too bright.
Then why don't you divorce her?
Why should I? Who wants a smart wife?
Is she at least beautiful?
No, not at all.
And what has she got?
Money?
Gentlemen, shall I tell your fortune?
Oh, I happen to know my fortune.
Ah, you do.
My wife is my fortune.
Well, then shall I tell your fate?
Why not? Sit down, Grandma.
My name is Daria. Give me your hand.
Oh, we're going to have the old palm reading act.
Here it is written.
Well, go ahead. Fire away. Yes?
I see nothing.
How can you see nothing?
Nothing is revealed. Please excuse me.
Where are you going? Hey, how do you? What are you laughing at?
Oh, step one.
What do you mean?
Oh, it's a hustle, a racket.
How?
Well, it depends on how gullible you are.
Oh, what is she doing?
Oh, she's setting you up.
How do you know?
Look, I've made a study of these things.
Well, but what's the swindle?
Well, it's already working.
I don't understand.
Well, to begin with, you're curious.
Not really.
Then why are we talking about it?
Well, because...
Why are you so nervous?
Am I?
The idea is to pique your curiosity, start you thinking, make you worry.
But why?
Well, you'll seek her out after a while, try to get her to talk, press her for details. And that's when the money begins to change hands.
Does she imagine that educated, sophisticated people fall for that nonsense?
You can catch any fish in the ocean with the right bait.
Well, here's a fish that never bites.
Then you can keep swimming forever.
I mean, who does that silly old woman think she is?
Why are we still talking about her?
Why don't we get out of here?
I thought you liked the place.
It gives me the creeps.
Oh, you shouldn't let that old lady
You think I'm some superstitious fool?
Of course not.
I really don't care for that tone in your voice.
Excuse me.
Now, cut it out, will you?
Look, I'd like to remind you, you're not talking to your wife.
I know I'm not talking to my wife.
Do you also make scenes with her in public places?
Now, just a minute.
Probably not, because you don't take her anywhere. On the other hand, why should she go? You're good looking, but you're not really much fun. I think I'll go to bed and curl up with a good book.
Wait a minute, what did
you do? Nothing. Or everything. Look, your wife chooses to put up with it. I don't have to. Good night.
Madam, I want to talk to you.
And what?
Why did you refuse to read my palm?
I did not refuse to read it. I saw nothing in it.
That isn't true.
Have it your own way.
Now, why don't you want to tell my fortune?
You have already said you know your fortune.
All right, then, my fate.
Because...
Yes, because...
Nothing.
Now, that's your job here, isn't it?
Please.
To read people's palms? Then read mine.
Please, it is all fakery.
What is the difference? I'm willing to pay.
No, I shall not do it.
Well, we'll see about that. Where's the manager?
But why do you refuse this gentleman?
Please, Milos.
Good sir, she is an artist, and they are, how you say, temperamental. So, what am I to do?
It would seem to me that this is a place of public accommodation licensed to operate by the city.
Yes.
Then to arbitrarily deny service is clearly a case of discrimination. Therefore,
yes,
I shall...
Sir, Daria, read his palm.
But I...
Daria! Sis chestni uvracia, dui policai.
Milos, duvara.
Sis chestni.
No, Milos.
Duvara. Ada?
Ada.
Sir, Please, sit. All will be in order, huh?
Your hand, if you please.
Tell me what you see.
You are educated, a civilized man. Why are you so impressed with this mumbo-jumbo?
Why?
Well, surely you know it is a fake.
Well, I always thought it was fake.
And now you do not.
No, I don't know. What did you see in my hand?
Nothing. I tell you nothing. I look and I see you, and then I see nothing. It is the nothing every one of us becomes when we are taken away by death.
What are you saying?
You know what I am saying.
I don't believe you.
Why should you? I am a gypsy thief. What I say to people is all lies, is illusion.
You say I'm going to die?
All of us shall die. Are you immortal?
I'm going to die. That's what you meant when you said you see nothing.
Yes.
Nothing. You don't see me in my place in the world, is that it?
Yes.
Which means that you will still be alive when I'm dead. And you're an old woman. I'll die before you will? I'll be dead within the next few years, or even sooner? Is that what it means?
Yes.
I don't believe it. I don't believe you.
I wouldn't want to believe her either. Poor John Croswell. Here he is in the peak of health, the prime of life, and this haggard old crone says that she will outlive him, which means he can die at any time, and long before his allotted span. Well, I can assure you that he will not die within the next few minutes, if only because we simply must have him back for the second act. Is marked, and no one can claim a moment of life beyond that which fate has predestined. So said no less a personage than Napoleon Bonaparte. A pity he could not have foreseen his own final hour. He might have arranged many matters differently. But in that case, another sort of history and life would have been in store for each of us, and we might all now be here under other conditions. At any rate, the central character of our own story has just received a rather disturbing intimation of his mortality, and he doesn't like it at all.
I don't believe you.
Of course not. Why should you believe an old gypsy thief?
Why did you tell me a thing like this?
Why?
It's not even in good taste. Well, that's something you wouldn't understand. What I can't understand is what's in it for you. How can you make any money out of it?
Money?
Money. Don't play the wide-eyed innocent with me.
Please, sir, please, sit down. I must respectfully request. There must not be.
See, you pay this wretched woman to say these vicious things to your customers?
Please, we must not become excited. What did she tell you?
Go ahead, ask her.
Daria, cause di cesti.
Morisa.
Morisa?
Ada, Milosh.
Sir, you must excuse her. She is very old.
That still doesn't give her the right.
The mind in very old people, it goes here, it goes there.
What kind of a place is this, anyhow?
It is a place in which you are, it is obvious, not happy. So I must ask you to leave, please. There is no check. You are my guest. You must go.
You couldn't pay me to stay here one more minute in this phony joint. Good night.
Ada, Morisa, Dalia.
Ada, Morisa, Milosh. Ada. John.
Oh, yes. Did I wake you? I'm sorry, Louisa.
Well, I thought you said you'd be working all night.
Well, we got off to a sensational running start, and before you knew it, we were at the finish line.
I'm glad. No one should miss a night's sleep.
I'm really very tired.
I'm sorry, John.
Well, I just want to get some rest. Good night to you.
Good night. John,
Yeah?
is something wrong?
Why? Well, why should anything be wrong?
Well, it's just that you seem,
I seem what?
I don't know.
I better get to sleep. I have to be at the office early.
Yes, of course. Good night.
John Croswell? What do you want?
Your life.
My life? Hey, what do you do? No! No! No!
John!
What?
John, what is it?
I was just shot. Killed.
Oh, you had a nightmare.
No, it was so real.
Darling.
That's something so crazy, so mixed up, so jumbled. But a nightmare. But this was so orderly, as if it were actually happening.
Well, still, it was just a dream.
Just a dream? After what she said?
After what who said?
The gypsy.
What gypsy?
Some time ago, we were having a business lunch at this place. And there was a gypsy fortune teller. Oh, well, what's the difference?
Well, the thing to do is to forget it.
Why was it so real?
Well, what did the gypsy say?
No, you're right. We'd better forget it.
Oh, it's you.
May I come in?
I don't think so.
Please, I have to talk to you.
I have to leave. I have a date.
Look, I have to ask you. What did you think of that fortune teller last night?
Why?
She said I was going to die.
So?
Did you believe her?
Did you believe her?
Well, last night I had a dream that a man shot and killed me.
Well?
Why did I have such a dream?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, could it have anything to do with what she said?
Maybe.
But how? You're the one who said it was just a hustle, a swindle.
Maybe it isn't.
You're the one who said she was trying to just set me up for some money. But how? What could she gain by it?
Oh, I don't know.
What happened? I thought we were doing fine last night.
You don't have a future. You're the kind of guy who will never leave his wife.
Look, I thought you understood that I was just out for a little fun.
But you weren't having any fun. You hate your wife, but you don't have the courage to leave her.
That isn't true.
You said she has the money. You hate the idea that it's her money that makes your lifestyle possible. So you make her life miserable. And then you have a guilty conscience.
Oh, you don't know what you're talking about.
Look, either leave her or stay with her all the way. Because otherwise you're going to destroy yourself.
That gypsy woman, why did she say I was going to die? And then last night, why did I have that dream?
Why don't you ask her?
Sir, have you a reservation?
No, but I'm...
I am so sorry. Without reservation, we must ask you to...
Oh, there she is. I have to talk to her.
But, sir...
I must. Listen, Darya, is that your name?
What is it you desire from me?
Last night, you said I was going to die.
Yes.
And then last night I had a dream. A man shot me. Now, what does that mean?
It means you are troubled.
Well, does it also mean I'm going to be shot?
I cannot say.
You know something. What do you know?
Go to see one of your doctors. They will cure you.
Of what?
Of that which is killing you.
Well, then you admit something is killing me.
Yes.
Tell me what.
I do not know.
That's not good enough.
From the look on your face, from the anger in your voice, perhaps it is hate.
Hate?
Yes. There is a poison in you. It eats away.
What is going to happen to me? You're a lot of help. How much do I owe you?
Nothing.
Good night.
Darya, il morisa.
Ada.
John Croswell, what do you want?
Your life.
No! No!
John!
No!
John, you're dreaming again. Wake up, you're dreaming.
Why not? Oh, yes. That dream.
For weeks now, it's been the same dream.
I know it's been the same dream.
I'm only trying to help.
Help? How can you help?
Well, perhaps you should see a doctor.
Oh, now you're saying I'm crazy.
No, of course not. You're just disturbed.
That's the same thing.
John, why should you have such a dream and constantly?
Oh, there's a brilliant question.
Please, darling, maybe...
Maybe what?
I don't know. All right, tell me the dream.
I have told you the dream 100 times.
Well, maybe you can tell it to me again.
I am up at the country place.
Yes.
I'm picking some apples, the first of the season. And a car comes up. A man gets out. He has a gun. He says, John Croswell. I say, what do you want? He says, your life. And he shoots me dead.
When he says he wants your life, do you ask him why?
I never have the chance.
Who is this man?
How do I know?
You've never seen him before?
Never. What's the use of this?
What does he look like?
I know. He's about 40. He's tall. He's thin, dark hair.
Is he well dressed?
Oh, he looks more or less like a college professor. He has that kind of tweedy corduroy appearance.
And you've never seen him before?
I've already told you, honestly, Louise.
All right. When you were at college, did you ever have an encounter with...
You have this annoying habit of... Look, I cannot account for this man. I don't have the slightest idea of who he is or why he wants to kill me. And there's no point trying to cook a whole psychiatric stew out of it. Now, let's see if we can go back to sleep.
Yes, John, dear. Good night.
Good night.
John, you say he comes up in a car.
I told you.
Please, darling, I'm only trying
You're trying to what?
To help, I suppose. Besides, I can't sleep now.
Well, if you can't sleep, then why don't you go play the piano or something? I have to get up in the morning.
What kind of a car does he drive up in?
How do I know what kind it is?
But you said you see everything so clearly.
It's a two-door. A sports car.
What kind?
Oh, now, please.
Just tell me the make.
It's a Ramara.
And did you happen to notice the license number?
Yes, I did. UN 3536.
Maybe we should find out who he is.
Of all the... Will you please go to sleep? Momento! Beatrice.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, no, I beg your pardon. Come in. You see, I sometimes think, of all the people in history, which one would you like to have been?
Cleopatra.
Cleopatra. And to look at you, who would have imagined...
I know, I don't look like Cleopatra, I know.
Well, not at first glance.
And I would never give that answer to anyone, but you caught me off guard.
Well, you caught me off guard, too. I would have been Dante.
Dante?
Dante Alighieri.
Oh.
That's because of everything that was ever written. I would like to have been the author of the Divine Comedy. And you caught me in one of my Dante moods. When I saw you standing at the door, I automatically exclaimed, Beatrice. She would come to visit him, you know.
Professor Tolliver. You are Professor Harry Edward Tolliver?
Just call me Harry.
I'm not one of your students.
You're not?
No. My name is Louise Croswell.
How do you do?
Mrs. John Croswell.
And now you've just spoiled it.
I know we've never met.
But finally, that deficiency has been remedied.
As I said, my husband's name is John Croswell.
Why are you telling me this?
Do you know him?
No.
Have you ever heard of him?
I have not.
Then, I'm not quite sure.
You're not quite sure of what?
Of how I should phrase my next question.
Well, why not put out a few nouns and verbs and see how they fall into place?
We have established that you don't know my husband.
Right.
You never even heard of him.
Correct.
You have no objection to the work he does.
True.
Then, Professor Tolliver, why do you want to kill him?
relaxing in your living room, minding your own business, luxuriating in your private fantasies, and have a perfect stranger throw a pitch like that one at you. Professor Harry Edward Tolliver is now at bat for the first time in our tale. We shall see how well he can hit the curveball shortly in Act 3.
John Havlicek. And Joe DiMaggio, Frank. That's me. Baseball has always been a big part of my life. It's a game where you learn quickly about the value of your teamwork. And that's why I believe in Athletes versus MS. We're putting a team together that can beat MS, multiple sclerosis. Athletes like Billie Jean King, Hank Aaron, Muhammad Ali, Lee Trevino, and so many others all are spreading the word that MS is their cause and asking everyone to join the fight against MS. There's no cure yet, but there's hope through research. Join us. Support your local chapter of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society.
Dream, dear. You had one too. So goes the old song. Yes, all of us dream. But what do we dream about? Psychologists tell us dreams are dominated by 3 basic subjects: love, money, and murder. Things can become fairly complicated, because most, if not all, murders are committed for either love or money or both. So you see, one way or another, we always wind up with the same old time-tested, tried-and-true motivation.
I beg your pardon?
Professor Tolliver, why do you want to kill my husband?
But I don't want to kill your husband. That is...
Yes.
Well, looking at you, I can see where any number of men would want to get him out of the way.
Please, Professor, I know this sounds ludicrous. You see, my husband has been having a series of nightmares. He dreams he's in our apple orchard upstate.
Oh, what sort of apples do you grow there?
Macintosh, mostly. Also some Ida Reds and Gravensteins.
Delicious. But they have such a short season.
That's true. Look, please let me say this. He dreams that a man drives up. This man gets out of his car and shoots him.
Why?
He doesn't know.
And what, if anything, has this to do with me?
Well, the dream is very clear. He describes a man, and you fit the description perfectly.
I do?
Yes. He describes the car. It is an imported Ramara, and the license plate is UN 3536.
Well, that's my registration. How do you account for it?
I came here to ask, how do you account for it? I asked a friend who's in the automobile insurance business to see if he could find the owner of... Well, I must respect his confidence and say no more.
And you say your husband dreams that I will kill him?
Yes, every night.
But I wouldn't do that.
I'm glad to hear it. Look, will you do something for me?
Anything.
Could you come with me?
I would go with you to the ends of the earth.
No, not that far. Just to my house.
Oh, that's even better.
I would like you to meet my husband.
I knew there was a catch to it.
Tell him you mean him no harm. That you certainly have no urge to kill him.
Why should I tell him that?
Well, because it's true. Well, it is. Isn't it?
Of course.
Well, then why can't you tell him?
What'd you say your name was?
I didn't, but it's Jill. What's yours?
If you're Jill, I have to be Jack.
Oh, where's the hill?
Let's go looking for it. Fred, want to hand me that phone?
I bet you're going to call your wife.
Oh, did you want to call your husband?
Oh, I wouldn't know where to find him. What's your wife like?
If I wanted to think about my wife, I wouldn't be here.
Hello?
Louise, darling.
John.
Louise, this client from Minneapolis came in unexpectedly, and we have to take him to dinner.
Oh, John, listen.
So I just don't know how long...
John, darling, he's here.
Unfortunately, these things really can't be controlled.
John, he's here.
Who's here?
Professor Harry Edward Tolliver.
Who's he?
He's the man in your dreams.
Huh?
The one who kills you.
Louise, are you quite...
The tall, thin, dark-haired man who drives a Ramara license plate, number UN3536.
Louise, do you have any idea what you're talking about?
He's here, John. I found him. Come quickly.
Do you know what you're saying? That man wants to kill me.
No, he doesn't. He wants to tell you that himself.
Harry Edward Tolliver? I never heard of him.
And he never heard of you either.
Well, the client will just have to excuse me. I'll be right there.
Oh, I gather tonight it's the hills of home, as the old song says.
Look, maybe we can have a rain check.
Oh, sure.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Oh, and also bravissimo. Why are you not concertizing?
Why?
Why are you hidden away here, tucked away, buried away?
Oh, I don't think I'm good enough.
Who else doesn't think you're good enough? Your husband?
Oh, John doesn't know anything about music. Actually, he has a tin ear.
He also has a blind eye. Why are you married to this dolt?
Well, he's really very nice.
Nice is not enough. Not for you. For a timid little housewife, perhaps, but not for a woman of passion and blood and fire.
I'm certainly not a woman of passion and blood and fire.
You're not? Don't you ever hear yourself play? I repeat, why did you marry him?
He's very handsome.
And you're very pretty.
Oh, no. No. If I know anything at all, it's that I'm not pretty.
I should have said you're beautiful.
That isn't true.
It's all in the eye of the beholder, you know.
Why do you say these things to me?
I happen to be in love with you.
That's ridiculous.
Why?
You don't even know me. We just met.
I know you very well. And we met a long time ago. Is he faithful to you? Well, is he?
No, what sort of discussion is this between strangers?
Strangers? I thought we'd settled that long ago. Is he unfaithful? If he is, that would be reason enough to kill him.
Louisa, I came as quickly as I could. Oh.
John, dear, this is Professor Harry Edward Tolliver.
You're the man.
So I've been told.
You're the man in my dream that shoots me.
Am I?
How do you account for it? Why do I have those dreams?
Who can truly analyze dreams?
I mean, are we connected in some way?
Connected?
Was there ever some point of contact between us? Or one that we may not even be aware of?
If I have caused you any distress, I'm sincerely sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I understand.
I think I'd better be going. You called for a taxi?
Well, Professor Tolliver's car is being repaired, John. We drove here at night.
Oh, well, I won't hear of a taxi. I'll drive you home myself.
No, I couldn't put you to all that trouble.
No trouble at all. You know, that dream, I suppose we'll just have to chalk it up as another one of the unsolved mysteries of life.
Perhaps.
But I'm glad we met.
Well, it's good of you to drive me home. It's a long trip.
Brother, you came in handy.
I did?
As an excuse to get out of the house. Listen, let's stop off at Tumbleweeds. It's a great little bar. It swings.
I don't think so.
Well, let me just sweeten the pot. There's a surefire little lady there. Her name is Jill, and I will bet you that she has a friend.
Do you mean you have a wife like Louise? And you go looking around for...
Pal, the day you stop looking is the day you might just as well be dead.
But you're married to Louise.
Don't remind me.
She's the most beautiful...
Hey, what have you been drinking or smoking? I mean, you're talking about Louise, who is without a doubt the dullest...
Shut up. What? Stop the car. I'll walk.
Hey, what got into you?
You don't deserve to live.
Well, are you ready to go up the hill?
I had an idea you'd be back, John.
Here I am. At your service, Jill.
Well, what do you suggest?
How would you like to pick some apples?
Apples?
The first of the season. I have a little house with an orchard only about an hour away.
Oh, I always liked apples.
How do you like it?
Oh, it looks cozy.
First thing I have to do is call my wife.
Are you going to tell her you're up at the old country house with a new girlfriend?
I will rely on the inspiration of the moment.
Hello?
Oh, Louise, dear.
Oh, John. I was worried. Are you all right?
Oh, sure. I mean, Harry and I stopped to have a few, and after I dropped him off, I made a couple of wrong turns. I got a flat, and, of course, there's no air in the spare.
Do you want me to come and get you?
No, darling. It's a long drive, and it's late. Look, I'm at a motel, just down the road a piece here, so I better just sleep it off.
Yes. That might be best.
I'll see you tomorrow night at dinner, for sure.
Yes. Good night.
You mean she bought that?
Yes. And we just bought ourselves a whole day. Now, I promised you some apples.
I can wait till morning.
Look, all I have to do is step outside that door. Now, why don't you just mix us a drink? You'll find everything you need in that cabinet. Oh, we have some beauties.
What would you like to drink?
What do you want?
What'd you say?
My life.
Who are you talking to?
Hey, what are you... No.
Oh, John! What happened? John!
We don't really know what happened, Miss Croswell. It seems he was there with a lady. I'm sorry.
Please continue, Sheriff.
Well, he'd gone out into the yard to pick some apples. He got you a nice crop this year, don't mind telling you.
Yes.
His lady, she heard him talking to someone. And he said the following. What do you want? Hey, what do you... No. Then she heard shots and the sound of a car racing off, and he was dead.
Do you have any idea who...
A young lady happens to be named Jill Bancroft. You ever hear of her? Her name's been in the papers quite a bit, but maybe not the kind of papers that you might read, Miss Croswell.
Who is she?
She's the girlfriend of this fella Joe Dagan. He's supposed to be pretty high in the underworld. We figured he might have been jealous and just... Well, you know those folks yourself. So far, we can't prove it.
Are there any other suspects?
Well, we got nobody. Can you think of anyone?
Well, no. Not exactly.
Well, we'll just keep in touch, Miss Croswell.
Louise, I just heard about it on the radio.
Did you kill him?
Why would I kill him?
That's no answer.
What can I say?
He had these dreams where you shot him.
I'm not to blame for his dreams.
You said if he were unfaithful to me, you would have reason to kill him.
Reason, yes, but ability, no.
Are you telling me the truth?
You'll never believe me, will you?
I don't know what to do.
About what?
About all this. But can I go to the sheriff and say John dreamed a man named Harry Edward Tolliver killed him? The sheriff would think I'm crazy.
It could be worse than that. He could think you're guilty.
Me?
Or at least an accessory. All your husband did was dream that some man, nameless, unknown, killed him. It was you who sought that man out, found him. Why?
Why?
Yes, why? What did you think would happen?
Well, I just thought
Perhaps it would be best all around if you didn't go to the police.
Yes. I suppose you're right. After all, why rock the boat?
Why stick your neck out?
We should let sleeping dogs lie.
You know what I think you should do right now? Play the piano. In his memory. Do one of his favorite pieces.
He didn't have any.
I suppose that was his problem. Daria.
Ada.
No spada. Pictura.
Oh.
So.
Marisa. Ada?
Ada.
Poor fellow. How did you know, Daria?
Daria knows. Daria knows. Ada.
Ada, which means yes. But what have we here? A case of murder, which shall go unpunished. I don't know. Nor is it really our problem. We tell stories. It's up to the police to solve crimes. If they find the killer, he will stand trial and justice will be done. And who is the killer? The professor or Jill's jealous underworld lover? We might compare notes when I return shortly.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street. Want to buy it?
Well,
I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price you name it.
$12.
Sold.
Ooh.
Well, now that you own a shoe store, what'll you do with it?
Well, advertise.
I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV and magazines.
I'll probably go radio.
Radio?
Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazine.
How did you
What's
know?
more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency.
Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you.
Well,
at a fair profit.
Okay.
How much do you
$156,000.
That's a pretty fair profit.
Take it or leave it.
I'll take it.
Radio. It costs less, targets your best customers, and it sells. Radio. Red hot because it works. For more facts on radio, call this station of the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message.
Dreams may serve as warnings, says one group of philosophers. Dreams are nothing but the reflection of the chaos and confusion which make up our daily lives, insists another. We know that the past often replays itself in our dreams. So why, therefore, might not the future reveal itself? After all, no less distinguished an authority than Einstein himself declared that the past, the present, and the future do not adhere to an orderly pattern, but do constantly turn and twist and overtake each other. Check it out for yourself. How often does tomorrow turn into a repeat performance of yesterday? Our cast included Carol Teitel, Mandel Kramer, Bob Caliban, and Cynthia Adler. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Yes, Monsieur Zenobi. What is it you wish to say?
I wish I hadn't paid you in advance.
We would have an encounter like this one practically every day. And then, suddenly, one afternoon, something happened.
Eureka! Eureka, Mona Lisa!
Are you speaking to me, Mr.
Yes,
Leonardo?
Eureka!
What does that mean?
It means I have found it.
You found what?
The key. The secret of the smile. With a few strokes of the brush, I have discovered immortality.
What does that mean?
It means, my dear Mona Lisa, that we shall live forever.
This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes. What a pity. That, for the time being at least, the possession of a house is beyond the reach of most of us. For a house is a symbol of our heart's deepest desire. A place all ours. A place to tend, to fuss over. A place to attach ourselves to. A place to cherish. And always a place to come back to. A place to feel warm and welcome and even loved. Why, then, is our story called The Forbidden House?
This is our house.
I was just passing by.
Are you from around here?
No.
Well, where are you from?
No special place.
You don't have a home?
I have a home.
Where is it?
I'm looking for it.
Oh, you're lost, huh?
Yes. Lost.
Our mystery drama, The Forbidden House, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Tony Roberts and Diane Kirkwood. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Do you have a vision hidden in one of the back rooms of your mind of the sort of house you may one day own? Is it tall and white and Victorian, or low and gray and rambling? Oh, there are many styles in houses, each with its own special charm and virtue. It is up to you. It is your challenge, your goal, to make one particular house your very own.
I was living my mother's life again. Something that pleased her and pleased me. Just 21 years ago, she married a local boy, my father. And 20 years ago, she found out she was pregnant with me. She'd gone to Dr. Cotton, the only gynecologist in Cooper's Plains. She'd arranged to have her baby, me, in the little house my father had bought for her. And here was I, today, making the same arrangements with the same doctor.
You're sure now, Ellen?
Oh, yes, I'm positive. I won't have it any other way.
There's a brand new hospital in Cooper's Plains, you know.
I know.
All sorts of fancy gadgets and such.
I won't need any fancy gadgets.
New doctors? Young doctors?
I don't want any new young doctors. I want you.
Ellen, love, I'm 80 years old.
Then mine won't be the first baby you've delivered.
The first? Oh, my stars and garters, as we used to say when I was an intern. I guess I must have delivered thousands.
Well, then, Dr. Cotton, I'm going to have my baby in the same house where my mother had me. In the same room, in the same bed. It's the big golden oak four-poster. I don't suppose you remember it.
I can't say.
And I mean to have the same doctor. So don't turn me down.
Oh, heavens to Betsy, I'd never do that.
Charles and I are going to start doing the room over. New wallpaper, fresh coat of paint, so it'll all look spanking new. I suppose the wallpaper that was there when you brought me into the world is still there, underneath somewhere. Probably we'll uncover it.
You going to do all this yourselves?
That isn't hard. Charles knows how. Nothing to it. We'll do it together.
Well, during these early months, I have no objections. Charles bring you here?
Mm-hmm. He's waiting outside in the car.
He agree with this notion of yours about the baby?
It's not a notion.
Well, this, whatever.
We really didn't discuss it.
Don't you think you should have?
No.
I do.
My mind was made up. All he had to do was agree.
Is that the way you run things at home?
Not everything. Just this thing. Actually, Charles hadn't approved of my idea at all. Still didn't. But it was my baby, my house, my room, my bed, my doctor. Just as I had been my mother's baby, born in her bed and in her house, delivered by her doctor. And it gave me the greatest, the widest sense of peace and contentment to know that I was doing exactly what she had done 20 years before, in exactly the same way.
Everything okay?
Couldn't be better.
Hop in.
I do so love that old man.
Old is right.
But he says it's okay for me to help you with the wallpaper. He says the exercise will be good for me.
Yeah. He say anything about you having the baby at home?
Not much.
Well, he must have said something.
He mentioned the hospital in Cooper's Plains.
What about it?
They have a lot of fancy new gadgets, he said. Also, he said they have a lot of young doctors.
Well, suppose you need a fancy gadget or a young doctor.
I won't.
Yeah, but what if you do?
Charles, look.
What if you do?
The circus is coming to town. Hey, look there.
A young doctor sounds good to me.
And it'll be here next week. Oh, we have to go.
Your mind is really made up, isn't it?
It's that little traveling circus. It was in Connersville last week.
You won't change your mind?
No, Charles, I will not change my mind. Oh, what night can we go to the circus? Charles more or less sulked all the way home. I chattered on about the circus, and by the time we approached our little house, I'd pretty much got his mind off my decision to have my baby in my own home. And the mere sight of our house brought that feeling of peace and contentment again. It washed over me like a blessing from heaven, a special grace. Isn't it sweet?
What? What's sweet?
Our house. Sweet. It's sweet. Don't you think it's sweet?
Well, I never thought of it as sweet exactly.
Well, it is. It's sweet. And I'm going to have a sweet baby because I have a sweet husband.
You know what? You're sweet.
Hey, look. There's somebody on our porch.
Oh, you're right. So there is. I wonder who. Delivery man, maybe.
Probably the wallpaper.
Hello there.
But the store said not till next week.
Something we can do for you?
We live here. This is our house.
Yes, we're the owners.
I was just passing by. Saw your hammock. Thought I'd try it out.
Just, resting up?
Yes, just resting up.
Are you from around here?
Me? No.
Where are you from?
No special place.
You mean you don't have a home?
Oh, I have a home.
Well, where is it?
I'm looking for it.
You're lost.
Yes, I'm lost.
Charles, why don't you make some coffee? I'd like some, and I think this gentleman would. You would, wouldn't you? You look a little tired after your walk and all. Charles, coffee?
Okay. Or would you rather have a drink?
We have some wine and some beer, I think.
Oh, coffee would be fine.
Oh, Charles, will you make it and bring it out here?
Well, why don't you?
No, I'd rather you did. Please.
All right. It won't take but a minute.
He'll be right back. My name's Ellen Conway. That was my husband, Charles Conway.
Oh?
What's your name? If you don't mind my asking.
My name?
Well, if you feel like telling me.
They call me Billy.
Just Billy?
That's all. Just Billy.
Who calls you Billy?
Why, everybody at the circus. They all call me Billy.
You're with the traveling circus. Oh, why, isn't that wonderful?
Well, I think it is.
No, coming back from the doctor. Oh, I'm going to have a baby. So we went to see Dr. Cotton. He lives down the road. Well, coming back, we passed a calliope. I guess that's what it was. We didn't actually see it, but we heard it. And it sounded so wonderful. We're planning to go.
It's just a little circus.
Oh, even so.
It has only one ring.
Any circus is wonderful.
We set up out of doors. Under a tent.
That's where a circus should be. Under a tent.
You have to sit on folding chairs.
Oh, I won't mind. I'd stand up for the circus.
We'll only be here 2 days.
What do you do in the circus? Are you a performer?
Oh, no. No, I take care of the animals.
Really? But that's wonderful. That's really wonderful.
You think so?
Oh, I certainly do. I love animals, don't you?
Yes, I do. Not that we have so many animals, just a few, 2 elephants, an ocelot. Oh, of course, we have horses and some performing dogs. They do an act.
When the baby's born, we're going to get a dog. A dog and a baby at the same time. Don't you think that's a good idea?
Yes, I do. So neither one is jealous of the other.
Now, all my life, I've looked at women walking down the street with a baby in a perambulator and a dog on a leash, and I've always thought that those women had absolutely everything. Of course, you need a husband to have both of them.
A husband and a house.
Yes, a husband and a house. Oh, here's Charles with the coffee. Thank you, darling. Set the tray down in front of me.
I brought cream and sugar.
Billy, cream, sugar?
No, thanks.
We take ours black, too. There you are.
Thank you.
Billy was telling me he works for the circus.
Oh, that's interesting. Just what do you do at the circus?
He takes care of the animals.
Animals? Animals are the best, the very best, because they're honest. Animals are absolutely honest. They give you the very best of what they have to give, and they give it honestly and openly without any pretense, any pretending it's what it isn't. There's nothing hypocritical about animals. I love them. I love all of them. And I hope they love me.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they all do.
Yes, certainly. I guess I'd better get back to them.
Well, if you think you should.
Yes, I should. Thank you. Thank you for the coffee.
Well, you're very welcome. Come back sometime.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Why did you ask him to come back?
I don't know. He looks so unhappy, so haunted.
Yeah, so screwy is more like it.
Look, he's coming back. He's turned around and he's coming back.
Good Lord.
Now, don't be mean to him, Charles. Please don't be mean to him.
I won't.
Forget something?
Please. Don't make me leave. Don't make me go away. I have to stay here. It's important. Believe me, it's very, very important that I should stay here.
In some countries, it is the very last gesture of acceptance and a degree of familiarity to invite an outsider into one's house. A gesture made only with reluctance and a degree of lingering suspicion. Here we tend to be more casual with our invitations, more free and easy. Or are we simply more careless? We'll return shortly with Act 2 of The Forbidden House. Ellen Conway has decided to give birth to her first child in the same bed, in the same room, in the same house where her own mother gave birth to her. And in that way to establish the continuity of life that we all long for. Ellen's decision to duplicate the experience of her mother has this final addendum. Her child will be brought into the world not only in the same bed and house where she was delivered, but by the same doctor.
I'm Dr. Cotton, and I should have retired long ago. But I do so love to practice medicine. So when Ellen Conway said she wanted me to deliver her child at home, in the same house, the same bed where I delivered her, well, after a modest demurral, I said I would. But I wasn't prepared for what happened next. Is Dr. Cotton?
Doctor, this is Charles Conway.
Oh, yes, Charles?
Could I drive over to see you, Dr. Cotton?
Why, yes, certainly. Anything wrong?
I don't really know.
I mean with Ellen.
Well, Ellen's all right, I think.
Well, she was here only a week ago.
Well, that was a week ago.
Well, what's changed? Any symptoms?
No, it's nothing like that.
Will you be bringing Ellen with you?
No. She doesn't even know that I'm making this call. I don't want her to. I wouldn't be calling, except I need someone to talk to, and I can't talk to her. Not about this. You understand?
drink this, Charles, and tell me what's bothering you.
Well, when you saw Ellen 2 weeks ago, I think it was, I took her home from here, and when we got to the house, there was this man sitting on our front porch. Nice-looking guy, about 50 years old, thereabouts. He'd been out for a walk, got tired, and simply walked up our front steps and sat down in our hammock. She told him her name and asked him his, and he said, they call me Billy.
Billy what?
Just Billy. People at the circus call him Billy, he told Ellen.
Oh, yes, the circus. It was in town for a couple of days.
Yeah, it's playing all the small towns on the circuit. That's the trouble.
You said trouble?
He won't leave us alone. He keeps coming back. All because Ellen let him into the house that first time.
Charles, you've got me all confused.
That very first time, when he stood at the foot of the front steps, looking so darn pathetic, Ellen asked him inside. First mistake. Well, he stood there looking around like a kid who's seen Santa Claus. He kept saying, wonderful, wonderful place. He sort of breathed the words. We asked him to stay for dinner. Mistake number 2. He hardly ate anything, just looked from Ellen to me and back again as though we'd done something so marvelous he couldn't even talk about it. I thought we'd never get rid of him. Because, you understand, he doesn't have much in the way of conversation. He could be feeble-minded for all I know. Not quite all there, you know.
He could be very shy for all you know.
Well, maybe. Thing is, he keeps showing up. Stands outside looking pathetic until somebody lets him in.
Sounds like a stray dog.
That is what he's like. Some lost, abandoned stray dog that nobody wants.
But the man hasn't done you any harm, has he?
No, but...
No real harm?
Well, he makes me uneasy. I don't think he's quite right in the head. That could be, couldn't it? He's strange.
Prospective fathers are commonly more apprehensive than their wives, who, after all, are going to do all the work. Prospective mothers, on the other hand, are invested with a placidity that is wondrous to behold, as though they've been blessed, as indeed they have. But more than blessed, endowed with a mystical insight that lets them divine arcane truths that their husbands can only guess at. Ellen had this look of inner knowledge when she came to my office to be checked over.
Everything as it should be?
Absolutely. How are things at home?
Fine.
Did I hear somewhere that you have a guest? Someone staying with you from time to time?
Who told you that?
Oh, I heard it somewhere.
Charles told you.
Maybe it was Charles.
And Charles doesn't approve of Billy.
Billy makes him uneasy, I think.
Well, he doesn't make me uneasy.
Charles seems to think Billy... is that his name? Billy? Charles seems to think Billy is a mite strange.
Well, he's different.
Not quite right in the head? Not quite all there?
Maybe. But you've no idea how he helps me around the house. He's crazy about that house.
Not about you?
Oh, no. I mean, he likes me well enough. I'm sure he does. No, it's the house he loves. Why, he cleans and he waxes and he dusts. And he gave the porch a whole new coat of paint. He does all sorts of things. Every time he shows up, he's got it all planned what he'll do next. And he brings presents. Like a big brass knocker for the front door. Or a fireplace set. Never anything for me or for Charles personally. Just things for the house. It's just a modest little house, as you know. But the way Billy is going at it, it's going to be a little jewel box. Oh, I couldn't get along without Billy. And if he's strange or different, so what? Everybody should be strange and different. What's so perfect about the rest of us?
Very little. Very little. Ellen,
Would it make you feel better if I stopped by and met Billy? Would that help?
I don't need any help. And I feel fine about Billy.
Would it help Charles, do you think?
Oh, well, I guess it might.
Then I'll do that.
Actually...
Yes?
Actually, he's at the house right now. He's in bed.
Oh?
He has a cold or something, and I put him to bed. I put him in the big 4-poster bed.
The one where you plan to have your baby?
It's in the guest room. I could have put him in the downstairs room, I suppose, but... Oh, well, doesn't matter. He won't be there long.
Well, why don't I jump in my car and follow you home and take a look at him?
Yes, why don't you do that? I wouldn't want anything to happen to my Billy.
Cotton's my name, Dr. Cotton. Mrs. Conway thought it'd be a good idea if I stopped by and took a look at you.
I just have a cold. She shouldn't have.
Yeah, let me pop this into your mouth, will you? That's it. Under the tongue. Now close your lips. Now, let's see about your pulse. Mm-hmm. Thank you. They tell me you work for the circus. Every boy's ambition, and you made it come true. So few people do that. Most of us give up the dreams of youth and do what's expected of us. Although I can't say that about myself. I wanted to be a doctor almost from the age of 5. But no, that's not quite true. At 5, I wanted to be a veterinarian.
Oh, you like animals?
Keep that in your mouth, please. Yes, I like animals very much. I find I can count on them. Great thing to have something you can count on. Okay, I'll take that thermometer now.
You know, there's a dog at the circus. He's part of the dog act, but he doesn't perform very well. I think they'd let me have him, and when Mrs. Conway's baby is born, I'll give him to her.
That's a nice idea. Well, your pulse is steady, but you're running a slight fever. Okay, now, tell me something about yourself. I know your name is Billy, right?
Well, I don't know if it is. It's what they call me at the circus.
Mm-hmm. Well, where do you come from, Billy?
I travel around.
With the circus? How long you been doing that?
A very long time. A very, very long time.
All your life?
No, not all.
Since you were a boy?
Something like that.
Yes, but before the circus, where was your home? What was your life like?
Oh, beautiful.
Really? Tell me about it.
I lived in a house.
With your father and mother?
Yes.
But you ran away, didn't you? Ran away and joined the circus.
Yes, I did that.
Why? Why did you?
It was a long time ago. I don't remember.
Well, Doctor, how's my Billy? Will he be all right?
Just as you said, he's got a cold, slight fever, that's all.
What did you think of him?
Ellen, I'm 80 years old. I don't know anything about the whatchamacallit, the human psyche. In my day, they didn't teach those things. I can't diagnose those mental things. I'm good for delivering babies, taking care of mothers.
But you liked him, didn't you?
Sure, I liked him. He seems like a very sweet, very gentle man. Wouldn't hurt a fly. But Charles he was right when he said the fellow's strange, different. He's so vague about everything. His name, his parents, where he came from, why he joined the circus, everything. Wait a minute, wait. There's something called a fugue state. I remember something about that. Yes. A fugue state.
What is it?
Why, it's a pathological condition. I remember that much. And it's apt to last a good long time. And the person in a fugue state is given to wandering about, rather like a sleepwalker, waiting for someone to waken him, but dreading the moment of his awakening. I was simply saying whatever came to mind, just letting my thoughts, my feelings pour out. Not like me at all. Could it be that I felt some kinship with this strange, this distinctly different man? That I felt myself to be, as the book of Exodus says, a stranger in a strange land?
What has all this to do with the house? Why, nothing at all, or a great deal. For each of us feels to a greater or lesser degree that we are strangers in a strange land, bewildered as to how we got here, helpless to decide where we are going. And in this wild wilderness full of doubts and fears, few things are as reassuring and as comforting as a house which is ours, a place where we can say, there within those walls, I belong. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Thus far, we have heard from Ellen Conway, who first invited the stranger into her home, and from Dr. Cotton, who has declared the errant visitor to be in a fugue state, a pathological condition characterized by wandering, one which can last a good long while. It is time now to hear from Charles Conway, who from the start has viewed the wanderer with suspicion and mistrust, calling him strange, different, and possibly deranged.
The whole thing was getting ridiculous. Hardly a week went by that we didn't get a visit from this Billy character. And now he was tucked up in bed in the guest room, with my wife waiting on him hand and foot. She even had Dr. Cotton come to see him.
He isn't doing any harm, Charles. It's not as though he was living here.
Well, he might as well be. He shows up at least once a week. But now he's got a cold, and Lord knows how long he'll be around.
Not very long.
Well, why don't you call the circus and tell them to come and get him?
The circus is in a tent. I don't believe they have telephones in tents.
Well, you could drive over there. To wherever it's playing.
Charles, please. It's not like you'll be here forever. When the circus moves on...
When will that be?
I don't know. Soon, I imagine.
Have you asked him?
No. I can't.
Well, I can.
Oh, please don't. Please. It means so much to him to be here.
Yeah, a free room and you to wait on him.
No, it isn't that. I'm sure it isn't. It's the house. He never talks about me or you, just about the house.
You mean he's in love with the house?
Well, something like that.
He's nuts. He's completely out of it.
No, he isn't. He's just not what we're used to. He's different. Would you like to know what Dr. Cotton said about him?
Not particularly.
Well, I'm going to tell you anyway. Dr. Cotton said he might be in a fugue state.
Fugue? I never heard of it.
Well, it's not exactly normal. It's pathological, Dr. Cotton said.
Uh-huh. The guy's crazy. I told you that.
That's not what Dr. Cotton said. He said pathological. A fugue state is characterized by wandering. Not the same as sleepwalking, but something like it. He's attached himself to the circus, so he's been safe. You see?
No, I don't see anything except that I want him out of here.
Oh, you can't just throw him out.
Why can't I?
It's too cruel. Like waking a sleepwalker too suddenly or too roughly. No, I won't let you do it.
Okay, now look, how would it be if I went in and told him we'd decided to put up the new wallpaper? Now, how would that be? I mean, he can't want to stay in the room while we're scraping off the old wallpaper and putting on the new, can he?
I guess not.
All right, then. I'll go up there now and tell him. I just hope he takes the hint. If I didn't love my wife so much, I'd never have given in. But this loony guy who'd wandered into our house obviously meant something to her. And being pregnant and all, No, anyway, I pasted a smile on my face and went upstairs to the guest room. Okay to come in?
Sure.
How are you feeling, Billy?
Okay.
Did my wife tell you we're going to wallpaper this room? We're going to scrape off the old stuff and put up some new.
She told me.
You see, my wife is planning to have the baby in this room.
She told me.
Right in that bed, as a matter of fact.
I know.
My wife was born in that bed, in this room, 20 years ago. Same doctor. Dr. Cotton. You met him, I believe.
Yes, I did.
Mm-hmm. Well, we decided that we'd scrape off all the old wallpaper. Lord knows how many layers there are underneath. We thought we'd take it all off and put up some fresh new stuff she bought. You know, paint the woodwork and dress up the room.
I don't know how to hang wallpaper.
Oh, no. I wasn't hinting around, Billy. I didn't mean you should do it.
But I could do the painting. At the circus, I did some of that.
No, I didn't mean that either. What I meant was, well, we have the paper downstairs, and if it's all right with you, we ought to be getting at it.
It's all right with me.
I mean, like, tomorrow, in the morning. It means moving the furniture out, and all. You know what I mean?
You want me to help you with that?
Well, the first thing in the morning, would you?
Why, sure I would.
Oh, well, that's very good of you. That's very nice of you. I'll see you in the morning, then.
See you in the morning.
Oh, but, have you heard from any of your friends at the circus? I mean, do they know you're here?
Nobody knows. Except me. I know.
I was up early the next morning. Made Ellen get out of bed, too. Frankly, I wanted to get this peculiar man out of the house as soon as possible, and creating a disorder in his room seemed at least a step toward uprooting him. But when I got there, the room had already been transformed.
I did it, Mr. Conway.
Why, yes, you did, didn't you?
You see? Everything in the middle of the room.
So I see.
But there's plenty of room to get at the walls. You see?
Well, I appreciate this, Billy. My wife is bringing up some hot water and some rags and brushes, and all we have to do is soak the old paper, soak it good. I've got those scrapers.
Oh, for goodness sake. Look at all you've done.
No, Billy did it all by himself.
No fooling.
I got up early.
You must have. Well, here's the hot water. Let's get started.
You said the people at the circus don't know where you are, Billy.
No, they don't.
Don't you think they'll be worried about you?
I don't think so.
Well, they might be.
Oh, no, I don't think they're worried at all.
I'm sure they're all very fond of you, Billy.
I don't think so.
Now, Billy, we're very fond of you. Why wouldn't they be?
Well, look here. Look at this.
What is it?
There's a mark on the wall.
What is it? Let's see.
Oh, the paper's off. Hey, Billy's got down to the original paint.
What is that?
It's the shape of a... Oh, I know. One of those wall phones.
That's what it is. Somebody had a wall telephone in this room.
Yeah, you hardly see those anymore in these houses.
I think this is very exciting.
Well, I never would have called taking off wallpaper exciting.
Makes me feel good. Look, I found something else.
What?
What did you find?
Numbers.
Oh, 5392. What do you think that means, Charles?
A phone number, maybe.
Oh, couldn't be, with just 4 numbers.
I just thought being next to the phone...
Phone numbers have 7 digits, not 4.
Anybody home? Oh, the doctor's here.
Upstairs, Dr. Cotton.
He said he'd come back, and he did.
We're in the guest room.
Well, what's going on?
Well, we're getting ready to paper the room, Doctor.
Look what I found. Underneath everything.
Well, now, how about that?
Where an old wall phone used to be.
Oh, yes. Lots of people had wall phones in the old days.
And look here. Numbers.
5392. Somebody's phone number.
That's what Charles thought. But just 4 numbers. Couldn't be.
Oh, yes, it could. 50, 60 years ago, you didn't dial a number. You picked up the phone, and a nice female voice said, "Number, please." And you told her the number you wanted, like Cooper's Plains 5392, and she repeated it. Cooper's Plains 5392. Yes, please. Wait a minute. That's my number. Cooper's Plains 5392. That's my number.
No, Doctor.
Not now. Years ago. When I first started out in practice. I remember it well. Huh. How could I have forgotten it? Cooper's Plains 5392.
The old man was obviously agitated about something. He muttered to himself, repeating his old phone number over and over, shaking his head as though to clear it, not succeeding. Finally turning to us, and after babbling incoherent excuses, he started to leave, only turning at the door to inform us that he'd be back. 3 of us went back to work. In less than an hour, Dr. Cotton did return.
Please, stop, all of you. I want to speak to this gentleman.
To me?
Yes, Billy, to you. Sit down, will you? Because I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to give you a name. You may recognize it or you may not. That's a chance we'll take. Okay?
Dr. Cotton.
That's okay. You trust me, don't you?
Yes, I do.
All right, then. Now, James Reed Fairburn. That mean anything to you? James Reed Fairburn? No? Doesn't? Well, it should. Because that's who you are.
Dr. Cotton...
You were born 51 years ago in this house.
Here?
Right here. Maybe in this very room. Now, can you remember back to what made you give up being James Reed Fairburn? What made you start wandering all over the countryside? Try, will you? I know it's hard, but try.
Are you my Uncle Walter?
Dr. Cotton.
Hush, hush.
Are you my Aunt Bertha?
Don't say anything. Leave him alone.
Are you Uncle Harry? Where's Aunt Sylvia? Where's Uncle Elmer? Where's Aunt Jane? Where's everybody? Where are they? There's nobody. Papa and Mama died in the automobile. Now there's nobody. Except Aunt Bertha and Uncle Harry and Uncle Walter, and they don't want me. They don't say it to my face, but I hear them talking, and I see them looking at me like they don't know what to do with me, like I'm in the way. I feel like something left over, something that's no good, a nuisance, a bother. So I know what. I run away when nobody will think I'm a nuisance. That's what I'll do. And I'll go back to the beginning, and I'll start all over again. I'll go back to when things were nice. People love me. I'll go back.
Dr. Cotton.
No, it's all right. He's only fainted. He'll come around in a minute. Put that pillow under his feet. He'll be okay. And I think when he comes to, he'll know that he's James Reed Fairburn.
But how do you know who he is?
I went home and looked up my old records from when I first went into practice here in Cooper's Plains. Here in this house, I delivered the first child of my career. It may have been in this very room. He weighed 7 pounds. Mr. and Mrs. Fairburn were proud parents and loved him very much.
But what happened?
His parents were killed, both of them, in an automobile accident. He was about 10 years old at the time, and the relatives buzzed around and made a big fuss. But in the end, nobody wanted to give him a home. He must have overheard them talking about it. Maybe he just sensed it. Anyway, he took off. For a while, there was a bit of a stir around town. Then everybody just forgot about him.
Do you think all this time he's been looking for his home?
Dr. Cotton, he's opening his eyes.
So he is. Well, how do you feel? All right?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right.
Can you tell me your name? We'd like to know.
My name is James Reed Fairburn. He went back to the circus that same day. The week after, the circus moved to another state, and he went with it. We had postal cards from him from time to time, all signed, Sincerely yours, James Reed Fairburn.
You see, do you not, how important a house can be? How the memory of the first one lingers for years? Perhaps that is because it is not the first dwelling place, but the second. The one that accepted us when we were summarily evicted from our mother's womb. I'll be back shortly. Is the day upon us when only those at the top of the economic ladder can possess and live in a house, while the rest of us are relegated to sections of space in huge buildings that lodge besides ourselves? People who are strangers to us? Oh, I do hope not. For the enfolding arms of a house can be as precious and perhaps as necessary as a mother's embrace. Our cast included Diane Kirkwood, Tony Roberts, Bernard Grant, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes with another tale of the macabre. Our stories are found off the beaten track because they're about experiences uncommon to most of us. They range from strange twists of fate to supernatural experiences. Today's story is one of the latter. Gilbert Lang, a man of 50, lies in bed close to death. His 28-year-old wife is furious with Dr. Ned Eaton, who has refused her admission to Lang's locked room. Mrs. Lang has an axe in her hand.
Open that door, Doctor, or I'll break it down.
Donna, put that axe down.
Gil is dead and you killed him.
Give that to me.
Don't you order me around. This is my house now, and I want you out of it, and I want to see Gil at once. Why is Mrs. Hollins inside there?
Give me that axe, Donna. I'll explain everything.
I don't want the corpse in the house.
Our mystery story, The Pale Horse, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor. It stars Earl Hammond and Mandel Kramer. I will return shortly with Act One. The Pale Horse. Some of you may remember the line in Revelations, I looked, and behold a pale horse. And his name that sat on him was Death. Yes, that is our theme. But I do not want to mislead you. The title pertains to the subject, but with a difference. There is no dispensation from death. It is inevitable. and we know not when or how it will occur. It is one of two impenetrable mysteries, the other being life itself. Gilbert Lang is very ill. The 50-year-old man is comatose, a victim of viral pneumonia. His friend, Dr. Ned Eaton, is at his bedside.
Donna, I can't deny it. I am very concerned. He should have been moved to the hospital.
No, Gil wanted to be here. Mrs. Hollins and I have nursed him round the clock.
That's true, Doctor. We've been taking shifts.
That oxygen flow doesn't sound right.
What, Ned?
One moment. For heaven's sake, he hasn't been getting half the oxygen he needs. How did that happen, Mrs. Hollins?
I don't know, Doctor.
Well, you'd better know. I gave both of you specific directions about the amount of oxygen he needs to keep his respiration. Now, without it, he has to work so hard to breathe that he could die of a heart attack. Now, do you understand?
Yes, Doctor, I'm sure I followed your instructions.
Well, of course you did, Mrs. Hollins. Maybe I was the careless one.
Well, Gil's condition is critical. Any carelessness could result in his death. Now, do both of you understand that?
Yeah, don't say that, Ned.
Without antibiotics to fight the disease and oxygen to help respiration, viral pneumonia is fatal in 30% of the cases. Oh, has he been given his pills on time?
Oh, yes, Doctor, we have them right here. And I made a little chart that shows the times when he gets them. I sign it, and so does Mrs. Lang when she's on duty. You see, here it is.
Why isn't he any better, Ned?
I don't know. Gil is only 50, and he's in good health. Until the cold developed into pneumonia, he hasn't responded to penicillin or to tetracycline. Oh, I'll bring in another doctor tomorrow. Are you on the night shift, Mrs. Hollins?
Yes, sir.
Well, mind you stay awake. If there's any change in Mr. Lang's condition, will you telephone me?
Yes, sir.
May I see you downstairs, Donna?
Of course. If you need me, Addie, you just let me know.
Donna?
It's Addie, Mr. Lang.
Where's Donna?
She's with Dr. Eaton downstairs.
Not to worry.
Now, don't you talk. You just rest. I'll stay with you all night long.
Thank you, Addie. You're so kind. You always have been.
You save your strength and rest.
I'm so weak, Addie. I keep slipping away. I'm so weak.
We need professional nurses, Donna. Now, I must insist on that. Gil should be in the hospital, but he can't be moved now, so we'll bring the hospital to him.
But Mrs. Hollins and I have done everything that you told us.
No doubt. But neither of you is a trained nurse, and Addie Hollins is an old woman, so if she's forgetful about the level of oxygen and the timetable for the medication, Gil will die.
Don't say that.
Well, I have to, because it's true. Now, both of you are worn out, and that's when mistakes occur. You need rest. Have you eaten?
Oh,
Yes, I thought not.
I simply couldn't cook, Ned.
Well, then, go out for an hour, have dinner, and then just turn in. Have you notified the children?
Well, Helen's in London. I'll wire. John's in California.
Well, then I'll handle it, Donna.
Oh, all right.
Let's hope there'll be a change for the better during the night.
Well, you've done the best you could.
It hasn't been good enough. I can't understand where I failed. I regret that. My best friend, and I haven't been able to help him.
How is he, Donna?
Oh, it's touch and go. Mostly go.
Well, shouldn't you be there? I mean, if Dr. Eaton orders an autopsy...
Well, what'll they find? Gil's weak in condition, having such a hard time breathing. He died of heart failure. It happens all the time. Now, what's the trouble, sweetheart?
Oh, well, once in a while I feel funny about it.
But once it's over, you won't feel that way. We waited 3 years, Julian. A month after he dies, we clear out. Travel, do all that money can buy. Why should you have cold feet?
I worry about you.
Well, there's nothing to worry about.
What about his 2 kids?
Well, what about him? One's studying in London, and the son lives in California. It'll be over before they get here. Relax, will you?
Sure. I just wish it was over, Donna.
It will be. Tonight.
Your pill, Miss Lang.
What? Oh, Addie.
Mm-hmm.
My pill.
There, now you look better.
I was dead, Addie.
Dead?
Disembodied. I was out of my body.
What?
I looked down on me lying here in bed. I saw me in the oxygen tent. And I saw you and the doctor. And Donna. I heard him and he was angry about the oxygen. Then he did something with the valve. And I don't remember anything more. Where's Mrs. Lang?
Well, doctor said she needed something to eat and then to rest.
Is Mrs. Lang holding up all right, Eddie?
Yes, sir. She's mighty strong.
You don't much like her, do you, Eddie?
Well, now, that's not for me to say, Mr. Lang. I guess I just can't forget your first wife.
Yes, I know. Neither can I.
A real gentlewoman. Well, seeing the children will brighten you up.
They'll be here?
The doctor said he'd notify them.
Expecting the worst, Well, too bad. Try to sleep now, Addie. You catnap.
I'll wake you when it's time for another pill.
How is he, Mrs. Hollins?
Oh, about the same. Breathing sort of shallow. For a minute there, I thought he'd died. He asked for you.
He looks dead.
Doctor said if I got worried, I should telephone.
It's after 10, Mrs. Hollins. Why don't you fix some food for yourself? I'll sit with him till you get back.
Oh, I'm going to telephone the doctor.
Mrs. Hollins, I'll make that decision.
Oh, begging your pardon, but the doctor gave me his order.
There is no reason to disturb Dr. Eaton. My husband's condition is unchanged.
He said he died and looked down on us.
What? But that's absurd.
Well, maybe so, but he said he slipped out of his body and then came back. He might die any minute. The doctor should be here. Maybe he can do something. You'll please excuse me?
Donna?
Gil? Gil, it's me, Donna.
I can't breathe, Donna. I have to fight to breathe.
We thought you died.
I don't think I can make it, Donna.
I'll sit with you, Gil. And just go to sleep now.
Dr. Eaton's on his way. You'd best have some rest, Mrs. Lang.
You're the one who needs the rest, Mrs. Hollins.
Well, I'm on the night shift.
No, I'll stay with Mr. Lang. You wait downstairs for the doctor. Please. I'm wide awake. There's nothing to worry about.
Oh, all right. If you'd sponge him all?
Yes, yeah. He can't hold out. Now, the pills, I'll switch them later. I'll have to remember that. Why did she phone that fool doctor?
Oh, hello, Addie. Mrs. Lang was the patient?
Yes, doctor.
Hey, what was all that about Mr. Lang slipping out of his body and looking down on us? Did he really say that?
Yes, he did. It sounded crazy to me, doctor.
Well, it may be, but, I've read about that kind of experience. How is his breathing, Addie?
Better.
Good. Well, come along. Let's go up to his room. I may need your help.
Yes, sir.
And how is Mrs. Lang?
Well, she's very strong, doctor. She keeps her feelings inside.
Oh, Ned, I think he's dead.
What? Step aside, please. It's cold. No pulse. Hand me my bag, Mrs. Collins.
Yes.
Thank you.
What is that, Ned?
Adrenaline. Hypodermic injection. Then I will massage his heart.
I can't stand it. Please excuse me.
Nothing's happening, Doctor.
I am aware of that.
Then he is dead?
He's breathing. Barely. Gil. Can you move your lips? As long as I live, I'll never understand this. Mrs. Hollins. The oxygen.
Huh?
Who turned it down?
What, sir?
He's been getting only half the oxygen he needs. You are on duty, Mrs. Hollins.
Oxygen?
Who cut the supply in half? It's your responsibility, Mrs. Hollins.
Doctor, I never touched the valve.
Then how do you explain that the level is now low enough to make him have to fight for air and cause heart arrest?
I don't know. I can't explain it.
Were you with Mr. Lang all the time I left?
Yes, sir, except when I went to telephone you, and then Mrs. Lang told me to wait for you downstairs. She said she'd sit with him.
Yes, is that so, huh?
Is he gone, Doctor?
No, nevertheless, give him another pill. No, I have one here. I'll do it. I want to see the pills he's been taking.
Yes, sir. You can see by the chart.
That is not what concerns me, Mrs. Hollins. You'd better attend Mrs. Lang. Oh, and Mrs. Hollins.
Yes, Doctor?
Say nothing about our talk. Nothing. Do you understand? Let her think he died.
Heart failure.
Yes.
Okay. Did the doctor say anything else, Mrs. Hollins?
No, ma'am.
What happens now?
He'll tell you.
Well, what's he doing in there?
Trying to bring Mr. Lang back from the dead.
There are many motives for murder. Here, it seems we have two. A vicious, greedy woman's determination to inherit a fortune, and a love for a man her own age. Even he, a man we know only as Julian, feels uneasy about her premeditated plan. In appearance, Donna Lang is a beautiful, desirable woman who is attractive to all men. The truth is that she is deranged, because no sane person plans a murder. When I return shortly with Act 2, we will learn if Gilbert Lang survives the scheme to kill him. What goes through the mind of a person hovering between life and death? Does his life pass before him? From what Gilbert Lang told the housekeeper, Addie Hollins, he died then disembodied, like his own ghost. He floated above his body and saw those gathered around his corpse. Is that credible? I don't know. We do know, however, that out-of-body experiences have been reported for years.
He's dead, Ned?
Did you cut the oxygen supply when you sat with Gil?
What?
Did you?
Are you accusing me?
No, I am asking a question. Gil's heart seizure was caused by the cutting of the supply of oxygen. It was cut down.
And that killed him? Well, Mrs. Hollins...
No, Addie Hollins had nothing to gain by his death, Donna.
Well, do you think Gil's death is my gain? A rotten thing to say.
I didn't say it. You inferred it. Now, don't mistake me, Donna. I know that Gil was infatuated with you.
And I loved him.
As we still get back to the oxygen. The flow was reduced by half. Now, only you and Mrs. Hollins were with Gil. Now, either one of you
could the valve...
No, that's impossible. Gil was in good health. He sure responded to treatment.
But perhaps the treatment was wrong.
You're entitled to that opinion. But when Gil did not respond, I checked with my colleagues about what I had prescribed, and no one disagreed with my treatment.
But he died.
With your permission, I'll order an autopsy.
I won't give permission.
Then I will ask for an investigation.
What does that mean?
The police.
Oh, you wouldn't dare. Oh, you've never liked me, Ned. You and all of Gil's old friends.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. We tried.
Because of Gil. Isn't that true?
You never felt comfortable with us, Donna, or we with you. No, sir, I'll admit that. We were devoted to Gil's first wife.
Well, I loved my husband. I loved him.
And I have no reason to doubt that.
But you would just as much accuse me now of neglecting him.
No, I have not accused you. I said that I want to know why the oxygen on which his life depended was cut by half.
Oh, Mrs. Hollins is an old woman. She's forgetful. If anyone fooled with that oxygen tank, it has to be her.
I intend to ask her.
We'll do that, and then ask yourself what you've done wrong. Gil was strong, and with proper medication, he should have lived.
I think so too, Donna. Now, there's something strange about Gil's failure to respond, and I intend to have it explained. You'll excuse me.
Where are you going?
Upstairs to Gil.
No, I want you out of my house.
I will be. Shortly.
He's dead, Doctor?
No. Almost. He has hardly any pulse beat. Addie, did you tamper with the valve in the oxygen tank?
Oh, no, sir.
Yes, well, then she did.
But why?
To make sure he died.
But that would be...
Yes, murder. But she won't get away with it.
Why would she want him to die?
Money. And there may be a younger man.
Oh.
Now, we don't know much about Donna Lang. Do you, Eddie?
Well, her mother came here once, but Mrs. Lang sent her away. Poor woman. I let her in. The father, he was in the papers a few years ago. Mike Dennis. He robbed a bank and killed a policeman and was stabbed in a prison fight and died.
Well, any young man visit Mrs. Lang, Eddie?
Well, Mr. Roberts, Julian Roberts, he was a photographer she worked for when she was a model.
I see. Let me have the bottle of antibiotic pills, Addie, will you?
Yes, sir. I followed your directions.
Yes, I know. I know you have. And that's not the point. Oh, look like the correct pills.
That's the bottle sent by the pharmacist.
But pills can be removed and others substituted.
You think she'd do that?
Well, I don't know what she's done. You can't prove that she cut the supply of oxygen, but I might prove something with these pills. Take a break, Addie, will you? I'll stay with Mr. Lang.
All right.
And, Eddie, say nothing to Mrs. Lang. She thinks her husband is dead. That's what I want her to think.
Addie. Donna.
It's Ned. Ned Eaton-Gill.
I can breathe, Ned. I can see you. I'm looking down on you. I see you and I see me lying in bed, not breathing. I'm dead.
Gill?
I'm on a road, Ned. It's dark outside, clouds moving across the moon. There's a coach and 4 horses moving, coming toward me. A black coach, and the horses are black.
Well, get in or get out. Make up your mind.
Is this a dream?
It's, no dream, Mr. Lang.
Well, then what is it?
I heard they call it the pale horse.
Death. So I did die. How do you know my name, young man?
I'd rather not say.
Why not? Tell him, Julian.
No.
Who are you?
You won't believe it, Mr. Lang. I'm Mike Dennis. That mean anything to you?
My wife's maiden name is Dennis.
First name Donna, right?
Yes. Would you be her father?
I'm sorry to say I am.
And this young man, Julian
Roberts.
I never knew him.
I should hope now that you've thrown a tramp out of your house.
Tramp? That's a serious accusation, Mr. Dennis.
I don't think it isn't true. 15 on, she was on the streets. You ran away. Broke her old lady's heart. Good riddance, I said.
I didn't know any of this.
Of course not. We were down and out. The old lady asked Donna for help. She was a model then.
Told us to drop dead. And that's when I made a mistake. I helped a guy pull off a robbery, and I shot a cop, and it was curtains.
Well, how did you come here? You didn't read about it, Mr. Lang? Well, I guess you didn't. See, Mike was sent to a high-security prison upstate, and he got into a fight, and he was knifed.
Yeah, saved the state a bundle. And you come along, Mr. Lang.
This is all news to me. Oh, there's more.
When Donna hooked you, the old lady thought she'd be on easy street. I'd already been arrested, and things were tough for her. So she went to Donna, and Donna threw her out. Said she had no family, never wanted to see the old lady or relatives ever again. And she never bothered Donna again. We got some pride.
Where are we going?
Well, they shift us around from time to time. I've been in this rig for years. I'm kind of a greeter.
Well, this is the death coach?
Yep.
Well, is it always night?
Donna's in for some shot. I hope it knocks her out.
You knew my wife, Mr. Roberts?
I did, yes, sir.
And?
I regret the whole thing.
Meaning what?
She never loved you, Mr. Lang. Didn't you know that?
I didn't want to know it. But perhaps I sensed it.
She did love me. Before she met you, we were going to get married. I was a photographer, and I photographed her many times, and we just fell in love.
But she married me, Mr. Roberts.
And planned somehow to get rid of you and then marry me.
It's unbelievable.
Yes, I know, but that is the way it was.
Mr. Roberts.
Yeah?
Tell me about the murder plan.
Well, it was simple. It's the best kind, I guess. It's just a matter of the right time. You know, you catch the flu, and then she prevents you from recovering.
How?
Well, the flu develops into pneumonia, and by substituting phony pills for the real ones, you get worse.
Placebos?
Yeah, I guess that's what they're called.
So instead of treating pneumonia with antibiotics, I was treated with placebos.
Yeah. You were a dead duck. Then, when she got the chance, she'd cut the oxygen way down and hope you'd have heart failure.
That's a nasty story, Mr. Roberts.
Well, I had nothing to do with it, and what Donna was doing made me uncomfortable. And I said so last night when I had dinner with her.
May I ask why you were here?
Wait till you hear this, Mr. Lang.
After dinner, Donna took a taxi home, and this whole thing was on my mind. I guess I missed a traffic light and got hit, and I was killed.
Good Lord.
You get it, Mr. Lang? She kills you to get your money and Julian, and he gets himself killed. What do you call that?
Irony, I would say.
So she left with the money, but without a lover boy. I say it couldn't have happened to anyone worse. Let her wring her heart out. Hey, where you going, Mr. Lang?
Mr. Lang!
I still have an ounce of life in me, gentlemen. It has been an extraordinary experience meeting you. Goodbye.
That's a new one on me, Julian.
I don't think he was really dead.
Tyler, 4,000.
Mr. Julian Roberts, please.
1 moment.
Hurry, please, hurry.
I'm ringing. No answer, miss.
Oh. Well, can I leave a message for him?
Go ahead.
Just say, Donna phoned and it's over.
It's, over?
Yeah. My husband died.
Oh, I'm sorry, miss.
Thank you. Goodbye. It's funny. He should be home by now.
He's come back to life, Doctor?
My bag, Addie.
Is that for his heart?
No. I'm giving him an injection of an antibiotic.
The pills?
Worthless. That's my guess.
Oh, will he live?
Yes. Now, lock the bedroom door, Addie. I don't want her coming in here.
Yes, Doctor.
Gil.
She tried to murder me, Ned.
Yes, I know that.
Don't let her come near me.
Oh, Mr. Lang.
I met the pale horse. 4 horses and a black carriage. There were 2 men in it. Donna's dead father and Julian Roberts. He was just killed in an automobile accident. He was her lover. I was dead, and then I came back to life, Ned.
He came back from the dead?
He was legally dead, Addie. And now he's alive.
How can that be?
Is this fantasy? Many persons would deny it. No one really knows what happens after death. But there have been too many instances of out-of-body experiences to dismiss them as nonsense. Mr. Lang's testimony is not enough to convict his wife of attempted murder. And Dr. Eaton cannot prove that she tampered with the oxygen supply. Can she be forced to confess? We will learn that when I return with Act 3. A well-conceived plan for murder has failed because of a miracle. An experience that a dying man has had that transcends the known laws of nature. To catch in what I just said is known laws. We do not know all the laws. There are unknown laws, and we have heard about one of them. Life restored after an out-of-body experience. It is moments later.
Addie, I have to visit the hospital now. I won't be long. Mr. Lang's condition is still serious, but he will live. I am almost certain of that.
Well, I'm thankful for that. What about that woman?
I don't want her in this room. Now, when I leave, I want you to lock the door. Don't open it except to me. Now, that is an order, Addie.
I won't let her in. I never want to see her again. I'd like to kill her.
Well, so would I, but we'll leave that to the law.
Get out of my way, Ned.
Sorry, Donna. No one's going into that bedroom until I return.
Who do you think you are giving orders to?
I am Gil's doctor.
He doesn't need a doctor. He needs an undertaker.
Well, you can arrange that later. Now, I have to leave for a short time, but I will be back. Until then, Mrs. Hollins has orders to keep the door locked.
Well, what's that old fool doing with him?
He's now at peace. Even you should respect that.
I'll telephone the police. Have you lost your mind? My husband, my house, and you tell... No, there's just no point talking with you. I'm going to report this to the police.
I can't stop you, of course.
Oh, you can say that again. I'll tell you something else, Dr. Eaton. You and that incompetent old woman are responsible for Gil's death, and you're going to pay for it. I'm going to sue you, and I'm firing Mrs. Hollins tonight.
It is your privilege. Now, you'll excuse me.
I demand that you open that door.
I am almost sorry for you, Donna.
I will call the police. No, there must be an accident.
Ned?
I'm here, Mr. Lang.
Oh, Addie, where's the doctor?
He went to the hospital, but he said he'd be right back.
Don't let her near me, Addie.
I locked her out. Doctor's orders. She thinks you're dead.
Does she know about Julian Roberts?
I don't know. What happened to him?
He was killed in a car crash.
How do you know that?
I met him when I was half dead, Addie. You don't believe me, do you?
Well, after seeing you dead and then coming back to life, I'd believe anything.
Where have you been, Ned?
To the hospital. I had to check out something. What are you doing with that axe, Donna?
She wouldn't let me into the bedroom, so I was going to...
Give it to me.
Just what have you been up to, Ned?
Did you telephone the police?
Answer my question. You're being mighty mysterious.
So was your husband's failure to respond to my treatment. Now go downstairs and I'll be down. I want to talk to you.
Have you phoned the funeral home? I don't want the body in this house. It gives me the creeps.
I understand. I'll be with you in a few minutes.
She's been raving at me, Doctor.
Hello, Gil.
She almost got me, Ned. What a fool I've been.
I've had those pills analyzed. Addie, are these the pills you've been giving Mr. Lang?
If that's the bottle I gave you, yes, Doctor.
And you and Mrs. Lang gave him one every 4 hours?
I did. I don't know what she did.
She gave me pills, Ned. The pills in this bottle are placebos. Harmless, but they are not antibiotics.
So Mr. Lang hasn't been getting any medicine.
And when his loving wife was on duty, she cut the oxygen in half, and that made it very hard for him to breathe. Then, heart failure and death.
Why, that's horrible.
Now, the question is, what did she do with the antibiotic pills?
Probably flushed them down the toilet.
No, I don't think so. After Mr. Lang died, she'd have to dispose of the placebos and replace them with the real pills. No, they're hidden someplace. Now, I want you to search for them.
She won't let me.
Don't worry about her, Addie. We'll leave Mr. Lang and lock him in. Now, you keep the key. She's downstairs. I want you to do two things. Place a phone call to the police from her bedroom. And tell the police that I'm charging Mrs. Lang with premeditated attempted murder. Now, use my name. When the police appear, they will hear my accusation. And if I can make it stick, they'll arrest her.
I hope she gets life in prison.
Now, once you have placed the call, Addie, begin your search. We have to find those pills.
She really scared me with what she was going to do with that axe.
Wish us luck. I do. I owe my life to both of you.
Well, Ned, have you come to your senses?
You have, it seems. You've calmed down.
I was wild when you wouldn't let me see Gil. That was cruel. Oh, when you went out, where'd you go?
Into the hospital.
Why?
Yes, I just wanted to check on my medication.
Oh, then you did have doubts about what you prescribed?
No, but I'm not infallible.
So what'd you find out?
There was nothing wrong with my treatment of your husband.
Now, who's the ambulance? Did you call an
No, I'll answer the door, Donna.
Dr. Eden? I'm Sergeant Morrison.
Oh, yes. Please, come in.
A woman telephoned, and Mrs...
Yes. If you please, Sergeant, would you let me handle this?
I didn't telephone the police.
No, I did.
You phoned the police? What for?
Bear with me, Donna.
What have you been up to?
Your husband had viral pneumonia. Any competent doctor knows the treatment for that disease. Now, he did not respond because he never received the treatment.
Are you out of your head?
Placebos were substituted for the antibiotic pills.
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh, yes, I think so, too. But that is what you did, Donna.
Are you accusing me of...
And it was you who cut the supply of oxygen in half. Now, you deliberately and with premeditation set out to kill your husband.
Prove it. Prove I murdered my husband. Prove it. Will that restore him to life?
Your husband isn't dead, my dear Donna.
What? Now, that's a lie. You yourself just said...
No, I never said he was dead. He was legally dead for a brief interval, and then... miraculously, he came alive. He is alive. And he will recover.
Is this true, Ned?
Yes. And so is what I said about you substituting the pills and cutting off the oxygen. I went to the hospital to have the pills analyzed. They were placebos. Mrs. Hollins wouldn't know the difference. And as for the oxygen, Mrs. Hollins would never have done that. She's loved Gilbert Lang since he was a boy.
And on that flimsy evidence, you're accusing me of attempted murder? You're ridiculous.
When we find the antibiotic pills, and we will, you'll have to explain the substitution. And Gil saw you turn down the oxygen supply.
Well, now I know you're crazy. Gil was unconscious.
But he was hovering over his body, and he saw you turn it down.
What is this, science fiction?
An out-of-the-body experience. I can't explain it.
Well, I'll say you can't. Who would believe such rubbish?
Gil saw something else.
Are you enjoying this, Sergeant?
He met your father.
Oh, that's a real trick. My old man's been dead for years.
So Gil discovered. Your father never did have a very high regard for you, Donna.
No comment. Can you believe this, Sergeant? My husband talking to the dead? Well, what will Mike have to say,
It wasn't flattering.
Oh, go on, then.
Gil also had an embarrassing talk with Julian.
Who?
The photographer you were going to marry before you met Gil Lang and his money.
Julian? Sorry, I don't know any Julian.
You had dinner with him just a few hours ago.
Oh, this gets wilder by the minute. You're making a fool of yourself, Ned. Now, you send the sergeant away and you go home. I'm worn out with your lies. If Gil's alive, you're not lying about that.
He's alive.
Then I'm going up to see him. Doctor,
I found them.
Bring them to me out of here, Gil.
Here are the pills, Doctor.
Where were they?
Kept loose in a rolled-up pair of socks.
Yes, they look like the antibiotics. Well, Donna, explain this, please.
You had Mrs. Hollins snooping in my room?
I knew you wouldn't dispose of the real pills. Once Gil was dead, you'd replace the placebos with these. Where did you get them, Donna?
I have nothing to say.
I'll have them traced. The police will locate the pharmacist who made these up for you. Sergeant, I'll turn these pills over to you. I'm certain that they are the antibiotic pills. And here is the bottle of pills that were in Mr. Lang's bedroom. The pills he was given by Mrs. Hollins and Mrs. Lang. Now, I want them tested by the police. Guard them. They're evidence.
All right, Doctor. Mrs. Hollins didn't know anything about them?
No.
Well, you say Mr. Lang saw his wife turn the valve on the oxygen tank?
Yes, Sergeant.
And he said something about the pills?
Yes, that's right.
This was when he was dead? I don't get it.
Neither do I, Sergeant. Oh, there's more, Donna.
There is?
Yes, Julian.
Oh, yes, Julian?
Julian Roberts. Once he came to the house.
A salesman, Mrs. Hollins?
He asked for you, and you talked with him in the library.
Julian Roberts. Oh, yes, that was his name. A great admirer of yours, Donna. Gil, he met him.
What do you mean, met him? Where?
When Gil was hovering between life and death.
Are you taking this in, Sergeant?
Gil actually entered the death coach. Now, I've told you that. He met your father, Mike Dennis, and Julian Roberts.
And the three ghouls sat in a coach and became acquainted and exchanged confidences. Is that it?
That's it.
Let me tell you something, Dr. Eden. You say Gil is alive. I don't know whether I believe you or not. No matter. But what can you prove? If Gil's alive, where is your attempted murder charge? You've got nothing against me except the sick wanderings of a half-dead man. And if he doesn't want to see me, so what? Let him divorce me. He'll pay for it.
You miss an important point, Donna.
Very well, fill me in.
Gil learned about Julian Roberts when Gil rode in the death coach.
Oh, come off it, Doctor. What kind of garbage are you handing me, death coach? Do you think that spirits ride around in a carriage drawn by poor black horses until they arrive at wherever they're going? You are absurd.
Julian Roberts was in the death coach, and on his way home from dinner with you, he was killed in an automobile accident.
What? You don't know that?
But I do. When I was at the hospital having the pills analyzed, I made a point of checking emergency. By that time, Julian Roberts had been taken to the morgue.
Oh, it's another of your tricks.
No, ma'am. I was at the station house when the accident was reported. Mr. Roberts was dead on arrival.
No. Julian.
You planned to kill my friend Gil Lang. We have the evidence of the pills, and we know that Julian Roberts was your lover. We also know that Mrs. Hollins did not cut the supply of oxygen. You are an evil, deadly woman, Donna. A jury will surely convict you of attempted murder.
Why, Ned?
Well, I'm not a psychiatrist, Gil. Older man, money, lonely, beautiful young model. It's an old story.
But to marry me and to plan my murder?
You're free of her. Maybe it was Julian's idea.
I don't think so. I talked with him for only a moment or so. I got the impression that he was uneasy about what Donna planned. You told her he died.
Yes, that's what broke her down. Until then, she was as cold as ice.
Do we have a case against her, Ned?
Switching the pills is hard evidence. What you heard when you were out of body would probably be dismissed as hysteria.
It's true, though, Ned. I've never had an experience like that.
Well, maybe it's one we all have in store for us.
And so the death coach with Mike Dennis and Julian Roberts, but not with Gilbert Lang, goes on its spectral way. Where, no one knows. A man wrote that murder, like talent, seems occasionally to run in families. So perhaps Donna Lang came by her twisted thoughts naturally. Her father was a killer. Only through the intervention of a phenomenon did Donna Lang fail. I will return shortly. You cannot read a newspaper or listen to the news without encountering murder. It is diminishing because it is an evil which can strike any one of us. Its roots are in natural desires raised to excess. Prudence becomes greed. Rejection breeds revenge. Ambition can lead to despotism. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could moderate our human appetites? Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Earl Hammond, Elspeth Eric, and Marion Salvers. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
I want a quart of strawberry ice cream. Did you hear what I said?
Oh, yeah, I heard you, but you have to wait your turn. I'm sorry.
Well, what do you mean, you're sorry?
Look, pal, I'm sorry for you.
Why are you sorry for me?
Because you ain't got no manners.
All the rest of you. You sorry for me, too? You only think you're sorry. I'll give you something to really be sorry about.
He's gonna go!
Oh, please don't!
The gun is one of those 9mm automatics, so popular today with assassins. It fires 14 shots so rapidly you can scarcely count them. In less time than it takes to tell, the Holocaust is complete. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. What if I should ask you, do you believe in ghosts? Probably you'd answer, certainly not. That would be my answer if you were to ask me. But then if I say, are you afraid of them? What would your answer be? I would say yes, scared to death. Now how can this be? That something we do not believe in can rouse such terror in us. We'll attempt to tell you in the story that follows.
He was so handsome. You have no idea.
Tell me.
And very intelligent, too.
I'm sure he was.
And kind and thoughtful.
Of course.
And he loved me.
I'm sure he did.
And I loved him.
Of course you did.
Then how did it happen? If we loved each other, how did it happen that I killed him?
Our mystery drama, The Sensible Thing, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Lee Richardson. Now for our story about ghosts. Those non-existent forms, shapes, spirits, specters, apparitions that track us by day, hover over us by night, color our thoughts and affect our feelings, pervade our work and decide our destinies. We could call our story How to Kill a Ghost, but instead we shall title it The Sensible Thing.
I'm Curtis Bisbee. I was almost 60 when my wife, Emily, died very suddenly. I did the only sensible thing. Sold the house and everything in it and moved to a hotel near my office. Then last year I became bored, restless, and I couldn't understand it. I'm not a neurotic man. Never one to become depressed or unhappy. But I began to feel there was a threat hanging over me like a small black cloud. And I decided the sensible thing was to get married again. Only I hadn't the faintest idea how to go about it. Until suddenly, it struck me.
Yes, Mr. Bisbee?
Come in here, will you, Helen? Don't bother to bring your book. Why hadn't I thought of it before? It was the only sensible thing. Sit down, Helen.
Yes, Mr. Bisbee.
I'm not taking you away from anything important, am I?
Oh, no, sir.
How long have you worked for me, Helen?
Why, 22 years, Mr. Bisbee. Come June.
That's a long time.
Yes, sir.
Do you mind my asking, how old are you, Helen?
I'm 47.
You live alone?
Yes, I do. Mr. Bisbee, is there anything wrong with my work?
No.
I thought maybe I was, slowing up.
No, nothing like that. You're fine, Helen. We've always got along pretty well, haven't we?
I've always thought so.
Would you care to marry me?
Did you say...
My wife, Emily, died a few years back, Helen.
Yes, I know.
I'm all alone. You alone?
Well, yes.
Where do you live?
I have my parents' house. When they died, I stayed on in it.
We could live there, I suppose. I'd like to live in a house again.
It's a nice house.
All right, then. We'll get married.
If you really want to, Mr. Bisbee.
You'd best start calling me Curtis. I got a judge, friend of mine, to marry us in his chambers, and we moved into Helen's house that afternoon. I was surprised and pleased when we pulled up at the curb. Nice house, very nice, small, white frame with green shutters, nice lawn, not too big, some fine shade trees. Mrs. Bisbee, we're home. May I assist you?
Thank you, Curtis.
The house looks nice.
I had somebody in to clean. I thought I should. My wedding day. Generally speaking, I do the cleaning myself.
What's that?
Oh, that's Trixie.
A dog?
Mm-hmm. I guess I forgot to tell you.
Oh, that's all right. I like dogs.
I have my keys right here.
Dogs are okay. Dogs are fine.
There we are.
After you, madam.
Well, now, here we are. Trixie, this is Mr. Bisbee.
Trixie? Oh, good dog. Nice dog. A very nice dog.
Oh, I'm so glad you like her. It would have been terrible if you didn't.
Of course I like her. We'll be good friends, won't we, Trixie? Sure we will. How old is she?
17, going on 18.
17? That's pretty old.
Oh, no, it isn't.
When a person 17 will be the same as 119. I call that pretty old.
Some dogs live to be 20, 21. I knew one once. A friend of mine had a dog live to be 24. No, 17 is nothing. 17 is young. See, Trixie is a young dog. Now, you look at her. She's not old. She's young.
Okay. She's young. Have it your way. She's a young dog. That was a shocker, all right. I'd never have suspected Helen could be so emotional. She'd never shown the least sign of instability during the 22 years she'd worked for me. Maybe I'd made a mistake. The thought did cross my mind. Maybe I'd been foolishly impulsive about this marriage. Well, too late now. Helen soon got hold of herself and settled down. I regained my faith that this marriage would turn out to be just what I needed. Till about a month later.
Trixie won't eat her dinner.
Oh?
Wouldn't eat yesterday either. Last week she threw up twice.
Well, what do you think you should do?
Take her to see Dr. Damon, I guess. He's her doctor. He's taken care of her since she was a tiny puppy.
Oh, good idea. Take the day off. I'll manage by myself.
Curtis, could you possibly come with me?
Come with you where?
To see Dr. Damon.
You want me to go with you to see a vet?
When I take Trixie.
What for?
Well, I don't know. Just to be there. In case...
What do you mean, in case?
Nothing. I didn't mean anything. I don't know why I said that.
You mean in case the vet says she's an old dog and the best thing would be to...
He's not going to say that.
If I went with you, what about the office? We can't both stay out.
I know. It's all right. Just forget it. I'll take her by myself.
Well, what difference would it make if I came with you?
No difference at all. Just forget it.
Oh, wait a minute now. You going to cry?
No. No.
Yes, you are. You're crying right now.
It is all right. I'm sorry I brought it up. You just forget I mentioned it.
Look, if it's important, I'll come with you.
You mean that?
Why, sure I mean it. I won't go to the office at all. We'll take Trixie to the vet together. Feel better?
Yes, I do. I do. I feel better.
With Trixie huddled in the bottom of the carrier, we arrived at Dr. Damon's place. The doctor turned out to be my age or older, but very energetic, very agreeable, and he let us stay in the examining room while he went over the dog from nose to tail.
How old is Trixie now, Helen?
17. She'll be all right, won't she, Dr. Damon?
Why don't you leave her here for a while, Helen? We'll run some tests on her, take some x-rays. Give me a call tomorrow.
What time?
Anytime. I'll be here all day. Now, let's have Tony here take her downstairs and get her bedded down, okay?
Let me go with her.
Now, Helen, you know we don't like the owners to go down there. Let Tony take her. She likes Tony, you know that.
Please, Dr. Damon, please let me.
It's not good for the dog, Helen. I'll take my word for it.
But I have to. I have to go with her. I may never see her again.
No, let's not be so pessimistic.
Just let me, please.
Okay. Okay, let her tag along, Tony.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Trixie, baby, you're going to be all right. See, you'll see.
Oh, my, these are the hard times.
Very emotional, isn't she?
Helen?
I never knew she could be like this.
You're married to her, aren't you?
We've only been married a short while, but I've known her for more than 20 years. She was my private secretary, still is.
And all that time it never entered your head that she had feelings?
Of course I knew she had feelings. Everybody has feelings.
But not everybody lays them out for other people to see, right?
I guess.
For fear of offending others. For fear that others might turn away in embarrassment or, worse still, in disgust.
I'm not sure I'd put it that way.
No? How would you put it?
I don't know. I don't really know. Trixie stayed at Dr. Damon's for almost 6 weeks. Helen called every day and got varying reports. She became a little withdrawn, but still very efficient both at home and in the office. Then, one evening, we were at dinner.
You like the meatloaf?
Good.
New recipe. Cut it out of the newspaper.
Hello?
This is Dr. Damon.
Oh, yes. This is Curtis Bisbee, Doctor.
It's about Trixie, Mr. Bisbee. Her prospects aren't good.
Oh.
Matter of fact, they're very poor. Hopeless, actually. She's lost a lot of weight. We've been feeding her intravenously, but we can't keep that up indefinitely. The truth is, her whole metabolic system is broken down.
I see.
At her age, there's no hope of setting it to rights. So if you and Helen want me to go ahead and give her a kind death...
I don't think you should ask me. She's Helen's dog.
Well, put Helen on, will you?
Yes, I will. Hold on. Helen, it's for you. Helen got up and came to the phone. As I handed it to her, I thought how calm she looked. It seemed that we were going to get through this without too much trouble.
I understand. No, I really do.
Clearly, Dr. Damon was telling her everything he just finished telling me. She was taking it admirably well, I thought.
Yes, I see. All right, if you say so. Go ahead. And thank you, Dr. Damon. You didn't finish your meatloaf.
Oh, I had enough. I ate most of it.
Didn't you like it?
I did. I thought it was very good.
I'll tell you what. You take the broccoli off your plate and put it on your salad plate. Trixie doesn't like vegetables. She won't eat them, but she does love meatloaf. So put it down on the floor for her. She'll gobble it up.
I stared at her. She was engaged in finishing her dinner and didn't look up. I hunted for something to say, but couldn't find anything that would bring us back to Dr. Damon's phone call. Then I carefully scraped the broccoli onto my salad plate and put my dinner plate holding the scraps of meatloaf down on the floor. Helen went right on eating, as though nothing had happened.
Is there anything more painful than love and loss? Is there anything more universal? Has anyone ever lived who did not at some time or other love deeply and then lose the loved one? The fact that in this account the loved and lost is a small dog does not in the least change the grief or alter its complexion. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Tell me, do you believe you will ever die? I'm sure you know you will. You'd be silly to think otherwise, wouldn't you? Heaven forbid that you should be capable of such foolishness. But isn't there a secret segment of your personality which obstinately refuses to entertain the idea that one day you will abandon this world, or worse still, that this world will abandon you? Listen now to the second act of The Sensible Thing.
What had I got myself into? If I'd had any idea, but I didn't. Helen had always seemed such a sensible woman. I'd looked forward to a calm, peaceful life with her. Now, what was this craziness? I felt sorry to call it that, but what else could it be? I invented a story the next morning about seeing a customer across town, my excuse for not going to the office, and 9 o'clock found me in Dr. Damon's office.
All right now, Mr. Bisbee, calm down. Try to tell me what happened.
When I handed the phone to Helen, I went back and sat down at the table. I could only hear her end of that conversation, naturally, but I took it for granted you were telling her what you told me about the dog, about, you know, the hopelessness of the whole situation, Doctor.
That's right.
And she seemed to be taking it so sensibly. She seemed to be agreeing with you, Dr. Damon, that there was only one thing to do.
She was.
But then she comes back to the table and, calm as you please, she tells me to take the broccoli off my plate. Trixie doesn't like vegetables, she says, but she likes meatloaf. So I should put my plate on the floor and Trixie will gobble it up. Well, that's what she said, Dr. Damon. Trixie will gobble it up. As though you'd never told her, as though she'd never agreed, as though the dog was right there.
Mm-hmm. She's denying everything, that's all.
You can't deny death. I mean, there it is. You can't deny it.
Well, can't you? To me, it seems very easy. What's hard is to accept it.
You think so?
I'm sure of it. Now, what do you want me to do with the dog's body?
Well, I don't know. I suppose I should ask Helen. Only the way she is right now, I don't know.
There are crematoriums for pets, you know.
Really? I had no idea.
Sometimes that makes it easier.
Oh, what do I say to her?
I can't tell you what to say or when to say it. Just follow your instincts and treat her gently. Very gently.
It was hard to go home that night. No doubt about it. I was in way over my head. I'd no experience dealing with people who were irrational. I'd led a very conventional, controlled life. I'd never come up against anything like this.
Curtis? Is that you?
Oh, yes, it's me.
You see a customer?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, I saw him. Spent most of the day with him.
Get a big order?
Oh, big enough, I guess.
Hungry?
Not very. No, not really, no.
Feel like having a drink?
That's a good idea.
Want me to make it for you?
If you don't mind.
Of course I don't mind. Things were very quiet in the office today. You didn't miss anything, in case you were worried.
I wasn't worried. You were there. Why should I worry?
That's a very nice thing to say. Thank you.
Well, you know as much about the business as I do. More, probably.
No, I doubt that. Here's your drink.
Thanks.
Want anything to go with it? To nibble?
No, thanks. Aren't you having anything?
I never drink. You know that.
I forgot. Helen, I heard something today I thought you might be interested in. Did you know, I never knew, that there are crematoriums for pets. You know, when the time comes, they have crematoriums. Did you know that? I didn't.
No, I didn't know that.
Well, they do. They're very nice.
Really?
Yeah, well, so I was told by somebody who should know.
Well, it's something to keep in mind, isn't it?
Helen?
Oh, that's Trixie. You let her in, will you?
Helen, it isn't Trixie. It's the dog next door.
No, it's Trixie. I know her bark. Let her in, will you? And I'll go start dinner.
With that, Helen left the room, bound for the kitchen. What she was thinking or feeling, I had no idea. But driven by something I could not possibly fathom. I went to the front door and opened it, half expecting a small dog to look up at me gratefully and walk through it. I don't know why I did this. Perhaps I heard Dr. Damon's voice saying, "Treat her gently." I don't know. At any rate, a few seconds later, I closed the door. Then I went to the phone.
Hello.
Dr. Damon.
Yes?
I'm sorry to call you at home, Doctor.
That's quite all right.
I hope I didn't take you away from dinner.
You didn't.
Helen's in the kitchen right now. Give me a chance to call you without her hearing me. Dr. Damon, when I came home tonight, I told her about the place you mentioned. You know, the crematorium for pets.
Oh, yes.
Helen seemed interested, mildly anyway. I was sort of leading up to, Trixie and everything. She just said very calmly, "Well, it's something to keep in mind, isn't it?" And then, Dr. Damon, a dog barked outside. I happen to know that it was the dog that lives next door to us, Irish setter, I think. But as soon as she heard the bark, Helen said, "That's Trixie. Let her in."
Oh, dear.
I told her, I said, "Helen, it's not Trixie. It's the dog next door." But she just said, "Calm as you please," but very firm. "No, it's Trixie. I know her bark. Let her in, and I'll go get dinner started." Which she did, and I called you. I didn't know what else to do.
Mr. Bisbee, there's a conflict going on in Helen. She knows the dog is dead, but she doesn't know it.
Does that make sense?
In a way it does. Not the kind of sense we're used to, but on another level it makes perfect sense. And it'll go on making sense till she's ready.
Ready? Ready for what?
Ready to accept the reality of her dear little dog's death. She hasn't done that yet.
Until she does. What about me?
I think you're showing admirable understanding and forbearance.
I am.
There's nothing to be gained by trying to crash into another's obsession, hallucination, whatever you want to call it. You don't destroy it that way. You might even reinforce it. So the best thing to do is go along with it, which is what you're doing. And I congratulate you.
I mumbled something and hung up the phone. When Helen called me for dinner, I put on some kind of a face for her benefit, and one way or another we got through dinner, mostly by talking about the office. Afterward, I took her to a movie. It must have been long after midnight when I woke up, suddenly wide awake and staring at the moonlight. The bed next to mine was empty, and from somewhere far off, I heard Helen's voice.
"Oh, Stanley, darling."
At least, it sounded like Helen's voice, but different from the voice I was used to. It seemed to be coming from downstairs. I put on a robe and slippers and crept down to the living room door and pressed my ear against it.
I never knew anybody could be so happy. Certainly not me. I don't deserve happiness like this. I never expected it. It was meant for other people, not for me. Oh, I am so happy I think I may die of it. It's too much for me. It's too good for me.
Could this be my wife, talking this way, and to whom? I waited, fear clawing at my heart, to hear a man's voice.
Stanley, will it always be like this? I mean, forever and ever. Tell me it will always be like this forever. Tell me it will never end till we grow old and we die. Die together. And then go on together even after we've died. Tell me that, Stanley. Make me believe that.
She sounded so young, so ardent, so alive, so in love, so lost in the wonder of things as though she were standing on the threshold of life itself.
There has never been such a love as ours. Never. And never will be again.
It was hardly bearable, standing there in the hall listening to this ecstatic testimony to the power of love. I thought I felt tears in my eyes as though my heart could not bear to hear any more. It felt such pain it was to listen to so much love.
And everyone will be good and kind, Stanley, because they will see. They will know that kindness and goodness are the important things, and the only way to be.
I couldn't listen to any more. For less than a second, I thought I might open the door and burst into the room to confront her, to see whom she could be talking to. Was he in the room with her, or could she be talking to him from an open window while he stood outside in the dark? Or was she quite mad and talking to no one at all? I stumbled back upstairs, got into my bed, and reached for the phone.
Yes, Dr. Damon speaking.
Dr. Damon, I'm so sorry. I apologize for doing this to you at this hour, but I can't help it.
Who is this, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Curtis Bisbee. Will you forgive me?
Oh, it's quite all right. I'm very upset.
I am, or I wouldn't be calling you at such an ungodly hour.
Is it about Helen?
Yes, about Helen. Yes, it's about Helen, Doctor.
Tell me.
Okay, I woke up a little while ago and Helen wasn't in her bed. And then I heard her voice. It sounded as though it was coming from downstairs. So I went down. I heard her voice coming from the living room. So I went over to the door and I listened.
Yes. Go on.
It was Helen, all right, only she didn't sound like Helen.
What do you mean by that?
She sounded like a young girl. A young girl in love, very much in love. Oh, it was Helen, all right, but not the Helen I've always known, not like that at all. Something different, so passionate, so sure of herself. You know, Helen, you know she's not like that. Not with me, anyway. Maybe with this Stanley person, but not with me.
Stanley? You said something about somebody named Stanley.
That's who she was talking to. She called him by name. I didn't go into the room. I didn't want to, or I was afraid to. I don't know which. Maybe both. I don't know.
Mr. Bisbee, let me talk to my wife, will you? In the morning, she's known Helen since she was born. If there's anybody named Stanley in Helen's life, she'll know about it. I'll ask her first thing in the morning.
Dr. Damon, you don't think Helen may have lost her mind, do you?
Why, no. I don't think so.
She's always been so sensible.
I'll tell you what, you leave Helen alone for now. Don't try to break in on her in any way. Just leave her alone. And I'll be in my office by 8 tomorrow morning. See me there.
I hung up the phone and laid there staring up at the ceiling where the moonlight was making shadows. I couldn't hear Helen's voice anymore, but lying there it came back to me. It echoed in my head.
I never knew anyone could be so happy. I'm so happy I think I may die of it. Will it be like this forever?
Where had I heard those words before, or words very like them, spoken with that same urgency, that same breathless passion? Then it swept over me. I'd heard them almost 40 years ago, spoken in the same way, by my first wife, my Emily, the young girl I'd loved so much. Yes, tears were rolling down my cheeks when the door opened, Helen came in and got into her bed. And quietly staring at the shadows, I wept.
We forget nothing. I believe that. Sometimes we think we do. We are forever telling ourselves or being told by others to forget what happened. It's over. Forget it. Put it out of your mind. It's all in the past. Just forget it. And we try and we think we've succeeded. Till something happens or fails to happen. And there it is. Fresh and clear and poignant. And not forgotten at all. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. Besides telling yourself and being told to forget it, put it out of your mind, have you also been told and told yourself that you must compromise, face reality, and settle for what's within your reach? Of course. And you think you are doing just that till you hear a voice, tiny but shrill, distant but demanding, and it cries out, "No, no, I want more, more. I want it all."
The next morning, I was out of the house early, giving the crosstown customer as my excuse. At 8 o'clock on the dot, I was in Dr. Damon's office, and that good man was listening patiently.
I have a small bit of information for you, Mr. Bisbee. I hope it helps.
I need all the help I can get.
My wife tells me there was a young man named Stanley who was thought to be interested in Helen. Stanley Dolan, his name was.
When was this?
Oh, a very long time ago. 25 years ago, my wife thought.
That would be before Helen came to work for me.
I think Helen wasn't working at the time. She was just out of college and living at home with her parents. Everybody was very pleased when she started going steady with a young man. Everyone always liked Helen.
What happened to him? Did he die or what?
My wife didn't remember precisely. For about a year and a half, Helen was seen everywhere with him. Then suddenly, she wasn't. I suppose everybody took it for granted that they had a disagreement of some kind and broken up.
Dr. Damon, the way Helen sounded last night by herself in the living room, she was terribly in love with him. I found it hard to listen to, if you want the truth.
Why hard?
It was such an outpouring of feeling. Maybe I was embarrassed, I don't know.
Feelings do seem to embarrass you, Mr. Bisbee, wouldn't you say?
I don't know.
The feelings of others?
Perhaps.
How about your own?
Oh, I could never. I couldn't. No, not possibly.
You couldn't possibly do what?
I couldn't expose myself like that. I just couldn't.
What are you afraid of?
I don't know exactly.
Afraid someone will laugh? Afraid someone will look down on you? Or think you're strange or even contemptible? Is that it?
Well, that could be it.
And did you find Helen's outpouring laughable or strange? Or in the least contemptible?
Heavens, no. I found it touching, believe it or not, very touching. Even if she was talking to someone I never even heard of, I found that what she was saying was very touching. You know why?
Tell me.
After I went back to bed, I lay there wondering why, and it came to me that was the way Emily used to talk to me when we first found out we loved each other. Good Lord, I thought I'd forgotten years ago, but there it was, the memory of my dead wife and how she talked to me about the miracle that had happened to the two of us. Almost 40 years ago, Dr. Damon. 40 years. I have to tell you, I laid there in my bed, staring up at the ceiling, and I cried. I cried.
Good for you.
Good for me. I stayed out all day, wandering around. Finally, I got home in time for dinner. Everything was uneventful until, again, I woke suddenly, as I had before, to find the moonlight filling the room, Helen's bed, empty, and her voice coming up to me from downstairs.
Mother? Mother, has the mail come yet?
As before, I got into my robe and slippers and went downstairs, where I put my ear to the living room door and listened.
Wasn't there a letter for me? Mother? But there must have been. He always answers mine. He always answers right away. Well, almost right away. In a day or two, anyway. A week at the most. It's never been more than a week.
This was a different girl from the other time. Still young, still eager, but anxious now. Trembling and insecure, almost desperate, but still holding on, holding on.
He could be on his way home, couldn't he, Mother? Couldn't that be it? That he's on his way home, and he's coming back by boat? And you can't mail letters from a boat. Oh, I think that must be it. Don't you, Mother?
Then, like a stab in the heart, I remembered when I had run off to New York with a young, appetizing woman who worked in the office, telling Emily it was a business trip, but not writing home, not calling her, leaving her to wander and wait and wonder. Had she called out to her mother, as Helen was now calling to hers? Had I inflicted this much pain upon Emily?
Stanley's not coming back, Mother. And he's not going to write. And I'll never see him again. And it was all for nothing. All for nothing. All that joy, all that hope, all that love. It was for nothing. I wish that I would die. Here. Now.
True, I came back to Emily. She never asked for an explanation, and I never offered one. We simply took up where we'd left off. If there was a look of pain in her eyes, I never noticed it, or if I did, I looked away.
Oh, Mother, I hate him. I hate him, and I'll hate him forever. He knew I loved him. He did this to me. I hate him so much I could kill him. Oh, I wish he was here so I could kill him.
Oh, Emily, did you hate me? Did you want to kill me? At least, my dear, you should have told me. Yes, you should have. I'd have understood. I think I would have understood. I understand now. I stole upstairs and into my bed.
Dr. Damon here.
Doctor, this is me. Curtis Bisbee, Doctor. It's happened again. Helen was talking to her mother about that young man. He must have gone off somewhere.
Yes. I was speaking to my wife at dinner. He went to England, she thinks. He never did come back.
He never wrote to her. She never heard from him again. Did he die?
Could be, I suppose. But death's a separation, too, isn't it?
I don't think I know what you mean, Doctor.
Either way, abandonment or death, something's been torn away, obliterated. Does that mean anything to you?
In a way it does.
People think death is easier than being abandoned. Maybe so. But to my way of thinking, they're pretty near one and the same thing.
Doctor, I have to hang up now. Helen's coming back. I do apologize for waking you.
That's all right. I have some idea of what you're going through.
Thank you, Doctor. Helen, why didn't you ever tell me about Stanley Dolan?
Who?
Stanley Dolan. Why didn't you ever tell me about him?
Oh, Stanley. Heavens, that was ages ago. Ages and ages. I'd forgotten all about him.
I don't think so.
Well, I had. My goodness.
Tell me about him.
There's nothing to tell, Curtis.
Yes, there is.
Well, Stanley was a boy I went out with for a while, for about a year, I guess, and then we broke up. That's all.
No, it's not.
I haven't thought about Stanley Dolan in years. Not in years.
I don't think you've ever stopped thinking about him.
How can you say such a thing? Gracious.
Have you?
Of course I have. I married you, didn't I?
Why didn't you ever marry Stanley?
Well, I just didn't, that's all. I forget why. I guess it just wasn't meant to be.
What happened?
He just went off somewhere, England, I think. And I guess I just forgot about him or something. How do you happen to know about Stanley Dolan?
Somebody mentioned him, said you'd known him pretty well.
Oh, my goodness. Haven't people got anything better to talk about?
I think people thought you were going to marry him.
Yes, well, I didn't.
Did you think so?
I don't know. I may have.
Did you?
Yes. I thought so.
And what happened? That you didn't?
He went away.
You told me to London. Then what?
You don't want to know.
I do. I want to know.
We wrote to each other for a while, and then I wrote, but he didn't. He just stopped.
That must have been pretty awful.
Yes, it was. So there was just one reason why he didn't write.
And what was that?
He didn't love me. That's why. He didn't love me anymore. He didn't want to see me anymore. He didn't want to have anything to do with me. Didn't even want to think about me, because if he would have thought about me for one little minute, he would have known.
Known what?
That he was killing me. Killing every bit of pride and self-respect I'd ever had. And he did. Oh, he did it. Only I went on living as though nothing had happened. I was all dead inside. But I went on living and working and talking to people and buying dresses and paying bills. And...
No. Let me hold you close.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Really, thank you.
Cry all you want to.
Oh, I don't have to.
You don't have to, but it's all right if you do.
Thank you.
So we'll just stay here for a while and talk, and then I'll go down and let Trixie in if you want me to.
You don't have to do that.
I thought you wanted me to.
Trixie's dead. Dr. Damon put her to sleep.
I know.
She was quite old. And very sick. And it was the best thing to do.
Remember I told you about the crematorium they have for pets?
Yes, somebody said it was nice, he told me.
It is nice. I took Trixie there and had her cremated. And I have her ashes in a little box.
That was very nice of you, Curtis. I couldn't have done that.
In the morning, we'll take the little box and bury it. In the backyard, maybe.
Under the apple tree.
All right. And then for the rest of the day, let's stay home. Not go to the office at all. What do you say?
Why, all right.
Oh, we can talk about you and about me and about all the things that have happened in our lives and how we feel about them. It'll be a nice day, don't you think? It was a very nice day. And it was the beginning of our being married. Really married, I mean. It was the beginning of feeling and trusting and truly loving.
That's the end of the story, called The Sensible Thing, whose alternate title we told you at the start is How to Kill a Ghost. There's only one way to keep from being haunted, and that's to spill out every bit of feeling connected with your ghost and thereby open your heart and let go. It may not seem like the sensible thing to do, but it is. I'll be back shortly. When you find the courage to open your heart and let your feelings spill out, try to be sure of two things. That you know what your real feelings are, and that the person to whom you expose them will not turn away. If you are truly honest, there is a very good chance that person will take courage from you and do what you have done. When that happens, don't turn away. Our cast included Lee Richardson, Terry Keane, and Louis Turin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Tammy Grimes. In the spring of 1945, the most catastrophic war in history was nearing its close. The wanton murder, the pitiless devastation, the unbearable agonies would soon be over, for a little while, at any rate. But if in the midst of life we are in death, it may also be said that in the midst of death there is life. And life had a tenacious habit of going on. Even while surrounded by terror and destruction, men and women will continue to cling together and take the eternal vows. Throughout the world, on the 29th day of April 1945, there must have been thousands of weddings. And this is the story of one of them.
You're in love with him?
Yes.
He's 40. And you're 17.
I always liked mature men.
But he's a monster. All the facts are against you.
What are facts? They can be figments of anyone's fevered imagination. But truth, dear sister, truth can only be felt in the blood.
You're crazy. As crazy as he is.
Oh, why do people tell all those terrible lies about him? He's so sweet, so kind, so tender with me. Oh, Ilsa, I love him so much. I would die for him.
Our mystery drama, Adolf and Eva, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Roberta Maxwell and Louis Turenne. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Weekdays on CBS television. Wake up to comedy with One Day at a Time.
You really think you're hot stuff, don't you, Schneider?
The ladies in this building don't call me super for nothing.
Then, keep laughing as Mel lays down the law on Alice.
There is only one rule in the restaurant business, Vera. Get them to swallow it.
And The Price is Right with the priceless Bob Barker. That's One Day at a Time. Alice and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Those early morning sounds, those morning sounds are breaking through. Eggs are cooking with golden hash browns. We're perking along, cooking breakfast for you. You deserve a break today at McDonald's.
Right now, at your Greater Detroit Chrysler Plymouth dealers, it's Chrysler Plymouth Value Showdown Days. Right here in our showrooms, you can compare our cars with the competition, feature by feature. Compare styling, comfort, quality, size, and room. Yes, your Greater Detroit Chrysler Plymouth dealers want you to compare. So from now till August 13th, you can make your own comparisons conveniently at your Greater Detroit Chrysler Plymouth dealers. He'll have at least 2 competitive cars and 2 of his own for you to judge. You might compare a front-wheel drive Plymouth Horizon to a Ford Escort, an elegant Chrysler LeBaron to an old Sierra, a luxurious New Yorker to a Cadillac DeVille. And wait till you compare Ford or GM's protection plans with Chrysler's 3-way 5-year 50,000-mile plan. Your Greater Detroit Chrysler Plymouth dealer has all the details. So come in today during Value Showdown Days for eye-opening product comparisons and good deals at your Greater Detroit Chrysler Plymouth dealers' Value Showdown Days.
end, it all came down to this. A bedroom in an underground bunker. 2 Walter automatic pistols, one a 7.65 caliber, the other a smaller 6.3.5. There were also the 2 vials of deadly potassium cyanide. And this was the only freedom of choice that remained to him. Should it be the poison or the bullet?
I have made up my mind.
Yes?
I have definitely made up my mind.
And which is it to be?
I don't know. I haven't decided.
No, he hasn't decided. And that's why I'm here. To help him purge himself of all the pathetic illusions and all the false hopes. And to accept the only reality that now exists for him. And for me. My name is Eva Braun. I have come here to this underground sanctuary beneath the Reich Chancellery in besieged Berlin. I came because he sent for me. I drove down from the Berghof in Berchtesgaden on roads that were shelled by Russian artillery and strafed by British bombers. But when he calls, I come. And when I arrived a few days ago, I was greeted by his very close friend and deputy, Martin Bormann.
Good morning, Fräulein Braun.
Good morning. Where is the Fuhrer?
Resting.
Excuse me.
Wait.
For what?
You and I should talk.
Why?
I've known you for a long time, Eva.
And?
Since you first met him. 16 years. Back to 1929. I've watched you develop from an empty-headed schoolgirl into a woman of stature.
Get to the point.
The war is lost.
If he heard you say that, you'd be shot.
Eva, you must convince him to commit suicide.
The Fuhrer and I have already talked about suicide. He will perform that act at the proper time.
The proper time has arrived. He's afraid.
That's a lie.
What is he waiting for? Do you know what the Russians will do to him? Lock him in a cage and display him in the Moscow Zoo. And the Americans, they'll put him on trial, find him guilty, and hang him.
Martin, we still have soldiers in the field. The best scientists in the world. Perhaps they can...
That's what he keeps saying. There just isn't any point to it.
Perhaps we can escape alive and live and...
Where? Where in this world? Besides, he has to die.
Why?
For the cause.
He's done enough for the cause.
To millions all over the world, he's a god who walked the earth. What happens to gods who walk the earth? They must endure martyrdom. You must convince him.
What can I say to him? He already knows all this.
You are the only one he trusts. Give him the courage, Eva. There's almost no time left.
And so we sit in the bunker beneath the chancellery. We have the poison vials and the pistols on the table. And we talk about it. That's all it is at this point, just talk. Sometimes he thinks I'm no longer in the room, even while he's staring at me.
Eva.
Yes.
Where are you?
I'm here.
I don't believe it.
Hold my hand. Now do you believe it?
Mein Schapperl, mein Tascherl, mein Tascherl.
He seldom calls me Eva. From the very beginning, there were the pet names. Chaparral, Pascherel, Tascherel, Patty Cake, Sweet Thing, Little One. They all sound so sentimental, so Viennese. And he would also call me Veverel or Effie, all of which are variations of Eva. But I never had a nickname for him. To me, he was always the Fuhrer. But he always liked it best when I called him Chief.
Effie.
Yes, Chief.
Why is there no sign of General Wenck?
General Wenck.
Commander of Army Group Vistula, which is gallantly fighting its way up from the south.
Chief, stand beside the ventilator. Listen. You will hear the sound of artillery. I'll open the louvres.
Yes. Yes, that's General Wenck. With 50,000 men and 300 tanks. He has broken through. We are saved.
Those are not the guns of General Wenck. General Wenck, Chief, has disappeared.
Where?
No one knows.
He must be found.
They're looking.
And where is Field Marshal Schörner?
There is no longer any communication.
He's a traitor. I'll have him shot. I don't need him. I have other armies.
No, Chief.
Don't say no. I have an army in France.
No.
In Italy. In North Africa.
No. The only army that is coming is the Russian army. And it's only a few streets away.
What traitors are spreading these lies? Effie, I had 3 million men.
All that is left, a few thousand Volkstrom, a handful of oldsters and youngsters.
No.
Yes. And that's why we must move quickly to do the thing that must be done. Here, on the table, the pistols, the vials. Let us help each other.
I'm sick. I've been betrayed. Betrayal is the virus, the cancer that destroys me. If only I were well, I would pick up a rifle and go out into the streets. That's where it all began, in the streets, and that's where it should end. Come.
No.
I'll die fighting.
And what if you don't die? At any moment.
Yes, a Russian patrol.
They know we are here.
Because we've been betrayed.
And that's why we must.
We will. But not now.
When?
Soon.
He keeps putting it off. But for how much longer? Perhaps he is afraid to die. But he is even more afraid to live. I see now that he wants me to do it for him. That's why I was sent for. And why I'm here. None of the others. Not Bormann, not Goebbels, none of the SS. None of them wants to be the one to do it. All of them are afraid of him. But I was never afraid of him. Never. Not even at the very beginning. How old was I? 17 and fresh from the convent school. I remember the look on my sister's face when I came home. I was so excited. I had found a job. My very first job.
Where did you say this job was?
In Heinrich Hoffmann's studio.
Oh, did you hear that, Papa? Our little Eva is posing for an artist.
He's not an artist.
Oh, then what kind of studio is it?
It's a photography studio.
Is that the Heinrich Hoffmann on the Schellingstrasse?
And what if it is?
That's where all those Nazis hang out.
Who are the Nazis?
Kooks. They wear those swastika armbands.
Is that so? Well, I met some and they seemed all right to me.
Oh, you'll meet them all at Heinrich Hoffmann's. I hear he's the official photographer for the Nazi party. Even Hitler has his picture taken there.
Who?
Hitler. Adolf Hitler.
Oh, I met him today. He came into the shop. Hoffmann introduced us. He's unbelievably handsome. And his eyes. He looks at you and you just get lost in those eyes.
I don't like the idea of your working there, Eva.
And why not?
He has a reputation, that Herr Hoffmann.
What sort of reputation?
He hires young, pretty, unspoiled girls like you.
Do you realize this is the first time you ever said I was pretty?
They say Hitler likes innocent girls.
Really?
And so Herr Hoffmann always makes sure he has one on hand. You are the latest.
Herr Hoffmann is a great photographer. I intend to learn the picture business.
Well, make sure you don't become involved in other business.
As the time went on, Herr Hitler came more and more frequently into Herr Hoffmann's studio. He was always so polite and pleasant and gallant.
Good afternoon, lovely Fräulein Braun.
Good afternoon, Herr Hitler. I'm afraid Herr Hoffmann is out.
How wonderful. I was afraid he would be in.
Oh?
I haven't come here to see Herr Hoffmann.
No?
I have come to see you. Oh, where did you learn to blush like that?
I believe it comes naturally. What may I do for you, Herr Hitler?
Rescue me.
Please.
From what?
Starvation.
You're hungry?
Famished. But I have a rule. I must never eat alone. Do me the great honor and dine with me.
You are asking me to have dinner with you?
What would you like to eat?
Oh, sauerbraten.
I happen to be a vegetarian myself, but I know a splendid place where...
Did I say sauerbraten? What could have gotten into me? I used to like sauerbraten, but I've recently decided to change my entire...
Trust me to attend to the menu. And do you like the cinema?
I adore the cinema.
Shall we go to one afterwards?
Oh, of course.
What sort of films do you prefer? Huh?
Just about any.
American films?
I adore American films.
Excuse me. Morris, Junge, Linger, come here. Fräulein Braun, may I present my friend and chauffeur, Herr Maurice, and Herr Linger, and Herr Junge, my, what shall we say, our chaperones?
How do you do, gentlemen?
Maurice, Fräulein Braun would like to see an American film. Do you know where one is showing?
Yes, monsieur.
And what is it called?
I believe the jazz singer.
Does that meet with your approval, gnädiges Fräulein?
Yes, fine.
Then let us go forward.
Did Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun see a film on their very first date? They could have. Did they actually see Al Jolson in The Jazz Singer? Well, no one has seen fit to preserve the ticket stubs. But here's what we do know. There is a photograph of Eva Braun in blackface. She is dressed in a tuxedo, and she is doing an Al Jolson imitation. We do know that she performed it several times at dinners and parties for Hitler's benefit, and he loved it. So why not? It is with threads like these that historians weave the tapestry of history. We shall return to the loom shortly.
This cute new hygienist who cleaned my teeth told me in no uncertain terms how badly stained my teeth were from tobacco. Well, I was thinking about asking her out. But after that, I was just too embarrassed.
Topol Smoker's Tooth Polish, a special combination of polishing agents and a rich foaming cleaner formulated to help remove ugly yellow tobacco stains. Topol is gentle enough to be used instead of regular toothpaste.
Since I've been using Topol, the tobacco stains just don't build up.
Topol, fluoride in the red package, mint flavor in the blue.
Do you know what melasma is? It's a darkening of the skin in spots, which women may get during childbearing years.
I got one on my face while I was pregnant, and it hasn't disappeared, though my daughter's a year old.
Try Porcelana Fade Cream.
Isn't that for age spots?
And freckled spots and brown spots like yours. Rub in Porcelana daily and watch those brown spots start to fade in just 6 weeks for many women.
Where can I get it?
At cosmetic counters or your favorite supermarket. Porcelana, when results count. Use only as directed.
Play 659 for San Francisco and...
Excuse me. Anderson. Hey, how are you, Tom?
Okay. You on a business trip, too?
No, vacation.
Lucky.
Matter of fact, I don't do much business traveling now that we're into telemarketing so heavily.
Telemarketing?
Using the telephone to sell and service customers.
Oh?
Now the sales visits are costing an average of over $130. We're using 800 service to help reduce travel costs.
How?
Putting a toll-free 800 number in our promotional materials makes it easy for prospects to reach us instead of our going out and trying to find them.
No kidding.
And now we've got a lot more time for servicing our regular customers.
You think I should call Michigan Bell about 800 service?
Toll-free, 1-800-482-2900.
1-800-482-2900.
Ask about how to save and make money through 800 service. Just one of Michigan Bell's telemarketing ideas.
Sounds like telemarketing is a great way to get things done.
Today.
Final call, please.
Fritz Braun was a school teacher in the city of Munich. Thanks to an inheritance, he was quite well off. But the true treasure possessed by Herr Braun and his wife consisted of their daughters, 3 attractive, intelligent, and lively young ladies. In the year 1932, Gretel, the youngest, was still at school. Ilse, the eldest, worked in the office of a brilliant doctor. And, of course, she was madly in love with him. And middle daughter, Eva, had already captured the heart of Germany's man of destiny, Adolf Hitler.
But long before that, he had captured mine. He had such, I can only call it a Viennese way with women. And millions of women were madly in love with him. But he had chosen me, Eva Braun, me. At first, he was busy with his politics, and I would only see him now and then. Consequently, I spent many evenings at home. I would read, listen to the radio, and argue with my sister Ilse.
But, Eva, the man is an absolute scoundrel. How can any decent, rational person defend that?
Of course, you're speaking from the viewpoint of Dr. Martin Marx.
Dr. Marx is a saint.
A Jewish saint?
All of the original saints were Jewish?
I refuse to argue.
How can you argue? You have no facts. It doesn't bother you that your beloved is the leader, the Führer of all the scum of the gutter?
Ilse, I cannot understand why people tell all these lies about him. He's the sweetest, the kindest. Oh, he's so tender with me.
Don't you read what he writes? He declares he will eliminate people.
No, dear. He only talks about eliminating vermin.
And how does he define vermin? Everyone who dares to oppose him.
I don't care what you say, what anyone says. I only know he's right.
Why is he right?
Because he says so.
Oh, you're a fool.
You're the fool. You're the one who's out of step with the German people.
Eva, how can you give yourself to such a monster?
We were bitterly divided, Ilse and I. But we were still sisters. Actually, it was a charade. Papa knew very well that Adolf Hitler and I were living together, even back then. But he had to maintain the pretense that he was the strict father of a virtuous daughter. What else could he do? He was terrified. And besides, it really wasn't doing him any harm. Actually, it was making him a man of importance.
Effie.
Yes, Chief.
Where were you?
Nowhere.
You were far away.
Oh? I was dreaming.
Of what?
Our beginning.
The beginning. And now we have come to the end.
Yes, Chief.
I must die first. Do you know why? Because if I do not succeed, you must finish it for me. Do you understand?
Yes.
I trust no one else. All of them would betray me. Just think they could turn me over to the Russians or the Americans or the British, still alive. It must never happen.
It will never happen.
It must be done with the pistol. Effie, it was so long ago. But do you remember when you tried it?
I remember.
You used the 6.35, the small one. Where did you get it?
It was my father's.
How did you find the courage to do it?
I was foolish.
Tell me about it.
I've told you so many times.
Tell me again.
But we have so little time.
Tell me, Effie, tell me.
I had despaired of his love. I thought I was just another affair. They were all after him. Wealthy American heiresses, British noblewomen, wives of European industrialists, film stars. And who was I? A school teacher's daughter. That night, I was alone in the house. I knew where my father kept his automatic. I just wanted to toy with the idea of suicide. I pointed the gun at my heart and...
Eva, what happened? You've been shot. The gun. It's Papa's pistol. Oh, you shot yourself.
Oh, am I alive?
Of course you're alive.
But I aimed at my heart.
You missed. I called Dr. Marx.
No. Call Dr. Platt.
I know Marx is a great doctor. I never heard of this.
Dr. Platt is a good friend of Herr Hoffman's, and Hoffman will see that Hitler is told about what I did.
If this Dr. Platt is a friend of Hoffman's, that means he's a Nazi. And he must be a quack. No. I can only trust Dr. Marx to save your life.
No. It would embarrass Hitler.
How?
It would become known that a Jewish doctor saved his girlfriend.
You mean you would die sooner than embarrass Hitler?
Yes. Call Dr. Platt. It wasn't much of a wound. I recovered very quickly. But that was the day that I believe he made up his mind about me. I had proved my love, not because I had tried suicide. So many women had killed themselves for him. But because of my discretion, I had called the right doctor.
Effie, you were so brave. You shouldn't have done it.
I was afraid of losing you.
To whom? Which one of all those women did you think could steal me away from you?
It isn't important.
Yes, it's very important. Which one?
Please, I don't want to talk about it.
But I do. Do you understand? I do. Now tell me, which?
There were so many.
You make me out a Bluebeard.
You mean a Don Juan.
Which woman?
All women frightened me.
Why?
Because all women were in love with you.
And which woman frightened you most?
Magda.
Magda Goebbels?
Yes. She's beautiful.
She's hysterical, and I cannot tolerate hysterical women.
I'm also hysterical.
Oh, no, Patty Cake, not you.
Didn't I try to commit suicide because of you?
Yes, but in a nice, quiet way. You didn't announce it to the world. You didn't do it on my doorstep. You did it very discreetly.
I think the problem is that we discuss this thing too much.
I agree. Let's not talk about it anymore.
Let's just do it. In an almost offhand and unconscious way, like some people casually light a cigarette.
People who light cigarettes are also killing themselves. Did you know that?
Yes, Chief.
Smokers. And I'll tell you who are even worse. Meat eaters.
Yes, Chief.
Do you know why?
You've already told me.
But it never really sunk in. You still devour living flesh.
Hardly living. It's been killed.
Do you know how it was killed?
Please.
Not only is meat physically injurious to the body tissues, it is also morally degrading. I have been compelled to inspect slaughterhouses, the latest, the most scientifically modern establishments constructed to transform innocent animals into carrion.
Yes, Chief, I know.
But the poor, innocent animals, they weren't fooled. They knew they were being pushed forward to their destruction. You could see it in their eyes. It was heart-rending. And the squeals, the screams, the blood. And people eat meat.
No more, Chief. I promise.
You always promise.
This time, I mean it.
They call me an absolute dictator. What a lie! If I were the monster they make me out to be, I could have forbidden all of these and more to my people on pain of death. But I am too kind. You know that's true. Well, say so?
It's true. As God is our judge.
No. Don't speak of God. He has deserted me.
Oh, no, he hasn't.
Do you know why he has deserted me? Because I failed him.
Oh, no, Chief, not you.
You see, Effie, only I understood him. Only I know the kind of world he wanted. Why was I the only one who saw it? Isn't it obvious that the world he wants is the world he himself created? A world where the strong must destroy the weak. Wasn't the lion born to devour the lamb? What is the lion, the leopard, the wolf, the eagle? No, of justice, pity, mercy.
Chief.
These are depraved and decadent illusions, and false prophets use them to pervert God's will in order to unman the human race. That's why I was born.
No, I know.
He sent me into the world to redeem it, and I failed him.
Don't say that.
You love me. You're blind. But I have not been strong enough, ruthless enough. I have been too kind, too tolerant, too weak. Well, what are we waiting for? Why delay the inevitable? Hand me the 6.35.
Yes, Chief, yes.
A smaller bullet, a smaller entry. And of course, you know how vain I am. I shall be even more handsome in death.
Yes, Chief.
No more ado, no more conversation. Join me, Effie. Join me after you make sure that I...
Yes, Chief.
Now, let me sit down. And you must sit next to me. And then, when you're convinced that I am... Then you must...
Yes, Chief.
You must not be taken alive, either. You know that. Goodbye. Goodbye, little patty cake.
Goodbye, Chief.
Wait. Why do we say goodbye? We are not leaving each other. We are embarking on a great journey together. Is that not so?
Oh, yes, yes.
But we cannot go this way.
Which way?
Pick up the telephone.
But...
At once. Tell them I want to see Martin Bormann.
But why do we need Martin Bormann?
Do as I command.
And once again, the thing is being put off. That's how it went in the bunker during those very last days of April in 1945. We have a man whose own hand moves so freely when it came to taking millions of lives. Yet suddenly it becomes paralyzed when it comes to taking his own. But things were ever thus. And the last act of his life and our story are rapidly approaching.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet. Food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil instant mix, regular or orange flavor. Read label and follow directions.
Hotel coupon and discount offers are confusing and limited. That's why the world's largest lodging chain invites you to call Best Western before you call anyone else. Chances are you'll find the Best Western just where you need it most at a price you'll want to pay. No strings attached.
Call 1-800-528-1234. Best Western. 1-800-528-1234. Best Western.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If your idea of summer fun is camping out, whether you sleep in the luxury of a recreational vehicle or rough it on the ground with only the stars above you, there's one piece of gear that's a must, and that's a good sleeping bag. A well-made, lightweight summer bag is a good first choice for novices and for those who aren't planning to do too much cool weather camping. But if you're heading for the mountains or planning to take a trip in the spring or fall, a three-season bag will be a better choice. Now, these bags are warmer and more expensive, but they'll keep you comfortable at near freezing temperatures. But when you go out to shop, compare bags carefully. Make sure to check the quality of the zipper to find out if the bag is easy to roll up and store, if it's the right size for comfort, and if it's constructed so that the filler won't come out. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Who Will Bell the Cat is a familiar old fairy tale. And it had a sort of modern equivalent in a bunker beneath the Reich Chancellery in Berlin in April of 1945. Adolf Hitler had to die. All were agreed. Even the Reichsfuhrer himself. But who would be the one to kill him? Obviously, it would be best for all concerned if he killed himself. And as a matter of fact, he had even promised to do it. But Hitler was not particularly noted for keeping his promises.
You sent for me, mein Führer?
Yes, Bormann. I want you to make preparations for a feast.
What sort of feast?
A wedding feast.
A wedding? Who is getting married, mein Führer?
I am.
You?
are getting married?
Forgive me, gnädiges Fräulein Braun. I've just remembered. I haven't asked you yet.
You are going to marry Eva Braun?
If she'll have me. Effie?
You're asking me to marry you?
During all the years of the conflict, I didn't think that I could assume the responsibility of founding a family. I have now decided, at the end of my life's journey, to marry the beautiful young girl who, after years of faithful friendship, has chosen to share my fate. Fräulein Braun, will you do me the supreme honor of becoming my wife?
Now I could die happy, fulfilled, and victorious. For 16 years I had waited, and I wasn't even sure for what. I was, after all, a kept woman, a mistress. I had no position, no status. I was humiliated, snubbed, and mocked, even by my own sister. Ilse never stopped her steady drumfire of criticism.
In the first place, Eva, he's an old man.
He's in the prime of life.
For you, he's an old man. There's 23 years difference between you.
Please, let me alone.
One day he'll get tired of you. He'll cast you aside. And who will want you? What will become of you?
I don't care. I love him.
Do you love him enough to go to hell for him? Because you will, you know. You are living in sin.
And now I am vindicated. I am going to become Frau Hitler. And so we ordered food and champagne. We would have a party. Besides Bormann, there was Joseph Goebbels, General Krebs, General Bergdorf, axeman of the Hitler Youth, and the SS Guards, and the women. Constanza Manziarli, the cook, Gerda Christian, one of the secretaries, and, of course, Magda Goebbels. The women were very subdued. They were all madly in love with him, and this was certainly a sad day for them. Magda Goebbels gave me a thin, wintry smile, and in a voice that almost bubbled with acid, said,
My darling Effie, I'm so happy for you.
Thank you, Magda.
Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of my beautiful bride? Martin.
She is the luckiest woman in Germany.
In the world. And why is there no music and no champagne? Who chose that record? Bormann, you scoundrel. You know everything. Yes, that was always her favorite. P for two.
I used to play it in hopes that he would take the hint.
Yeah, mein Führer, the time is passing.
No, that's wrong. Time stands still. We pass.
We should have the ceremony as soon as possible. The Russian patrols.
Don't pollute the air with the words Russian patrols.
Who will perform the marriage? Shall we send for a priest?
No priest.
But, Chief, I always wanted...
I want to be married by a justice of the peace. Who knows a justice of the peace?
Joseph and I were married by a justice of the peace, mein Führer.
I remember. And an excellent sort of fellow he was, too. What was his name?
Wagner. Walter Wagner.
An excellent name as well. I want him. Martin, have him brought here.
Yeah, but, mein Führer, it isn't easy to find anyone in the city under the present conditions.
Bring him here.
But there is so little time.
I am still the Führer. I still command.
They found him. And so we had the magistrate, the bride, the groom, the wedding guest. But something was missing. The rings. We wanted to give each other a plain gold ring. But where would we get them? Magda Goebbels spoke up.
My darling Eva, here, take mine, use it.
No, thank you.
But I would consider it an honor.
No, thank you again.
But you cannot get married without the ring. It just isn't being done.
I want my own ring. My own ring. Is it too much to ask for? All my life I've looked forward to this day. Is it too much to ask?
Bormann.
Yes, mein Führer.
Get 2 golden rings.
But where can I find...
You know where.
Yes, mein Führer. At once.
Where would he be able to find? And then, suddenly I knew. Upstairs in the chancellery, there was a private Gestapo treasury. It was filled with money and jewels that had been taken from those who had been sent to the concentration camps.
Are you, Adolf Hitler, mein Führer, willing to take Eva Braun as your wife?
I am.
And you, Fräulein Eva Braun, are you willing to take Herr Adolf Hitler as your husband?
I am.
Since both parties have signified their consent, I hereby proclaim this a valid and legal marriage.
There it was, finally. My wedding day, or night. It had taken us 2 days to get married. The ceremony had begun just before midnight of the 28th. It wasn't completed until a few moments later, in the very first hour of the 29th. There was dancing and champagne. Everyone was chatting and laughing and having a wonderful time. We all seemed to forget the war was raging out of control all around us. The chief and I retired for the night, our wedding night, and everyone thought we would then end our lives. But when we woke, late that morning, we dressed, ate breakfast, and then we sat at the table and looked at the pistols, the poison, and at each other.
I have decided, Effie. We must not use the pistol. You are too beautiful.
Very well. The vials, then?
Yes. They work instantly. It's over before you know it. All over. Unless...
Unless?
Wait.
What is it?
I must find out. I want Martin Bormann.
Bormann again. Why?
We'll find out. Martin, these vials of poison, the potassium cyanide, where did we get them? Oh. You're positive. Very well. I thought so. Do you know who supplied us with the poison?
No.
Yes.
Does it make any difference?
All the difference in the world. Himmler.
Well?
Don't you see? Himmler. How can we trust him? He's plotting against us.
But what does that mean?
Suppose they were not poison. Only something to put us into a deep sleep. A paralyzing coma.
But why would Himmler want to...
It's part of the plot.
What plot?
To deliver us alive to the Allies, to the Russians, the Americans, the British. How do we know it's truly poison? How can we find out?
Chief, it doesn't seem likely...
Oh, you're a child. You're a child. You know nothing of the world. How base, treacherous people can be.
But what are we going to do?
There's a way to find out if it's really and truly deadly cyanide potassium poison.
Yes?
Blondie.
Blondie?
My faithful Blondie.
She just had puppies.
I know. Poor little things. But it will be for the best. This will not be a kind world when we are gone either.
How can you kill this wonderful animal?
Don't you think it tears at my heart? But it's the only way. The only way. Besides, Blondie would not care to live without me.
She was a big wolfhound. There were times when I actually thought he loved her more than anything or anyone in the world. Even me. He picked up the telephone. His voice was hoarse with grief. His eyes were filled with tears as he ordered Bormann to feed a vial of the poison to Blondie. Bormann, the only one he really trusted. After a while, the telephone rang.
Yes? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Martin. She's dead. I feel like a murderer.
Now as we know, it is really poison, Ken.
Yes. Now that we know.
Oh, Effie. How dearly we have bought that knowledge. What a terrible price we paid for it.
It will be quick, and there will be no pain. It's getting very late, Chief.
Late?
Yes?
Mein Führer.
Speak to me, Martin.
Frau Hitler.
What is it?
News has come over the radio. Mussolini. He's dead.
Oh, what happened?
He was murdered.
By whom?
They say his own people. Mussolini and his mistress, Fräulein Clara Petacci. They were... the Americans have a good word for it. Lynched.
That, of course, was his way of telling us to hurry. To remind us of what was in store. It had to be done. I looked at mein Führer. He was sunk in his chair. And suddenly I didn't recognize him anymore. Who was this ravaged-looking elderly man? His hands were shaking. His eyes were glazed. This wasn't the vigorous, forceful figure I had fallen in love with. What had become of him? Where had he gone?
Effie.
What was he trying to tell me?
Effie, you and I, we will triumph. I still have time to become the man God wanted. I can still rule his world as his faithful viceroy. We shall begin all over, Effie, all over again.
And then I knew that it had to be done. And that I had to do it. And now... He was staring straight ahead. I reached for the 7.65 automatic. I pointed it at his temple. He didn't even look at me, for which I was grateful. He kept speaking of the glorious future.
We shall rise from here, Effie. We shall rise from here and conquer again.
He fell back on the couch. I dropped the pistol. I opened one of the vials. I swallowed the poison. I noticed his mother's picture on the table. I picked it up and placed it on his chest. And then I sat down next to him with my head on his shoulder. For 33 years, I was Eva Braun. For almost 2 days, I was Eva Hitler. I was a maid. I was a wife. And now, I am a widow. And soon, I shall be nothing. And nobody. In a little while, Martin Bormann and his SS guards came into the bedroom. They carried the bodies up to the garden of the Chancellery. The Russian guns were booming quite nearby. Shells were beginning to fall in closely. They dug a grave, placed the bodies inside, doused them with kerosene, and set them afire. After a while, the remains were covered over with earth. And that was the end of Mr. and Mrs. Adolf Hitler. Or was it? I shall return shortly.
If you'd like to take advantage of the current high interest rates in today's money market, but want your money available when you need it, take a moment now to call this toll-free number, 800-228-5000. Ask the operator to send you information on Dreyfus liquid assets. Find out just how much income growth you can get from one of the world's largest money market mutual funds. With Dreyfus liquid assets, you have the advantage of making withdrawals by phone or paying larger bills with free redemption checks and continue earning high yields, compounded daily till your check clears. You can put money in or take it out anytime with never a sales charge or a penalty. But call now, 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. 800-228-5000. Study the prospectus carefully before you invest and learn how Dreyfus liquid assets can help you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. 800-228-5000. Toll free, 800-228-5000.
Whenever we tell a story of real people and actual events, we are always asked, is it true? What you have just heard is what happened. One thing, however, stands out. So many of the movers and shakers of this world were really most unextraordinary as human beings. They were quite shallow, vulgar, cruel, and narrow, and not even sane. It seems that so often throughout history, most of us have been ruled by the worst of us. Why? Why have things always been easier for the wicked? That is the greatest mystery of all. Our cast included Roberta Maxwell, Louis Turenne, Robert Dryden, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
The arrow passed far and wide and beyond sight. You recall?
Yes.
At last, it fell. And where it touched the earth, there broke out a stream which presently became a river. And our great Lord said, whoso bathes in it washes away all taint and speckle of sin, and is freed forever from the wheel of endless life.
Oh, I've never heard the tale told more beautifully.
But where is that river? Where did that arrow fall?
If we only knew.
Yes, but I must know. I must find it and bathe in it before it is too late. Before I die.
Are you saying you intend to search for the river?
Oh, yes, with all my heart.
This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to...
Surgeon Oil Imports. Bethlehem Steel.
Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. I acknowledge the Furies. I have heard the disastrous beating of their wings. So said Mr. Theodore Greiser. Yes, the Furies. Those three terrible sisters of ancient Greek mythology who, in the implacable pursuit of their duty, maintained a sense of justice in the world. For while a transgressor might avoid punishment of society, he could not escape the retribution of the gods.
Where is the professor?
He should be back in time for lunch.
But you said that yesterday.
I know.
And the day before. And every day, for a week.
I told you, he went to visit this shrine.
But why isn't he back? He knew I was coming.
Well, you'll have to ask him.
How can I ask him? He isn't here. Did you kill him?
Kill him?
Where did you hide the body?
Oh, please, you must believe me.
Why don't we see if the police will believe you?
Our mystery drama, The Jataka, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Marion Seldes. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
What fruit comes in a rainbow of colors, all delicious? Plums. Summer fruit that wouldn't be summer without them. It's plum picking time at your supermarket. Fresh from the tree, taste them and see. Sweet and juicy or tart and tangy, California plums are just plum good. Nature's way of smiling. Sunshine on the tree. Fresh plums. Sponsored by the growers of California summer fruits.
Weekdays on CBS television. Watch your favorite daytime dramas. Follow the continuing story of people locked in a struggle of passion, right and wrong, coming face to face with themselves and their desires on The Young and the Restless. Then, it's drama you'll never forget as intrigue, triumph, and tragedy take center stage on As the World Turns. Don't miss The Young and the Restless and As the World Turns, weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Hey, what's going on here at Chatham? Look at these prices. Incredible.
Try to
Amazing.
control yourself, sir. Those are just Chatham's cash dividend specials.
You mean extra special, super fantastic
Calm
special.
down, sir. You see prices like that every week at
But
Chatham.
look at these prices. 9 cents a nickel? I've never seen anything like that.
Right. You see, for every $1 you spend at Chatham, except on alcohol and tobacco products, you get 1 cash dividend coupon. Paste 36 coupons on the cash dividend certificate and get 1 cash dividend special for each filled certificate you turn in.
Wow, but look at this price. I can't believe
Right.
this.
That's why I shop at Chatham all the time. But try to control yourself.
But with 1 filled certificate, this item is free.
Right. It's free?
Free.
Wow. I don't believe it. Incredible. Let's go get some. It's amazing.
Take it from me, Bill Reed, cashier at our 11 Mile and Main store. You'll like our savings at Chatham and a whole lot more.
This week at Chatham, get a 12-ounce carton of Borden cottage cheese absolutely free with 1 filled cash dividend certificate. Chatham supermarkets, they're not the biggest, so they're doing their best to be the very best.
Her name is Geraldine McElroy. She is 37 years old. And while it is not exactly accurate to say that she's never been kissed, it may be stated that it's been a long time between osculations. No, not because Miss McElroy is unattractive. Actually, she isn't at all bad looking, if you fancy the prim, bookish, serious type. It's just that Miss McElroy's passions have been more or less exclusively devoted to the religious poetry that was written in an ancient Sanskrit language, a tongue she speaks, reads, and writes as fluently as her native English. Well, the year is 1902. She has been a guest lecturer at a seminar that was held at the University of Delhi in India. The session is over, and it is time for tea.
Ah, Miss McElroy, we meet at last.
Professor Yankling, won't you sit down?
Ah, thank you.
Tea?
Oh, of course. I read your monograph on the Boistat.
And what did you think of it?
Positively brilliant.
Thank you, Professor.
So, you're the one who is going to carry on after I'm gone.
Oh, Professor, you'll be here for a long, long time.
No, I won't, my dear. What does it say in the Jataka? The just are those who seek to escape the endless reincarnations on the wheel of life.
Do you believe the Jataka?
The Jataka. The story of the birth of Buddha.
Do you believe in the Jataka, Professor?
Now I only seek the blessed state of nirvana, to be at one with the universe. To accomplish this, I need but find the stream.
The stream?
The stream of the...
Welcome. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes. Some years ago, it was popular to say that in every relationship, there is one who loves and one who is loved. You don't hear that dubious axiom so much of late. Instead, you hear the equally uncertain postulate that the earth is divided into the givers and the takers, which, in the hidden channels of our feelings, contains the same sediment of truth. Given two people, there will always be one who offers love and one who accepts it.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Darling, relax. Just take it easy.
Stanley, I wouldn't do such a thing.
I know.
I'm not a thief.
Of course you're not.
But somebody saw me do it.
Well, whoever somebody is wrong.
You believe me, don't you? I swear.
Honey, you don't have to swear anything. I believe you, and I love you, and because I love you, I believe you.
Our mystery drama, Mind Over Mind, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Jada Rowland. I'll be back shortly with Act One. rather a strange, a bizarre love story, you may conclude before we are through. But a love story nevertheless. Probably there never was a love story that did not contain elements of the strange, the bizarre, for love itself is strange and contains elements of the bizarre, the incredible, as everyone who has ever loved or been loved very well knows. Our story's title is Mind Over Mind. Itself an odd name for a story.
What is she like?
I don't know her all that well.
Do you know her?
Oh, kind of.
What does that mean?
Well, I never dated her or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Did you date her?
Me? Certainly not.
I just asked. If you didn't date her or anything like that, what did you do?
I walked her home once or twice.
Which?
What?
Was it once or twice you walked her home?
Oh, I think it was twice I walked her home.
Where does she live?
Ridgeland Avenue between Elmwood and Euclid.
With her husband? Or does anybody know?
Well, I don't know.
You?
There was a man sitting on the porch the times I walked her home. He got up and kissed her. Now, I don't know if he was her husband or her... not her husband.
You didn't think to ask her?
Well, how could I ask her?
I mean, when you saw her again.
Well, it wasn't any of my business. How could I ask her? I told you I didn't know her that well. Gee whiz.
Okay. All right, now. I don't suppose you know if she's married.
Well, I told you I don't. I don't go around prying into people's private lives. It's none of my business what they do away from here.
So far, we've come up with zilch. Nobody knows anything about, what's her name?
Dorothy. Dorothy Brent.
Nobody knows anything about Dorothy Brent, except she lives on Ridgeland Avenue between Elmwood and Euclid with a man who may or may not be her husband. Anybody want to add anything to that?
I don't. And I can't. I would if I could, but I can't.
Yeah, all right. So, let's get her in here.
Oh, go easy on her, will you? She's a very nice girl.
That remains to be seen, doesn't it?
No, she really is. When you meet her, you'll see what we mean.
All right. So get her in here.
Jerry, will you? You know her better than I do. But when she finds out, she'll hate me. Dorothy? Dorothy?
Oh, hi, Jerry.
Getting ready to go home?
Yeah. Have to put a roast in the oven.
Ooh, a roast, huh? Living high these days.
Oh, I wouldn't say that exactly.
Gosh, my wife hasn't bought a roast since, I can't remember when.
I don't do it too often. Like once a year. See you tomorrow, Jerry.
Dorothy, wait a minute, will you?
I really ought to get going.
I was supposed to tell you something.
Oh, what?
Mr. Treadway wants to see you in his office.
See me? What about?
Search me. I mean, he'll tell you.
He didn't tell you?
He didn't have to.
You mean you know?
In a way.
Well, what is it?
I'd rather Mr. Treadway would tell you.
I haven't been in Mr. Treadway's office since the day he hired me.
Yeah. Let's go, shall we?
That was a year ago.
Yeah. Come on, okay? He's waiting for you. He asked me to come out and get you.
Okay.
Dorothy, I think you should know. I think I should tell you.
Know what? Tell me what?
Mr. Treadway isn't alone. There's somebody with him.
Who?
Just somebody who wants to talk to you.
What about?
Listen, I didn't want to tell them, I swear, but when they asked me, I had to. See?
Had to what? Tell me what?
What I saw. I had to tell them what I saw. I had to.
Jerry, what's wrong with you?
I didn't want to. Yeah, here we are. Now, remember, Dorothy, they asked me, and I had to tell them. And try not to hate me, okay?
Who is that guy, that Jerry character?
Hey, Jerry Bissinger, his name is. He's one of the tellers.
Yeah. I gathered that.
Jerry has the desk right next to Dorothy.
I know that. I mean, what kind of a guy is he?
Well, he's been with the bank for 5 years. I hired him myself.
Is he, reliable?
Well, I'd say so, yes. But then I thought Dorothy
wasn't given to flights of imagination. Seeing things.
Oh, no, I don't think so. But, something like this happens and you wonder, what do you really know about anybody? I mean, really know.
Yeah, makes you wonder, all right.
Jerry?
Yes, it's me, Mr. Treadway. It's us.
Well, come in. Come on in, both of you. Come in. Go ahead, sit down. Well, hello, Miss Brent. Will you take this chair?
Thank you, Mr. Treadway.
Oh, please, permit me to introduce... this is Detective Sergeant Hobbs, Dorothy.
Hello, Miss Brent.
Detective?
Yes, sit down. Here, Dorothy.
I got a few questions to ask you, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
You work here?
Yes, of course I do. I'm a teller.
Now, you work next to Mr. Bissinger here, don't you?
Usually I do.
Now, you were working next to Mr. Bissinger yesterday, weren't you?
In the morning I was. Then after lunch...
In the morning is what I'm talking about. 10 a.m. In the morning. Now, you were working next to Mr. Bissinger, right?
That's right.
And at 10 a.m., a man came into the bank and walked up to your window. A man wearing a blue baseball cap. Remember that?
Well, no, I don't actually.
He shoved a note at you. And you gave him $500.
Shoved a note?
Well, maybe it looked to you like a withdrawal slip.
That's what it looked like to me.
Jerry.
Is that what it looked like to you, Miss Brent? Or was it a note ordering you to turn over $500?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not that we blame you for giving the man the money. It's just too bad you didn't tell us. But, well, if you can tell us now what the note said.
If you will produce the note.
There isn't any note. There wasn't any man. Nothing happened like what you're saying.
Miss Brent, Mr. Bissinger saw the whole thing.
Well, at first he couldn't believe what he was seeing, but when the computer showed $500 missing...
He remembered what he had seen.
He didn't see anything. Tell them, Jerry, you didn't see anything like that. Tell them.
But I did, Dorothy. I couldn't believe my eyes, but then later I realized that what I couldn't believe I saw, I really did see.
Don't you think I'd have told somebody? Do you think I'd have let somebody walk out with $500 without telling anybody? Walk out with the bank's money just like that?
Well, we thought maybe you were too frightened to say anything.
Maybe the man threatened you.
Maybe he had a gun.
There wasn't any man.
Miss Brent, if we could just see the note.
There wasn't any man, and there wasn't any note. And none of this happened. Oh, Stanley, it was awful. Just awful. Mr. Treadway and Jerry and this detective, they wouldn't believe me. They believed Jerry. Jerry, of all people, he doesn't even know me.
It's all right now, honey. It's all right.
No, it isn't all right. It's terrible.
No, it'll all get straightened out, sweetheart.
But nothing like that ever happened. There wasn't any such man, and there wasn't any note. I never gave anybody any money. You believe me, don't you?
Whatever you say, honey, I believe you.
Oh, you're so wonderful, Stanley.
No, I'm not. I just love you, that's all.
Oh, that's everything.
What's going to happen with this thing, huh?
I don't know. They didn't say anything about it. They keep thinking the note will show up.
They do?
Of course it won't, because there isn't any note.
Well, after a while, they'll give up.
They will, won't they?
Well, of course they will, honey. Come on. So don't worry about it.
I'll try not to.
There. You feel sleepy?
Oh, no, not a bit.
Come on. Put your head down on the couch.
I feel like I'll never be able to sleep again.
You will. Believe me, you will now. That's it. Come on. Put your head down.
Oh, you won't do any good.
Oh, no, yes, it will. Believe me, it will.
Okay. I believe you.
That's it. Now, want me to give you a little massage,
Would you?
Sure, I would. Sure.
does that.
Wonderful. Why would Jerry say something like that?
Forget Jerry.
We were never what you'd call friends.
Huh? Don't think about him.
I never knew he hated me.
Forget him.
And Mr. Treadway? I always thought he liked me all right.
Oh, the heck with Mr. Treadway.
He gave me my job.
Forget him.
Okay, I will.
Just think about me and go to sleep. That's it. That's it. You're getting sleepy, aren't you? Sure you are. Sure you are.
A loving couple, wouldn't you say? A tender scene, a delicate exchange of devotion and dependency. But we have only completed the first act of our story. There are 2 more acts to follow, in which we will explore in more detail the complexities of this relationship. As of now, it would appear to be one of gentle love. Who knows? We'll come back shortly with Act 2. Is our Dorothy an innocent, naive child? Is Stanley an adoring, gullible lover? Is Jerry a malevolent influence in both their lives? And is the apparently mild but forceful Mr. Treadway only an observer to the interplay of forces which he can neither control, influence, or even comprehend? And our detective sergeant, Mr. Hobbs, what of him? Perhaps we will progress a bit further in our investigation of all these people as we listen to Act 2.
Listen, Jerry, maybe it really was a withdrawal slip.
Oh, it was, Mr. Treadway. I'd recognize one of those any place. I see enough of them. It really was one.
Well, they couldn't have been a regular customer at the bank.
I never saw him before.
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
I've been here 5 years, Mr. Treadway. That ought to mean something. I mean, probably the only reason I looked up is because I'd never seen him before.
And it doesn't follow that there was anything written on the withdrawal slip. It could have been, well, a regular transaction.
Well, of course, that's what I thought it was. Only she gave him the money right away. I mean, she didn't consult the records or anything. She just handed it over.
$500. Yeah.
Then, when the computer showed $500 missing at the end of the day, that's when I connected the whole thing with Dorothy and the man in the baseball cap.
Yeah, you certainly made out a case for it, Jerry.
I don't see why she keeps on saying it never happened.
She's coming in today, any minute now.
Maybe I better get out.
No. I want you here. Detective Hobbs will be here, too, and also he's bringing somebody.
Who?
He didn't want to tell me, so I just didn't urge it. Excuse me just a minute, will you? Mr. Treadway here. Oh, yes. Well, ask him to come in. The both of them. Oh, and when Miss Brent arrives, send her right in. Thank you.
Mr. Treadway?
Yes, Detective Hobbs. Come in, sir. Come in. Mr. Bissinger, at the right name?
Yes, hello. How are you?
I'm just fine, thank you. I would like you to meet the...
Mr. Treadway? Your secretary said to come right in.
Oh, yes, Miss Brand. Please do, come in. And please close the door, will you, please? Now, come over here and sit down, will you?
I hope I'm not late or anything.
Oh, I was just about to introduce Mr. Treadway, Miss Dorothy Brent, Mr. Bissinger. This is Dr. Haywood.
How are you?
Yes, good to know you.
Doctor?
I hope you don't object, Miss Brent. Dr. Haywood is attached to the police department.
I don't understand what he's doing here.
I thought perhaps I could be of help.
Help who?
Well...
Help me?
Possibly.
I don't need any help.
Well, neither do I.
Now, Jerry...
I know what I saw, Dorothy.
No, you don't, Jerry. Because nothing like what you say happened really happened. I don't know why you're doing this to me. I've never done you any harm. I don't know why you should try to hurt me. I suppose you have your reasons. Maybe I hurt you sometime without even knowing it. If I did, I wish you would tell me.
and maybe we could straighten it out. But we're never going to get anywhere if you keep on telling these lies.
They are not lies. I saw what I saw, and that's what I told Mr. Treadway and the detective here. Now, I haven't got anything against you, but I know what I saw.
All right, now, hold on there.
I know what I saw.
You didn't see anything.
All right, now, let's everybody take it easy.
You tell her to take it easy, Doctor.
Both of you take it easy, okay? Now, Mr. Bissinger, would you be good enough to tell me what you've already told Detective Hobbs and Mr. Treadway? Would you do that for me? Just tell me briefly what you saw.
He didn't see anything, Doctor.
Bear with me, Miss Brent. Will you do that? Just be patient, and maybe we can get to the bottom of this very perplexing situation, which I'm sure causes you a lot of pain.
Yes, it does.
So, let's allow Mr. Bissinger to proceed. All right?
All right. But he didn't see anything because there was nothing to see.
Go ahead, Mr. Bissinger.
Well, it was yesterday morning about 10 o'clock, Doctor. A little before, a little after, but about 10 a.m. This man walked up to Dorothy's station. He had on a blue baseball cap. Now, you don't see too many of those. But these days, people wear anything they feel like wearing. So, he shoved this piece of paper under the plastic window, and Dorothy opened the cash drawer and took out 5 $100 bills and handed them to him. He took them and walked out.
That's all?
That's all. And I didn't think anything about it. I thought a little bit about it because we usually don't hand out that much money without checking to see if the depositor has that much in his account. But I figured she probably knew him, so I forgot about it. Until the computer showed 500 missing, and then I remembered.
Did you know the man, Mr. Bissinger?
Never saw him before in my life, Doctor.
About this piece of paper.
That was a withdrawal slip. It was pink. And that's the color of our withdrawal slips. Deposits are green.
Isn't it possible? The man in the baseball cap was a regular depositor and simply walked in to take out $500.
Let me answer that, Doctor.
Yes, Mr. Treadway?
No withdrawal slip in that amount has turned up.
Well, does anyone have a theory as to why Miss Brent handed over the $500? If she did.
She did. She did. And I've got a theory if nobody else has. I think the man was a bank thief. I think he wrote on the withdrawal slip that she should turn the money over to him or he'd kill her. Shoot her, maybe.
Did he have a gun?
I couldn't see from where I was standing.
Did Miss Brent seem frightened?
Oh, I don't know. See, I didn't bother to look because at that point it never entered my head that anything peculiar was going on. That came later when the computer showed
I think I've got the picture. Now, Miss Brent, I'm sure you want to say something.
No.
No?
I've already said it. Nothing like that ever happened.
Do you remember handing out 5 $100 bills to a man in a blue baseball cap?
There wasn't any such man.
But Mr. Bissinger says he saw him.
He couldn't have.
And he says he saw you give the man 5 $100 bills.
He couldn't have because I didn't. I don't know why he wants to make trouble for me. I don't know why he hates me. I don't know what I've ever done to him that he should want to make...
Dorothy, you've got me all wrong.
That's all right, Jerry. I know you think you're telling the truth. I know that. Because basically you're honest. Anyway, I've always thought so. But this time you're wrong. Because nothing like what you've just said ever happened. Now, I'd like to go home, please.
Doctor. Let her go home, Mr. Treadway.
Thank you very much. I need to be with somebody who believes me.
Now, we'll be in touch, Dorothy.
You know where to reach me. I expect I'll be home most of the time from now on.
I feel sorry for that girl. Well, I don't know why, but I do.
Gee whiz. So do I.
It's none of my business, but would a lie detector do any good?
Lie detector?
Nah, I don't know about that.
Why should I take a lie detector test? I'm telling the truth. I got no reason not to tell the truth.
Well, I only
I'll
meant
tell you what. I'm sorry I got mixed up in this thing in the first place. I should have known better. You try to do the right thing, and what do you get? An invitation to take a lie detector test. Let a machine decide if you're telling the truth. Well, no thanks. Not for me.
No. There seems to be a contradiction between what you say and what she says.
So let her take a lie detector test. I'm telling the truth.
But she says she is.
So let her prove it.
Dr. Hayward.
What?
What do you think?
Yes. I feel sorry for her, too.
No. I mean, what do you think about a lie detector test?
Well, not for me. I won't take one. There is no reason why I should.
Doctor, what about a lie detector test for Miss Brent?
Lie detector test? Oh, no, I don't think so. Not too reliable, those tests. No. It's obvious. The poor girl is in a trance.
A trance?
A trance-like state would be more accurate. It's a little like somnambulism, sleepwalking. Not precisely like, because the subject isn't asleep. No. She is in a trance state. Probably she was yesterday, too.
I ought to start dinner, Stanley.
No, there's no rush. You tired?
Mostly I'm cold.
Here, want your sweater?
Yeah, hand it to me, will you?
Right, here you are. Here, let me help you on with it, honey. Now, were they mean to you over at the bank, huh?
Not mean exactly. The doctor was quite nice. I liked him, but he doesn't believe me either. Oh, thanks, honey. Oh, that feels good.
Want me to button it up for you, huh?
I can do it. Stanley, they just don't believe me. None of them.
Well, they just don't know what a wonderful girl you are the way I do.
Anyway, you believe me.
You bet I do. Want me to answer that?
No, I will. Hello?
Miss Brent? Dorothy?
Yes?
This is Mr. Treadway, Dorothy. At the bank?
Yes, Mr. Treadway.
And I hope we weren't too hard on you this morning.
That's all right.
Now, you have to understand we're all very confused about this whole thing.
I do understand.
Well, we even talked about the possibility of a lie detector test.
Okay.
Did you say,
I said okay.
you wouldn't mind?
Why should I mind?
Well, Mr. Bissinger minded. He kicked up quite a fuss about it.
That's because he's not telling the truth.
Well, actually, the doctor says lie detector tests are not too reliable. He wants to see you again.
Who does?
The doctor does.
I don't think I want to see him.
You don't?
I told him everything. I don't see why he'd want to see me again.
Well, he has an idea. I wish you would see him again, Dorothy. As a favor to me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Treadway, but I don't think I can do that. I'd like to do it as a favor to you. But frankly, I'm sick of this whole thing, and I don't want to go on with it. Good night. That's that. The doctor wants to see me again, but I don't want to. You heard what I said, Stanley?
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. You feel okay, honey?
I feel cold, kind of.
You want me to turn the heat up?
That's not a bad idea.
Well, no sooner said than done.
Stanley!
Huh? What is it?
Look! Look what I found in the pocket of my sweater.
What? What is it?
It's a withdrawal slip.
You mean it?
This is the sweater I had on yesterday.
Dorothy, do you think that...
Stanley, call Mr. Treadway and tell him I'll see the doctor. Go on, call him. And tell him I've got the note. Tell him Jerry Bissinger must have been right.
What does the note say?
Nothing. Not a thing. It doesn't say anything.
Now what do you think of our cast of characters, to which another has been added in the person of Dr. Hayward? Is he the deus ex machina who will solve the mystery of conflicting testimonies? Or will he muddy the waters even further? We'll be back shortly with the concluding act of Mind Over Mind. Dorothy has denied the truth of Jerry's contention that she had turned over $500 to a man who handed her a note at her teller's window. And then she discovers evidence that Jerry could have been right. In the pocket of her sweater, she finds a withdrawal slip, the very sort of paper Jerry claimed the note to have been written on. But complications have developed. The small slip of paper holds no message whatsoever, no writing of any kind.
I feel bad about this, Doctor.
Trust me, Mr. Treadway.
Yeah, she was so positive and so calm about it, so serene. I have to tell you, I believe the girl.
So do I.
You do? You mean you don't believe Jerry Bissinger?
No, that's not what I mean.
Oh, well, then you don't believe the both of them.
Yes, I can. And yes, I do.
Sounds like you got something up your sleeve, Dr. Haywood.
Well, you could say that.
Doctor? Oh, excuse me. Yes? Oh, yeah, ask her to come in, please. She's here.
Good. Mr. Treadway, I'd like to be alone with her. Now, after the preliminaries, could you make up some excuse to leave?
Oh, yes, I suppose I could. Dorothy, hello.
Hello, Mr. Treadway.
You know Dr. Haywood, of course.
Hello, Dr. Haywood.
I am so glad you decided to come back, Dorothy.
I had to. I found this in the pocket of my sweater.
Oh? May I see it?
It was the same sweater I was wearing yesterday.
This is a withdrawal slip.
I know.
But it's blank. There's nothing written on it at all.
I know.
I have some things to attend to, so if you'll please excuse me.
Yes, of course, we will excuse you.
Couldn't you stay, Mr. Treadway?
It's, better if he leaves us alone, Dorothy.
But I...
He'll come back, Dorothy.
I'll wait outside, Dorothy. If you need me, I'll be right there.
Well, all right.
Now, don't be frightened.
I'll try.
Close the door, will you? Well, Dorothy?
What's going to happen?
Nothing very alarming. Sit in this chair, will you?
All right.
Good. And I am going to pull up this chair facing you. Nothing very disturbing so far.
No.
Tell me something. Do you like me at all?
I don't even know you.
I know that. This is only the second time we've met. But don't you think that we all get a certain impression of people right away? And what was your impression of me yesterday?
Nice. I thought you were nice.
Just nice. That's all? Just nice?
Strong. Strong but kind, too. Like a...
Yes?
Like a father.
That's what I would like to be. Like a father. Good, strong, kind father. I like you, Dorothy.
You do?
Yes, I do. You're a very likable person. Now, don't be embarrassed that someone likes you. Are you embarrassed?
Sort of.
Look in my eyes, Dorothy. Look deep into my eyes. And you'll see that I am telling the truth. You're a little bit tense, aren't you?
I guess I am.
Well, you just try to relax. Just let yourself go limp. Or close your eyes. Now, let go of the tension. All of it. Let go. That's it. You feel it leaving you?
I think so.
So do I. Now, let your head fall back against the chair. That's it. Back and back. All of you is beginning to relax, isn't it?
Yes.
Limp and relaxed. No tension anywhere. Right.
Right.
Now, Dorothy, breathe Just relax. Oh, it's good, Dorothy. That's very good. Now, I want you to think back to yesterday. Here in the bank. It's about 10 o'clock in the morning. The man is coming into the bank. He's coming up to your window. He's wearing a blue baseball cap. Remember? Do you remember? He is standing in front of your window. Remember that?
Yes.
Now, what does that man do, Dorothy?
He's standing there.
Yes. Then what does he do?
He gives me something. He slides it under the window.
What is it?
It looks like a withdrawal slip.
Is it? Is that what it is?
Yes. That's what it is. Only
what? Is there something wrong with it?
Yes.
What's wrong with it?
There's something written on it. On the back of it.
What is written on it, Dorothy?
It says, give me the money.
So what do you do?
Why, I give him the money.
Why do you think you gave him that money?
Because he asked for it.
Good. Very good. Had you ever seen this man before?
I don't think so, no.
Look hard at him. Look at his face and tell me. Is he someone you know? Someone familiar?
I can't tell.
Why not? Try. Try and see it. Try and see his face.
I can't.
Why can't you?
Because.
Yes, because?
Because he has no face. He has no face. He has no face at all.
It's all right, it's all right. It's all right, Dorothy. I've got you. You won't fall. I won't let you fall. It's all right, Dorothy. It's all right.
Wait a minute. You can't go in there. You're out of my way.
Now, will you stay out of here? What do you think you're doing?
Well, I couldn't stop him. I tried.
What's going on? It's all right. She just fainted. She'll come round in a minute or two. What have you been doing to her? Who is this man?
I've never seen him before. He barged in here demanding to see Dorothy, and I couldn't stop him.
What is your interest in Miss Brent? I happen to love her, and I don't want anything to happen to her. No, don't you be alarmed. Nothing has happened to her that hasn't happened before. Many times before. I should think. Such as what? A little hypnotic session. I managed to regress her to the events of yesterday when a man came into the bank. A man in a blue baseball cap. And she gave him $500 without question. Simply handed it over.
We think he must have threatened to kill her.
Under hypnosis, she said to Mimi. She said, the note written on the back of a withdrawal slip merely said, give me the money. Yet this slip that she found in her sweater pocket says absolutely nothing at all. I wonder why.
You must have some idea, Doctor.
Yes, indeed I do. I think that when she was hypnotized, it was planted in her mind that at 10 o'clock, a man wearing a blue baseball cap would walk up to her window, hand her a withdrawal slip, and she would give him 5 $100 bills. There was no need to write anything on the slip. It was already written on her brain, if you see what I mean.
Yes, I'm beginning to.
Now, under this most recent hypnosis, she remembered the man, his blue baseball cap, remembered giving him the money, remembered everything except his face.
She couldn't remember his face.
She said, he has no face. She repeated it several times. He has no face. Now why, when she remembered everything else so well, why would she run up against a block when it came to the man's face? I'll tell you why. Because the face was the face of someone she cared for, even loved. Am I right? Am I close to the truth? Well?
Doctor.
Look, she's opening her eyes.
What happened?
You fainted, that's all. Do you remember what happened before you fainted?
I was remembering.
Yes, you were remembering what happened when the man in the blue baseball cap came up to your window and handed you a note written on a deposit slip.
Yes, that happened.
And you gave him $500.
Yes, I did.
Now, when I asked you what the man looked like, you said, do you remember what you said?
I said, he has no face.
And then you fainted. Now, Dorothy, I want you to take a look at this man. Step over here, you. Let's get a good look at you. That's it. Now, Dorothy, who is this man?
Why, it's Stanley.
Yes. Can you picture him with a blue baseball cap on his head?
Stanley. You came into the bank. You came up to the window. You handed me the note. I gave you the money. But why? Why did I do that?
Because I hypnotized you, sweetheart, while you were asleep the night before. Doctor, you know that natural sleep can be changed into hypnotic sleep.
Yes, of course I know.
Well, I've been doing this to Dorothy for a long time.
Why would you want to do that?
Well, I don't know. To be sure I wouldn't lose her, maybe. To see if I still had this magical power. See, I've had it, since I was a kid, but I just never used it before to get money.
And now you have.
No, not to keep. I mean, I never meant to keep it. Magical powers can't be used, for material gain. Oh, here's your $500. If I kept it, my powers of magic would just disappear.
Yes, of course.
Magic is always amazing, isn't it? Well, but I think I'll be going. I'll leave Dorothy with you.
Yes, I think you'd better.
All right. Oh, I'll be waiting at home for you, Dorothy. When you feel like it. If you feel like it.
I never knew. I never thought. Why would Stanley want to do something like that to me?
Well, he ought to be horsewhipped. I'd like to beat him up myself. Do you feel like going home to him, Dorothy?
I don't know. How can I?
If I might make a suggestion, please do. Dorothy, would you care to come and stay with my mother? She'd be very happy if I took you home with me for a while. I mean, until all this wears off. She'd like you. She'd take good care of you. And so would I.
So you see, it was a love story after all, wasn't it? Two love stories. Stanley's love, which demanded that he control his sweetheart at all times. And the love of Mr. Treadway, who merely wanted to protect. Which of the two loves will Dorothy choose? Which would she? I'll be back shortly. Each of us has at one time, I'm sure, been in love. Think. Did it not partake of the nature of hypnosis? Did not your lover appear clad in shining raiment, without flaw, without weakness, without sin? Why, of course.
Then did the day arrive when you awoke from your hypnotic trance and you saw your lover to be nothing more than a fragile, flawed human being. And you were shocked and stunned and wondered why you had ever fallen in love in the first place. Of course. But we won't dwell on this unhappy discovery. Only trust that you weathered it well and emerged intact. Our cast included Jada Rowland, Earl Hammond, Bernard Grant, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Radio Mystery Theater presents Welcome. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes. What sport bears a more legal name than horse racing? At one time, it truly was the sport of kings. But long gone are the days when heads of states would match their speediest steeds to establish supremacy for the sake of national pride. Today, racing has become big business, a multi-million-dollar industry. And although the vast majority of those involved in the sport are honest, the lure of riches has attracted a less desirable element as well. Those not adverse to employing chicanery and worse.
Jed, you carry insurance on this place, don't you?
Well, what does my insurance have to do with anything?
Not only are we going to get away with slipping in that ringer this afternoon, but you're going to come out of this with enough money to buy yourself a new ranch.
What do you have in mind, Skeeter?
Tonight we're going to torch the barn with Proud Chief's look-alike in it.
Our mystery drama, Barn Burner, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Steve Lerman and stars Russell Horton and Patricia Elliott. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Owners of thoroughbred horses share a common dream: to someday possess a horse with the speed, stamina, and spirit that will qualify the animal as a true champion. Owner Jed Tracy, his wife Jody, and trainer Skeeter Winslow worked diligently to develop a horse named Proud Chief into an outstanding runner with unlimited potential. Their dream appeared to be on the verge of becoming reality. But moments ago, Proud Chief competed in his most recent race, and the trio is now facing a rude awakening.
And those are the official results of the fourth race, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't believe what I just saw. Proud Chief finished seventh and last.
This is his worst race yet, Ted. He was hardly able to keep up.
Those last three races have been disappointing.
Disappointing? I call it a disaster.
Jed, I've been training horses for over 20 years. We just ran smack dab into a wall of the worst racing luck possible. That's the only way to look at it.
If only Proud Chief hadn't broken that bone in his hoof.
Well, race horses do come back from that type of injury, Jody, more often than not.
Proud Chief hasn't been able to, obviously. Well, I'm very upset. Jed, would you mind terribly if I took the car and drove back to the ranch now?
Go ahead, Jody. Skeeter and I will see the Proud Chief. We'll be along in the van in a couple of hours.
I'll have dinner waiting. I'll see you later.
It hurts me to see Jody so sad. She had such high hopes for Proud Chief.
Well, what are your plans for the horse now, Jed, huh?
Yeah, I'm not sending Proud Chief back on the track, Skeeter.
We can still turn a profit on Proud Chief. A real handsome profit.
What do you want to do? Take Proud Chief out to the park on Sundays and sell pony lines?
My idea's a little more ambitious than that. We can still send Proud Chief out on that racetrack and come back big winners. right. Come on, now, settle down, fella. I know you're not too fond of being bathed. Let's only take a couple of minutes now.
Come on, Skeeter. What's this plan of yours?
Well, the first thing I have to do is get on the phone to these friends of mine who do their racing out in Western Canada.
Mm-hmm. What are they going to tell you?
If they happen to have any bay geldings about 16 hands high, racing up there.
Skeeter, I hope you're not thinking what I think you're thinking.
And what might that be, huh?
You're looking for a ringer.
Jed, we find a horse can pass the Proud Chief's twin. Except for the fact that this other Proud Chief can run fast enough to win races. We'll be setting ourselves up for some tidy profits.
Skeeter, you gotta be crazy even to think of trying to pull such a stunt. I'm gonna pretend I never heard you say anything about this.
All we have to do is send the ringer on the track once. Just once. The way Slowpoke here has been racing lately, his odds are gonna be sky high. We lay more than a few bucks on the doubles nose. You understand? He crosses that finish line first. We laugh all the way to the bank.
How are we going to spend all this money in jail, Skeeter?
My little scheme is going to buy us a one-way ticket to Easy Street, not the Slammer.
You really think it will be that easy to pull a switch?
Proud Chief doesn't have any unusual markings. Finding a stand-in for him is going to be simple, that's all.
Well, what about the lip tattoo?
It's no problem. I know this guy who runs a tattoo parlor. He's a real artist. When the paddock judge looks over Proud Chief number 2, he won't be able to tell the difference.
What about, Jody?
What about her?
Well, no matter how perfect a match you make, even with a lip tattoo, every horse has its own personality. Jody will know that something isn't right.
I've got that all worked out, too.
Really?
The real Proud Chief can stay at your ranch. What we do is stable our Canadian import at the deserted Harris Ranch. You got me? On race days, we take the real thing up there. We give him a change of scenery while his twin is at the track making us a pile of dough. After the race, we take the ringer back to the empty stable and put Proud Chief in his home sweet home at your place.
I just can't see my way clear to do this.
Jags, how much have you picked up in the way of purse money since the first of the year? You had all your hopes pinned on Proud Chief making it to the Derby. You spent an awful lot of money getting that animal back to the race.
For all the good it did me.
Word on the grapevine has it that you're next to broke. We've both been living on dreams for a long time now, Jed. I finally have a way to make those dreams come true.
One race, Skeeter. How's that?
Are you saying you're in, Jed?
I'll make the switch once. After that, you send the ringer back to where he came from, and we forget this whole thing ever happened. When was the horse brought in?
Last night, late.
Mm-hmm. Did no one saw the van pull in?
Jed, this broken-down old ranch is so far off the beaten path. Come on, you want to see the horse?
Might as well.
I'd put him in a stall, but I don't think he's too happy being all cooped up. I'll leave him in the corral as much as possible. There he is, Jed. Meet Proud Chief II. How do you like him?
Fine. There sure is a resemblance.
He's a dead ringer for the real one. A live ringer is more like it. This one is real speedy.
Well, what about the lip tattoo?
All taken care of. Here, have a look.
The numbers are identical. You gotta hand it to you, Skeeter. You really pulled it off.
I told you I had all the angles covered.
What happens now?
You and me and our four-legged friend are off to the races. Jed, how come Jody's not here? She always comes out to see Proud Chief run.
Proud Chief isn't racing today, remember?
You didn't come it, did you?
No. Considering the way the real Proud Chief's been going lately, Jody didn't think it would be any fun coming out to see him get beat.
Well, if she was here, she'd be in for a pleasant surprise.
I hope you're right. All my available cash is bet on this horse.
The wisest investment you'll ever make. Look at the odds board. Those numbers are respected all right, eh?
Considering Proud Chief's last 3 miserable performances, 35 to 1 is about right.
Won't be long now, Jed. You got those betting tickets?
Right in my pocket.
The flag is up. Easy Street, here we come. I tell you, Jed, here he comes.
Now it's Car Chief and none of us a second. Car Chief blows by Rummer and takes dead aim at Bullcorn for the lead. It's Bullcorn by a length, but here comes Car Chief. Bullcorn's lead is now like the neck and neck. And they hit the wire. It's Car Chief by a nose. Car Chief is your next winner.
We did it, what I say, Jed? It was in a bag all the way.
Oh, I'm glad that's over, Skeeter. I'll go to the cashier's window. You take the horse back to the paddock.
Here you go, boy. The way you ran, you deserve a treat. Have a couple of lumps of sugar on old Skeeter. Hey, Jed, is this a racehorse or is this a racehorse?
Let's get the groom to bathe him and do up his legs.
You know, we're going to have to run him in a higher class the next time out.
Skeeter, we had a deal. One race, and that was going to be it, right?
We got a good thing going here, Jed.
Hey, excuse me, gentlemen.
Doc Johnson, hello.
Congratulations on winning that last race. Proud Chief looked very impressive.
Well, we're real happy about the way things turned out.
Considering the way Proud Chief's been running of late, I could have sworn a different horse was out there on the track today.
Doc, you here as a friend or as a veterinarian for the Racing Association?
No, both capacities apply, I suppose. Your horse's reversal of form puzzles me greatly.
Horses can be unpredictable animals. You know that, Doc.
I want to talk to you about that last race in my office right now. Close the door, Skeeter. I'd like this chat to be private.
What's on your mind, Doc?
How did you do it, Skeeter?
What are you talking about? Do what?
Proud Chief's performance was extraordinary. Make some sense of it for me.
I really don't have anything to tell you, Doc.
Come on, Skeeter. Proud Chief breaks his coffin bone and goes to the sidelines to recuperate.
Well, that's standard procedure.
When he comes back to the races, he runs like he ought to be pulling a milk wagon.
That happens that way sometimes, Doc.
That horse today raced like he's ready to win the Triple Crown. You did more than say a few magic words to make him run that fast.
Just what is it you think I did, Doc?
You told me.
Now, wait a minute. Are you implying that Skeeter might have done something illegal, Doc Townsend?
No, don't be so touchy. You latched onto some new training method, obviously. One that did Proud Chief a world of good.
I see. You want to be let in on a secret, Doc. Is that what this is all about?
If you've come up with a way to do near miracles, you owe all the racing to tell me. I was thinking that this might make a very interesting article for the journal my veterinary association publishes. You wouldn't mind if I wrote it up for them, would you?
Is that really necessary?
Why would you object?
We'll help you out, Doc, gladly.
Fine. The first thing I'm going to need is some pictures. X-rays of that hoof.
Well, what for?
To make a comparison. I have photos of the broken hoof taken when it first happened. I need to see it now to show how the bones healed.
Hey, Doc, is that necessary?
That's essential. Proud Chief's in the barn area now. Walk him over. I'll take the X-ray and we'll do the interview. Won't take long.
No. Today's out of the question.
Is there a problem?
Proud Chief just had a very tough race. I want to get him back to the ranch and bed him down in the stall so he can rest.
It's a part of this new training program we have, Doc. You understand?
Well, the deadline for articles for the next issue is next week. Bring the horse by tomorrow. We'll take care of it then. And I won't take no for an answer.
How could you do it, Skeeter? Why in heaven's name did you agree to cooperate with that pompous Doc Townsend? What is going to happen when he sees that X-ray?
Nothing's going to happen.
Skeeter, the horse that ran today never had a broken bone in his hoof. When Doc Townsend takes a look at that X-ray, we are going to have a lot of explaining to do.
That's all you're worried about?
We're going to be exposed as frauds. There's no getting around it.
Now, listen to me, will you? When Townsend takes his picture tomorrow, he's going to see a horse that had a broken bone. All right?
How?
All we have to do is head up to the Harris Ranch. swap the colt in the van for the real Proud Chief. And take him to the vet in the morning.
Oh, Skeeter, this is becoming a lot more involved than I ever thought it could. I'll pull up to the side of the barn here.
You fetch Proud Chief from the corral while I put our mail ticket in one of the stalls, huh?
Skeeter! Skeeter, you better come quick!
What's the matter now, Jed? What's all the hurry about?
You left Proud Chief out in the corral, right?
Yeah? I figured he could use the exercise.
Well, take a look over there.
Oh, the corral's empty.
Yeah. Where is Proud Chief?
It must be very difficult to misplace a ton of horseflesh, but apparently that's precisely what Jed and Skeeter have done. And it couldn't have happened at a more inopportune time. One thing is certain. If Jed and Skeeter can't solve the mystery of the missing racehorse quickly, and Doc Townsend takes an x-ray of the bogus Proud Chief, more than the skeleton of a healthy horse will be exposed. But who knows? Perhaps the real Proud Chief will turn up again when we do, shortly, as our story continues in Act 2. I imagine that Jed and Skeeter must be feeling very much like Shakespeare's Richard III. The beleaguered king found himself in such dire need of a horse that he was willing to exchange his entire kingdom for one. Our protagonists have far less to offer, but I'm sure they'd be willing to strike almost any bargain in order to reacquire Proud Chief. For the longer the thoroughbred remains at liberty, Jed and Skeeter's chances of retaining their freedom diminish considerably.
Look at the top part of that railing. It's broken clean in half.
Proud Chief must have jumped the fence.
Why would he run off?
I think I know. Remember that thunderstorm we had a few hours ago?
I came down like cats and dogs for about 10 minutes, so what?
Thunder and lightning always made Proud Chief a little loco. The storm must have spooked him to the point where he took off to try to get away from the noise and lightning.
Oh, terrific. It could be anywhere by now, huh?
He's had plenty of time to travel, that's for sure.
All right, what do we do now?
Well, we look for him, Skeeter, and we better hope we find him.
So there you are. I was about to call the chef. Don't you realize how late it is? I've been worried.
You needn't have fretted, Jody. We're fine.
It doesn't take all this time to do up a horse after he's raced. Where have you been?
Skeeter and I got a little sidetracked.
Well, I hope you're planning to perk up. Those long faces won't do at a celebration dinner.
What are we celebrating?
Well, one of the stable hands called and told me about Proud Chief winning. If that doesn't qualify as a special occasion, I don't know what would.
Seeing Proud Chief get his nose up at the wire was quite a sight. I'm sorry you missed it.
Now, you can tell me all about the race while we're eating. Wash up while I put the food on the table. I'll meet you in the dining room in 5 minutes.
Not that I have much of an appetite. If we can't deliver the real Proud Chief to Doc Townsend by 9 tomorrow morning...
I can't figure out where that fool horse ran off to. We searched everywhere. We'll head out at daybreak and look some more. Maybe we'll get lucky.
You should have realized we could never get away with this.
Jed, we got a pile of money sitting in the glove compartment of that van outside. I'm not giving it back.
Face it, Skeeter, there is no way out of this.
Jed, you carry insurance on this place, don't you?
Well, what does my insurance have to do with anything?
Jed, not only are we going to get away with slipping that ringer in this afternoon, but you're going to come out of this with enough money to buy yourself a brand new ranch.
What do you have in mind, Skeeter?
The only way we can be accused of doing anything wrong is if there's incriminating evidence against us. Right?
So?
Tonight we're going to torch the barn with Proud Chief's look-alike in it.
I can't believe you're serious about this. It's bad enough I went along with committing fraud. I am not going to become party to arson.
What are you talking about, arson? One of these kerosene lamps is going to fall over accidentally and set fire to the barn.
You really think you were going to get away with this?
I'm betting the next 20 years of my life on it, partner.
So what about the horse? You're going to murder him?
It's his neck or ours.
I can't let you do it. I am not going to stand here and allow that animal to be executed.
Now, look. I already gave in and put all the other horses out to pasture. There's only going to be one casualty.
One is too many.
Hey, what are you doing?
Getting this gasoline sauté out of here. And you are not burning the barn, and you are not killing that horse.
If I don't do this, we have no way of putting off Doc Townsend.
That's the way it goes, I guess.
I'm not going to jail.
I'd rather confess than go around the rest of my life feeling like a murderer.
It's only a horse.
Skeeter, this has gotten way out of hand. Now, I am calling the sheriff. I am going to tell him everything.
Jed, don't pick up that phone.
No? You going to stop me?
If I have to, I will.
I am going to make that call.
I'm warning you, don't.
Oh, put down that shovel, Skeeter. Operator, give me the sheriff's office. Skeeter, stay away from me. Skeeter!
You shouldn't have called my bluff. Now, there's going to be two casualties. The horse and you. Fire department's doing the best they can, Jody.
The whole barn is in flames. You haven't seen Dad?
Not a sign of him.
You're sure he ran into the barn?
When we saw the flames, we both rushed in there to try and save as many horses as we could.
You think he got most of them out to the pasture?
Ed wanted to go in one more time. By then the flames were all around. I told him it was too dangerous. He wouldn't listen.
But he can't be trapped in this, Peter. He can't be.
I pray you're right, Jody.
Lucky man, Skeeter. To have walked away from that fire without as much as a scratch.
Doc, believe me, I wish I could have shared my good fortune with Jed. Then he might be here today, too.
How's Jody taking what happened?
The first day or two were real rough for her. She's in Chicago now, staying with relatives.
I'll have to stop by when she gets back and pay my respects. Only one horse is still unaccounted for, is that correct?
Yeah, proud chief. Just when he was beginning to turn himself around and run like a real racehorse again.
It really is a shame.
Without those x-rays, I guess we'll never know for sure how come Proud Chief was able to run so fast.
Take this, Skeeter. It's for you.
What is this, Jody?
What, don't you recognize a check when you see one?
Yeah, but what's it for?
Ted did give you a small percentage of ownership in Proud Chief. That was your arrangement.
I took a few points in exchange for reducing my training fee.
You may not have... present your share of this settlement.
I feel kind of funny taking money from you, Jody.
Well, it's your money, Skeeter. Take it, please.
Okay. Thank you, Jody.
That check doesn't exactly constitute a fortune. Do you have any idea what you'll do with it?
There's only one thing I've ever done with the money I've managed to accumulate. You know that.
You're going to buy a racehorse.
There's a big auction in Kentucky over the weekend. Maybe I'll head down there and see if I can buy me a horse that will make visiting the winner's circle a habit.
Good luck.
Thank you, dear. I have an idea, though, Jody. Why don't you come with me?
You want to bid on should be coming up next, Skeeter.
You think I'm making a wise choice, Jody?
Oh, this horse, Indian Warrior, is half-brother to Proud Chief.
If Indian Warrior has anywhere near the speed and moxie his late brother had, I'll be buying myself a top-notch racehorse.
Oh, there's Indian Warrior being led into the ring now, Skeeter.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? The next horse, hip number 492. Nice chestnut coat by the name of Indian Warrior. Now, I'm going to take an opening bid of $5,000 on this horse, but I'm sure y'all realize that's far below what he's worth. Do I hear $5,000 for Indian Warrior? Who bid $5,000? $5,000. Oh, Mr. Winslow knows good horse flesh when he sees it. Now, who make that 6? I got 5,000 looking for 6. 5 looking for 6.
6,000.
Thank you, sir. Now I got 6,000. I'm looking for 7. 6, I want 7. Hey, this is a fine animal, folks. Who's going to give me $7,000?
7.
Okay, 7. Now,
I need 9. Who's going to make it 9?
9,000.
Yeah, we're off and running. 9,000. I want 10. 9, I want 10. Who's going to give me 10? Let me hear 10 now.
It looks like the bidding is down to you and that man in the cowboy hat, Skeeter.
And that man owns one of the biggest racing operations in the Southwest, Jody. He's got a much bigger bankroll than I have.
I got $17,000 for Indian Warrior, Mr. Winslow. Are you going to let Mr. Marshall have that magnificent animal for that piddly price, or will you make it $18,000?
18,000.
Well, what do you say to that, Mr. Marshall? 19,000.
20. That's as high as I can go, Jody.
The bid is $20,000. 20, I'd like to make it 22. Will you do that for me, Mr. Marshall? 20 to 22. 20 to 22, perhaps?
Look, Skeeter, that man Marshall turned his back.
It appears that Marshall reached his limit just as I got to mine.
Indian Warrior is going to be yours, Skeeter.
Horse coal for $20,000 to Mr. Skeeter Winslow. You got yourself quite a bargain there, Skeeter.
Skeeter, do you think Indian Warrior has a chance to win today?
I've got real high hopes. His workouts have been nothing short of spectacular.
It was thoughtful of the racing commission to run a race in Jed's honor.
Well, Jed was one of the best liked and respected horse owners in this state. Naming this race the Jed Tracy Memorial Mile was the least they could do.
It would be nice if your horse wins, Skeeter, since you and Jed were such good friends.
He's going to beat this punch by a country mile.
As the field heads down the back stretch, Indian Warrior has a commanding lead lead with Poker Face second, Jolly Giant third, Happy Henry fourth, and far back to Tim Soldier and Go Dancer. It's all Indian Warrior. Wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen. The pack is beginning to come to Indian Warrior. We may have a horse race to the finish after all.
What's going on out there?
It looks like somebody put the brakes on Indian Warrior. He's all but stopped running.
Now Poker Face and Happy Henry are only 2 lengths back of Indian Warrior. Now one. The 3 horses are neck and neck for the lead. Indian Warrior has run himself out. He's back to fourth and trailing last.
This wasn't supposed to happen, Jody.
It looks like Indian Warrior isn't the horse you thought he was, Peter.
I don't understand this at all.
Maybe he's gone lame.
He was sounded as a dollar when he walked onto that track.
Take a look through my binoculars. Perhaps you can spot something that will tell you what the problem is.
Yeah, all right. Hey, Jody, I don't believe what I'm saying.
What is it?
Indian Warrior is wearing saddle cloth number 4, right?
Yes.
I'm looking through these glasses. I can see the horse up close. The horse wearing that number has a white blaze across his face.
So?
Indian Warrior doesn't have that kind of marking.
What are you saying, Peter?
The horse on the track looks a great deal like Indian Warrior, but that isn't him.
How can that be?
There's only one answer comes to mind. Somebody slipped in a reindeer.
Once again, it appears as if Skeeter has won too many racehorses bearing the same name. Only this time, his reaction suggests no prior knowledge of the existence of this apparent imposter. How and why the substitution was made are questions weighing heavily on Skeeter's mind, as you can well imagine. All questions will be answered when our story concludes in Act 3. In biblical times, a man named Noah collected animals and tools and was blessed for his efforts. Unfortunately for Skeeter, the Racing Commission is expected to view his compilation of horses in a much less favorable light. The race has concluded, and Skeeter's entry, whoever he may be, has crossed the finish line a badly beaten last. But the horse's poor showing is the least of Skeeter's concerns.
How could you do such a thing, Skeeter? More precisely, how could you do such a thing and actually expect to get away with it?
I didn't do anything, Doc. You gotta believe me.
You know I check every horse's identifying marks before and after the race. The horse I saw in the paddock was Indian Warrior. But the animal that straggled in off the track most definitely was not.
I'm as surprised by what happened out there as you are, Doc.
How did you make the switch, Skeeter? I'd be interested to know.
You're asking the wrong person. I don't know how it happened because I didn't make any switch.
Really? Then who did?
I was framed. I had to be.
By whom? And why?
All I know is I didn't do anything wrong.
The Racing Commission has scheduled a hearing for 9 a.m. tomorrow. Unless you can come up with a plausible explanation by then, you're in big trouble, Skeeter.
You're lucky these few stalls are still usable, Skeeter.
The barn will be rebuilt soon enough.
Could you break open another sack of oats? I'd like to finish feeding the horses.
Yeah, sure. I hope you won't have too much trouble finding someone to help you out around here after I'm gone, Jody.
Skeeter, you aren't thinking of running away or doing something foolish like that, are you?
Oh, it sure crossed my mind. Whatever I tell that commissioner, they aren't going to believe me.
You've gotten yourself into a bit of a fix.
By this time tomorrow, my license to train's going to be revoked. And that's only if I'm lucky. I could wind up in jail. Jody, I'll swear on a stack of Bibles that I knew absolutely nothing about that ringer taking Indian Warrior's place.
Somehow I don't think that's going to be enough to get you off.
Well, you believe me, don't you?
As a matter of fact, I do.
For the life of me, I cannot figure out how that switch was made.
I have an idea about that, Skeeter. Would you care to hear my theory?
Yeah, gladly.
We were with Doc Townsend when he checked Indian Warrior's lip tattoo in the paddock before the race. So the substitution had to take place while the horse was en route to the track itself.
Yeah, but where?
Well, in that long, dark tunnel that runs from the paddock area out onto the grandstand and out to the main track.
You're saying that the real Indian Warrior walked into that tunnel, but the ringer walked out?
Right.
Well, how in the world would a switch like that be made without everyone in the tunnel knowing about it?
Well, it would be difficult, but not impossible.
7 race horses with jockeys on them rode in there, as well as 7 lead ponies with outriders. And you're telling me that 14 people didn't see a thing?
Skeeter, everyone was riding from stark sunshine into a pitch-black tunnel. It takes a few seconds for the eyes to adjust to that sudden loss of light.
And the switch took place during that time?
What if there was some sort of disturbance? A horse became unruly, for instance. Well, that type of diversion would make it relatively simple for a jockey to dismount from one horse and get on another without anyone being the wiser.
Well, where would the extra horse come from?
There wouldn't be any extra horse. Not if one of the horses ridden by an outrider were a thoroughbred.
The ringer could have been wearing a saddle cloth with the number 4 on it under the saddle blanket? Hey, Jody, that's a mighty complicated scenario to come up with off the top of your head.
There was no speculation involved.
What are you saying?
That jockey who rides for you is as crooked as the day is long, and there are more than a few outriders always looking to pick up a few extra dollars, and not terribly concerned about what they have to do to earn it.
You paid the jock and outrider to make the switch? Why would you do such a thing, Jody? I thought we were friends.
I did it for poetic justice, Skeeter. But that was only part of the reason, actually.
I don't understand.
The other part was to get revenge. Plain.
Who do you? You tried to murder Jody's husband, or have you forgotten about that, Skeeter?
Chet. Hey, Chet, what are you doing?
Alive? I am alive, Skeeter. You aren't seeing any ghosts.
But you burned up in that fire.
You almost burned up in that fire, Skeeter. You gave me a pretty good rap on the head with that shovel. I came to just before the flames engulfed the barn.
Yeah, lucky.
In all the confusion, I managed to slip away. I was dazed, confused. I needed time to get my wits about me and figure out how to handle a situation. So I made my way to the old Harris Ranch to recover and think.
One day when you were off at the track, Skeeter, Ted came here and told me everything. I never realized that you could be such a monster.
Jody's first reaction was to have me call the police and confess everything.
I see. Well, she changed her mind, obviously. I'm sure she doesn't want her precious husband behind bars. Right?
I don't condone what you and Jed did, Skeeter. Not for 1 minute. It's so frustrating for Jed and myself, knowing you deserve to be punished, yet being helpless to do anything about it.
If you had an ounce of guts, Jed, none of this would have happened.
It wasn't until Jody told me about your buying that racehorse that I finally hit upon a fitting way to even the score.
Pulling that switcheroo at the track was your idea, huh? Well, figures. All right. It appears as if you two have painted old Skeeter into a tight little corner.
You're getting off easy, considering.
Somehow the idea of getting hung out to dry all by my lonesome doesn't please me. What's to prevent me from walking into that commission hearing in the morning and telling them that Jed Tracy isn't quite as dead as everybody thinks?
Do that, Skeeter. The facts about the first fraud are bound to come out.
People might begin to think that the barn burning wasn't an accident after all.
So Skeeter Winslow takes a fall and Jed and Jody live happily ever after. Is that it?
No. If I reappeared in this town, it would cause more problems than it would solve.
Jed and I are going to move away. Start over where no one knows us.
Yeah, you'll be able to start over in the lap of luxury, thanks to that nice little bundle of dough I helped you win on that race that we fixed.
We'll be making our new beginning from scratch, Skeeter.
That money has blood all over it. We wouldn't feel right about spending a cent of it.
Jed will be making full restitution.
Well, how do you give a refund from the grave?
In a couple of days, the Horsemen's Benevolent Association is going to receive a rather healthy donation sent in anonymously.
You've got to be kidding me.
Hopefully, the money will do enough good to erase the way it was gotten.
Well, I suppose you can afford to be a bleeding heart. The insurance money you'll collect from the bond going up will keep you solvent for a while.
There won't be any check from the insurance company, Skeeter.
I thought they were all set to pay off.
They were. But they'll change their mind when I tell them that I started the fire.
Well, why would you tell them a thing like that?
Because Jody and I refuse to profit from this mess in any way, Skeeter.
Hey, people go to jail for arson.
Not when they knock over a lamp and start a fire unintentionally.
Jody went into shock, thinking I died in the fire, so it took her this long to come forward with the facts. Skeeter, you get off my property. I don't ever want to see you again.
You're not going to get away with this.
We already have, Skeeter.
If I've got to pay, so do you, Jed, and you too, Jody.
Mention our names to the authorities, and you'll only be making things worse for yourself.
I'm not going to speak ill of the dead, because that's just what you're going to be.
I am in no mood to listen to your threats, Skeeter.
Everyone thinks you went to your just reward in that fire. I got nothing to lose by finishing the job now. I mean, how can you murder a dead man?
The only way you'll get away with it is by killing me as well.
Over your dead body? That can be arranged real easy.
I don't know what you're thinking, Skeeter, but you are never going to get away with it.
I will, believe me. Everybody knows how upset poor Jody's been since you went up a smoke with that barn. It's not unusual for a despondent widow to do something drastic. So when someone comes in here and finds Jody swinging from the rafters, they'll think she couldn't live without a beloved husband anymore and just committed suicide.
Jed, he's going for that pitchfork.
Don't try it, Skeeter. This time there's something more substantial than a telephone in my hand.
Put down that rake. If you think you can fight me off with that puny stick, you got another thing coming.
Jed, be careful.
Hey, this is kind of fun, Dad. Drooling with sticks. Just like one of those Robin Hood movies, huh?
Jed, don't let Skeeter back you into that smoke.
I don't seem to have much choice in the matter. What's behind me?
You're yelling. He's uncomfortable around people, yet he goes a little crazy when anyone gets near him.
Maybe I should push you into that store, Jed. You'd rather be stumped than dead, that is.
Jed, look out. Jed! Hospital rules. You can stay only a few minutes. The patient is still very weak.
Wow. Look who's here. I never expected you to visit me.
How are you, Skeeter?
I wouldn't be lying in this hospital bed if I was a picture of health, would I?
The doctor explained the extent of your injury. I'm sorry.
Boy, you were real lucky to spin me around just as that horse decided to get mean.
Yeah. Had I made that move a second later, he would have kicked me square in the back instead of you.
Crushed vertebrae never heal. Did you know that?
Yeah.
I still have trouble believing it, but the doc says I'll never walk again. Don't that beat all? Hey, How come you and Jody aren't miles from here, starting that new life of yours?
That plan went out the window when we saw you lying on the floor of that stable, all bent and broken. We called for an ambulance and waited for them to arrive.
After what I tried to do to you, you couldn't leave me there to die? Oh, you really are a fool.
I've gone to the racing commission.
Oh, yeah? I'll bet they weren't too pleased to hear what you had to say.
They handed the deposition I gave them over to the district attorney. Formal charges should be made in a day or so.
Is fixing a horse race all we'll be charged with?
I had to tell them about the fire, Skeeter. I wasn't about to let Jody lie for us.
Yeah. I suppose they know all about that one-sided fight we had with that shovel, too, huh?
No, they don't know anything about that, Skeeter. I've decided not to tell them.
But I tried to kill you.
Yeah. What could I possibly gain?
Revenge. Isn't that what you wanted all along?
Looking at you now, that seems very unimportant. Skeeter, you've already been given a harsher punishment than any judge could hand out.
Jed and Skeeter were convicted on grounds of complicity to commit fraud and arson. It's funny how things work out. When Jed and Skeeter first joined forces, they vowed to leave their mark on racing. They made good on that promise. The tears that fell from Jody Travis's eyes as the men were led from the courtroom are testimony to that. I shall return shortly. Living quarters with barred doors which open at the crack of dawn. The day is spent under a watchful eye. There are periods set aside for rest and relaxation. At day's end, the doors swing shut and are secure. If the location of such activity is a stable, this could be the daily routine of any number of racehorses. If the place is a prison, it could be the regimen followed by Jed and Skeeter. Either way, there's a bitter irony to the similarity, don't you think? Our cast included Russell Horton, Patricia Elliott, Ralph Bell, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
My name is Louise Croswell.
How do you do?
Mrs. John Croswell.
And now you've just spoiled it.
But I know we've never met.
But finally, that deficiency has been remedied.
As I said, my husband's name is John Croswell.
Why are you telling me this?
Do you know him?
No.
Have you ever heard of him?
I have not.
Then, I'm not quite sure.
You're not quite sure of what?
Of how I should phrase my next question.
Well, why not put out a few nouns and verbs and see how they fall into place?
We have established that you don't know my husband.
Right.
You never even heard of him.
Correct.
You have no objection to the work he does.
True.
Then, Professor Tolliver, why do you want to kill him?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
High blood pressure. Treated for life.
Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. In the long run, men hit only what they aim at. So said Mr. Henry David Thoreau. Which is proof that, just as a shoemaker should stick to his last, a philosopher should confine himself to his philosophy. A pacifist, Mr. Thoreau knew very little about aiming and hitting. And the fact that many people do hit something, or someone, other than what they aim at, is what gives the police so much trouble, as we are about to discover.
Mrs. Soames, do you know what your husband is doing?
Yes.
You're aware that it's illegal. It's already involved him in murder.
Perhaps.
For his sake and for yours, you must talk to me.
I know, Lieutenant, but I can't. However he may have broken the law, he's still my husband. I won't betray him.
A pity he doesn't feel that way about you. Because tomorrow, or the next day, he'll have to kill you.
Our mystery drama, The Blue Sedan, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Kim Hunter. I'll be back shortly with Act One. According to the Book of Numbers, Joshua sent men to spy out the land, from which we may gather that spying is one of the world's oldest professions. Whether or not it's an honorable one depends, of course, on whose side you or they are on. Spying. Is there more of it today than there ever was? Or does it just seem that way? A man walks down the hallway of a run-down, decrepit, and dingy office building. He pauses at a door on which the number 418 and the legend, Lou Delphat, private investigator, are just barely visible in faded characters.
Hey, there you are. Come in. Come on in. Sit down, huh? Well, did you bring it?
Yes.
All of it?
All that you need.
Hey, what's this all that I need? Now, we agreed on the amount.
I've got more than enough for you.
What?
In here.
Hey, wait. Now, look. Well, you won't get away with that.
Did you think you could get away with what you were trying to do? All you need, and all you'll get, is 1 ounce of lead.
No. Please.
Or maybe 2.
My name is Lucille Miller. I'm a lieutenant in the Homicide Division. At 9 p.m. on the 17th, my boss, Inspector Treadwell, sent me to investigate a murder in room 418 in the Crusset building. Only one word can describe the Crusset building and its immediate neighborhood. Sleazy. The tenants were mostly more or less dubious people who were engaged in a variety of so-called enterprises. The police routine was already in full swing. The photographers, the fingerprint people, the lab technicians were all there, and so was the corpse. The doctor had just finished the preliminary.
He's got 2 bullet holes in his chest. Either one could have done it.
How long has he been dead, Doctor?
Maybe an hour.
The building was deserted. So was the neighborhood. His wife had found the body. He was supposed to take her out to dinner. She'd waited and waited. Finally, she'd come down to the office to get him. I decided she could use the night's rest. The following morning. You're Mrs. Delphat?
Well, no, not exactly.
You say you're not Mrs. Delphat?
Well, it all depends on how you look at it. I mean, we never made it legal. You know, you've been together 5, 6, 7 years, whatever. You know, it becomes legal anyhow. Look, I know I'm talking on and on. It's just because I feel so nervous, you know.
I can understand. It was a sudden shock.
Oh, no, it wasn't sudden. I mean, I've been expecting it every day since we got together 15 years ago.
Why?
Well, because he's the type of guy that went around asking for it. He was always getting in somebody's hair, stepping on somebody's toes, breathing down somebody's neck.
Let me ask you.
He was forever coming up with some shrewd scheme or plan, some brilliant idea, which never did him any good.
Look, who would have a motive to murder him?
Motive? You need a motive to swat a fly, to step on a bug?
What did you see when you walked into the office?
I see him laying on the floor, and his blood. I just make it to the phone to call the cops before I pass out.
What case was he working on?
I don't know.
Would he have a record of it in the books?
Books? Records? You kidding? You keep things like that, you gotta pay taxes.
But he was working on a case.
We must have been.
Why do you say so?
Because I seen her.
Her?
Yeah, on this one afternoon. I come down to the office, I get there, and she's just walking out the door. Who's that, I ask him. A client, he says.
Can you be sure? What was her name?
He wouldn't tell me. All he'd say was, "Baby, this is the big one. The one we've been waiting for. The gold mine." I'd heard all that before, how many times. But he kept saying, "This is $1 million."
$1 million? And you don't know her name? Can you describe her?
Good looking, blonde. I'd say it was natural. 35-ish, dressed real smart.
Did I find a record of her anywhere in his office?
Well, like I said, he didn't keep many books.
I went back to his office. She was right. What books he did have were sketchy, not very up to date. Then it occurred to me the client must have paid him a fee. Therefore, he probably had to give her a receipt. There was a book of blank receipts in a desk drawer. Several had been torn off, but the imprint of the last one could be plainly seen on the face of the blank receipt that was now on top. Received of Mrs. Harold Soames. $300. I found her address. The lady who opened the door was blonde, about 35, attractive, and well-dressed. Mrs. Soames?
Yes.
I'm Lieutenant Miller of the Homicide Division. My identification.
Oh.
May I come in?
Well, yes. May I ask why you wish to see me?
I want to talk to you about Lou Delphat.
Lou Delphat?
You needn't pretend to think. Mrs. Soames, you knew him well enough.
You have no right to come bursting in my home.
Mrs. Soames, we are dealing with murder.
Murder?
Well, that shouldn't come as a surprise either. I see the newspaper on your coffee table. I'm sure you've read about it.
He promised me. Mr. Delphat promised me that it would be kept confidential.
But he's dead, so all commitments are canceled.
But he assured me that no one would ever know. And now here are the police. Well, what am I going to do? I'm terrified.
Why?
If my husband were to walk in that door right now, how could I explain the presence of a police detective?
You would have to tell him the truth.
The truth?
That I'm here to ask questions because a private investigator who was working for you has just been murdered.
The truth? The truth is, I had hired Lou Delphat to spy. I suppose that's the only word for it. To spy on my husband.
Why?
The usual reason. I'm convinced there's another woman. I wanted Delphat to gather the evidence. One thing I cannot and will not tolerate is adultery.
How long had Mr. Delphat been working for you?
About 6 weeks.
And how much hard evidence had he delivered?
Well,
yes?
He said there was nothing I could do with just little bits and pieces.
What else did he say? He said he was gathering it all together in one solid package, and soon I could expect to get the whole ball of wax. And how much money had you paid him?
Almost $2,000.
I see. I saw a great deal at that moment. First, Lou Delfat had been out to squeeze every nickel from Mrs. Soames. Then he'd probably gone to Mr. Soames and was getting money from him to withhold the evidence. She may have caught on to Delfat and killed him. But would she kill him for $2,000? And would her husband kill Delfat just to suppress evidence of infidelity?
Lieutenant.
Yes?
How do you know he was killed in connection with the work he was doing for me? Can't I be kept out? Why do I have to be dragged into it?
I have no intention of bringing you into it deliberately, Mrs. Soames. But this is a murder investigation, and I must go wherever it leads me.
Why did I ever get into this thing?
She isn't the first woman in the world to ask that question, nor will she be the last. Harold Soames was manager of public relations for the Forrester Group, a big diversified corporation. He was a large, clean-shaven, comfortable-looking man of about 40. He had a good job and was evidently being paid good money.
Please sit down, Lieutenant. Now, what can I do for you?
Did you know a man named Lou Delfat?
Did I know a man named Lou Delfat?
When you phrase your answer that way, Mr. Soames, it means you want some time to think it over.
Providential. Excuse me. Yes? Oh. Tell Mr. Kellogg I'll call him back. No, wait. Just put him on. Jack? I'll talk to you later. I'm in a meeting. Fine. Now, where were we?
Have you decided how you intend to answer my question, Mr. Soames?
It occurs to me, Lieutenant, that you wouldn't be here unless you had grounds to assume that I had been acquainted with Mr. Delfat.
You did know him, then?
Lou Delfat. An obscure, hand-to-mouth, tawdry little hustler. Why would I know him? I'll tell you. It seems my wife had hired him to shadow me.
How did you find out?
If you know anything about Mr. Delfat's character, I'm sure you've already guessed. He told me so, himself.
And just exactly what did he tell you?
That my wife suspected I was having an affair with another woman. And if I were willing to pay him off, he would stall the whole business. And after a while, he would tell Taya, that's my wife's name, her suspicions were groundless.
Well, weren't you at his mercy? Couldn't he continue to blackmail you? Thus you have a motive for the murder.
I would. If Delfat could have found any evidence, but that would be impossible. There isn't any. I'm not having an affair with anybody.
Therefore you didn't pay him anything?
Why should I?
And how many times did you see Mr. Delfat?
It wasn't necessary for me to see him more than once. After I turned him down, what was there for us to talk about?
And you never heard from him again?
Never.
And you know nothing else about him?
Nothing.
That one meeting between you, where did it take place?
Oh, that was in the park, opposite the carousel. And I couldn't help but think, what an innocent place for such a sinister meeting.
And how long ago was this?
Oh, between 4 and 5 weeks ago, I would say.
Thanks for your time, Mr. Soames.
I'm sorry I can't help you, Lieutenant.
But he can. He could solve the crime completely. All he has to do is confess. If his voice sounds familiar, it should. Didn't we hear it before at the very opening of our story? Wasn't he the visitor who delivered those 2 ounces of lead to poor Lou Delfat? Detective Lucille Miller is looking for a murderer, and she has just been talking to him. Life is filled with these little ironies, and so is the second act.
too cold.
Actually, it exists everywhere. It means that among the wounded in time of war or other calamity, those who have the best of chance of recovery are treated first. What it also means is that there are certain others who are going to be left out in the cold. The same principles apply to police work. There are always more crimes than any big city department can handle. And so, choices have to be made by detectives. And since detectives are human beings, there will be considerable use of the intuitive, the subjective, or as it is more commonly known, the gut feeling.
What did I have? The murder of a man who had been aptly described as a tawdry little hustler. Anyone could have killed him for any number of reasons. There were no leads, no clues, no motives, no tangible suspects. There's really nowhere to go. Still, he was a human being, and he deserved a little more of a run for his money.
Oh, what can I tell you, Lieutenant?
Think back, Mrs. Delfat, over something you've already told me. How did you put it? He said he was on to something, the big one. The one we've been waiting for, the gold mine. She was worth $1 million.
Oh, that.
Why did he say Mrs. Soames was worth $1 million? Had there been something to it?
Well, how would I know? I mean, he just said, okay, you don't have to believe me. But this dame is going to lead us straight to $1 million.
Tell me the names of some of his friends.
What friends? He had guys he drank with, that's all.
Did he ever work with anyone? Use anyone?
Oh, he had this picture of himself as a lone wolf. I don't know. Oh, you might talk to Mouse Weber.
Mouse Weber. A familiar name. A petty hanger-on. A runner of errands. A gopher. An occasional police informer. I'd even used him myself once. And let it be known that I wanted to see him.
Who? Delfat? I never heard of him.
That's not what his wife says.
Oh. Oh, Delfat. I didn't hear you the first time. I got this trouble with my ears.
Did you know what he was working on?
Well, I mean, how would I know?
Mouse, I need this. And I'll check it up to your account.
Hey! I just remembered. It was the usual stuff for him. Collecting dirt for a divorce, and one night it was the night he was killed. He comes in here, and we have the usual hello, how are you? I see he's flashing a roll. I says to him, hey, Lou, keep that stuff out of sight, my joint like this. And I remember, I'll never forget what he says to me. He says,
Hey, what do you think? Lou Delfat can't handle himself. There's plenty more where this comes from. I got a dame. She thinks her old man's two-timing her. She gives me $200 a week plus expenses to shadow him and collect the evidence.
And I bet you must be in a hurry to deliver it, too.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I got her on a string. And the beauty part is, I got the husband on a string, too.
And that was the end of it. We shot the breeze a while, and then he went over to his office where somebody knocked him off.
Who do you think it could have been? And why?
Somebody from this joint. Somebody must have seen a roll of bills and followed them out.
Did he tell you the name of the man he was tailing?
The guy's name is Soames. Harold Soames.
And are you carrying on where Lou left off?
Hey, what are you talking about, Lieutenant?
Have you been following Harold Soames to find out who he's been seeing? So you can get him to pay you to keep your mouth shut?
This Soames guy don't have a dame. He goes to some office building or maybe some restaurants where he meets with some other guys.
Just men?
I have never seen a dame.
And that's what he does every night?
That's all. I'm telling you, there's nothing there.
Which is exactly what Inspector Treadwell said.
There's nothing there, Lucille. Lou Delfat was flashing a roll.
But it wasn't the money Mrs. Soames paid him because he left that in the house. Where did he get it?
He was blackmailing Harold Soames.
How? Harold Soames wasn't having an affair. Why should he pay off? Unless he lied to me.
And if he did, it's not a criminal offense. It's his own domestic affair.
Oh, give me another couple of days on it.
You got no place to go, Lucille. Why can't we just assume that some hoodlum killed him for the money? Makes sense, and it should satisfy everybody.
It doesn't satisfy me.
What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
Perhaps I can do something for you, Mrs. Soames.
What can you do for me?
I can save you some money.
How?
I'm sure you've been approached by a man named Weber.
Weber? Yes. But, it's a confidential matter.
I'm sure he's told you that he's an associate of the late Lou Delfat and is willing to continue shadowing your husband.
How did you know?
Mr. Weber, as did Mr. Delfat before him, is only leading you on. There is no evidence of any infidelity on the part of your husband.
Who told you this?
Mr. Weber himself.
Oh.
Now, Mrs. Soames, perhaps you can help me. Your husband knows that he's being watched.
How do you know?
He told me.
He told you? How did you happen to speak to my husband in the first place?
A private investigator who is swindling you is found murdered. You thus become a suspect.
Me?
Technically. And I had reason to believe that the murdered man might have been blackmailing your husband. Thus, Mr. Soames also became a suspect.
You mean Harold knows? He actually knows I've had him watched?
Yes. And he seemed quite amused by it.
He would be. He's laughing at me.
If he isn't having an affair, why should he allow you to believe he is?
Because, obviously, he wants to make a fool of me.
Now, is it possible he could be doing something else? His frequent absences had aroused your suspicions. You assumed it was another woman. Maybe he wants it that way.
But why?
To prevent you from finding out the nature of his real activity. What sort of criminal activity could he be mixed up in? I saw myself getting nowhere, except perhaps bogged down in a messy marital quarrel. I got a call to report to Inspector Treadwell. I expected him to give me another assignment, and I wasn't going to fight him.
You may have a development in the Delfat case. Something that came in this morning. A hit and run. The victim was Mrs. June Delfat.
June Delfat?
She was killed.
Poor woman. She was really cut up by his death. I guess she didn't know where she was going.
You think it's an accident?
You do have hit-and-run accidents.
Yeah, but this time, I'm not satisfied. First him, now her. Why?
Are you saying it was not an accident?
What I'm saying is maybe you better put a couple of more days on it.
Well, what have we got?
According to eyewitnesses, a big blue sedan.
License plate?
Nobody could get the number. Looked like an in-state tag.
June Delfat. If she was killed deliberately, why?
Somebody might have been afraid she knew too much.
About what? I'm sure she hadn't been holding out on me. She didn't seem to know anything at all. Why couldn't this be exactly what it looked like? Just an unfortunate hit and run. There I was, back on the case, and trying as usual to make bricks without straw.
Hey, Lieutenant, you know you went and ruined it for me with the Soames dame?
Look, be happy you're not in jail, Mouse.
You gonna tip off her old man, too?
Not for a while. Have you made your pitch to him yet?
Who? Me?
Mouse.
Well...
Is he coming across? Uh-huh, he is. Why? He's not having an affair. You've got nothing on him. Why is he paying you off?
I don't know. Maybe he thinks I've got something on him.
Yes, but what?
If I knew that, I could really make myself a bundle.
He goes out almost every night and meets these men. They all gather somewhere. How do they get there?
They all come in their cars.
Is one of those cars a big blue sedan?
A big blue sedan? Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Is that the one that belongs to Harold Soames?
Nah, he drives a white sports car.
Oh. Well, the next time all those folks get together, I want you to find out the license number of the blue sedan. Nothing happened for the next 2 days. Then on the third night, I got a telephone call.
Lieutenant, this is Mouse. Mouse Weber.
What's the matter, Mouse?
I want you to come and get me.
Come and get you?
They would have killed me.
Who?
I don't have time to explain that now. I think I shook them off, but they could have followed me here.
Who?
Those guys are out to shoot me.
Where are you?
I'm in a phone booth, corner 9th and Dawson.
You stay right there, Mouse. We'll have a squad car pick you up in less than a minute.
I'm doing what you told me. Now, I follow Harold Soames to this office building at 6th and Wavecrest, okay? Now, maybe half a dozen other guys pull up in their cars and go into the building. Now, one of them's the blue sedan. So I go over and I start writing down a tag number. Suddenly, I hear a shot, a slug, and it whistles past my ear. I see a guy standing there shooting at me.
Can you describe him?
I didn't look at him long enough. I started to run, and he chases me. I duck into an alley. There's a fence. I managed to get over it. He has trouble. So I lose him. And then I call you. Hey, listen, you got to put me in jail.
All right, Mouse, all right. We'll put you away for a while.
Thanks. Get me 90 days at Northern Ridge, will you? I got a lot of friends up there.
Did you get the plate number of the blue sedan?
The plate number? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got it. Right here somewhere. Here. Oh, yeah. U3536.
U3536.
According to the computer, U3536, a blue Townley sedan, is owned by Jackson Kellogg of Sturtevant Crescent.
Jackson Kellogg. Kellogg. Now, why is that name familiar?
Why, indeed. If it has a familiar ring for her, it should also sound like a bell to you. The name has come up before. And while you're thinking about it, we'll take a short intermission, and we shall meet here again in just a few moments for Act 3. Who is Jack Kellogg? There is something about this particular case that seems to be hazardous to the health of many of the people concerned with it. First, Lou Delfat. Then, his wife. And then, someone tried to shoot poor Mouse Weber. It started out as a simple swindle plus a little bit of modest blackmail, which proves, if proof were ever needed, that you can't really keep these things under control.
You mean you know this Jackson Kellogg, Lucille?
No, Inspector, but I've heard the name.
In connection with what? Where?
It was in Harold Soames' office.
There's a tie-in between Soames and Kellogg?
They know each other. I'd gone to see Soames. I asked him if he knew Lou Delfat. He wasn't quite sure how to field the question, and just then his phone rang, and he said to his secretary, "Tell Mr. Kellogg I'll call him back."
Jack Kellogg. Is it the same one?
We picked up Mr. Kellogg, and also Mr. Kellogg's blue Townley sedan. Mr. Kellogg was a bachelor, age 51, who was outraged to think that he could be accused of a hit-and-run killing.
This is monstrous. I deny it.
You have a cracked right headlamp, a dented right fender.
Well, what does that prove?
There are some threads and cloth fragments that had stuck to the bumper. They came from the dress that June Delfat was wearing. Well, Mr. Kellogg?
I refuse to say a word without advice of counsel.
He had the right to call a lawyer, and the lawyer got him a hearing before a judge, and bail was set. He was released, pending his trial date. We had him tied in with Harold Soames, but what were these fellows doing? We had a ton of suspicion, but not a single ounce of solid evidence. I'm sorry to bother you again, Mrs. Soames.
That's quite all right, Lieutenant.
Do you know a Jackson Kellogg?
Yes, I know him, I'm sorry to say.
Sorry?
I think he's responsible for the, what can I call it? The deterioration of my marriage. In what way? A few years ago, he wanted Harold to go into business with him. Computers. Harold would have to put up the money. I have an inheritance from my grandmother. Harold wanted to use it. I turned him down. Why? I never trusted Jack Kellogg.
And Harold didn't go into business with him?
He did.
Where did he get the money?
Jack loaned it to him. The company went bankrupt.
Did Harold ever pay back Jack Kellogg?
I don't know. Certainly not with my money. But that's when the strain started between us.
And how were things before that?
We were very much in love.
Mrs. Soames, what is your husband up to?
I beg your pardon.
I don't know what the problem is, but I can tell you that your husband is in some kind of serious trouble. He's keeping dangerous company.
Dangerous?
You know it's dangerous. I'm sure you've discovered the truth by this time. Have you confronted him with it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You could be in danger yourself if someone, and I don't know who that someone is, has any reason to believe that you know too much. Mrs. Soames, you're not helping your husband by keeping silent.
I can't tell you anything.
You mean you won't?
I can't.
Well, just think about what I've said. Then consider that only the police can help you now. They were up to something. Soames and Kellogg and Company. But what? I decided to see if I could shake Kellogg up a bit.
Why do you want to see me, Lieutenant?
I thought we might be able to help each other, Mr. Kellogg.
Yes? In what way?
You could help me solve several homicides, and I could get you off as lightly as possible.
Did you say homicides? Lieutenant, I'm only being accused of leaving the scene of an accident.
Look, we can't communicate unless we agree on basic definitions. You say you left the scene of an accident. I say you left the scene of a homicide that you yourself committed.
You can't prove that.
I notice you didn't deny it.
How can I dignify such a vicious lie with a denial?
Let me tell you a little story. There was a man named Delphat.
Lieutenant, I am not compelled to put up with your presence here.
To continue, this Delphat was a sleazy little hustler. I don't have to describe him. You know all about him.
I never heard the name in my life.
Moving along, Delphat was hired by a jealous wife, and you know her, Mrs. Thea Soames, to get the evidence on the other woman. She thought her husband was having an affair. Well, Delphat quickly discovered that Harold Soames was not involved with a woman, but with something far more serious. Here was a blackmail opportunity beyond Delphat's most extravagant dreams of avarice. And he just blundered into it. So you tell me, what is it?
What is what?
Let's go through the heavies. Drugs, smuggling, espionage.
Oh, how would I know?
You're part of it, Mr. Kellogg.
It seems to me you're doing a great deal of theorizing and guessing.
But I'm right. And it wasn't enough to get rid of Delphat. There was the possibility that he might have talked to his wife. So to be on the safe side, you arranged to kill her also. And then we have Mouse Weber.
You are mentioning all of these names. I never heard of these people.
Mouse approaches Harold Soames. The same business. Blackmail. Mouse, of course, thinks it's simple adultery. Soames stalls Mouse until you folks decide what to do about it. I don't know who tried to shoot Mouse. I'm sure Soames killed Lou Delphat, and you ran down Delphat's wife.
You can't prove anything.
Perhaps not. But I can destroy you, Mr. Kellogg.
Oh? How?
You're part of an organization. You must be.
Oh, really?
Truly. We'll keep you under constant surveillance.
You won't find anything.
Yes, but your organization will be unable to use you. They won't dare take a chance, because you're obviously under suspicion. How long can you last under those conditions?
I find this a most amusing story, Lieutenant.
But a serious one. In your type of activity, no one is as vulnerable as the person who is no longer useful. Well, Well, I thought we'd have this little exploratory discussion. I'll leave my card, just in case you begin to worry and decide to call me. He began to worry sooner than I thought. That night, I'd just gone home when the telephone rang. Hello?
Lieutenant Miller.
Yes?
This is Jackson Kellogg.
Yes, Mr. Kellogg.
I wonder if you and I, unofficially, of course, off the record, might have another exploratory discussion.
I'm available.
This would have to be conducted with a great deal of discretion.
Of course.
Now, it couldn't be at my home, nor at police headquarters.
I understand.
There is a rest area just past exit 57 on the interstate in northbound.
Yes, I know it.
Now, I can be there in an hour. Oh, incidentally, I wasn't driving my car that day. It was Harold Soames.
I called Inspector Treadwell. The rule in our department is that nobody goes anywhere without a backup. Inspector Treadwell picked me up, and we headed for the meeting place. It was a very bright night with a full moon, and just up ahead was the big blue sedan. Inspector, I'd better talk to him alone. The sight of another cop might be too much for him. Mr. Kellogg? I'm here, Mr. Kellogg. Inspector Treadwell. Look. Someone else got here first. There was a small, dark hole on the side of his forehead with just a tiny trickle of blood. His hands were gripping the steering wheel. He was staring straight ahead. It was hard to believe he was dead. And then suddenly, he slumped forward. And there could be no doubt. It had to be Soames.
Why do you say that?
Soames knew I was aware of a connection between himself and Kellogg.
How did he know?
How? When I get a tough one, I like to take it home and sleep on it. Of course, I can't fall asleep until I get the answer. And just before midnight, it came to me. The only way Soames could have known about my interest in Kellogg. I called Inspector Treadwell.
What?
I remembered exactly. I was talking to Mrs. Soames. It was just after June Delphat had been run down. I asked her if she knew a Jackson Kellogg. Well, she knows him. She doesn't like him. She holds him responsible for the deterioration of her marriage.
Are you saying she might have killed Kellogg?
No, but she's too determined to find out what her husband is up to. I'm afraid Thea Soames is next.
Soames' wife?
We have a case here where anyone who might know something is killed very quickly.
What can we do?
I'm going over to talk to her.
At this hour?
Good evening, Lieutenant. It's just about morning. Is your husband home? No. He's out, as usual. Did you wish to speak with him? Yes. It's about the murder a few hours ago of a friend of his, Jackson Kellogg. Kellogg? Murdered? Are you surprised? No. More important, do you know what your husband is doing? Yes. It's illegal, of course. Yes. It's already involved him in murder. Perhaps. For his sake and for yours, you should talk to me. I know. But I can't. Why not? Whatever he's done to me, however he may have broken the law, he's still my husband. I won't betray him. A pity he doesn't feel that way about you. He's going to kill you. How can you say that? He's involved in an activity that must be kept secret. Any outsider who knows anything is quickly done away with. He wouldn't kill me.
What's this talk of killing?
Harold, you're home.
You come calling late, Lieutenant.
I came here, Mr. Soames, to ask about the murder of your friend Jack Kellogg.
Jack? Murdered?
You know it.
How?
You did it.
You have nothing but guesses, Lieutenant. Thea, they have no evidence. All we must do is remain silent.
Yes, Mrs. Soames, remain silent. While he continues to make a fool of you.
She's lying.
Am I lying? Mrs. Soames, this is the man who neglects you, who no longer has any sort of meaningful life with you.
Taya, darling.
Oh, when was the last time he called you darling? Think. When was the last time he took you in his arms? When was the last time he made you feel that the two of you were the whole world? When was the last time he was sweet and tender? When, Mrs. Soames, when? It's espionage.
Taya.
They're spies. He and Kellogg and 5 or 6 others. Don't move, Mr. Soames.
She's lying.
You laughed at me, Harold. You thought you could leave me alone night after night and make a joke of it.
Taya, if you don't